Xiao Feng, welcome home. Should we eat first today, or should I eat auntie first? My mom is afraid that I will mess around in college and make her a grandmother too early, so she entrusted me to her best friend. Aunt Xing is in her 30s, very beautiful, and although she is already in the old Bentley category, her face and figure are still at their peak. This makes me use the airplane method to fall asleep every night. However, that day, auntie received a phone call, finally giving me the chance to drive an old Bentley. Xiao Feng, tell auntie the truth. Do you have a girlfriend at school? How could I dare? Aunt Xing, you know my mom's temper. At that moment, I was drinking milk with one hand and eating bread with the other, casually replying, Xiao Feng, if you want to have a girlfriend, I can help you keep it from your mom. If young people don't date, what do we call them? I was staring at Aunt Xing's mischievous smile, ready to reply, when her phone suddenly rang. She frowned, feeling interrupted, and the atmosphere became a bit uncomfortable. Then she answered the phone, her tone not good. Who is it? What do you want? A few seconds later, Aunt Xing's face suddenly turned pale. What? Wang Lei, you are such a bastard. Tears streamed down Aunt Xing's face uncontrollably, and she collapsed onto the dining table, crying loudly. I was confused by Aunt Xing's sudden breakdown, staring blankly for several seconds before reacting, and hurriedly approached to gently pat her back. Aunt Xing, what happened? Auntie Shan remained silent, just sobbing on the dining table. I quickly hugged Aunt Xing, who is usually playful and lovely, but at this moment, she seemed fragile like a delicate porcelain doll. I gently rubbed her head while asking, Aunt Xing, tell me, what happened? After a long while, Aunt Xing calmed down and slowly sat up, but her eyes were still red and her face remained pale with anger. That bastard, he won't come back from abroad, and he took all the money from home. Not only that, but he also took out hundreds of millions in foreign debt in my name, and then ran off to Eagle Sauce Country to spend the rest of his life with his foreign girlfriend. I really was blind to have trusted this guy. Aunt Xing trembled with anger, her hair falling down, and the feeling of a shattered wife reached its peak at that moment. From Aunt Xing's description, I quickly understood the whole story. Aunt Xing's husband had been investing in a small country in the north for the past few years, but this year that country fell into turmoil, and his factory was naturally bought out for $0. He went bankrupt a month ago and is now heavily in debt. But instead of thinking about how to solve it, he just gave up. In the past month, he deceived people left and right to raise a large sum of money domestically, even pledging everything in the house that could be pledged. After easily raising several $100 million, he escaped to Eagle Sauce Country with a few black girls he had raised locally. After the bank and some loan institutions couldn't contact him, they found Xing. The call I just received was from the bank's collection department, along with a long list of debts. I looked at the string of debts and dozens of property mortgage contracts on my phone, and I fell silent. Roughly estimating, Xing was burdened with about 50 million in debt, which was half of a small target, and the villa they lived in had also been mortgaged to the bank. There was also a final notice from the bank on the phone, stating that if the overdue debt of 10 million was not paid by tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, they would come to seal the villa. This is simply too much. Husband and wife are like birds in the same forest. When disaster strikes, they each fly their own way. It's bad enough, but the key point is that Aunt Xing has to bear the entire burden alone. That despicable guy. Don't let me find you. Aunt Xing suddenly seemed to think of something, reaching out to grab her phone. She was so forceful that she fell right into my arms. Aunt Xing, calm down. I shook my head and hurriedly held her. I glanced at the bill, and the earliest ones were even from half a year ago, which indicates that this guy has been planning this for more than a day or two and definitely has a backup plan. Moreover, he has already escaped to the Eagle Sauce Country, so being impulsive won't help, and the bank doesn't care about that. Right now, the urgent task is to figure out which debts are due. I tried to make my voice sound firm and powerful. When Xing heard this, she knew I was right, but it made her even more desperate. Her small face filled with a sense of brokenness. She hadn't managed finances for many years, and to put it bluntly, she didn't even know how much money was in her account. I first helped Aunt Xing sit on the sofa, poured her a cup of hot water, and let her calm down for a moment. After all, the situation had already happened. Whether angry or sad, it wouldn't solve any substantial problems. The urgent task now was to first understand Aunt Xing's financial situation and the status of those debts. Half an hour later, I pulled Xing to sort out the family's assets, looking for anything that could be liquidated to pay off part of the debts. It was shocking to find that the remaining 100,000 in her account had just been withdrawn, and all other savings were gone, leaving only a few thousand in cash at home. Meanwhile, Aunt Xing's personal debts amounted to over 57 million, with 20 million due in just 7 days. The two of us, upon learning this result, fell into silence. Aunt Xing's face was ashen, heartbroken, and she slumped helplessly on the sofa, her sense of brokenness reaching its peak. Heaven and hell were just a moment apart. Seeing this, I hurriedly took out one of my bank cards from my room and handed it to Xing. And Xing, this is over 200,000 yuan I earned from basketball competitions over the past few years. You can use it for now, and we'll think of other ways for the rest. This amount was already a lot for an ordinary college student, but given Aunt Xing's current situation, it was just a drop in the bucket. But just at that moment, an unexpected change occurred, and an ethereal voice suddenly echoed in my mind, detected host's level of selfless acts at the level of losing everything. The daily good deed system has been successfully bound. Daily good deed. For each good deed completed by the host, unexpected rewards will be granted. Please do more good deeds, I thought to myself. Based on my experience of reading countless novels, this was the moment to obtain a cheat system and change my fate. But why does this system's name feel so strange? Daily good deed. Aunt Xing. I'm sorry. A strange smile suddenly appeared at the corner of my mouth. Xiao Feng, looking at that bank card and my handsome and gentle face, Aunt Xing couldn't hold back anymore, and the tears she had struggled to suppress burst forth again, filling her eyes with hot tears. The yoga outfit on her chest was soaked with tears, revealing a hint of purple. It's all my fault. I've implicated my little Feng. Her eyes turned red, and she suddenly hugged me tightly. I was still immersed in the immense surprise of the system being successfully bound when, in an instant, a faint and elegant fragrance lingered at the tip of my nose, followed by a soft touch on my chest. Coming back to my senses, I saw Aunt Xing nestled in my arms, her delicate body trembling slightly. Aunt Xing, do you know you're testing my self-control? I quickly took a deep breath. Thankfully the military training was somewhat useful, and I reached out to gently pat her smooth back to comfort her, saying, what do you mean by implicating? You are my mom's good friend. Your matters are naturally my matters. Besides, it's just a few tens of millions. We can definitely pay it back. If we can't pay it back in a day, then a month. If a month doesn't work, then 10 years, 20 years, even if it takes a lifetime, we will pay it back together. Anyway, Aunt Xing, you are still so young. Just like an 18-year-old girl, we will slowly pay it back. I am very confident. After all, I have a system now. Would I still be short on money? Just a few tens of millions. That's all. Hearing this, Xing's shoulders trembled slightly. She raised her head, and our eyes met, so close that we could feel each other's breath. Poor Xing laughed through her tears. Still 18 years old? Aunt is already old. She was encouraged by Chu Lufeng. Xing was not a person who easily resigned herself to her fate in the first place. It quickly adjusted its mindset. After all, paying back the money is secondary, and the main thing that makes it very hard to get even is somehow taking the blame for this. Not to teach that dog a good lesson. She can't get rid of this anger, and she won't die in peace. Xing-san's eyes were bright and shiny as she stood on her tiptoes, her warm and soft red lips brushing against the side of Chu Lufeng's ear. Okay, listen to little Feng. We'll pay it back slowly. Now wait for Auntie to sell a few bags and jewelry first. She's bought a lot of expensive luxury items in the past 10 years or so. Take these things and sell them for a small few million. Although second-hand they will be discounted. The burning issue can't be solved all the way through though, but at least it will be less stressful. Auntie will take this money first and return $1 million to my little Feng later. Circumstances dictate that now is not the time to be melodramatic, so Xing simply accepted Chu Lufeng's bank card. Then stepping on her white, dainty feet, she ran towards the upstairs and rummaged through the checkroom to scavenge for jewelry and bags. And that's when it happened. Golden light suddenly flashed out of Chu Lufeng's pupils. The golden pupil looked glittering and radiant under the rising morning sun. Ding! Host goodwill gift detected. Reward, Eye of Perspective. Perspective? What the hell? Chu Lufeng only felt a blur before his eyes, and the scenery changed instantly. It was as if all the barriers of the world had been removed in an instant. One can then see through all illusions, even through the floor, and take in the scene in the basement, including the wine collection in the cellar in the basement can be looked at in great detail. Ghostly, Chu Lufeng raised his head. His place, which just happened to be Xing-shan's bedroom. This look up, the image became instantly peculiar. The structure of the room's furniture and the placement of its contents are presented as clearly as if they had been disassembled, but Xing-shan was nowhere to be seen. There were only a few pieces of intimate apparel haphazardly hiked up on the side of the bed and on the floor. Strange, Chu Lufeng muttered in a small voice. Shaking his head, he searched around curiously. Soon he was, subconsciously blurted out. Chu Lufeng's pupils suddenly shrunk. The image before him startled him. The red one. What came into view was a dense vein of blood vessels. The whole picture took on an eerie red color. Chu Lufeng hastily blinked his eyes. Still not quite adapted. This kind of perspective is the same as watching a horror movie. After a few deep breaths, Chu Lufeng gradually adjusted. Looking up again. Much better. This time the image isn't veins and veins anymore. It's muscle and white bone. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Chu Lufeng cursed. Give you the chance to not hit the mark. But the good thing is that Xingi-san has a lot of jewelry and she's still taking her time to find it. Chu Lufeng's perspective ability was also becoming more and more skillful the more he used it. The yoga clothes transformed into transparent streams of light, and soft skin as white as sheep's fat came into view. Butterfly. Chu Lufeng's eyes narrowed. He saw a butterfly birthmark in Xingi-san's waist socket. It seems to be lifting its wings to fly, and it is beautiful. Still watching, quickly pressurize the gun. At this point, as Xingi-san bent down to rummage through the jewelry cabinet for a jewelry box, yoga pants outlined the perfect peach curve. She suddenly had a feeling that she was being spied on, and her pretty brows furrowed slightly. Why does it feel weird? Is that phone coming? But it's your own check room, and there's no one else. Xingi-san shook her head and continued to bury her head in rummaging for her precious jewelry. Seeing the situation, Chu Lufeng hastily withdrew his eyes. Can't look, can't look. He'll be suffocated if he keeps looking. However, after having used his perspective ability for a while, Chu Lufeng was also becoming more and more skillful. That perspective is a little dark, too. I can't believe you have to blink your left and right eyes twice and a half each to turn it on or off. And the golden pupil is also able to change according to what is in your heart. It can also flash gold if you want to pretend. If you want to keep a low profile, it's no different than usual. It's just a little brighter and more intense in the eyes. Accidental acquisition of new abilities. Chu Lufeng was having fun. One moment he looked at the ceiling, the next at the floor, as if he had discovered a new continent. In this constant sweep, the entire villa was scanned by him, to prevent the bedroom from being planted with cameras to spy on it, and to ensure Auntie Xing's privacy and safety. Chu Lufeng also focused on checking her bedroom in case there were hidden cameras. Just as he was scrutinizing the room, Chu Lufeng's eyes moved slightly, and he suddenly discovered an oddity. It was an expensive, famous painting on the wall, but Chu Lufeng wasn't concerned about its value. But the wall behind him, there was something odd. Oh, an unexpected pleasure. The corners of Chu Lufeng's mouth rose slightly, revealing a smile. Coming to that painting, Chu Lufeng took it down. A closer look at the wall behind it shows nothing unusual on the surface. But, bang! Chu Lufeng clenched his 5 fingers into a fist and swung it out violently, smashed a hole straight through that wall. It's hollow. There was also a small wooden box in the wall compartment. Took it out. Chu Lufeng opened it with ease. Only 12 gold bars were neatly arranged inside. A tantalizing golden glow in the light. That's a lot of hiding. If Chu Lufeng hadn't obtained the ability to see through, then this gold bar, I'm afraid, won't see the light of day again. Chapter 4. Look, what color is Auntie wearing today? Each gold bar shimmers with a tantalizing luster. It's 1 kilogram apiece. Chu Lufeng took out his cell phone and checked the recovery price of today's gold price. A gram is $666. So these 12 gold bars are almost $8 million. The sky's the limit on this one. I don't know what price I bought it for in the first place though, but now this gold price. Just buy it, then it's a matter of making more or less money. And it's a study, and the desk is a little dusty. Apparently, these 12 gold bars were unknown even to Xingi-san. It was privately hidden by that first rising east sun. If he can hide gold bars, he can naturally hide others. Chu Lufeng once again opened his perspective and continuously scanned everything in the room. But sadly, nothing else. That's the only dark compartment in the study. But there are a couple of safes. But the safe was empty. The contents were taken long ago. Also, getting out of customs with so much gold bullion is also notable. I guess it's not that I don't want to take it, but I'm afraid to take it. Instead, it was cheaper for Chu Lufeng. Chu Lufeng thought about it and was about to go tell Aunt Xing. The moment you look up, your pupils focus automatically. Auntie Xing is tiptoeing to reach the jewelry box on the top shelf of the closet. Tight yoga pants take a perfect figure and tauten it into breathtaking curves. Chu Lufeng took a deep breath, picked up the small gold box, adjusted his emotions, and walked quickly up the stairs. Walking into the check room, she saw that Xingi-san was sitting in the middle of a pile of jewelry and bags, and the floor was filled with all kinds of designer bags and sparkling jewelry, glittering in the light. Aunt Xing's gaze was filled with dismay. She's not a fan of spending money and buys what she genuinely likes, like the gold bracelet that was styled to fit her aesthetic. It was just a few tens of thousands of dollars when she bought it, but it's been with her for over a decade. But now, there is no better way to do this than to be unwilling to let go. She was frowning, as if estimating the price. Aunt Xing, look, I found this. Chu Lufeng squatted down and handed the box with the gold bars to Xingi-san. Xingi-san took the box suspiciously, and the moment she opened it, her eyes rolled back in her head and her hands trembled involuntarily. This much gold bullion, where did this come from? Feng, you went to rob a bank? No, I found it in a hidden compartment in the wall of that study. Hidden kinda deep. Study? The dark compartment? How come I don't know? Suddenly, Xing looked like she had thought of something. A pair of peach blossom eyes revealed a hint of foxiness as they looked Chu Lufeng up and down. Suddenly grabbing Chu Lufeng's ear, he said with a leathery smile, "How did you know there was something in the wall? Brat, did that tell you that? Are you hiding something from me with that?" Chu Lufeng grimaced in pain and hurriedly waved his hand. "Ouch, my good Aunt Xing. I swear I promise that I absolutely don't have a word of contact with that. This is what I happened to find out. Do you believe me when I say I can see through?" Xing narrowed her eyes and revealed an oozing smile. "Little Feng, you've grown up. You can even tease Auntie. You know perspective, so you mean Auntie gets looked at by you every day. Here, look, what color is Auntie wearing today? If you can't guess correctly, don't blame Auntie for misjudging you." Saying that, Xing spread her hands and sat on her knees in front of Chu Lufeng. There was a hint of cunning and teasing in his eyes. "Look, why don't you look? Don't you know perspective? Or does Auntie's body not appeal to you anymore?" Chu Lufeng expressed his helplessness and spread his hands. "The world is going to hell in a handbasket. These days, no one will believe you if you tell the truth. He actually has a way of proving it. After all, that butterfly of Auntie Xing's birthmark." But he was only joking. After all, he was burdened with the secrets of the system, and he wouldn't tell even his closest relatives. Not for nothing anyway. Chu Lufeng made up a random excuse while recklessly ogling. "What are you talking about, Aunt Xing? How could it be unattractive? You don't know that I go to bed thinking about you every night. It's just that I thought there must be something left behind in the study that I didn't take with me. So I looked for it, and I didn't expect to find it for me on this angle. This, truly." Chu Lufeng felt that this was completely insufficient to see. Xing was like a ripe peach, emitting a tantalizing aura. It makes you want to take a bite out of it. It was a bit unnatural to be stared at by Chu Lufeng's gaze. Xing cheeks also flushed slightly as she coughed lightly to hide her panic. "That's it? It's that simple. Hear that?" Only then did Xing eyes curve as she hugged Chu Lufeng's head, a pair of jade hands gently rubbing at his ears. "That's okay. Did Auntie pinch little Feng? Come on, Auntie will blow you. Hu Xiao Feng. You cannot learn that. My little Feng is the best. Cannot learn bad. And what do you mean you think about your aunt sleeping every night?" Xing said suspiciously. "I did hear about a quick sleep method that seems to be popular among you young people. Something to do with what you want Auntie to do?" Chu Lufeng. Half a day later, Chu Lufeng was hugged to the point where he was a bit breathless before he muffled his words. "Aunt, breathe, can't, Xing." That's when she responded. Her cheeks flushed and she let go of her hand in some embarrassment. She then tried to divert her attention, twisting a gold bar with his slender white jade finger. He then violently smashed it against the wall and hated it. "Give those little 3, little 4, little 5 just all kinds of bye. Leave something with my old lady to hide. Don't let me find you, or I won't get you killed. I, Xing, grew up as a vegetarian." Looking at the agitated Auntie Xing, her petite body burst into a flurry of flowers because she was too angry and furious. Chu Lufeng hastily averted his eyes. Can't look at it. A little seasick. After a while, Xing emotions gradually calmed down. The two men looked at the floor of jewelry and gold bars. "Start scrutinizing the value of these things. There's probably a 10 million or so. It still doesn't fill the gap of the huge debt, though, but at least it would give them a temporary sigh of relief." It was a lot of work. After roughly estimating the amount of money that could be obtained from the sale of these items, it was only then that Xing rubbed her temples, feeling sweaty and sticky. After she ruffled the broken hair around her ears, she said to Chu Lufeng in a snarky manner, Xiao Feng. After tossing and turning for so long, Auntie is covered in sweat, sticky and uncomfortable. She needs to take a bath. Play with yourself first. There are stockings in Auntie's cupboard, all worn, so don't go messing around with them. And the heels, Auntie will have to wear them out later, so don't you dare mess up with them, not even if you wipe them clean afterward. Chapter 5, Can you even eat a black pearl? You are really hungry. Little Feng, be good and obedient. Don't ever take advantage of Auntie's absence to secretly reward yourself. Said. She stood up, a twist and turned towards the bathroom. Xing white feet stepped over the gold bars towards the bathroom, muttering to herself, "This is only $10 million, also too not enough. Wait, we'll have to go to find a few rich women. Big beautiful girl, lend me some money to save the emergency. Really can't let small maple to sell at a stringent phase. After all, my small maple so handsome, 185 handsome male big, once charged them 100,000 is not too much, right? Those few wannabe hooves have been craving for Xiao Feng for a long time. No love? Only sell your body but not your heart. This is not considered a relationship, right? I also pay the difference. Can try. Chu Lufeng." It was as if she had deliberately said it for Chu Lufeng to hear, and a step and a wink. He was making fun of himself, and he couldn't even close his red lips with a smile. If it weren't for the fact that Auntie Xing's age is really on the line, Who the hell would believe it's an old A8 just by looking at it and saying it? This is clearly the latest Bentley. Thinking about how his own mom was worried that he would mess up in school and make her hold her grandchildren too soon before she chose his good girlfriend to supervise him, Chu Feng wanted to laugh. Mom was a little confused as to who was the white rabbit and who was the big bad wolf. After all, in this short month together, he himself was as pure as a sheet of white paper in front of Shingi-san. After no more annoyances, Shingi-san's mood seemed to have returned to her quirky, optimistic and positive mindset. The soaking baths are starting to hum a little tune, and Chu Feng happily appreciated the modern version of beauty bathing. But just then, the system's ethereal voice rang out. Ding! Host's goodwill gift of gold bars detected. Reward, physical fitness improvement. That's okay? As the system's words fell, Chu Feng obviously felt his body become more powerful, and the muscle lines of his body became even harder. The most delightful thing that made Chu Feng feel happy was, it seems to have gained a boost as well. The muscles were all straight up more than one size bigger. The entire group stood in the check room, stripped naked, and began to admire themselves. Gee, Chu Feng was also mesmerized by himself. In the hazy glow of the light, it was as if he himself was an ancient Greek sculpture, full of sculptural beauty and endless charm. It would have been perfect enough for a 90 on its own before. Now, it's a straight 100, simply a walking god of hormones. At this point, the bathroom door suddenly opened a crack. Shingi-san was wrapped in a bath towel, her wet hair resting casually on her shoulders, her pale skin glowing with a light pink color and emitting the ethereal scent of a postbath. She forgot to take her own change of clothes in, was cautiously poking out his little head, trying to see if Chu Feng had left. Suddenly, see a scene from the check room. The lines of those back muscles were smooth and powerful. As Chu Feng kept posing, the muscles were tight and bulging like a ghostly work of art, full of power beauty. There were further changes in temperament. There's a strong sense of daddiness. Daddiness. Shingi-san's vision felt like it was fixed, and her eyes instantly widened. There was shock and incredulity in his eyes. Originally slightly open, the cherry-red mouth is now more surprised to close. A wisp of crystalline saliva even into silk from the corner of the mouth down. Cannot help but look fascinated. A flash of panic flashed in Shingi-san's eyes, and a blush quickly spread across her face, spreading from the roots of her ears to her cheeks. Almost instinctively, he spoke subconsciously. Bah, ahem, little Feng, you're... But the voice became soft and shaky as if choked by something. Chu Feng turned around at the sound. Auntie, are you done washing? Xinjisan. The pupils were instantly seismic. Mom, it's still a human being? Still, not yet. After dropping a quick sentence, Shingi-san slammed the bathroom door. Flop, 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 flop. Her whole body was pressed dead against the glass door, gasping for breath, and her heart began to beat even more uncontrollably and frantically faster. The thumping sound seemingly audible in the quiet bathroom, and this closing of the eyes. Then Chu Feng's incomparably perfect body appeared. His cheeks instantly became hot, and he was even a little unsteady on his feet. Tiny Maple has really grown up and will be called Big Maple from now on. This moment's Shingi-san. Where did she look like a mature aunt? She was clearly a shy young girl. No. Shingi-san leaned against the glass door, shaking her head frantically with her eyes closed. Shan, what are you thinking? This is the biological son of your best BFF, and I'm also his aunt, though not related by blood. But it's also Feng's elder. If I eat him, my best friend will definitely kill me. And if one really, then how to face their good girlfriends? Do we each call our own? You call me a good setter. I call you a mother-in-law. No way. Absolutely no way. Absolutely no way. And there's an upcharge for that too. 100,000 is too little. At least 500,000. Seeing Shingi-san's unusual behavior, Chu Feng subconsciously opened his perspective. The water is hazy and watery, but it's a bathroom. It's normal for water to drip. He had an urge to break in, but after some hesitation, he gave up. After all, the time is not ripe enough right now, and although the time and place are all in place, Shingi-san is in an irrational situation right now. If she waited for her to come to her senses, the relationship between the two of them would definitely drop to the freezing point, and that would not be worth it. What Chu Feng wanted was Aunt Xing's heart, not just her person. After all, if you have the heart, don't you have everything else? There's no rush for a while. The thing is like a spring anyway. The harder you press, the harder you bounce. It was supposed to be washed in half an hour. Shingi-san froze and washed for an hour and a half. The last hour has been spent psyching myself up. She found, though, that it didn't seem to help much. The more one tried to forget that scene, the more one couldn't. Finally even convinced myself. A look of remorse and shame crossed her face. Shan, what did you just do? Shingi-san blushed hot. and her white skin was colored with redness. Her heart was both embarrassed and shy, but inexplicably, she felt a kind of bacta. Gobble gobble. Shingi-san buried also under the surface of the water and blew bubbles, trying to calm herself down, but in the warm hot water, it's totally cool. She felt like she was about to lose control of sending herself. After all, Wang Lei had been abroad for more than 10 years, and he was supposed to be getting together less and less. Plus, since 5 years ago, she knew that Wang Lei was actually playing with black pearls abroad, just always resented him for being disgusting and refused to have any in-depth interaction with him ever since. Both have the name of husband and wife, but not the reality of husband and wife. I guess that's why Wang Lei was able to move his property so ruthlessly. The reason for leaving her with a huge debt, but it's not her fault, is it? We all live in separate places, and we all manage to put up with the loneliness and clean up after ourselves. Why should you be able to play junior and junior and junior, and a ing black pearl? No, can you even eat a black pearl? You're so hungry, it's almost like you don't even have a face. Disgusting, that's disgusting. How about you even spend a little money to find a white pearl? Chapter 6, you're showing some disrespect to mom's best friend. Phew, finally, Shingi-san took a deep breath and sat up from the bathtub. It felt a bit tiring and limp after soaking for too long. What's coming, is coming. It's not a good idea to keep running away. Let it go. She dried herself off, wrapped up her robe, and stepped out of the bathroom. After changing into a well-tailored knit dress wrap-around skirt, the plump figure was perfectly presented, full of intellectual flavor. And after putting on a pair of black silk, she stepped on a pair of sexy red-soled high-heeled shoes and went downstairs. Chu Feng swiped his cell phone in the living room in boredom. Looking at Shingi-san who walked down with a reddened face, Chu Feng asked knowingly, "Aunt Xing, why is your face so red? Fever?" Shingi-san slightly lowered her head, her eyes flustered, not daring to meet Chu Feng's eyes at all. Bathroom. The ventilation system in the bathroom is broken. Yes, broken. It's hot as hell. Chu Feng didn't dismantle Shingi-san's small mind. After all, she's got her every move under her nose. This was also the first time she had seen such a small woman, such a shy and cute side of Aunt Xing. There's a sense of raised eyebrows, the present self in Auntie Xing's eyes. It's finally not tiny maple anymore, is it? By the way, little Feng, do you have class today? Auntie has something she wants you to do with me. Shingi-san's voice was a little light and shaky when she spoke. No class. Aunt Xing, you've rewarded me. I'm sure I'll do everything you tell me. Go ahead. What is it? Reward? What reward? Shingi-san froze, then saw Chu Feng's gaze fall on his own high heels. Suddenly remembered that I just asked Chu Feng not to go rummaging through her closet. She couldn't help but pawn a bite, and a blush flew over her pretty face. Ugh, little bad boy. You've learned the hard way. You really don't mind the stench, do you? Which stinks. It smells good with Aunt Xing's fragrant body on it. Ha, you've grown up. Kid. Ahem. Auntie certainly knows that you're not a little kid anymore, and it's normal to be curious about some things. Shingi-san's eyes were flustered and her pretty face was red, making her look even more beautiful. But, that's dirty. Auntie was just teasing you. Why did you take it seriously? And at your age Auntie understands. Auntie has been here too. You just need to find a girlfriend. She suddenly thought of something and her expression froze. No. Your mom won't let you get a girlfriend, but not looking for a female. Your mom is really old and confused. There is a big problem with this thing to do. I have to talk to her someday. How can you not get a girlfriend? It mustn't be suffocating? No. Your mom must be in early menopause to be this confused. Like being in a brainstorming session. Shingi-san had been talking to herself and asking herself questions. Shake your head 1 minute and look sad the next. Chu Feng was dumbfounded. Is this the woman with the fever? It feels like the CPU is shorting out and my brain is fried. But after a few flirtations, Shingi-san gradually let go as well. The usual dominance was restored. Phew. Anyway, definitely not in the future. Too dirty. If you really need it, tell Auntie. Auntie will think of something for you. Shingi-san took a deep breath and brainstormed for half a day. Eventually a solution was offered in a red-faced whisper. Chu Feng froze. How can this be worked out? It seems like Aunt Xing's mind has undergone a little subtle change. What the hell? Anyway, no. Now Auntie is going to meet a big beautiful girl. Also a little rich woman. To find her to borrow some money. How about taking my little phone to support the scene? Is it okay? Just holding up the fort? Chu Feng's eyes raised. Aunt Xing, didn't you say something about letting me sell my astringent face for $100,000 a night or something? Don't you dare. Shingi-san's eyes instantly widened. And one onion white, jade tender finger reached up. If you dare to go behind my back. Me. I'll designate it to tell your mom so she can clean you up. Yes. Chu Lu Feng nodded his head with a bad smile. I get it. As long as I don't go behind Auntie Xing's back, it's fine. Auntie Xing can come along too. I'm still young. I can handle it. Ha! Xing-san cocked her head, her small fists already clenched. She slowly got up and came in front of Chu Lu Feng, looked at him condescendingly. He then kicked off his high heels, raised his foot, and stepped on Chu Lu Feng. Chu, stream, Feng, you've gotten bold. You dare to molest your aunt. Do you believe I'm going to tell your mom right now? Saying her own son is a little disrespectful to his mom's BFF. Chu Lu Feng looked at the jade foot that stepped on his chest. After taking a deep breath, slowly, he raised his hands. Raising your hand is not an apology. But Auntie Xing, you still need more practice. It's a painless stomp. Who's ever been afraid? Half an hour later, a pink Bentley pulled out of the villa. Head straight for an upscale restaurant with a beautiful setting and quiet atmosphere. There's already a rich aunt waiting there. After arriving at a quiet box with a very high level of privacy, Chu Lu Feng met the rich woman herself. Not the brainy, heavily made up, old, ugly woman he was thinking of. Instead, this little rich girl with a slimmer frame. Her pretty face was covered with a blush, and she looked very beautiful, although her height was probably only around 1 m 6'2", and her figure was not as unbelievable as Xing-san's, but it's also sprinkled with maturity. Most of all, she really is a fine branch of fruitfulness, and it's pretty amazing. A charming standard beautiful young woman face, although it was not quite the same as Auntie Xing's face, but the beauty of a mature woman. All of it made Chu Lu Feng's heart tremble very much. She seemed a little drunk though, with a couple empty bottles in front of her and a slightly drunken red face. Little Feng, let me introduce you. This aunt is called Li Mengxi. The family has a dozen houses that specialize in collecting rent, a dozen buildings, not sets of one with 7 floors. She owns a few buildings all around your Xanadu neighborhood. Chu Lu Feng blinked. A dozen houses waiting for rent? I Lu a sweep just. This is a real rich woman. Gee, I'm sure the circle of rich women are all rich women. Auntie Li. Hello, I'm Chu Lu Feng. Just call me Xiao Feng. Li Mingxi was holding a wineglass with some drunken eyes. After seeing Chu Lu Feng's first glance, eyes instantly lit up like they had found a rare treasure. Li Mingxi instantly stood up, shakily pacing around Chu Lu Feng, her high heels knocking out a crisp sound on the ground, each step carrying a full sense of rhythm. As she walked, she looked Chu Lu Feng up and down, back and forth. The admiration in those eyes was undisguised, as if they were tasting a fine work of art. Little Feng? So handsome. TSK this muscle, this body, so good. Li Mingxi said while her eyes were full of surprise. She put down her wineglass and grabbed Xing-san's jade hand as she wryly said, "Fee big baby I didn't realize you've been eating so well lately. This little hottie is simply charming. Awesome muscles, and at first glance, he knows how to copy rice. Are you feeding little Feng every night now? Can you still eat? I can help you if you can't eat." Chapter 7 Rich woman, want to struggle 20 years less? Want to go to the top of life? Even if Xing-san had that thought, but just to put it bluntly, at the moment, her face was a little too much to handle. But she knew these rich girlfriends of hers. After achieving wealth freedom early on, it's common to meet many young people who don't want to work hard, plus a little more drinking, so it's always been more open in that regard. But they're not just random people, quite the contrary, they are also extremely discerning. If you meet an ordinary young man who doesn't want to work hard, they also have really poisonous mouths and often dislike people so much that they break their defenses and shed tears. It's like, you're ugly, but you think you're pretty, only trash don't want to work hard. And if you're ugly and don't want to work hard, then you can go to hell as a punk or something like that. Open your mouth and it comes out of your mouth. Few could meet their eyes. After all, these are the times. Still in a very modeling eating version. But now, this tastes extremely high in Li Mingxi. The eyes were moist and dripping. It was even more rare to be extremely proactive. Handsome, isn't it? Envious, aren't you? Oomph. You couldn't eat it if you wanted to. This in turn caused an inexplicable sense of pride to suddenly rise in Xing-san's heart. What's the feed? This is my best friend's biological son. The words were not finished. Li Mingxi then stared wide-eyed, as if she had reacquainted herself with an individual. BFF's son? No way. Fee big baby, usually unassuming, I thought you didn't have that fetish. I didn't realize you were actually having such an exciting time. No, I want to play this kind too. Fee, good Fee. We're kind of good girlfriends aren't we? As she spoke, she suddenly became dizzy and leaned towards Chu Lu Feng. Handsome boy? I'm suddenly a little dizzy. Could you please help me to the bathroom? Xinjisan. Chu Lu Feng. Tone it down. Normally we fool around even if we're blind. She's still a college student. She's just living with me. College students. Li Mingxi's eyes brightened even more. College life is good. And I miss the days when I was a college student. Xing-san hurriedly pulled her down and sat down. Don't be ridiculous, Little Feng and I are not in the kind of relationship you think we are. I really have something serious to look for you. However, Li Mingxi picked up her wineglass and came to sit on Chu Lu Feng's side, leaned against him affectionately, smiling fondly. Never mind, it's better if it's okay, then I don't have any psychological pressure at all. Originally I still feel a little bit sorry for you for crossing the line. Chu Lu Feng felt that this Li Mingxi was completely blinded by drinking. That's a bit too proactive. Li Mingxi came over while taking off her small shoulder jacket. However, this rich woman does take care of herself. Her body still smells good, and her every move has a unique little fragrance that smells especially good. What's the matter with you, handsome? You can't believe you can stand living with such a gorgeous girl? Don't be a silver lining, do you? It would be a shame to look good. Chu Lu Feng, I can't? What's the point of looking at it? He laughed in exasperation. I really want to let this Li Mingxi taste his power now. Let her know why the chrysanthemums are red like that. Li, dream, hey, if you molest my little Feng again, believe it or not, I'll rip your mouth off. Looking at Xing gritting her teeth and looking like she was going to rush over with anxious eyes. It was only then that Li Mingxi spat out her tongue and forced herself to be more serious. Which mouth do you want to rip? How rude to tear it. I think you can kiss my mouth to pieces. Come mouth one, my big baby. With that, he beamed and came over. Xing really had the urge to slap this hungry wine mongrel, but she also knew this was just Li Mingxi talking for fun. She didn't really have any other bad thoughts in her heart. Seeing Xing face full of helplessness, yay! Li Mingxi suddenly looked like a female general who had won a battle and raised the bottle of wine and compared it to a yak. Humph, there's nothing to say. All your little maple? Still saying you're not together? Trying to lie to me? That's no way. But this does not blame you. I understand you, husband and abroad. And he met such a little handsome. Who can not help it? Human nature. You don't worry. I'll absolutely keep my mouth shut. Whichever mouth is closed. Li Mingxi suddenly kicked off a pair of red-soled high heels, and her two slender calves curled up on the soft seat, looking sideways at Chu Lu Feng. It was then that Chu Lu Feng noticed. This woman's body is so well proportioned it's almost impossible to tell, although the height is also 162, but a pair of legs slim and slender. Skin is very white, between the knitted brows and the smile, there is a lot of flavor. She got close to Chu Lu Feng, her slender fingers lifted Chu Lu Feng's chin and drunkenly said, "Right little handsome, tell me, is my big baby crazy? I've known her for years and it's the first time I've seen her bring a man over. I'm telling you, I always thought he was a cold last name before." Ah, Li, dream, hey, Xing couldn't hold back any longer and rushed over, and the two women quickly twisted together to entangle themselves. Grandmaster once said that he liked to watch women fight the most. The scene was, indeed, very fragrant. After a snort, Li Mingxi hastily fell to her knees and begged for forgiveness, wiped the fragrant sweat from her forehead. It was only then that Li Mingxi suddenly got serious. You two, really weren't together? Xing was panting, and because of the scuffle, a fine layer of fragrant sweat permeated her face. Nope, yes, ha, since you didn't bag this little hottie, then don't blame me for crossing the line. Yo, want to take a shortcut, little handsome? Want to struggle for 20 years less? Want to go to the top of your life? Do you see how nice Auntie's legs look? Yikes, why are my black stockings hooked? I blame Thee's big baby for tearing them up for me, but I have a new pair in my bag. Can I trouble the little dudes to change them for me? Youngsters these days are good for this black silk legs. Come and touch it. Don't be shy. Be bold. Auntie will let you bully her any way you want. Don't you like it? Auntie also has bright silk ones, gradient ones, thick pantyhose, and net stockings. Which one do you like? Auntie can wear them all for you to see. Chu Lu Feng leaned against the wall. Inevitably, he raised his hands. The eyes that looked at Xing were as innocent as a white rabbit. He couldn't contain the feeling of excitement in his heart though. This big rich girl is really too open in her words, but he was also aware of the fact that he only needed to look slightly impressed. Then Auntie Xing would probably be especially disappointed in herself. Rich women are beautiful, but Auntie Xing smells even better. Endure yourself for a better tomorrow. Seeing Li Mingxi who was like an octopus and kept coming up, Xing had a cold face. Take your stinky feet down. They're almost in Feng's mouth. It's going to stink people up. Stink? Who said it stinks? I'm so well maintained. How white and tender. I don't know how many people want to eat it. Li Mingxi grinned widely, took off her half-leg stockings, revealing a pair of snow-white, smooth thighs. Just this. For some people, it's good for 3 bowls of rice. Xing held her forehead for a moment. Originally, bringing Chu Lu Feng here was to give her strength, but now it feels like it was a complete mistake to bring him. It has the feel of a sheep in a tiger's den. This circle of rich women on their own is so starving. Chapter 8, the rich woman moves hard, a feeling of being held by her father. That won't do. Put it down for me. Xing-san helplessly helped Li Mingxi sit upright, smoothing her short skirt, which had bucked and flipped up, before sitting down with a helpless look on her face. This wine mongoose has a fever again. Li Mingxi suddenly wryly giggled in a demented manner. Look at that look in your eyes. And you're saying it's okay? Hell no. Okay, no more teasing your little boyfriend. Handsome boy, pour auntie a glass of wine. Chu Lu Feng picked up the bottle of wine. Fill a glass for Li Mingxi. She took it and after taking a sip, she gently bit her red lips and threw a wink at Chu Lu Feng. The wine poured by the little handsome man is just delicious. Hiccup, not bad for a mature beauty. It looks very flattering between the knitted brows and the smile. It's almost like a natural beauty. Li Mingxi was lying on the table, her head drooping, a little dizzy, and the words she said were a little sputtering. Say, Fee big baby, what is it that you want to see me about all of a sudden today? Borrow money? Ha? Li Mingxi instantly widened her eyes. Baby, you're actually going to be poor with money? Alright, how much to borrow? Fee baby, you make a number. Li Ruoshi was confident and was already ready to pull out her cell phone to transfer money. Xing-san was a bit tongue-tied. 1 billion. How much? $100 million. Li Mingxi immediately shrunk her head, and her small fragrant shoulders squeezed Chu Lu Feng. Then you might as well borrow from your little boyfriend. He's got hundreds of millions. Xing-san instantly rolled her eyes, but she had stopped rejecting the title of little boyfriend and didn't bother planning to correct it. It's good to misunderstand anyway. Otherwise, this starving woman in front of her was afraid that she would want to eat little Feng alive right now. How much can you borrow now? I almost have money on hand in a hurry. Auntie Xing's tone carried a bit of anxiety and helplessness. Li Mingxi shook her head. Her drunken eyes were hazy, and her slurred voice was a strain to hear. Borrowing $100 million, you said earlier that I still had it, but now I definitely don't have that much law. But well, if you're only borrowing a couple million, I can transfer it to you right now. People's nature is always like to reconcile the compromise. For example, if you say that this house is too dark, you must open a window here. People must disagree. However, if you advocate removing the roof, they will come to reconcile and be willing to open a window instead. Xing-san naturally understood this in her heart, though she didn't want to, but there's no way around it. She's just so short of money. If you ask to borrow $10 million right off the bat, you definitely won't be able to borrow that much. Borrowing $100 million, well, at least there's room for bargaining. As it is now, $10 million, right? Do you have $10 million? I'll pay you back in 3 years, and you set the interest. Xing-san gritted her teeth and stated her target amount. Li Mingxi asked curiously with a puzzled face. What are you doing? What's the matter? Got sick of being a rich wife at home and want to come out and find something to do? Xing-san sighed, but she just shook her head and said nothing. You can't talk about that kind of thing going on inside the family. For sure. Having said that, then the money may not be borrowed for a penny. After all, now that all the houses and cars you can mortgage are mortgaged, it's impossible to squeeze half a dime out of them. Seeing the situation, Daryl Lee just shook his head. It didn't continue to plumb the depths. She was on the verge of getting drunk in Chu Lu Feng's arms. Fee big baby, I'm not looking for excuses, yo. It's just that lately I'm also very tight in my hands. I'm talking about a big project that's going to cost me lots and lots of money. Hearing these words, Xing-san's heart immediately tightened. Then you still have money. It's only $10 million. I'm sure I still have it. However, good your manly little boyfriend lent me 2 days to play how. I really like him so much. Sleeping in his arms has a cozy feeling of being held by daddy. It's so reassuring. I've never felt like this before. I promise not to play him badly. Hear that? Xing-san's face turned cold. If you put it that way, monsieur, then we don't even have to be sisters anymore. She is short of money, but not so lacking as to let a latecomer sell himself to pay his debts. After all, this was her business anyways. Chu Lu Feng was innocent. Li Mingxi was still leaning on Chu Lu Feng's chest, looking at Xing-san's cold face, first froze for a moment, and then laughed out. She waved her hand as if to dispel the hint of unpleasantness she had just experienced. Okay, just kidding. See how nervous you are. I was just kidding. How could I really borrow your little boyfriend? Li Mingxi said while sitting up straight. The eyes cleared a few moments as well. No longer as drunk as he was a moment ago. Big baby, we have been friends for so many years. If you are in trouble, I definitely can't ignore it. Li Mingxi's tone became serious. $10 million is $10 million. I'll go back and prepare it and transfer the money to you in a couple days. I'm not going to ask you what you're doing with the money if you don't want to talk about it. Anyway, take your time and come to me when you're really desperate. I don't have much else, but a lot of houses, so you can live wherever you want. Hear that? Xing-san also felt that her attitude just now was too raw and cold. He was moved to nod, but the touch didn't last 3 seconds. Her expression then froze instantly. because Li Mingxi suddenly regained her drunken demented girl expression. With a silly smile on his face, he arched around in Chu Lu Feng's arms. Ah, but I'll take some interest first, so you can't talk about me anymore. Handsome boy, do you think Auntie looks good? Does Auntie have thin legs? Want to touch it? You're in really great shape. Chu Lu Feng spread his hands innocently. And Xing, says he didn't do anything. One is passive. See this scene. A wave of guilt suddenly rose in Xing-Isan's heart. LOL. Little Feng Auntie Xing is sorry for you. Auntie Xing will slowly make it up to you later. You'll have to commiserate for now. After all, Li Mingxi was now drunk and delirious, and had done herself such a huge favor. One can't say anything about it in a sensible way. Only, watch and see. Auntie Xing suddenly felt some jealousy and discomfort in her heart. Just arch casually. You demented girl. Hey. She rolled her head and averted her eyes, deflating unhappily. I've never even arched like this myself. The next rich woman's innings. Definitely can't let Chu Lu Feng follow. Otherwise I'm really afraid that he'll be eaten up by those wannabe hooves. Hey. Make up for it any way you can. The little handsome man smells so good. Li Mingxi's eyes curved up, arching around excitedly like a child. Chu Lu Feng was all helpless. Not much longer. A light snore went up. The alcohol kicked in and she had fallen asleep on Chu Lu Feng's neck. It was like a beautiful dream, with a light smile at the corners of his mouth. Suddenly, Dad, I miss you so much. Li Mingxi let out a few slurred sleepy sounds. Chu Lu Feng tried to carry her down, but instead, Li Mingxi backhanded it and hooked it around her neck. The whole thing hung onto him like a wombat. The two white and delicate calves were still clamped tightly around his male dog's waist. Don't, Dad, don't leave me. Aunt Xing, this is, Chu Lu Feng asked in a small voice. How did Li Mingxi, who was shrinking into a ball in his arms, give him a feeling of holding his daughter? And, it's a tonic, really tonic so-called. If it wasn't for Xing-Isan, Chu Lu Feng really didn't want to endure it for a moment. Damn, these ripe, gorgeous, rich women, one day at a time is just tickling. Ugh, this stupid woman. Xing-Isan frowned slightly and hesitated before explaining. Her mom left when Manhwa was very young, and her dad, who went on to marry several other wives, and the fact that she's a daughter didn't even bother him much. She was often bullied when she was a child. Since childhood, she has longed for the protection of her father's love, but until the day his father left, the relationship between the two fathers and daughters are very tense. The specifics of the situation I'm not too clear. Anyway, it's dream she is very insecure. Every night she cannot sleep, can only rely on alcohol to fall asleep, but usually it's alright, as long as she is drinking alcohol. A little bit of loss of temperament, called everything, Daddy, Master, anyway, a very crazy woman. Geez, don't you care what she calls you? It's all fake anyway, just have fun listening to it and hold her for a while. Xing-Isan didn't know what to say. The more a person lacks something, the more they crave it. For someone who has never felt a father's love, what she craves is actually quite simple. But such knots of the heart, are hard to untie. At least that's what she thought. After all, it's not like his dad is going to pop out of his coffin, or really let Chu Lu Feng to be his daddy. Let her feel what it's like to be protected by a father's love. It's impossible. Chapter 9, Shy Little Rich Girl. Auntie Xing's wonderful brainstorm. You hold it, let's get her home. What's the point of sleeping here? Xing-Isan shook her head helplessly, picked up the red-soled heels and torn black silk on the floor, walked out of the booth. Chu Lu Feng held the petite Li Mingxi and followed closely behind. After the physical enhancement, he was now able to hold Li Mingxi's small waist with one hand. The two are not even in the same magnitude of size, so it gave Chu Lu Feng a feeling that he was really hugging his little daughter. But this rich woman just knows how to take care of herself. Even after drinking too much, this woman's body didn't stink and still gave off a refreshing fragrance. Such a flavor made Chu Lu Feng addicted. Very much tickles his hormones. Auntie Xing, is Auntie Li usually this crazy? Suddenly, Chu Lu Feng coldly opened his mouth. Xing-Isan, who was walking in front, did not savor the significance that this sentence implied and returned carelessly. Not really, Manhwa would drink a lot, but not as drunk as today. Maybe there's something on her mind today. She wouldn't be so crazy if there were outsiders around. And like I said, she's insecure and usually only gets drunk and acts out of character when she's in her house. I remember one time when I was drinking at her house, she got drunk and cried and hugged me and yelled for her mommy all the time. It was unbearable. Xing-Isan had already opened the Bentley's door, frowning and thought, it wasn't appropriate to leave Li Mingxi in the back seat like that, so let Chu Lu Feng work hard. Got in the back seat together and cuddled all the way up. Then Xing-Isan drove out of the parking lot and headed straight towards Li Mingxi's house. However, she doesn't usually have any contact with strangers, and it's the first time I've seen her so close to you since you met today. Probably thinks you're a brat and is molesting you. Just don't take anything she says seriously anyway. Little Feng, your Auntie Lee is asleep. Pay more attention. If you want to vomit, you can vomit anywhere else in the car. Don't let her vomit on you. It stinks. Looking at Li Mingxi, who buried her head on her chest and didn't move. As a kid? Sure it wasn't taken as something else? And, are you asleep? Really asleep? Chu Lufeng's fingers moved slightly, and his expression nodded with a somewhat strange expression. I know, Aunt Xing, you drive, all the way. Li Mingxi didn't sleep very peacefully. The whole person was attached to Chu Lufeng's body, rubbing over and over as the vehicle swung. However, her petite figure was perfectly proportioned, and her entire body was able to shrink in Chu Lufeng's arms, plus the skin is very delicate and feels good in the hand. Instead, it allowed Chu Lufeng to have a hard time. Half an hour later, the Bentley stopped in front of a single house. Another villa. Ha, Aunt Xing, is it already all Dabino as the standard for your circle of rich women? Xingi-san led the way and casually returned. Hey, have you forgotten what Manhwa does for a living? Landlady, isn't it normal to have a villa? In the past, your Auntie Lee's family started out in real estate, and the real estate industry spread all over the world. Only then her father died, and the dozen or so children born to several of her aunts got into a bloodbath in order to compete for the family fortune. Your Auntie Lee is too lazy to fight with them, plus she can't manage too many properties, so she just casually asked for a dozen or so apartments in the country and settled down to be a chartered wife. Otherwise, if she were to fight, she could fight for a dozen of these villas over here. But on this point of industry, your Auntie Lee are often complaining that the day of rent collection every month is too painful to be received from morning to night, tired to death. Is that ing human? Simply trenchant. Even now real estate has fallen quite a bit, but it didn't have much effect on Li Mingxi either. After all, she doesn't sell her house, she just rents it out, so it's still profitable. Unlock it, wine monster demented woman, pinched Li Mingxi's little red cheeks. Only then did she look up in confusion and unlock the door with her face. Well, this villa is about the same size as Xingishan's, but the setup was cool. To put it simply, it lacks a human odor. It's like a model home with a lavish layout, but it just gives you a very lonely and isolated feeling. Not like a home. It feels like it would be depressing to live there for a long time. Not at all the human wifey flavor of Xingishan's place. Auntie Lee isn't married? No. Xingi-san walked lightly in front to lead the way towards the second-floor bedroom. She was afraid that if she met one who was as emotionally weak as his father, she would leave the child with a lifetime of shadows, just like her. So she just didn't get married and went straight to being alone. No wonder. Blame what? Chu Lufeng shook his head. Nothing. Xingi-san turned back. Together with Chu Lufeng, they gently placed Li Mingxi on the large soft bed. Wine monkey, we'll go first. Call me if you need anything, haha. Xingi-san patted her smooth drunken red face. Then together with Chu Lufeng, they left the villa. After the pink Bentley sped away, Li Ruoshi in the bedroom of the villa did not know when she had already woken up, and also leaned in front of the window, eyes ghostly looking at the Bentley's trail until it gradually disappeared in front of their eyes, after never being seen again. It was only then that she seemed to come back to her senses. It was as if the strength had been drained from his body all at once. Moving sluggishly, he drew the curtains. She leaned her back helplessly against the wall and slid slowly down it, her legs buckling as she sat down on the floor, hands clasped tightly around his white knees, as if that was the only way to give himself some sense of security. The head was buried deep as well, and the whole thing curled up into a ball. Why is this happening? Li Mingxi's cheeks rolled as if burned by fire, her heart shy and incredulous, because just now, she had actually been pacified by Chu Lufeng, really felt more at ease than ever, even drifted off to sleep and had a brief but fantastical dream. It was like dreaming back to being a child, the feeling of being held in the wide, warm arms of an adult. It was a sense of security that I had never felt before. It was the peace of mind she had longed for decades, but to her great surprise, one never dreams of one's father. After all, the relationship between the two fathers and daughters had been strained since she was born a stranger. How come now? And, even more difficult for her to say, at the end of the dream, my father's face, which had long been blurred in his memory, slowly changed and gradually transformed into this strange man she met on the first day. It woke her up with a start, then realizing that he was still being held by Chu Lufeng, inexplicably a terrified and nervous heart suddenly calmed down. That embrace, it was so warm and strong, it made her unable to control sending a few at all, so much so that it's still in the car. Next time, the villa was quiet, a solitude even. It looks dead. Only in that dimly lit bedroom, there was a rustling sound. Chu, stream, maple. Li Mingxi murmured the name, her eyes slowly closing, a light fluttering of her long, curly eyelashes. In the quiet, she thought about the bumpy ride. The red lips were slightly open. Maple, what a beautiful name. A thin, mosquito-like murmur rang out. The Bentley. Shingi-san had been concentrating on driving the car, when suddenly, she caught a glimpse of her afterimage. Looking at Chu Lu Feng's side face, his brows instantly furrowed. "Aunt Xing, what's wrong?" Chu Lu Feng noticed the movement very keenly, but Shingi-san just frowned slightly and didn't say anything. After driving to the lake, the two got out of the car. A gentle cool breeze comes over you. Shingi-san looked at Chu Lu Feng's neck. It was full of lipstick marks, kissing his entire neck red. Not even on the chin. This is not a kiss. This is completely hugging and nibbling. Needless to say, this must be the lipstick mark left behind by the winemonger Li Mingxi. The tofu was all eaten up by this demented woman. Watch and see. Shingi-san's eyes slowly reddened. 2 lines of clear tears, like pearls that have fallen off the line, rolled down in a puff of smoke. There was a sob in his voice too, full of helplessness and vulnerability. "Little Feng, it's all Auntie's fault. Auntie is sorry for letting you suffer. I've never begged much in my life, and the thought of having to face this scares the hell out of me. But I don't know why, but as soon as I think of you by my side, I feel like I have something to fall back on, and I'm very much in my element." She trembled slightly and raised a hand to wipe her tears carelessly, full of self-loathing. "It's all Auntie's fault. It's Auntie's uselessness that got you involved and made you follow me through all this. You shouldn't have had to endure all this in the first place. It's all Auntie's fault. If I didn't know so much money, I wouldn't have come begging, and I wouldn't have let you." Little Feng, you must not feel good in your heart either, being bullied so much by an old woman who was around older than you, just for the sake of your aunt. You've been strong and endured without complaining, right, Chu Lu Feng? And so on, and so on. Stop. The words, he recognized, but why they were strung together was a little beyond him. What do you mean he was bullied? Aggrieved? Isn't he eating tofu for nothing? What kind of aggression? Chapter 10, a little secret between Auntie Xing and me. But Xing clearly thinks otherwise. She was still drowning in her own load of guilt and self-loathing. Little Feng, Auntie knows that you have always been a very understanding and good boy. It's all for the sake of Auntie. That's why you endured being bullied by Li Mingxi, that winemonger, and didn't say anything. In fact, you must be uncomfortable in your heart. No, I'm not. I'm cool as hell. Please, Auntie Xing, don't make it up in your head, okay? And, who's bullying who? Anyway, Chu Lu Feng rubbed the tips of his thumb and middle ring finger against each other without any trace. He was having so much fun in the car just now. Old exciting. But Shingi-san still said to herself, if you don't feel well in your heart, say so. Auntie is afraid that if you keep it in your heart, it won't be good for your body. Chu Lu Feng scratched his head. He really didn't know what to say. After all, Li Mingxi wasn't ugly. It could even be said to be absolutely beautiful, and it was also to his liking. It's not a bad wave at all. But look at Shingi-san's expression. It seemed as if she couldn't get over it in her mind if she didn't whine a little bit today. Available at. There's really not much to say for yourself. Aunt Xing, don't think too much. I'm really fine. Chu Lu Feng held Shingi-san's fragrant shoulders and looked at her fixedly. And we're family. What's the point of saying this? It's too outgoing. I'm really fine. Aunt Xing, don't think blindly. Shingi-san looked at Chu Lu Feng fixedly, knowing that he was being relieved. After all, who likes an older woman in her 30s or 40s? Don't those young, beautiful 18-year-old girls smell good? Like delicate flowers. It exudes youthful vigor and charm all over. An irresistible temptation for any man, not to mention a young man like Chu Lu Feng. Thinking of this, Shingi-san's throat felt like it was choked by something. Feng, if I didn't have you today, I really don't know how I'd face this. Who likes women in their 30s and 40s? Come on, this ripe A8, it's his favorite. Okay. Chu Lu Feng shook his head and said gently, Aunt Xing, don't say that. I said I'll always be with you, now and in the future. Shingi-san was moved to tears. In a sea of struggling thoughts, it seemed to have finally made up its mind, and the wavering pupils flashed with a firmness. She gathered her courage and raised her head, looking at Chu Lu Feng's gentle, hard and handsome face, her voice trembling a little. Little Feng, this matter, you mustn't tell your mom, and you mustn't let anyone know. Chu Lu Feng nodded. Don't worry, I won't let mom know, or she'll be sure to tell me again. He thought it was because Aunt Xing was afraid that she was molested after this was known by his mom, and then both get a hard lesson. But obviously, he spoke prematurely. Shingi-san's mouthful of shell teeth clenched her red lips, one word at a time like it was coming out of his teeth. Just a little secret between the two of us. Hear that? Chu Lu Feng slowly typed out a number. Wait, what seems to be wrong? It was as if he had intended something wrong. Little secret? Shingi-san took a deep breath, pursed her lips, and lowered her head, not daring to look at Chu Lu Feng's eyes, but the crystalline ears were reddening, clearly revealing her nervousness. Auntie knows that you are still young and virile. I love reading health and wellness tips, and I know that. What? for a long time. It's not good for the body. And Xing, in fact, my body didn't. Night, come to my room at night, I can help you, but you must keep this secret. If anyone knows, especially your mom, I won't have the face to live. Chu Feng, not Auntie Xing, you brainstorm, isn't it great too? The second half of his sentence, actually, I'm physically fine at all. I almost said it. Luckily, I'm suspicious by nature and speak slowly. It's hard to even think about what you'll miss out on otherwise. Hell, I didn't know it was this kind of unfolding. Hell, I didn't know that Aunt Xing's little brain was actually thinking about these things. Xing-san blushed to drip water. Her heart was both embarrassed and shy, but there was an inexplicable back to stab. It felt like a heart was going to thump out. Turning his head, he pretended to look at the lake. Not daring to look at Chu Feng's eyes at all, he asked carelessly, "It's actually what?" After Chu Feng took a deep breath, he said with a grave expression, "Actually, it's actually really bad for your health after being like this for so long. I'm feeling bad right now." Xing-san snapped her head down. She knew it. After all, he was also well educated, and that health and wellness secrets he had been turning over. It's better to block than to lead. Sooner or later, if you keep plugging away, something will go terribly wrong. Originally, young men of that age were bloodthirsty and strong, and something about going to bed every night thinking about me. Xing-san was still quite confident in her figure and attractiveness, plus Chu Feng's physique is still different from normal people, which is still what she saw with her own eyes. But his mom is going through menopause and gives a thinly veiled order that she is not ready for a relationship. Isn't this pushing Chu Feng to the brink of extinction? If he gets an impulse, a brain, if you do something illegal, won't your life be ruined? Even if it's repressed for too long. Hence the change in orientation to light glasses round face complexion. That's just a big sin. So to avoid that kind of thing, even if this isn't right, he needs to be allowed to relieve the pressure. Make sure Keith's orientation is in the right track. In a burst of brainstorming, her own behavior seemed to make sense. Xing-san's eyes slowly became determined as well. It is right to do this on your own. Totally true. Is it hard now? But there are so many people here now. Xing-san craned her head to look at it. It was a pretty nice day, so there were a lot of people coming to the lake. She just can't help it now if she has the heart. Looking at Aunt Xing's adorable appearance of nervousness and panic, not knowing what to do, Chu Feng suddenly laughed a little. Just kidding, Auntie Xing. I can still hold out. Let's talk about it tonight. And don't we still have to visit the others? Just Auntie Lee's $10 million isn't quite enough to pay back. Little Feng, the matter of borrowing money is not urgent for the moment. Her beautiful eyes looked around for a while, her expression anxious. Shall I go and see where there's a restroom? Xing-san suddenly said a word that made Chu Feng unexpected. That's the kind of person she is. You're good to her, and she hates to pay you back for your goodness out of her heart. All she could think about right now was how to make Chu Feng release the aggression she had held in her heart. How to make him feel happy. Not at all a certain type of fairy nowadays who, after being brainwashed and poisoned by all kinds of female fists, has developed a kind of you're nice to her? She looks like she takes it completely for granted. Of course, there is a third category. You're too good to me. I'll whack you too. Toilet. Chu Feng's eyes lit up and his heart was on fire. Is this really okay? There was one thing to say. He was genuinely heartened, and also never thought that Auntie Xing would be so bold. It's broad daylight. But looking at Aunt Xing's nervous and worried appearance, he still held Xing-san's small hand, which was ice cold, as if he was touching a piece of white jade with a delicate texture, and it felt very good in his hand. Aunt Xing, don't look for a toilet. The public toilet outside is dirty. There's no rush. I can still hold out. Let's take it slow tonight. But, no buts. Well, that's it. It's a long night. Let's take our time. Chu Feng refused categorically. What a joke. If we go now, it was a long night. So what excuse should I take to go to Aunt Xing's fragrant room? A sesame seed, and a watermelon. Naturally, there is no need to say what is more important than what is less important. Chapter 11 Feelings of Severe Mental Contamination. Late, evening would be fine. It's just that I'm worried you'll be struggling right now. Seeing Chu Feng so resolute, Xing-san also suddenly came back to her senses, and her originally charming and moving eyes instantly flashed with a hint of unnaturalness, blushing to the point of dripping. What did I just say? Toilet? I can't believe I said I had to go to the bathroom. Blame it on your own group of rich women who play with flowers, hanging out with the girls. Often, I listen to them tell dirty stories with a raised eyebrow. What buying clothes in the fitting room going to the restroom at the mall, when watching a movie, in a deserted classroom with my college dog. She hadn't experienced any of this though, but with this ear to the ground, those bold ideas took root in her mind without her realizing it, so it was surprising that it came out subconsciously just now. She was full of shyness and blushed as tantalizingly as a peach. But, just then, Aunt Xing looked like she suddenly thought of something. Her fingers unconsciously clenched the corner of her coat, her fingertips slightly white from the force, her whole hand trembling gently. She was filled with trepidation and anxiety. If I say this, will it leave a bad impression in Xiao Feng's heart? If he thinks he's not as dignified and noble on the inside as he is on the outside? Bones is actually quite silver. Maru's spice. The sky is falling. Hesitated for a while. Only then did she cautiously raise her head, her gaze timidly looking towards Chu Lu Feng. Okay. There was nothing unusual about Chu Lu Feng's expression. The eyes were unfocused though, as if they were thinking about something. Seeing this scene, this is when she breathed a sigh of relief. Xiao, little Feng I'll just go meet some friends by myself in a while. You don't have to go. Xing-yi-san's cheeks were scarlet, and her voice was slightly trembling with a few unnatural moments of panic. You yourself alone outside to play a while. At night at home obediently wait for me to come back. Okay Lu. Well, that's a good deal then. I'll be off. Her face was full of redness and she didn't even wait for Chu Lu Feng to answer. Almost running back to the Bentley, a foot on the gas directly slipped without smoke. As for the reason for not bringing Chu Lu Feng, or are you afraid of meeting a drunken mongrel like Li Mingxi? She already felt guilty inside. Despite borrowing money, this made her embarrassed and apprehensive. But there was no way around it. It was supposed to be her business after all. There was simply no need to involve the innocent Chu Lu Feng and do something he didn't want. Hey, Aunt Xing. Chu Lu Feng had just returned to his senses. Just listening to Aunt Xing gibbering, the whole person ran straight out of sight. This made him burst into tears. Looking in the direction Xing-yi-san left, he shook his head helplessly. It's all a bunch of extremely well-maintained, ripe, gorgeous, rich women. How could anyone not? Hey, it's just Aunt Xing who thinks I'm reluctant. But the people had all gone out of sight, so Chu Lu Feng could only shrug his shoulders and stroll down the street. Since I don't have to help Aunt Xing now, he was thinking, what to do to make money through your own system. After all, one can see through. Whether it's buying scratch-offs, or going to the poker table, or gambling on rocks or whatever, you can make a killing, no matter how you choose to do it. Making tens of millions of dollars is as easy as sprinkling as it is playing. But there's no way to tell Xing-yi-san about this. Let her borrow some money from her own circle of rich women first. When the back couldn't hold up, it wasn't too late to take care of it yourself. And it's a good way to brush up on Aunt Xing's favoritism. It's earned any way you do it. And this system of his own is a day-to-day system. You can get a lot of benefits just by doing good deeds, and even get superpowers. You can already see through it now. What it will be in the future is simply unthinkable. Speaking of perspective, when he first walked down the street, he subconsciously drove it for a while. This look. Chu Lu Feng then sighed in awe. Hate to gouge my own eyeballs out. Just by looking at it for such a short while, he felt that he had been greatly mentally polluted. Taking a double blow to the mind and body, he saw a well-dressed elite man in a suit. A dry inch looks extremely sharp and his features are manly, handsome, holding a briefcase, wearing an expensive wristwatch, with a straight posture and a strong stride. He walks with a tiger's wind through the crowd. Looks like a successful man. Stands out in a crowd. It also draws a lot of stares. On the outside, of course, if Chu Lu Feng hadn't seen that he had actually locked himself up. Completely unimaginable. He locked himself up. I'm not going to be able to do that. It didn't take long. He walked into a hotel afterward. I don't know what happened. Direct confrontation with an equally sophisticated man in an equally sophisticated suit inside who has been waiting for a long time. The two men were agitated and at odds with each other. There was a heated verbal argument about something, accompanied by pushing and shoving, in which this refined man in his suit ends up in the middle of a heated argument. Emotions got out of hand and he eventually fell to his knees with a shaky voice. No dude, you're ing. Ha, hot eyes. Where did this lead me? Had we come to the place that abounds in spectacled bearded round faces? Feeling sick to his stomach, Chu Lu Feng twisted his head, planning on checking out some beauties to feed your eyes. Painted in delicate full makeup, wearing a nice JK dress, little leather shoes, half-legged pantyhose, snow-white thighs, and unbelievably cute in every move. Beeping and hooking his legs, he tapped their left and right. Ouch, cute as hell. Raising their hands and feet to show their youthful vigor, overflowing with full of the girl's atmosphere. It's a wide-eyed girl any way you look at it. Receive passers-by to at VX will also be shy blush. Stammering head down, do not dare to speak. Simply adorable. If Chu Lu Feng didn't know perspective, this beauty will soothe his broken little heart. But there are no ifs. You a softie, you actually have a pet and a ing eagle. That's a bit much, isn't it? Chu Lu Feng's still appreciative expression instantly numbed. This ing is actually a little south beam. Up. He suddenly had the urge to gouge his eyeballs out. I'm sorry. I took the liberty. Chu Lu Feng silently closed his eyes. Resist the urge to spit blood. The world is going to hell in a handbasket. Exterminator. I was wrong about you. You come back. I'll help you fight Iron Man this time. After being continuously subjected to severe mental pollution, Chu Lu Feng no longer dared to casually open his perspective. Afraid of seeing something incredible again, he suddenly felt that he still knew too little about the world. It was just too strange. How can people do this? At least they shouldn't. He felt goosebumps, just as Chu Lu Feng was digesting the spiritual pollution he had received while doing so. Suddenly, Chu Lu Feng, I can't believe I'm seeing you here. An energetic, crisp and pleasant voice suddenly rang out. Chu Lu Feng turned back his head numbly. Subconsciously, he looked down. Such sexy long legs. Sister, step on. Ahem. What came into view was a pair of long, plump, slender legs, topped with a pair of gray, high-stretch shark pants that strained out the contours of full muscles, and a pair of white athletic boots over cotton, long, white socks. The top half of her body was just a snug-fitting sports tank top with a gray sports jacket over it, a simple outfit that outlined her tight, sexy, exploding figure just right. That wheat-colored skin shimmered healthily in the sunlight, simply tied in a corn-colored high ponytail, a few strands of broken hair plastered to her bare forehead, and a sun hat. There is an innate Englishness between his eyebrows, especially the glowing eyes, which are full of metal, look very beautiful. Melon face, knife ring ear, agar nose, sandalwood mouth, height of 1.73 m, especially the pair of long legs, almost accounted for the entire height of 2/3. Beauty. Finally, we meet a real big beauty. Finally, it's no longer some rarefied femme fatale. And still, it's Mr. Bao. Long time no see. What a coincidence. Chu Lu Feng's eyes lit up. The vivacious, capable, metrosexual beauty in front of me was no one else. It was his college gym teacher, Su Jingyun. Chapter 12, Can I touch your pecs? Mr. Bao. When Su Jingyun heard this, she was first stunned, looked down. Immediately afterward, he glared his eyes out and stomped his foot in feigned anger. Chu Lu Feng, your skin is itching again. Her perky little agaric nose wrinkled adorably, and with a smile on her face, a pair of slender little hands were lightly resting on Chu Lu Feng's waist. Then twist hard. I told you to yell. Grow a pair. Originally, he wanted to see the scene of Chu Lu Feng grinning in pain and begging for mercy, but the touch coming from her fingertips surprised Su Jingyun a little. This Chu Lu Feng kid has a great body, but his body fat percentage shouldn't be that low. He used to have a bit of meat around his waist and belly, but now it's feeling like it's hard to wring up the flesh. Her beautiful eyes dripped, and like a curious baby, she looked Chu Lu Feng up and down. Nice guy. That's when I realized that I hadn't seen you in a few days. Chu Lu Feng's entire person unexpectedly had a great change. Both the temperament and the figure are better than before. The musculature of his body has also become more rigid. Handsome, charismatic piece of work. What's wrong? What's wrong? Chu Lu Feng deliberately put on an innocent look, the corners of his mouth rising slightly as he laughed. Mr. Bao, I know I'm handsome, but I'd be embarrassed if you kept staring at me like that. Su Jingyun cut. Her eyes narrowed into a crescent moon shape with her smile, and that laugh was as clear as a silver bell. That's a nice body, young man, more seductive than before. Ooh. Tell the teacher, where did you go to get the medicine? The effect is too unbelievable. Su Jingyun was very tall, just half a head shorter than Chu Lu Feng. Her body was even more perfect and impeccable. The vest line was clearly visible on her flat and smooth belly, and her body was full of a vigorous sense of vitality. Most of all, it's her personality. She's frank and forthright. She doesn't squirm. The big grin looks great on anyone who sees it. Moreover, she had just retired from the military not long ago, and she wasn't even a few years apart from Chu Lu Feng. Plus it was Chu Lu Feng's college physical education teacher, so the two of them had that ironclad relationship and usually liked to joke with each other. At a glance, the two of them looked quite a good match for each other. Chu Lu Feng straightened his chest. What kind of drugs? Mr. Su, I'm purely natural. If you don't believe me, feel it? When Su Jingyun heard this, her eyes instantly lit up like two little stars. Not at all polite. After a thieving grin, stretching out his small hand, he nonchalantly reached towards Chu Lu Feng's chest. TSK, 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 TSK. Yes. Good practice. Come on, lad. Just keep it up. You're the most handsome lad under the sun. It took a while to touch it. It was only then that Su Jingyun reluctantly withdrew her small hand, her face full of intent. After all, it's on the street, so it's good to be a little more aware of the implications. The corner of Chu Lu Feng's mouth hooked out an evil smile, glancing twice before saying with a bad smile, Mr. Su, you've also practiced your pectoral muscles well. Let me touch them as well. When Su Jingyun heard this, she raised her eyebrows and her eyes dripped. Looking around, he said in a deliberately long voice, Come on, come on. But, kid, let me tell you, I touch you, no offense, but if you dare to touch the teacher on the street, beware of the iron window tears. Oh, she said this while also putting on a mean face and waving her little fists. I can't save you even if you beg your teacher when the time comes. Amount. And indeed, it's the fact that I'm a bit confused about the current form of the version myself. And no, it's not a class. No need to claim a position. Just call me Sister Jin Yoon. I'm not much older than you. It's okay. I think it's more exciting to be called teacher. There's a forbidden thrill to it. Su Jingyun was choked by these words and was momentarily speechless. Her face slightly reddened as she pouted. Wow, you people. You. But if teacher doesn't like it, I can also call Sister Jin Yoon. It's all good. After all, she's beautiful. Never mind. Call it what you like. Su Jingyun tilted her head, her expression suddenly becoming serious. Okay. The small talk will come later. Are you alone now? Got a minute? Why? If Sister Jin Yoon wants to ask me out, I'm definitely free. Hear that? Su Jingyun immediately felt like she had grabbed a life preserver. Both hands clutched onto Chu Lu Feng's arm and shook it vigorously. That's great. I was worried that I couldn't find anyone. How about it? Little Feng student, teacher needs your help now. Can you please do me a favor? Aha, help the teacher move. This caused Chu Lu Feng to be a bit surprised, blinking his eyes and wondering. Moving? Move what? Sister Jin Yoon, you live here? It's far from Xia University, right? Su Jinyun's face collapsed all of a sudden. Yeah, it's far away. I'm getting bored. It's only been a month since school started and I've been late a whole 7 times. 7 times? I can't take it anymore. I'm going to have my paycheck docked at this rate. Then why don't you live in the teacher's apartment? Sister Jin Yoon? Chu Lu Feng scratched his head, his face full of confusion. I came to Xia University came late. The apartment is long gone. The school leader said it was recently to me to think of a way. Let me first rent outside for a few months. Harm. The devil knows how long to wait. Su Jingyun rolled her cute white eyes while saying that. That expression couldn't be more helpless. So why don't you rent a house near Summer University? Chu Lufeng remembered Li Mingxi, that old A8 rich woman. I think she has several buildings for rent near Summerland University. Several buildings. Su Jingyun blanked out and spread her hands, directly opening the pendulum. Brother, I don't have any money. I'm poor. Those rented rooms near Xia University, any one of them will cost 5,000 or 6,000 a month, which is almost worth a month's salary. I can't afford to rent it. No way. You're a gym teacher at Xia University? Is it bad money? Bad as hell. Kid, you think gym teachers get paid well? When Su Jingyun heard this, she sighed and her small face was filled with complaints. Besides, I'm still a trainee teacher now. How can I have money? I've been working for a year and even a toilet here can't afford it. And I don't have a friend in this city who can join me. Why else do you think I'm moving alone? The pain. It's just too painful. She was holding her head like a whiny. Suddenly, Su Jingyun's eyes glowed and she raised her head and wrapped her arms around Chu Lu Feng's shoulders at once. How about this? Teacher needs your help very badly right now. Just say yes or no. Chu Lu Feng glanced down and laughed. It's definitely not a problem. Very good. Little Feng student, very understanding. I approve that you don't have to come to any of your gym classes this semester. Su Jingyun winked mischievously. That won't be necessary. If I can't go to gym class, I won't be able to see such a pretty MS. Su like me, and I'll miss you so much I won't have an appetite to eat. Ha 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 ha. Can. Worthy of being the teacher's favorite good student. Handsome even. Mouth is sweet. Su Jingyun laughed heartily. Come on, let's take you to your teacher's boudoir. It's the first time I've ever invited someone to where I live. Don't look away. The teacher won't be responsible if you get a needle's eye. Su Jingyun greatly grinned as she wrapped her arms around Chu Lu Feng and headed to where she lived. Not at all shy about the status of the relationship between the two. It's like being best buddies from childhood. Chapter 13 Gentlemen love bamboo. Love the way. The two talked and laughed the whole way. Soon after, they arrived at the place where Su Jingyun lived. Chu Lu Feng knew that the place where Su Jingyun lived would not be too good, but also, I really didn't expect it to be an old-fashioned stairwell apartment. The overall pour was clean, but the architecture looks like it's from the last century. Some of the walls were cracked and blackened and yellowed. It's even full of creepers. In some corners cobwebs were up in a big pile. Many of the people in the neighborhood are elderly and out in the sun. Everywhere there is silence and vicissitude. Sister Jin Yoon, this is where you live? What's the matter? The youngest doesn't see it? Su Jingyun led the way in front, her high ponytail swaying in the wind as she said without looking back. That's not true. I just didn't think you'd live so far away. This neighborhood is a bit old. That can't be helped. It's cheap, after all. Teacher, I'm just over $7,000 a month, and I've been late several times this month. Screw it, it hurts my brain to mention it. Su Jingyun beamed in chagrin and reached out her small fist to gently knock her head. So, is that enough? It's enough for personal use, and I don't like to buy expensive things. It's just that, right, my body has accumulated a bit of an old problem because of my training, and I often have to go to the hospital. This Chu Lufeng knew. Athletes in general after retirement, the body is all over the place from the intense training, leaving more or less of an aftermath, especially track and field athletes like Su Jingyun. Their knees and ankles are badly damaged, and this stuff doesn't heal easily yet. Recovery is particularly slow, and it takes time to heal and recuperate. Su Jingyun saved some money and spent it all on this, so life is still lived on a shoestring. So miserable. Sister Jingyun, you don't drive a pain like this or sorry for your white rich beauty temperament. After all, a national second athlete, or a college teacher, a palm is a standard match. Su Jingyun helplessly held her forehead. If it's really standard then please ask them to forgive me. I'm the one pulling the plug. My biggest prayer right now is that I don't get sick or I won't be able to top it. Go upstairs. It's a 5-floor climb. Su Jingyun pulled Chu Liufeng's arm and tugged him towards the building. Just as he stepped into the hallway, a gust of cloudy wind hit him. Even though it was sunny outside, it was chilly in here. Moreover, Chu Lufeng also saw a small thing with his sharp eyes. It's a double ponytail cutie, crawling around on the ground. Sister Jingyun, there are cockroaches, Chu Lufeng kindly reminded. Oh, Su Jingyun's face was expressionless, not even frowning. Lifting her long, round, well-proportioned legs, she stomped her foot right down. Snap, popping sauce. The two-ponytailed cutie was stomped right to death before she could run. Chu Lufeng, Su Jingyun's eyes curved up as she twisted her head and smiled. What happened to the cockroaches? Nothing, just getting stomped to death by a teacher's jade foot. I thought it would be kind of cool for it to die. Su Jingyun's good-looking brows furrowed all of a sudden as she looked at Chu Lufeng with a look of disgust. What a sick fetish you have. A gentleman's fetish. Su Jingyun was amused and gave a small pawn. Big pervert. I don't blame you for not understanding, teacher, but you do seem a bit fierce. The average schoolgirl would have wailed and screamed at the sight of a cockroach. Su Jingyun's chin lifted and she said with a smug look on her face, "What's wrong with that? Teacher, I'm not one of those dainty little schoolgirls, let alone cockroaches. I'd even dare to catch a snake." Suddenly, her eyes rolled back in her head and she smiled brightly with an impish wryness. "Yeah, Kid-san, you seem disappointed? Is it a pity I didn't jump up in fright and jump into your arms?" The corner of her mouth quirked up and she tossed her ponytail, twisting her head to reveal her swan-like jade neck as she laughed. "But if you want, teacher can fulfill you. Come on, do it again." It's as if the playwright is on top of it. Su Jinyun's expression also instantly became pitiful. Hands over his eyes, he cried out at the top of his lungs. "Ah, there's a cockroach. Little Feng student, I'm so scared. Come and help the teacher." Chu Lufeng, it's kind of gross that you're acting like this, Mr. Su, I've got goosebumps. Snap, no big deal about who's disgusting. Su Jingyun had a fierce face and waved her small fists. No mood, get upstairs. With that, she took the lead and stepped onto the stairs. Go ahead. The water snake-like waist twisted, and the plumpness swung from side to side with it. A shudder. It's full of energy and movement. This was the first time Chu Lufeng had gotten this close, and also looked at it from this angle, and was instantly stunned. Have to say, this waist-to-hip ratio of Su Jinyun is also very unbelievable. There's just a different kind of beauty in people who exercise for a long time. Not as delicate as Auntie Xing, the beauty of a small, gentle and virtuous family. Rather, it's a wild, flamboyantly sexy, wild beauty, an unbelievable figure like Su Jinyun. Such beauty, yet living on such a shoestring. It was quite out of Chu Lufeng's expectation. She could easily be a big internet celebrity with millions of followers if she went to make videos and just rubbed her nose in it. After all, in society, many women who can't compare to half of Mr. Su, all of them can go some crooked way and make $100,000 a month. But this also reflects some of Su Jinyun's precious character even more. Teacher, you're twisting this. Makes your heart beat faster. Chu Lufeng felt like the tip of his nose was on it. One could even smell a unique ethereal scent mixed with fragrant sweat from Su Jinyun's body. Ha! Su Jinyun twisted her head and looked condescendingly at Chu Lufeng. There was also a slight blush on her cheeks, but soon recovered that quirky look and wryly said, "All good buddies, let you take advantage. How's that? Warp or not? I think it's okay, and it feels good in my hand. Do you want to try it with a shot?" Saying that, Su Jinyun had a bad smile on her face, and her twisting arc up the stairs was even more exaggerated. Is it really okay? Su Jinyun blankly glanced at Chu Lufeng. What do you say? You can only get one answer to something like that if you ask. No, how stupid you are. The words were not finished. A strong wind was coming. Su Jinyun instantly stared. The white cheeks also immediately flew up in 2 reddish blushes, making them look gorgeous. Shamed and alarmed, he said, "I'll go." Chu Lu Feng, you really came? Chu Lu Feng shrugged his shoulders with an innocent expression. That's true. I'm very obedient. I believe whatever my teacher says, he said with a deliberate shake of his hand and a cheap grin. Welp, so disgusting and underhanded. Unsurprisingly, it once again gave Su Jingyun's face full of disgust. I tell you, only the teacher I see you honest, and long so handsome, change other people dare to be so disgusting. I would have kicked him off, honestly? Chu Lu Feng touched his nose, crying and laughing. I never thought that one day this term would be used to describe myself. Su Jingyun's eyes were flustered and her pretty face was red as she snapped. Okay, look at you getting comfortable. Cool, it feels good, doesn't it? It's really good, but not much over the top. Still want a few slaps. That's enough you. Su Jingyun hastily twisted her body, her hands tightly covering her full round tons as she ranted. This was just returned to you. I don't like to owe people things. You let me feel your pecs. I ate your tofu, so consider this return to you. But want some more slaps? That's boyfriend status. What? You want to be a teacher's boyfriend? Chapter 14, Big deal to be a father for once. Let the old A8 feel the father's love properly, said. Su Jingyun's brows furrowed. His fingers gently stroked his chin as if he was sizing up Chu Lu Feng. Looks okay, muscles are good, temperament is also very appetizing. Is the teacher's favorite type? You want to chase me if it is not impossible to consider yo. She trailed off deliberately. A mysterious smile appeared on his face. Eyes curved up with a hint of playfulness and anticipation. Well, how about trying a chase? Although the teacher's eyes are very high, but if it's you, the teacher is still very good at chasing after you. If I let you chase me down, you can do something outrageous to your teacher. Oh hey. Chu Lu Feng's eyes moved slightly, but he shrugged his shoulders and said with desire, I don't really care. It's just that teacher. You're still in your internship. Aren't you afraid of running out of work? Speaking of which, Su Jingyun suddenly froze. Then the little face fell and the head dropped. Indeed, Summer University has an explicit rule against romantic relationships between students and faculty. Actually, it's okay if it's gone. MS. Su, I'll support you. Geez, okay, that's annoying. Su Jingyun waved her hand impatiently. Instead, an imperceptible blush flashed across his face. Who wants you to raise it? Beautiful you. Chu Lu Feng was also happy to tease her. After all, as far as he knew, Su Jingyun had never been in love since she was a child. Not that she wasn't attractive. On the contrary, the line of people who like her could go all the way from XU to UW, but she was too discerning to see it, so it resulted in being a maternal single all the time. Chu Lu Feng was considered to be the deepest one in her relationship with the opposite sex. It's also because the two are frank with each other and not delicate and pinched, so their temperaments are compatible. Su Jingyun hated some moralistic hypocrites the most, especially some of the male teachers at Summer University. On the surface of the well-mannered, elegant and easygoing, secretly disgusting batch, they often invited her for drinks on the basis of fostering relationships between colleagues. But those yakuza are full of bad thoughts. Su Jingyun knew it by heart, so it's not even much of a good color. Always kept to myself in school. In the eyes of outsiders it's the out-of-touch type of person, although there is no evidence. But she guessed in her mind, I don't have a spot in a teacher's apartment myself, and I'm guessing it's because I don't fit in. To put it bluntly, in this strange city, she was only able to play a little bit with Chu Lu Feng. Shrugged it off. Su Jingyun was too lazy to think about it any further and ferociously said, hurry up and get your stuff upstairs, and no more downward movements. Su Jingyun revealed 2 petals of small tiger teeth and waved her small fist ferociously. Really? Such a handsome young man, how can he engage in perverted things? Just as the two were fighting in the hallway, a dilapidated house on the 2nd floor suddenly opened its doors. A few scar-faced big men with sinister expressions saw this scene. There was a strange look and a whispered something. Soon, the two climbed the 5th floor with ease. Chu Lu Feng did not blush or gasp. Su Jingyun was also not tired except for the slight heaving of her chest. She had a somewhat pained expression on her face, though, as an old injury flared up and her ankle and knee ached vaguely. By the way, Sister Jinyun, where are you planning to move to? Luaha Bay. Luaha Bay? It's pretty remote there too, isn't it? Still a long way from Xanadu? Is there a need to move? Luaha Bay is almost as far as the distance from here to Summer University, and it's an urban/rural area there, too. Not that it's run down, and the environment is definitely better than this place, but the accommodations are all vastly inferior. There's absolutely no need to go through the trouble of moving. Su Jingyun took out the key and opened the old-fashioned lock. Hear the questioning. A hint of disgust crossed her face. It wasn't the kind of feigned dislike like snarking with Chu Lu Feng. Rather, it's a heartfelt disgust. The day before yesterday it was raining. I came back a little late to avoid the rain. There was a man sneaking behind me, and wanted to take advantage of the teacher. Ha, do not look at the teacher who? I kicked him directly to the chicken and eggs, and cut off the children and grandchildren. Doesn't he know I practiced? She said and waved her fist. A few hard kicks of the thighs into the air. Look at those round, full thighs, powerful, full of power aesthetics, and fierce indeed. An average point person would definitely have to kneel if they took a kick. But come on, your teacher is a soft little girl no matter what. Loahiwan is far away, but it's better to move away without all this. I don't want to come back from class for you guys and find something disgusting on top of the clothes I hung out to dry. Hear that? Chu Feng's eyes instantly narrowed, transmitting a few sharp points. There is such a thing? Teacher Su, don't go to any Luaha Bay. I know a friend. Let's arrange a set of rented rooms near Xiao University for you. His tone was decisive, with an undeniable air. Although Aunt Xing owes some money, but renting a house for tens of thousands of dollars is still something you can afford on your own. If you can't go to Li Mengxi, that drunken monk, with her relationship with Aunt Xing, getting a better set of rooms to bring over and live in was just a matter of words. If she refuses, just begrudgingly sell the Sherbari phase yourself. Hey, the big deal is to be a father for once, so that Li Mengxi can feel fatherly love. Hear that? A warm current crossed Su Jingyun's heart. She had been looking for a house for a while now. Good location with expensive rent. The rent is cheap and the location is not good. It took a lot of looking before I finally picked Luaha Bay. It's actually really inconvenient there. She would also like to find an apartment near Summer University if she could. But, Chu Feng has no special relationship with her, and he's a student too. One simply could not accept Chu Feng's good intentions with peace of mind. So Su Jingyun shook her head and laughed. What's the matter? Want to be my boyfriend so bad you want to keep me? Teacher is touched. But all the rooms near Xiao University are rented out, so don't even think about it, haha. Luaha Bay is fine. I'll just get up earlier to catch the subway later. With that she opened the door, pushed in, looking at her perfect, superb back. Chu Feng has already made up his mind in his heart. Su Jingyun kicked off the little white shoes on her legs while she was hot, while bending over to take off his cotton white socks. Suddenly, as if he had thought of something, a wry smile appeared on his face. Little Feng, these white socks of mine are of good quality. Oh, I kinda like them. If you're interested, I'll recommend a link to you later. You can go buy a pair. She shrugged off her cotton white socks and away. White, crystalline feet stamped on the floor. The soles of the feet are tender and white and perfect. It was the ankle that was vaguely bruised a little. Chu Feng did not blush or gasp. Mr. Su, what have you done to help me as someone? Yikes, not perverted again now? Then it looks like I misunderstood. I mean one pair is not enough. Sure enough, still a big pervert. Su Jingyun's teeth itched with anger. Why is this man so cheeky? There's no such thing as making him blush. It would have been a little boy. Never been in love either. Why can you be so mindfully perverted? She had wanted to tease Chu Feng properly. The hell of it turns out that you get pissed off every time. Ha ha ha. Chu Feng laughed and twisted his head to start surveying a room. Chapter 15. You're secretly playing with a changeling when the teacher isn't looking, right? The room was small. One of those old-fashioned homes purposely partitioned off. But it's clean. It looked out of place in the somewhat cold and dirty hallway outside. The cottage is cleaned up and lived in. There were also a few flowers on the table and posters all over the somewhat yellowed walls. But it wasn't anyone else. It was a picture of Su Jingyun from a previous competition, looking valiant and full of energy. A counter had been made on the wall opposite the bed, and on it were trophies and medals, a wall full of the honors she had received. Entering the door to the left is the bathroom, although it is a wooden door, but the inside is not simple. There is a lot of space. The tile floor is also polished and shiny. There is a clean bathtub, and there are a few plants next to the green plant. The whole room was warmly decorated and the air smelled good. That's Su Jingyun's unique scent. Su Jingyun didn't have many clothes, mostly sportswear, but all neatly folded and clean. You can tell she's a person who loves life. How's it going? Young master, is my place of residence okay? Su Jingyun asked with a smug look on her face. She was pleased with her setup. If it wasn't for the fact that it's so far away from Xanadu and I've met some disgusting people, she actually kind of didn't want to move. After Chu Feng surveyed it, he nodded his head and praised it from the bottom of his heart. It's great, but it's just missing something. What's the downside? There is a shortage of men, a shortage of very attractive men. Su Jingyun froze, then her beautiful eyes rolled. You're trying to say lack of you. I didn't say that, but it looks like I'm making a good impression on the teacher, thinking of me when it comes to being attractive. Che, you roar shamelessly. Su Jingyun feigned anger, but the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. All day long you know how to be poor. You help me pack my trophies. Good. Chu Feng moved very quickly and started to fill up the trophies on the counter from big to small. Su Jingyun, on the other hand, Packed some toiletries. Right in the middle of packing, the system's ethereal voice rang out. Ding! Detected host helping Su Jingyun move for good. Reward, killing technique. Killing techniques, fusion of the essence of the world's major martial arts. Special forces fighting techniques, kung fu, muay thai, judo and other killing techniques. Condensing a variety of brutal killing techniques, so that the host can easily kill the final target in the fight. The words fell. A vast knowledge of murderous techniques. It instantly surged into Chu Lufeng's mind. Too much information. It made him unable to stop his eyes from closing and leaning against a packed clothes basket to scrutinize his senses. Just for a split second, he felt as if his body was able to penetrate. Instantly mastered dozens of killing methods for killing imaginary targets. Moreover, all of them are particularly brutal killing techniques. The end goal of everything is to be able to kill the target with ease as a goal. Eye gouging, crotch kicking, throat strangling, neck breaking, brain striking, neck chopping and so on. And he is familiar with the don't leg break knee, the heavy punch to the chest, and the top elbow to the stomach. It's as if you've practiced it a million times on your own. Combine that with an already enhanced physicality. His reaction speed, strength, and fighting skills all instantly reached a terrifying state. If thermal weapons are not considered, he could even be considered the #1 land fighter now. If it had been over 100 years ago, the first of the tsundere is his, no one else's. Seeing that Chu Lufeng did not move for a moment, Su Jingyun, who had just come out of the bathroom, was instantly curious and asked, "What's up, kiddo? Not feeling well? Then take a break." Su Jingyun's voice came to an abrupt end, her soulful eyes instantly widening, staring round and round in a dazed manner, only to see Chu Lufeng sitting cross-legged on the ground, holding the clothes basket tightly in his hands, and his head tilted in. It looks like a top-notch over-the-lungs game in general, but that clothes basket is full of her personal clothes. Even the top one is still a pink triangle inside. Chu Lufeng, you rascal! A shy scarlet blush instantly surfaced on Su Jingyun's cheeks. Sneaking in perverts when she's not looking. Ha! Stinking asshole! Her face was furious and her little pink and white fists had clenched. The rascal had to be taught a lesson. Bare white feet. He hurried over. Although he himself didn't mind too much that Chu Lufeng usually joked with himself about colors and even moved his hands to make some bold ambiguous acts. But there's a degree to it. And now you're playing it right in front of me? And playing so, what kind of talk is that? Shy and angry, Su Jingyun stomped her foot. The delicate little face turned red. The blush spread from her cheeks to the base of her ears. She reached out her hand, ready to grab Chu Lufeng's ear and give him a good lesson. However, it was only when she got closer that she saw it. Chu Lufeng's tightly closed eyes were trembling slightly, and his expression was somewhat unnatural. Su Jingyun was shocked in her heart, and her hand that was stretched out in midair froze. He doesn't seem to be doing it on purpose, like fainting to death? In an instant, the anger in Su Jingyun's heart seemed like it was instantly doused by a pot of cold water, and her face, which was originally red with anger, quickly faded away from blood and became pale, and her eyes even flowed out of thick worry. Chu Lufeng, what's wrong? Don't you scare the teacher, shook Chu Lufeng. There was still no movement, but instead, another layer of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Chu Lufeng, Su Jingyun was instantly terrified. Rushing to his feet, he was ready to call the emergency services. Hands were shaking uncontrollably from nervousness, and several times the phone was unsteady. The corners of Chu Lufeng's eyes narrowed out slightly. See her flustered back. Play big. He did get a little dizzy just now from receiving tons of killing techniques. Subconsciously, I was holding on to something and not paying attention to what it was, but it's back up now. After seeing Su Jingyun, he thought of teasing. Mr. Su. Chu Lufeng weakly raised his head. I'm fine. I just had a sudden blackout. I'm better now. Hearing the commotion, Su Jingyun turned around violently, crouched down, and looked at Chu Lufeng with concern. What's wrong with you? Why did you suddenly faint? Su Jingyun's brows knitted tightly, her eyes filled with anxiety and worry. Her hands gently cupped Chu Lufeng's face, glancing from side to side, as if trying to make sense out of his face. Looking at the delicate and absolutely beautiful little face close at hand, he could even feel her warm nostrils hitting his face. Chu Lufeng laughed lightly. Ms. Su is so concerned about me. Is she unable to let go of me as her future boyfriend? Su Jingyun's eyes were red with nervousness, and various emotions such as worry, concern, and panic were intertwined in her eyes. You're still in the mood for jokes. Tell me what's wrong with you. Chu Lufeng put away his smile and his expression became grave. He took a deep breath, hesitated for a moment, and said slowly, Teacher Su, actually, I have a rare disease that I've had since I was very young. The doctor said that this disease is very difficult to cure. I don't know when it will suddenly, maybe the next second, or maybe a few more years. I really don't know. His voice was low and husky. Every word felt like it was squeezed out of his heart. Just now was the onset of the disease. I also thought I was going to die. The world in front of me was dark, but at that moment, I heard a call. Mr. Su, it was you who saved me. Mr. Su, before I die I have a request. Can I hear Mr. Su, you promise me? Su Jingyun instinctively felt that there was something wrong here, but it wasn't quite like Chu Lu Feng was pretending with this look. If it's really fake, then this has to be a ING movie star performance at least. Her hands subconsciously clenched Chu Lu Feng's hands. Anxious, her watery eyes misted up. Well, I know what you want to say. Promise, teacher, all promise. You first stop talking. I will take you to the hospital. She couldn't even be bothered to put on her shoes. Turning around and half kneeling on the floor, he was ready to carry Chu Lu Feng, squeezing of the bruised ankle. It caused a wisp of pain to appear on Su Jingyun's face, but she clenched her red lips with her shell teeth and held back just to brace herself with all her strength. But just then, a sharp knock on the door suddenly sounded. Chapter 16, 5 against 2. The advantage is mine. How does this lose? Bang, bang, bang dash. Who? Su Jingyun furrowed her brows. Why would someone come knocking on the door at this time? But there's no time to think too much right now. She was just about to get up carrying Chu Lu Feng, but in the next moment, she was violently stopped by a pair of big, strong hands. The entire person rose straight off the ground and rushed towards the bathroom. Bang! Just as Chu Lu Feng had just hugged Su Jingyun and rushed into the bathroom, closing the door, a sound of breaking came from right outside, and several burly toughs with sinister expressions directly crashed through the door and rushed in. Looking around at everything in the room, Chu Lu Feng gave a gesture to the wide-eyed, panic-stricken Su Jingyun and said quickly in a low voice, Mr. Su, stay here and don't come out. He had just subconsciously opened his penetrating eyes, just saw the 5 scar-faced hulks outside. Knowing that the visitor was not good, he instantly carried Su Jingyun into the bathroom. Now, with a faint golden glow under his eyes, he looked out of the bathroom with a tiger's eye. What a sleepy head. He's only just acquired his killing skills when he runs into a humongous home invasion. That's a little bit too harsh, but also just right. Let these Hummers try out how skilled they are. Through his perspective, he saw a Hummer guarding the door, watching for movement outside. The other 4 were masked and cautiously walking towards the bathroom. Looks like they found out too. After all, that's the palm of the room where you can hide someone. As one of the grimy big men approached the bathroom door, he nodded to the 3 men next to him, just twisted around and built up his strength, obviously wanting to kick the door in. But just as he kicked in the door, Chu Lu Feng moved. He jerked on the wooden door. The burly bandit throws a head kick that misses straight on the button. Instead, he lunged straight forward under his unsteady form. Also at that moment, Chu Lu Feng clenched his 5 fingers into a fist, his middle finger's bone knuckles protruding in an arc, and swiftly blasted out a fist towards that big man's throat. Ka-ching! A sound of a broken throat bone rang out, followed by the burly man's eyes directly bursting out, his screams coming to an abrupt end. This group of people were indeed battle-hardened and experienced, with incredibly fast reflexes, and just as the burly man was struck to the ground, the burly man on his right had already stabbed his 30-centimeter-long sharp knife in. If it had been anyone else, it would have been a solid stab. It's just a shame. His movements were all clearly seen by Chu Lu Feng's perspective. He twisted his body to the side, dodging the sharp knife before his whole body sprang out like a beast out of a cage. In the stunned gaze of the burly man, he clenched his claws into fists and slammed a lightning-fast punch hard into the center of his face. The nose was smashed with a bang, and the 2 eyeballs were even smashed with blood. And from the side, you could even see that his face was smashed and sunken in, and his head was twisted backward at a weird angle, and his neck bone was estimated to have been broken. The body fell limply backward and helplessly. At the same time, Chu Lu Feng kicked a back kick towards the crotch of the other person behind him. This broken foot was much more ruthless than Su Jingyun's. The man didn't even realize what was happening. He was then kicked directly in the crotch by Chu Lu Feng. The features were instantly distorted, eyes bulging. The pain was so great that he couldn't even utter a single scream. The entire person was even kicked off by Chu Lu Feng, and also knocked down one of the people behind him in succession, rolling together, the back of his head hitting the wall, and instantly being knocked unconscious. In the blink of an eye, Chu Lu Feng then resolved the 4 bruisers with swift and brutal means. 2 dead and 2 seriously injured. It's too fast. Electricity. It's like a flowing river. It was a devastating way to settle what should have been a lopsided battle. So much so that the Hummer who was still looking out the door didn't realize what was happening. All that could be heard was a gibbering rumble inside. Then there was no movement. Thought it was the brothers who had gotten the man under control and growled in an excited low voice. Keep your ing voices down, you guys. First you'll crack their teeth and then you'll tie their mouths up so they can't scream. If they dare to resist, first pick off their hamstrings and hand tendons. Watch your step. Don't screw them all at once. Dog. I let you kick me the other day. I'm still in pain. Damn it. This man is obviously the head of the gang. He gazed lustfully, already starting to think in my head, how to enjoy that superb woman properly now. Yes, this group of people were the few people who had just noticed Chu Lu Feng and Su Jingyun fighting downstairs. They would have been a bunch of tough guys. After committing consecutive crimes, he roamed all the way here, stayed in an old room that no one had lived in for a long time. Both squatting and hiding have been living here for a couple months now, been scouting for a target, trying to get some money to spend. Su Jingyun was the target they had been eyeing for quite some time. It's just that it's not good to do it in this old apartment, which is often occupied, and Su Jingyun had a regular routine, either going to work or on her way to work. There's a subway all the way. People come and go. It's not easy to get down. That rainy night would have been a good time. The Scarface tough guy had already clutched a bit of ecstasy in his hand, ready to disorient her. Turns out who knew that was alert. Say fight. A kick that he didn't even have a chance to do anything with. And wait for the rest of the brethren to rush over to help. Because the commotion was so loud, several families had already opened their doors and looked over. So they had to stop in order not to be noticed. But today is a good day. It's warm outside, and all the people in this old residential building are out in the sun. It also happened to see that Su Jingyun had actually returned at this point in time, though it also pulled on a rather stocky man. But that young man looks like he's working out with dead muscle and no power, and several of their brothers hit hard. I've killed more than a few like this one. It's just dealing with two little young men. 5 against 2. Advantage to me. How do you lose this? It was only then that the operation was planned. It does seem perfect now. Barely even made a fuss before the man was subdued. A lecherous smile even appeared at the corner of this Scarface tough guy's mouth. Hey, that woman is still a chick. The big-ass twist can be with power. Hey, let me first on. You first search money. He closed the door in excitement. Just twisted his head full of excitement. Instantly the hairs stand up in fear. Scalp numbness. Only to see a 30-centimeter long sharp knife, which had been stabbed in the brain. And that robust young man was staring at him with a faint golden aura emitting from his eyes. It was like staring at a piece of prey, and there was even an uncontrollable excitement and thrill on his face. In that instant, he realized what was happening. The afterglow glanced to the right. It was even more frightening that he shivered and couldn't control his violent trembling. His good brothers had all collapsed on the ground, blood flowing all over the place, especially the brother at the door of the health center, even more eyeballs bulging, dead in peace. So that movement was the movement of his brothers' lives. How many seconds did it take? And your own brothers are dead? And, what the hell is this guy? Why are the eyes still glowing? At this moment, the Scarface tough guy's scalp went numb. There was an overwhelming sense of horror and fear. Chapter 17, Seeing Only a Desperate Captain. You first? A wry smile flowed from the corner of Chu Lu Feng's mouth. Brother spare. The words were not finished. Chu Lu Feng withdrew his knife, backhandedly pinched the other party's neck, bent his body backward, and his arm violently exerted force, and this scar-faced humongous bandit's entire person was suddenly lifted up like a chicken, an over-the-shoulder fall, and ruthlessly smashed on the ground. Put! The force was so great that the scar-faced tough guy's internal organs felt shifted, and he violently spat out a mouthful of blood. The eyes were even blacker. Am I dead? I don't want to die. But the next moment, he'd regret why he hadn't died. Bang! He only felt a sharp pain instantly rush straight to his head, uncontrollably. An oozing scream of agony emanated from his throat. It was Chu Lu Feng who clenched his 5 fingers into a fist. A hard punch landed between the drug dealer's legs. The force was so great that it directly caused the drug dealer's bloodshot eyes to bulge out, and his entire body suddenly bowed into a shrimp-like shape, trembling and twitching violently on the ground in pain. He wanted to let out another scream of agony, but it was turned into a palm cut by Chu Lu Feng and struck on the throat bone. Through perspective plus killing techniques plus a combination of physical enhancements, Chu Lu Feng was able to precisely control every bit of power within his body. Let that be just the right amount of force to break the cartilage of the throat, to the extent that it made the Scarface tough guy lose his voice but not fatally so. The Scarface tough guy opened his mouth in pain, but couldn't make a sound. Chu Lu Feng then relied on the power of both fists, constantly swinging his fists down. He quickly smashed the thing into a mess, and the pain kept coming as the drill went straight to the center of the sky. The Scarface drug dealer had already died in a gasping manner with his eyes storming and blood bubbling out of his 7 orifices at some unknown time. It hurts to be alive. Dogs, it's too easy to die. Chu Lu Feng spat out a mouthful of saliva. It took 4 or 5 washes of the filth on his hands there at the sink to get clean. After that was done, he eased his way to the bathroom. Su Jingyun's entire face was pale as she hid behind the wooden door, and she was even more tense when she heard that someone had come in, but behind her back, already not when pinched a pair of scissors. She also heard the scar-faced Hummer's mouth full of filth. knowing that there are a lot of people across the street. If you hit yourself head-on, though she herself was already considered powerful compared to other ordinary girls, but it certainly didn't stand much of a chance against this kind of outlaw tough guy. If he rushed out rashly, there was even a great possibility that he would be taken as a hostage and become Chu Lu Feng's soft underbelly, so she had to hide here. If it really does end that way, let's just see if we can change the sudden sneak attack. If you can't change it, then kill yourself and never be humiliated anyway. That's what she planned to do. He was also prepared to make some movements to disturb the attention of the humongous bandits and create an opportunity for Chu Lu Feng, but never expected it. Chu Lu Feng had actually resolved these 5 humongous bandits so quickly and easily. This is too soon. Looking at the panicked and frightened Su Jingyun, the two men's eyes met. For a moment, the bathroom was so quiet that the only sound left was each other's rapid breathing. Su Jingyun's eyes were slightly red as she looked at Chu Lu Feng. Feng said. She then dropped the clippers with one hand. He jumped into Chu Lu Feng's arms and hugged him to death. Chu Lu Feng was slightly stunned, then slowly stretched out his arm and gently hugged Su Jingyun. He could feel Su Jingyun's body trembling violently. She was terrified. There was a pang in his heart. Another pang of gratitude was felt. Luckily he met Su Jingyun today. It's also a good thing I came to help her move. It's also good that you've awakened the killing technique. Every part of it is so appropriate, yet extremely critical. Missing any of them, he doesn't know how. But the beautiful Ms. Su will definitely be humiliated. This was a scene he absolutely, positively, absolutely did not want to see. Okay, it's all going in a good direction because of myself. Feng, I'm so scared. It's okay, it's over. Chu Lu Feng softly comforted. The hand gently patted Su Jingyun's back, but Su Jingyun was obviously experiencing this scene for the first time. She was eager to calm down, but the body simply trembled violently without control. Although it was also the first time Chu Lu Feng had killed someone, but now, not only did he not feel the slightest discomfort, he even felt very excited. There's a feeling of being on top. It even felt like these people died so easily that he didn't even do it properly. Mr. Su, let me tell you a joke. You won't be too nervous and scared after hearing this one. Su Jingyun nodded in Chu Lu Feng's arms. Feeling his warm and strong embrace, the fear in her heart gradually dissipated. Good. Do you know why pilots can't wear scars? Why can't we have scars? Su Jingyun thought carefully and returned. Maybe it's the change in air pressure when flying at high altitude. The skin endures high overload pressure and is easily torn? No, because pilots fly airplanes. Bring a plane without a scar. Civilize you and me. Put. Su Jingyun laughed out at once. Ha 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 ha. A shiver ran down her spine as she laughed. The nervousness and fear eased a lot. The extreme figure twisted so much that Chu Lu Feng immediately felt a burst of fire. Lowering his head, he whispered in Su Jingyun's ear. Mr. Su, do you want to hear one more secret? What? I'm wearing a scar. Suddenly, Su Jingyun raised her head violently, her eyes looking at Chu Lu Feng in horror. What do you call this? Scar? It was only then that she detached herself from the shadow of death. Adrenaline was secreting like crazy, and his heart was pounding even more. Su Jingyun's cheeks were scarlet, even her crystalline ears were red, and her eyes were filled with an undisguised variety of emotions. Fear, dread, gratitude, emotion, admiration, worship and other complex emotions coalesced in his mind. After a trip to the Ghost Gate, a lot of things have been put into perspective. It also made some of Su Jingyun's life concepts change as well. She didn't want to think too much about it now, plus she was already a straight shooter. Her eyes lit up and her heart felt as if it was about to jump out of her chest like a deer in headlights. Stinking rascal, you can fight so well. You were just kidding me when you said you had a rare disease, right? Chu Lu Feng smiled, not commenting, looking into those deep eyes, filled with tenderness. Su Jingyun couldn't hold back any longer. Reaching out his small hand to grab Chu Lu Feng's collar, he stood on his tiptoes, and his full lips gently printed on Chu Lu Feng's lips, like the calm before a raging storm. It was followed by a crazy rainstorm. Her kisses were also getting more and more passionate, less and less hiding the emotions. The kiss brought a sharp intake of breath from her, with her deepest and most sincere feelings. It also carries with it a few moments of post-robbery celebration and madness. The moment. It was as if they had forgotten everything around them, as if the whole world was nothing but each other. Chapter 18, Police Flower Qingyan. A long and passionate kiss followed. Su Jingyun's delicate body trembled slightly and slowly let go of Chu Lu Feng. Her cheeks were still scarlet, and there was still a bit of confusion in her eyes. More than that, though, a hint of pain appeared. After the adrenaline fades, it took her a moment to notice that the bruise on her ankle had widened. Just got accidentally twisted in the process of dodging. The pain was so intense that he couldn't even stand. After limping out of the bathroom, looking at a field of corpses, dead and seriously injured and unconscious. Especially the two corpses, their twisted features were hideous in appearance. It was even more frightening, causing Su Jingyun's small face to turn white and her scalp to tingle. There was an urge to vomit. This is the first time she's seen someone die so badly. Seeing this, Chu Lufeng hurriedly wrapped his arms around Su Jingyun's head and softly soothed him. "Don't look. I'm here. It's okay," said. He gently pressed Su Jingyun's head into his arms, then lazily picked up to avoid her seeing any more of that gore. Carefully avoiding the blood on the floor, came and sat down on the couch on the other side of the bed. Moving gently, he began to check up on the injuries. The soles of Su Jingyun's feet were tender and white, and her white and crystalline feet were still so perfect. It's just that the ankles have swollen up. The bruises spread and it was painful to look at. Through fluoroscopy, it was possible to see that no bones had been injured, just soft tissue contusions. Just recuperate for a while. He just rubbed gently, easing Su Jingyun's pain. After a while, it was only then that Su Jingyun slowed down and glanced at the messy room, as well as the bodies of the humongous bandits lying on the floor. Blood spread across the floor, intertwined with spilled furniture and scattered objects. The whole room was filled with a pungent odor of blood and death. The sight made her shiver, and she said with a hint of tremor in her voice, "Feng, what to do now?" Even though she was Chu Lufeng's college teacher, always confident and calm in front of students during the day, but for such a bloody, chaotic scene, she just felt her mind go blank, completely out of ideas, and looked disoriented. Also, inexplicably, a feeling of reliance on Chu Lufeng arose in his heart. It's a good thing he's there or she wouldn't know what to do. Chu Lufeng pondered for a moment and said calmly, "Let's call the police first. After all, there's such a big deal going on here." It was self-defense, but he did kill 3 tough guys himself. It's better to let the police close the case. Otherwise it's not good to get yourself a defense and take a human life on your back. After all, some of the abolitionist death factions in Xia are still very powerful. Even if it's pure that deserves death by 1,000 cuts, all of them can get their lives back. Chin City Police Department. It's a busy time at the moment, and in a conference room, the atmosphere was even more stagnant and suffocating. Why is there no clue yet? It's been months. The humans must still be hibernating, and if we don't catch them, there might be another tragedy. What are you doing for food? Do a check and hand it in to the provincial office right away. Listen to the recording of the OP's rant. Each of the dozen or so police officers sitting there looked tired and anxious. It's been 6 months since the last robbery and murder, but there's still no news. It's as if the robbers have evaporated, so the police department is under a lot of pressure. If there is another vicious case in the precinct, even the secretary has to be held accountable. No way. The crimes of that criminal gang are just too bad in their impact. 8 months ago, this group of toughs broke into a residential house on the outskirts of the city, which was occupied by a loving newlywed couple. But the family's money was also searched, and the bloody scene and the couple's tragic condition made the officers involved in the investigation righteously angry. 7 months ago, the gang of robbers broke into another young fitness instructor's home. Despite the fact that the other man was strong, but under the squinting drug, it was still easily taken down, and the humongous gang took all the valuable things in the house and crippled that coach for life. The following day, a woman leaving work late was passing a trail, was followed by this gang of tough guys, found bruised and disheveled in a sewer the next day. It was not until 6 months ago, in a sparsely populated village, that the gang robbed an old man of what little savings he had in his home, and beat him with an iron bar so badly that he died on the spot. The old man's son and daughter-in-law, who heard the commotion and rushed to the scene, were also brutally chopped off their arms and subjected to all kinds of insults. Then there was no more movement, but a string of roving crimes down the line. This group of bruisers already had almost 10 lives on their backs. As a result of their evil behavior, they easily destroy the good lives of others who have worked hard for decades. Just like Su Jingyun, if Chu Lufeng didn't happen to be by her side, the sophomore national athlete and college teacher who was just starting out in life was about to spend and lose his life. After decades of hard work, before you can even begin to enjoy your life properly, these take your life. It's a very sad thing, but the police used a lot of police force and lined up countless clues. Numerous witnesses were visited, but no trace of the robbers could ever be found. Surveillance footage was reviewed over and over again, and every possible hiding place was turned over, but the robbers just evaporated without leaving a trace. It's been 6 months. It's as if he's disappeared off the face of the earth. There have been frequent inquiries from superiors about the progress, and people have been posting messages on the internet criticizing the police department's incompetence. It puts a lot of pressure on them too. Half a year has passed in a flash. The average person might think it's okay, but in the eyes of this group of experienced, veteran criminal police officers who have seen all kinds of vicious cases, this is precisely the calm before the storm. There's a huge probability that there's just going to be another vicious murder. As a police officer, failed to get in front of the Hummer before he committed the murder. Apprehend them. It was like a cloud over everyone's heart. Just then, the ops leader pushed open the door. Hurriedly, he walked in with a few moments of excitement and anticipation on his face. Behind him was a female policewoman with a cold face and sharp eyes. Guys, the ops leader raised his volume, breaking the silence in the room. Let me introduce to you all. This is Captain Qin Yanqin of the Criminal Investigation Brigade and Drug Enforcement Brigade of the Provincial Department. Here with special instructions from the Provincial Party Committee. Everyone applaud. The crowd looked up and cast curious glances, only to see Qin Yan dressed in a competent police uniform. Her posture was straight, and her body was permeated with a powerful aura. Her face was well-defined and her skin was snow-white, as if it was glowing like cold jade. A short, sharp haircut accentuated her competence, especially a pair of sharp eyes, as if they could see through hearts. A mere sweep of the eyes just let the people present feel an invisible sense of oppression. Not only does she look like she has a strong aura, but don't be fooled by her appearance either. She's in the internal fighting competition. It even got first place, and the shooting was even better. Don't look at it as a daughter's body. None of the people present could beat her. Nice to meet you all. Qin Yan nodded slightly, his sharp gaze sweeping across the room. The voice was cool and unassuming as he pulled out a red-tipped document. The situation is urgent. I'll make it short. The 4-12 serial murder case that you are responsible for will also be fully entrusted to me, and I will be responsible for solving it, but it will be put on hold for now. And next, I need you all to fully assist me with a drug smuggling case. This statement was made. A slight murmur rang out in the conference room. Some faces were puzzled. Some people were understanding of Qin Yan's instructions. After all, drug smuggling is extremely harmful. Once it spreads, it will cause incalculable damage to society. And it's normal for their murder case to be shelved first since they haven't had a clue for 6 months. And, Qin Yan, this name is a thunderous existence in the police world. There are countless admirable auras about her. She is a record holder in many skills tests in the police force, and her test scores in shooting, fighting, and forensic reasoning have been unmatched for many years. Pioneer of the method of blood spatter trajectory analysis at the scene, he has solved a number of nationally significant cases. In the field of anti-narcotics, it has even destroyed several huge drug gangs. Most fiercely, she had tracked the Golden Triangle drug lords across the border, armed with fire, and killed the leader of the drug lords, seized 2 tons of drugs. In a recent transnational joint operations briefing, the arrest team she led set a record of intercepting 8 tons of methamphetamine in 72 hours, which still hangs on the wall of honor at the Interpol training camp. Face to face with this legendary policewoman, and such an urgent task, even prioritized serial killings backward. Predictable. How serious is this drug smuggling case? All of a sudden, the members of the action group were made to feel great pressure. Chapter 19, playing 16 sets of military boxing and getting cut 32 times. In the conference room, the crowd's attention was still focused on the clues Qin Yan had brought to the drug smuggling case, and the atmosphere was tense and gloomy. But just then, the door to the conference room was thrown open with a bang. A young constable rushed in, panting. A look of anxiety and excitement filled his face. Team Chen, the young constable exclaimed, his voice trembling slightly with excitement. There's news about the gang of humongous criminals in the 4-12 serial murder case. What? This sudden news shook everyone in the room. Team Chen, the leader of the action team, even stood up violently, his eyes rounded, and asked eagerly, quickly, is there some new vicious case? Everyone's hearts tightened. Before the humans were caught, only to suddenly receive a new message. The first reaction is to worry if another innocent person has suffered. The young constable took a deep breath and tried to calm his breathing as he became agitated. Yes, and no. They tried to rob 2 summer university teachers and students this time, but was subdued. 5 tough guys, 3 dead and 2 seriously injured. Those 2 Xiao University teachers and students were not injured, just a sprained foot. The ambulance also went to. Hear that? Inside the conference room, there was an eerie silence. Is this a ING novel plot? Humans killing people instead of being killed? And no injuries. Oh no. Sprain? Wait, are you sure this is a ING student and faculty member at Summer University? Definitely not intimidating, right? Could it be that the 4-12 serial murder case that has trapped them for so long will finally be solved? Hear this. The conference room erupted in a clamor, all eyes wide with disbelief. Qin Yan, who originally had a serious face, a flash of intense interest suddenly appeared on his face as well. She narrowed her eyes slightly as her mind quickly began to analyze the possibilities. 3 dead and 2 seriously injured can beat up a vicious gang of tough guys, and it wasn't even injured itself. This fighting ability was indeed possible. 2 teachers and students who managed to beat up 5 outlaw toughs? Regardless, have the people on the scene secure the scene first. We'll be right there. Team Chen pressed down the shock in his heart and twisted his head in excitement. Team Qin, shall we go check it out too? Qin Yan's eyes narrowed slightly, revealing an inexplicable smile. Of course I'm going. I'm curious about these two people who can subdue the humans. With that, she strides toward the door. The crowd quickly followed suit, and the conference room instantly became empty. Inside the old apartment, Su Jingyun was still leaning in Chu Lu Feng's arms. Indulge in this rare atmosphere of subtle ambiguity. Oh a dash. There was a sudden siren outside. That shrill voice cut through the quiet of the moment and it also pulls them back from the sweet world. Su Jingyun shivered slightly and slowly got up from Chu Lu Feng's arms. Her cheeks were still scarlet and her eyes still had a bit of shyness in them. Soon, a dozen police officers then walked in. Looking at the scene's misery, each one of them sucked in a cold breath. Even though it was already known that it was going to end in 3 deaths and 2 serious injuries, but in person, it's still a head-turner. One of the hideous Hummers' faces was dented by the hammer. The head was twisted backward at a weird angle, and the collarbone was presumably broken. Another tough guy had his throat bone shattered by a punch and died a horrible death. It's not hard to imagine what a tragic situation has occurred here. For a while, the eyes of the police officers looked at Chu Lu Feng and Su Jinyun differently. Qin Yan's keen gaze swept across the room. The traces of the fight were clearly visible in the blood that remained on the ground. Her keen eye spared no detail, and she slowly came to the bathroom door. Looking at the bodies of the several humans that had fallen to the ground, he crouched down and carefully looked at the injuries on the humans, especially the throat bones. She closed her eyes slightly, as if she was replicating the scene in her mind. From what we saw at the scene, the 2 teachers and the student fought the Hummer fiercely and quickly, and he fought back in a very organized manner. Qin Yan's beautiful eyes widened all of a sudden. There was a flash of surprise in his eyes. It's so hard and precise that it kills with a single blow. Even if she came, she couldn't do it to such a perfect degree. This guy's not easy. Team Chen nodded deeply. Indeed, being able to beat 5 humongous bandits to 3 deaths and 2 serious injuries is something no ordinary person can do. He looked at the scar-faced bruiser whose crotch had become a puddle of rotting flesh. Because of the pain, his features were twisted in a hideous manner, showing how tortured he was before he died. Feeling a rush of scalp and goosebumps, but deservedly so. It's good to die. The sins they have committed. It is not too much to die 100 times, after the heart is in the right place. Qin Yan took a long, slender stride and came in front of Chu Lu Feng. Hello, I'm Qin Yan from the criminal investigation team of the provincial office, here to find out what happened. Su Jingyun had already been carried on a stretcher by the ambulance at this time, ready to be pulled to the hospital for treatment. As much as she hated to leave, but her ankle was completely swollen. Chu Lufeng said that he would go to the hospital to see her when he made a statement, and only then did he reassure her to go for treatment. Qin Yan pulled over a chair and sat across from Chu Lufeng. Tell me, how did you subdue these tough guys? You know, they are outlaw bandits who have committed several vicious cases. With a murder weapon on him, he's an extremely dangerous man. Qin Yan could tell at a glance. That's 1 for 5 for Chu Lufeng. As for the female teacher, not a bad body either, but obviously not much of a fighter. Qin Yan stared sharp eyes at Chu Lufeng's eyes and asked. Chu Lufeng did not dodge. It just struck me that the pretty young policewoman had bright eyes. Told the story in a nutshell. This includes how he came to Su Jinyun's place, how he found out that the ones knocking on the door were humongous bandits, and how he subdued them. A brief description was given. Of course, the part about the system is definitely skimmed over. Qin Yan listened attentively. Every now and then his eyes lit up, and a look of approval appeared on his face. A number of questions were also raised. She was very curious about the calmness and strong fighting strength that Chu Lufeng displayed in the moment of crisis. Have you studied martial arts before? You don't look like an ordinary student with your hands. I took military boxing in college military training. Military style. Qin Yan was instantly amused. She remembered a report once. It was also a student who met a knife-wielding robber. But that student did 16 sets of military boxing and was cut 32 times. On average, you get slashed twice for 1 set of hits. You're in good shape. How about it? Any interest in coming to work under me? Treatment you just ask for. We're missing talent like you in the Criminal Investigation and Narcotics Brigade. He is bold. He is not afraid of danger. He is not afraid of anything. He is still observant. And he is in very good physical condition himself. The key is this skill. Already better than many Special Forces kings. She loved it. And it's not a leap of faith. After all, with Qin Yan's status and position, these are but her words. But Chu Lufeng shook his head and refused. I'm only a freshman, so I'm not thinking about that just yet. Team Qin, maybe I'd like to come when I graduate, so don't turn me down then. Chapter 20, Better a knife in the back than a gun. Qin Yan was not surprised by this answer. After all, it doesn't matter if it's a criminal investigation or a drug squad. All are extremely dangerous and stressful departments. Not everyone is like her, likes to specialize in rushing to these ultra-high danger level departments. Yes, here's my card. You change your mind or you need help, just call this number. Qin Yan handed out a business card. He himself has just become the head of the 4 to 12 serial killings. This big case that's the top priority is solved. It could be said that Chu Lufeng had given her a great gift, and another addition to her glorious resume. Plus, he did, after all, risk his life to help the police solve a mega serial murder case and save other innocent people. It's only right to give him some extra care. This is the kind of talent that could even set up some turnip posts. Take the card. Chu Lufeng just realized, this policewoman is really big. The future of the future at least have to be Chi director of that level. Sure enough, good people are good no matter where they are. A smile suddenly appeared on Qin Yan's cold face as she stretched out her hand. This group of outlawed toughs, carrying more than a dozen murders on their backs, are also our class of most wanted criminals. We've been hunting for a long time with no clues, and there had been a bounty issued for a full $1 million. If it weren't for you, not only would this case not have been solved, but it could have added a few more sadly vicious cases. Mr. Chu, on behalf of the Qin City Police Department and the people of Qin City, I would like to thank you wholeheartedly for stepping forward. You have eradicated a major scourge for society, a feat we will never forget. $1 million? Yoo-hoo! Windfall. However, money is a small matter, Chu Lufeng hesitantly said. This is what I should do, but I have a question. I just want to know. I'm counting this as self-defense, right? Not counting it as over-defense, right? Qin team, you know, in that environment, if I don't kill them, they will kill me. Qin Yan froze for a moment, and then a smile spread out. Looking beautiful. What are you thinking? This is the outlaw humans. You have unlimited rights of defense. It's self-defense. It's fine. Don't worry. Not only is it fine, you'll get a bonus and other honors. Hearing Qin Yan's affirmative reply, it was only then that Chu Lufeng breathed a sigh of relief. It's okay. But, his heart was slightly on fire. Didn't he have to take any responsibility for killing these outlawed brigands? He fell back on the urge to kill. It always felt like it wasn't very enjoyable. Eyes narrowed slightly. I wish there were still ungrateful to kidnap themselves again. The aftermath of the crime scene was left to others. Qin Yan, on the other hand, brought Chu Lufeng back to the Qin City Police Station. Director Wang Jun, who received the news, was even more full of cordiality and waited early at the entrance of the police station. It's safe to say, it was because of Chu Lufeng that this serial murder case was finally solved. After all, before this, he serves as the titular supervisor, but there was no shortage of pressure from the top, and every night I was so anxious I couldn't sleep. Fear of further malicious incidents. That would be the end of the road for him as a director. One could imagine how grateful he was to Chu Lufeng at this moment. After Chu Lufeng killed the robbers, he didn't even need to investigate, and after only making some statements and confessions, he was directly released and left. After all, this is the outlaw humans, have unlimited rights of defense. Even if it resulted in 3 deaths and 2 serious injuries, they deserved it. The police department has even begun contacting some of the leaders of Summerland University. It's ready to give Chu Lufeng a sensational recognition ceremony. At the same time, reporters from all the big TV stations have started running in, ready to get first-hand interviews. With a warm send-off from Director Wang and Team Chen and a host of others, Chu Lufeng walked out of the Qin City Police Station and rushed towards the hospital. That reward of $1 million in prize money was also directly credited into Chu Lufeng's card. At the same time, the Chinatown Police Department then proclaimed happy news. 4 to 12 serial murder case solved, while riding in a cab on the way to the hospital. Only then did Chu Lufeng idle, seemingly closing his eyes to rest, but in reality, he was querying the system in his mind. Just outside the police station, the system broadcast several voices in a row. At that time, there were a lot of people, and he was still in front of the wizened Qin Yan, so he didn't have time to look at it. It's just as well that I'm idle now. You can take a good look at it. Ding! Detected that the host helped Su Jingyun escape a life and death crisis. Reward, perspective advancement, Eye of Pathology. The Eye of Pathology, automatically integrating all the medical skills of ancient and modern China and foreign countries, for all kinds of difficult and rare diseases, through the Eye of Pathology, can make the host in the diagnosis and treatment can easily find the pathogen. It can also predict the development of the disease. Just then, Chu Lufeng suddenly felt that his eyes were hot, and there seemed to be something more marvelous. He raised his head and looked at the older driver brother in front of him. At once, an extremely bizarre scene appeared before his eyes. Under his deliberate use of the Eye of Pathology, sight can clearly pass through skin, muscle, blood, sinew, bone marrow. In his mind's eye, it was as if the driver's multidimensional body information appeared, and the eyes instantly locked on the driver's liver, kidneys, heart and lungs. He couldn't help but frown as he watched the organs present themselves. Due to long-term sedentary driving, coupled with staying up late drinking and smoking, irregular work and rest, the driver's health is very poor. If it continues, the health condition will continue to deteriorate and may even show signs of progressing towards cancer. He had the presence of mind to warn the driver. But, lol, it's all about making money. This is, after all, something that can't be helped, and the big brother driver probably knows his own situation in his heart. But we have to earn money to support our family. What can we do if we know fear of death stops you from doing it? That's impossible. Just like smoking is bad for your health. So can you quit? Stress will explode if you don't light up a couple to relieve yourself when you're sad. Trading lives for money. That's what a lot of people are doing these days. Ding. Detected that the host helped the police department catch the humongous criminals. Reward, danger sense. Danger sense enables the host to react with early warning in the face of impending undifferentiated danger. Whether the danger comes from physical attacks, such as bullets or club attacks, or crises caused by environmental changes, such as car accidents, building collapses, and falling objects from tall buildings. Additional instinctive reaction. Instinctive reaction, additional at the moment of danger. The body will instinctively react, such as twisting and dodging, allowing the host to quickly avoid attacks. Isn't this thing just classic Spidey sense? Looks like he's a Spider-Man himself. Chu Lu Feng's eyes narrowed. Although one has perspective, if you are fighting an enemy head-on, you can achieve anticipation of the opponent's tendency to attack through the changes in their muscles. But as the saying goes, it's easy to hide from open fire, but it's hard to guard against hidden arrows. If someone is shooting from behind, it's actually still dangerous. Anyway, for Chu Lu Feng, no, it should be for every normal man. Both would rather have a knife in their back than a gun, but with this danger perception, that's different. It's damn near the power of a conceptual god. Dodging bullets 100% is no longer a problem. Having gained two good deeds abilities at once, Chu Lu Feng was also in a good mood. But that's when the sound of the system. It's not over yet. Suddenly it rang again. Ding. Detected that the host has solved the bandits and saved the people of the city from a life-threatening situation. Reward, wonderful hands. Beginner conceptual level. Miraculous hands. When the host performs this ability, it can quickly stimulate the growth of the body, reduce inflammation and pain, heal bones and flesh, heal the condition, and cure all kinds of illnesses. Note, the wonderful hands ability can be upgraded, and when it reaches a high-level ability, the host can obtain the raise the dead ability. Ha! A miracle worker? Beginning conceptual level? So Chu Lu Feng was confused. That's okay? Even tried to give a thumbs up. System Big Daddy, you're this, and so on with this stuff. It's the equivalent of an extra walking blood bag, isn't it? If obtained before, then Su Jinyun's illness, there is no need to go to the hospital at all. He touched it. Just a touch of goodness. Chu Lu Feng suddenly thought of something. Su Jinyun's extreme explosive body gradually surfaced in his mind. If it's on that, what with? That's not really saying. New every time. He knew that although Ms. Su was older than himself, she was still an untouched young girl. Chu Lu Feng swallowed his saliva. The abilities given by this system are just awesome. With wonderful hands. That's a new experience every time. System. And this thing can be upgraded? Higher level abilities can even bring the dead back to life. It's simply dazzling. Not bad for a concept level. At that moment he was on fire inside, wanting to see Su Jingyun quickly. Chapter 21 must play if my other leg is still good. In the meantime, on the other side, Shingi-san had just walked out of an upscale restaurant. There was a somewhat sad expression on his face. She just met a rich friend. The other party agreed to borrow money only after a good deal of persuasion. Didn't borrow much though. The other side is willing to lend, but only 2 million. Not every rich woman is as extremely close as Li Mingxi and her. Of course, people are not obligated to borrow. It's been great to borrow so much, but this amount of money, for her, would be a drop in the bucket, and would not be of much use. So Shingi-san's brows furrowed with worry. She was thinking about who to borrow from next. Can borrow a few tens of millions of rich women at once, is not unheard of, but they have no interest in their own and their relationship is only a friend. It is very difficult to borrow. In thinking, Shingi-san's white fingers flipped through her cell phone and suddenly saw a familiar-looking call. She hesitated before dialing. Hello, is this Sister Xin? I'm looking for you for something. Is this a good time for you? Are you in VIP room number 1 at the Orchid Arts Club? Okay, I'll be there in about 10 minutes. After hanging up the phone, Shingi-san's face was a bit complicated. From the other end of the phone, she heard very noisy voices. There were a lot of people on Xin's side. She didn't really want to go in front of so many people, but there's nothing you can do about it in order to borrow money. Shingi-san took a deep breath and turned around towards the Orchid Arts Club. This Orchid Art Club is a local high-end luxury membership venue in Chin City. There is a strict screening of identities and also you can only join on the recommendation of a member. And to be a part of it, you have to have more than just a member recommendation. One of the minimum requirements for assets is that they must be at least $50 million. She used to be a member here too. It's been a couple years since I've been here though. Sister Xian's original name was Yang Kaisen. She is not a member of the Orchid Society, but one of its shareholders. Yang Kaisen is very powerful. Her assets alone are already over $1 billion. And his husband is not to be underestimated. Being in investment banking, it is said that a family of people are in the financial system. Her father seems to be a certain big shot. In the local Qin city has a significant position. Bottom line is that there's a lot of money in it. And super high status. Xing Eisen and her relationship. Can't talk about how good it is. It's just average. After all, she had money when she had money. Yang Kaisen always approached her frequently and discussed various investment projects 3 times. But at that time, Xing-san wasn't interested in any of this. So she politely declined every time. Once, Yang Kaisen highly recommends a promising investment program. Even somewhat forcefully persuaded Xing-san to join. But Xing-san still refused after some consideration. Since then, there's been a subtle hint of change in the relationship between the two. Plus there were some unpleasant hiccups in the mix. Just makes it even more so that she doesn't want to have anything to do with these people. If there was really no way out this time, she actually didn't want to find this Yang Kaisen. I don't know if I'll be able to borrow money without any problems this time. Xing-san thought about it and sent a message to Chu Lufeng. With her knowledge of Yang Kaisen's type, she worries that she's been asked to drink in the past. If she gets drunk, she can still get Chu Lufeng to pick her up. Xinchang First People's Hospital. Inside is simply furnished general ward. Su Jingyun lay quietly on the hospital bed. Her face was slightly pale, and the broken hair on her forehead was slightly soaked with sweat. The sprained ankle was wrapped in layers of gauze and swollen a bit, and even through the gauze you could tell the injury was not bad. An ankle sprain with an accompanying partial ligament strain, plus the aftermath of a long period of intense training. She's probably going to be laid up for a while. Su Jingyun quietly looked at the ceiling, her eyes somewhat empty, not knowing what she was thinking. Miss Su, thinking of me? Just then, Chu Lufeng walked in holding a bouquet of flowers with a bad smile on his face. With a big grin, he walked up to the hospital bedside. Putting the bouquet aside, he naturally took hold of those white jade hands. Su Jingyun's eyes, which were still somewhat in a trance, snapped. Seeing Chu Lufeng, he instantly revealed a trace of joy that was difficult to contain, and gave a small pawn. Shame on you. Who misses you? Aha, don't want to. Well, looks like I got ahead of myself, so I'll go? Now. Chu Lufeng made a gesture to get up and leave. Su Jingyun was dumbfounded. She was shy for once in a while, and this big bad guy was actually so insensitive. Angrily blanking Chu Lufeng, he helplessly surrendered. No, 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 wait, don't go. I'm really impressed. Think. Teacher just thought about you just now. Thought about you to death. Satisfied. Chu Lufeng deliberately shook his head, that beatific smile still hanging on his face. Not sincere enough. Too perfunctory. Forget it, Mr. Su, don't you also force it. I'm leaving. You. The air shakes cold. Su Jingyun was so shy that she clenched her pink fist and pounded it towards Chu Lufeng's shoulder. Well, what would it take for you to believe that I miss you? Chu Lufeng coughed twice and pointed to his cheeks in a serious manner. Let me see how much I want to. Su Jingyun glanced at the room. After confirming that no one else was there, flakes of seductive flushing rose on her face. She stretched out her hands and hugged Chu Lufeng's head, forcefully holding him down in her embrace, then barked and bit on it. Ah! Chu Lufeng was still enjoying the gentleness when he suddenly felt a pain in his cheek. Touching it, there was a shallow ring of teeth marks. Letting you molest a teacher. That's what happens. Su Jingyun smiled triumphantly, ferociously revealing a mouthful of sharp, open-lipped shell teeth. And to see how much your teacher misses you. Chu Lufeng wasn't a loser either. Rubbing his cheeks, an evil smile flashed in his eyes. Bite me. Ha! He smiled evilly. Before Su Jingyun could react, straight away, he reached out his hands and tickled towards her waist. Ah! Stop it! Su Jingyun was lying on the bed, plus she couldn't even hide because of her ankle injury. Cluck, no. No, it tickles. Su Jingyun was lying on the bed, unable to dodge due to her ankle injury, laughing so hard that tears were coming out of her eyes. Hands flailed in the air in panic, trying to block Chu Lufeng's attack, but in the end, all that could be done was to grab him tightly by the ears. After a bit of banter, after some playfulness, Su Jingyun's originally slightly pale face was flushed with a moving blush, and her neck was tinted with a touch of scarlet. Stinking hooligans, big pervert. Su Jingyun feigned anger and said in a delicate voice, still cursing. Ha! Chu Lufeng made a move to pounce again. Don't. I was wrong. I begged for mercy. Su Jingyun hurriedly glared at Chu Lufeng in a petulant and thinly veiled rage. She gently straightened her somewhat disheveled sports undershirt. This asshole. No respect for teachers at all. but her eyes were full of love that she couldn't hide. After playing around for a while, Chu Lufeng was only ready to get down to business and asked, Mr. Su, how long did the doctor say you'd be staying? Half a month. It seems to be Xia to have leaders. There are other like the Women's Federation trade unions some people want to come to sympathy to visit me, so let me stay a few more days. Showing that the injury is very serious, Su Jingyun beamed with some dissatisfaction. She was already a mover and shaker. Keeping her in bed for 10 days and half a month is hard to think about. Chu Lufeng nodded deeply. All this red tape is not his favorite either, but some people just like to put on a show. Why don't I take a look for you? Chu Lufeng said, and prepared to remove the bandage. After all, one's own wonderful hands are cast out. It will be able to activate blood circulation, quickly stimulate the growth of the organism, and reduce inflammation and pain. It's just a pulled muscle, and healing is definitely not in the cards. Su Jingyun couldn't help but pawn a mouthful, her small face reddening. Hey, don't think the teacher doesn't know what you're thinking. Big pervert, the doctor just put the medicine on, so don't look at it. If you must play, here, I'm okay with this leg, said. Su Jingyun twisted her other big, snowy, long leg and extended it outside the futon. Chu Lufeng, looking at the delicate white legs, and the white skin that is vaguely translucent with green veins. Simply, a state dinner. Just, heaven on earth. I swear I really don't have that in mind right now. Chapter 22 MS. Su, Rascal Maple, where are you touching your hand? Isn't that your favorite? What's wrong? You're being a prude now, aren't you? Su Jingyun impatiently looked away. There was just a hint of anticipation and shyness in those eyes. Hurry up. What are you waiting for? Someone will come later. She pouted in a small voice, her cheeks burning like fire, her beauty tantalizing. It made Chu Lufeng cry and laugh. Ouch, my MS. Su, what are you thinking? I'm not that perverted. Really? Reaching out, he cupped her delicate, smooth face. Su Jingyun was so ashamed that she couldn't lift her head up, and hurriedly took her long snow-white legs back under the quilt and ranted. So what do you mean, help me look at it? You don't know how to look at it. You're not just saying that to. Who says I don't know how to see a doctor? I just read some medical books on my way here. A small sprain. No problem. Chu Lufeng's expression became slightly more serious. No kidding, MS. Su, if you want to get out of bed quickly, trust me, said. Chu Lufeng hugged Su Jingyun's plump thighs, removed the freshly wrapped bandage from his ankle again, gently holding Su Jingyun's injured little feet. The ankles were swollen. The swelling even spread to the backs of the feet. The original bruise had thickened to a bruise-black color, like an unsightly stain attached to pale skin. His own little feet had never been held like that. Su Jingyun instantly jerked with a subconscious nerve reflex. At once. Hiss. Ouch. Su Jingyun's pretty willow leaf brows were lightly knitted together. She then felt a hot, glowing hand against the back of her bruised foot, gently pressing and rubbing it. A warm, hot stream rushed down the palm of his hand and into his body. That somewhat unbearable sharp pain. It actually eased off with this massage. Ha! Su Jingyun's beautiful eyes instantly widened. Pervert little Feng, you really do know medicine, don't you? She was stunned, with Chu Lufeng's large hand covering the back of the foot, up and down, left and right. He kept massaging it. Su Jingyun was shocked to find that the sharp pain in her ankle was dissipating rapidly. Just now it was killing me to move, but now it's no problem to turn around. And, it was so warm and cozy, like a foot spa treatment. How's that? MS. Su, comfortable. Well, Su Jingyun's fine. Mosquito-like shyness said. Chu Lufeng was focused, his eyes on the bruised ankle. Under the observation of his eye of pathology, his own wonderful hands massaged each and every one of them. All of them can melt away a huge portion of those bruises, and it was also repairing the dark wounds that Su Jingyun had left behind from his previous training. It was as if he wasn't massaging. It's more like playing a kind of elimination game of elimination of bruises. A few minutes later, boing, it really doesn't hurt anymore. Su Jingyun was pleasantly surprised. The eyes stared straight at Chu Lufeng. There was unhidden surprise and gratitude. Little Feng, it's okay, it's really okay, you can let go. She bit her red lips tightly and tried to draw back her jade foot, but it was tightly pinched by Chu Lufeng. But with this massage that invigorates the blood, it's true that you don't feel the pain anymore. It's like you're back to normal. Well, it does come close. Su Jingyun's pretty face was practically red to the point of dripping water, and she couldn't help but whisper angrily. Almost there, then you let go with me. But, Mr. Su, I've noticed that there are a lot of things wrong with you. Chu Lufeng's eyes were deep, and he did not hide his all-encompassing gaze that was sizing up Su Jingyun. Ha! Su Jingyun froze, then she heard Chu Lufeng quickly say, you've got some wear and tear on not only your ankles, but your knees, and even your hip bones, and your knees hurt really bad when it rains, don't they? Su Jingyun's face was shocked and she nodded lightly. You How do you know? This is my old problem. When I was still in the national team in the past, I had to do a lot of training every day. And that's also the aftermath of the fallout from that time. When it rains, my knees are like pins and needles. It hurts like hell. With that, she sighed softly, a hint of helplessness and exhaustion showing in her eyes. After all, it's for the honor of the nation. What's personal pain? What's it worth? That's why she spends a lot of money on recuperative restoration after she retires. After all, if she's so irritated now when she's still young, won't she be crippled when she's old later on? Chu Feng had a bashful face. I can see it. There is no disease that he cannot see. Under the eye of pathology. Su Jingyun guffawed. Seeing it? But you're trying to say you can see through it. You don't care. Humph. Through my massage technique, I can stimulate the acupoints in your body and can it slowly recover. Only then, a massage treatment, and cannot cure this disease, to be completely eradicated. At least touch 10. No, at least a massage for 10 days. When Su Jingyun heard this, her eyes lit up and she said with surprise and joy, "You can really cure me of this?" This sting had been tormenting her for quite some time and was the main reason that made her retire. The only way to cure it is through rehabilitation and slow recovery over a long period of time. Also avoid strenuous exercise, but she's a gym teacher and not exercising is out of the question. Like the fact that she has to climb up and down 5 flights of stairs and walk several kilometers every day to get home. During this time she has also visited Chinese medicine practitioners for acupuncture and herbal fumigation. A whole lot of money was spent, but none of it did much good. It still flares up when it's supposed to, and you can't even stand up when the pain is so irritating. But thinking about the effect of Chu Feng's massage just now, perhaps, Chu Feng really did have a solution. Try it and you won't know. You can't be saying that on purpose and actually making excuses. Su Jingyun picked up the pillow and covered her reddened face. Actually, there's really no need to make that excuse. You can just say it directly. Well, before she could finish her words, Chu Feng's large, warm hand was already kneading at her knees, as if with some kind of magic. The comfort almost made Su Jingyun unable to stop herself from screaming out. Under the wonderful hands, Su Jingyun's long-worn tendons and bones were repaired. Chu Feng had massaged Su Jingyun for a full 6 to 7 minutes. Su Jingyun felt like her tight thighs had never been so relaxed and comfortable. It used to be a constant vague pain, but now not only did it not feel the slightest bit uncomfortable, it felt stronger. I have to say, Chu Feng's massage technique can be warm and comfortable. But, Su Jingyun tightly bit her pink lips, her eyes shy. Having experienced a life and death crisis together, she didn't resist Chu Feng now. But this is a hospital. There are little nurses walking around in the hallway outside every now and then. This, is it really good? Finally Su Jingyun couldn't help but whisper a pout. Good, okay, have you pressed it enough? Let go of it. It was as if she was begging Chu Feng in a pleading tone, her voice soft and with a few points of urgency. There's a lot of people out there. Change places. Wait until it's private before you press. Don't press it now. Okay, people will see it later. Su Jingyun's cheeks were scarlet, like ripe apples, and her eyes were filled with shyness and uneasiness. It was only then that Chu Feng slowly withdrew his hand and said in a serious manner, "Teacher Su, I'm treating you. What's there to be embarrassed about?" I know. Su Jingyun shrank in the bedding, revealing half of her small head, her eyes shy and watery as she looked at Chu Feng. Heart pounding. Why do you feel? This little man has become more and more handsome again. Just then, the cell phone in Chu Feng's pocket suddenly vibrated. He pulled out his cell phone and saw that it was a text message from Aunt Xing, and his face changed slightly. Chapter 23 Chu Feng, look at the photos if you miss me. MS. Su, I have something urgent that I have to go first. Your ankle is fine, but it's better to stay in the hospital for a few days, and then we'll move there after I go find you an apartment near Zada. What's wrong Feng? What happened? Seeing Chu Feng's grave expression, Su Jingyun was worried, struggling to sit up. However, Chu Feng gently pressed his shoulder. It's fine. It's just that my Aunt Xing is drunk and asked me to pick her up. Don't worry Sister Jingyun, Chu Feng said as he spoke, while reaching out to gently straighten the broken hair in front of Su Jingyun's forehead. His eyes were filled with tenderness and concern. In her worried gaze, bend down, forehead against hers. He moved over and kissed her pink lips. Su Jingyun first froze, then slowly closed her eyes and responded to the passionate kiss. Click. At that moment, Chu Feng took a selfie and then sent this photo to Su Jingyun. MS. Su, get some rest and look at the pictures if you miss me. Look at that sweet kissing picture. Su Jingyun had a red face and gently nodded her head, a moving light flashing in her eyes. You be safe on the road. Anla. Looking at Chu Feng's departing back, until it's no longer visible. Only then did Su Jingyun take back her sight, holding her cell phone, staring at the kissing photo, the corner of her mouth unconsciously revealing a sweet smile. and after thinking about it, she set it as a screensaver, though a formal confession is still missing, but she feels like she's in hot water. VIP room number 1 at the Orchid Arts Club? After Chu Lu Feng left the hospital, stopped a cab and headed straight there. Xinjisan's text message didn't send anything more than that. Kid, I'm going to go to the Lanyi Club box 1 later. I may have to be persuaded to drink. If you have time, come to pick up Auntie for a while. It's okay if you can't come. Auntie's drinking capacity is good. She can't get drunk, so just wait for Auntie to come back at home. Although Auntie Xing said so, but Chu Lu Feng knew, his own silly, sweet aunt is very bad at dealing with this kind of scene. It's fine if it's just a simple drink and spend money or something, but she was begging for a loan, and was naturally at a disadvantage. This must have been extremely confining for her who had never experienced it before. That's why the message sent was twisted. Again, she wanted Chu Lu Feng to go and support her bottom, but she didn't want to be so incompetent that she had to rely on Chu Lu Feng for everything. That's why it's so contradictory. But none of this was a matter in Chu Lu Feng's opinion. The beautiful Aunt Xing needs my help and is certainly obliged to do so herself. VIP room number 1 at the Orchid Art Club. It is indeed very lively at the moment. The warm yellow crystal chandelier sheds a radiant light, illuminating the entire space with a golden glow. A large table was set with all kinds of mountain food of great value. I've had several bottles of the decades-old Mao. There were about a dozen people in attendance, and everyone was in high spirits and drinking, but 2 of the men with fierce, hawkish eyes stood out as being of extraordinary poise, while sitting in the middle of the crowd, but it naturally exuded an aura that made people weak and fearful. Each of the 2 men held a dragon-headed walking stick in their hands. One was golden in color and glistened with a dazzling metallic luster in the light. The other was bright silver with a carved dragon's head set with 2 jewels that were worth their weight in gold. You can tell by the attitude of the crowd. The whole party was centered around them. They occasionally opened their mouths, all of which drew concurring nods from the people around them, clearly having an extraordinary status in this circle. Yang Kaisen is a very rich woman. Skin is very white, but the body, well, it seems some tiger plus max. Just white greasy arms are almost as thick as some thin men's thighs. Anyway, it fit Chu Lu Feng's usual impression of a bloated rich woman with a fat head. She laughed as she talked to the people around her. All the while, from time to time, he cast a coquettish glance at the 2 men with the dragon's head canes. Sis, who just called you? Next to her, a man as thin as a monkey opened his mouth drunkenly. His name is Yang Wei, Yang Kaisen's second brother. Xing Yishan. Yes, your favorite woman. Yang Kaisen took a sip of his wine, said he'd come to see me about something, presumably to borrow money. Yang Wei's eyes lit up and he licked his lips, revealing a lecherous smile. She finally couldn't hold it together, could she? Aha, humph little, this time you will finally fall into my hands, right? Let you? Pretend to be noble. Looking at his second brother with a small-minded look on his face, Yang Kaisen shook his head, somewhat hating it for not fighting for the device, but in the end, he didn't say anything. Big sister, you really have to help me this time, Yang Wei said excitedly. I've waited a long time for this opportunity. I promise you, big sister, I'll this last woman. You know, I've been in love with this Shingi-san for a couple years now, and when I get my hands on her, I'll immediately call it quits and never mess around outside again. Yang Kaisen frowned, impatiently. Oops, okay, I know. Stop it, is it annoying? Hey, I knew big sister was the best. Soon, Xing Yishan then arrived, messaged that he was waiting for her in the next room. Go. Yang Kaisen got up and smiled at the 2 men. Just go next door with Yang Wei. But you haven't contacted me for a long time. What's this sudden call for me? Just pushed open the door to the box. Yang Kaisen then let out a burst of enthusiasm. Shingi-san stood in the box with some consternation. Sister Xin. Shingi-san just opened her mouth. Suddenly, he saw that immediately behind Yang Kaisen, there was another man who was as thin as a monkey. Yang Wei? Her brow furrowed for a moment. She had nothing good to say about this man. Yang Wei always liked her, even if she was married, but always pandering at one's heels, and often say strange things. What? Going into people's yards and thinking about people's melons, teasing people's kids and thinking about people's moms and all that. As far as she could tell, the man was a no-nonsense old shyster. It's also shameless and has an extremely messy private life. Opened several bars around the college town, bullying a lot of college girls from normal families who come to the bar for part-time work. Not only are there countless mistresses on the outside, and he was especially fond of R7, specializing in picking on the wives of male subordinates, or women who were already married. In order to facilitate the action, he also opened a few small companies, specializing in recruiting some a little bit of beauty of the beautiful treasure mother and other virtuous women. In the name of business travel, doing nasty things, it has even forced some to kill themselves if they can't handle the humiliation. But because he was young Kaisen's second brother with a strong background, All those things were almost smoothed out by him with money. Therefore Shingi-san looked down on him, refused to have contact with him. Some unpleasant tidbits with young Kaisen. It was because of a party among her friends. This man came suddenly, and kept trying to make a move on a drunken Li Mengshi. He didn't hold back his temper and slapped him himself. Since then, one has never seen Yang Wei again. The relationship with Yang Kaisen also faded. After all, no matter what, this man was her own brother. It's not enough to beat a dog. Why? Surprised to see me? Yang Great grinned as he walked inside the box and crossed his legs on the sofa, stroking his chin, constantly sizing up Shingi-san. Her eyes flashed with all sorts of lustful colors. Chapter 24 $10 million for a glass of wine. Shingi-san is sold. Oh, our family is having dinner next door today. I know you don't like my second brother, but he's missed you for a long time, so he came to see you. It's fine, and it doesn't bother us to talk about things. Yang Kaisen squinted his eyes and smiled with enthusiasm. Hear this. Shingi-san couldn't say anything else and forced out a smile. She tried to make her voice sound smooth. Sister Xin, I've run into a bit of trouble recently. Can you lend me some money? I knew that husband of yours is not reliable at all. In order to make money, he doesn't even want his wife and children. He is simply a scum. Yang Kaisen's expression changed, as if she was as exasperated as if she empathized with Shingi-san. To let go of his flowery wife and live with a few inferior breeds is really to blind him. Now it's better. Gleaned a great deal of money in the country and ran out to enjoy himself, leaving my poor Thea alone to suffer all this pain, saying that she even pretended to take Shingi-san's small hand, like he was heartbroken for her. However, these words caused Shingi-san's eyes to show a flash of suspicion. He hadn't even said anything yet, and Yang Kaisen knew everything about his situation. Looks like you don't usually pay attention, but her husband, who is in investment banking, also has many relatives who are big shots in the financial system. If one really cares to pay attention, it's not surprising to know what she's facing now, but it makes Shingi-san keep an eye out. Was it because he knew about his problem that he called Yang Wei in as well? Sister Xin, since you know my situation, then I do not beat around the bush. You can lend me some money to save the emergency. The interest is good to say. I divided into 3 years to pay you back. A hesitant look appeared on Yang Kaisen's face as he glared at Yang Wei. The latter instantly understood. With an evil face, he walked behind Shingi-san and tried to take hold of her fragrant shoulders. It was dodged by Shingi-san, who frowned and snapped. Yang Wei, what are you doing? Looking at the dislike in Shingi-san's eyes, instead of a little anger, Yang Wei had a feeling of excitement. Hate it. He loved it when women gave him that look. The more you hate, the more comfortable you'll be playing later. It's what gives you a sense of conquest. He'd seen that look a lot, but by tearing their condescension to shreds, they will no longer have any temper before him. Like puppets, they do whatever they are told. Say what you hear. He can do whatever he wants. Yang Wei tilted his head in disdain with an air of confidence. What you owe is not a small amount. Tens of millions of dollars. Why don't you follow me? I guarantee you can still live a carefree life in the future. Shingi-san interrupted with a cold and frosty face. Please call me Shingi-san. Yang Wei's face stiffened. The expression then showed a huff of anger and, this stinking woman, do not know good and bad. Even at this point still give yourself a face. Yang Wei had an undisguised sneer on his face. Good. Shingi-san, you have guts. It's come to this, and you're still pretending, haven't you? Look at you now. You owe tens of millions of dollars, don't you? The bank will be coming to your door soon to collect your house and car. Right. Do you have anything on you that you can pledge? Can you afford to pay it back? Aren't we wasting our money by lending it to you? How did you have the face to come and open your mouth to borrow money? Or are you planning to borrow it with no intention of returning it? Words like knives, words that kill. Shingi-san's eyes went cold, but it was also understood that Yang Wei was telling the truth. One really doesn't have any money. If Chu Feng hadn't discovered that box of gold bars, and Li Mengshi promised to lend her $10 million, she does have to sleep in a bridge hole tomorrow. But Yang Wei's words had woken her up. It seems that Wang Lei was able to borrow so much money in the country, and even mortgaged his car and house without his knowledge, and left himself with a huge debt. There's no insider operation like Yang Wei in this. She was disbelieving. It's also impossible, or even most likely, it was Wang Lei who sold himself to these people. She hadn't walked the mall in decades, but she knew these gray sides by heart. If you give her some time, maybe a lawsuit to get rid of some of the debt, but what she needed most right now was time. Seeing that Shingi-san had nothing to say, a sneer appeared on Yang Wei's face. Also, for the sake of our relationship being so good, speaking from the heart, the only one who can save you now is Yang Wei. You're in so much debt that the deadline for paying it off is coming up, right? It seems like there's a $20 million or so to pay back in the first installment. How are you going to have so much money to pay it back? Are you really going to sleep in a bridge hole when the time comes? but if you were to get down on your knees and beg me right now, I could spare this face to go and intercede for you and forgive for a few months. Oomph. Shingi-san's face was full of frost as she spoke in a cold voice. Please? I'd just as soon die as beg a disgusting piece of like you. With that, Shingi-san was ready to go out and walk out. Make her betray herself? This money is not to be borrowed. Yang Kai-san watched the atmosphere stiffen a bit and hurriedly stopped Shingi-san, twisting her head to angrily shout, "Asshole, what kind of do you say all day? Get out of here. I'll talk to Thea alone for a while." Yang Wei looked indignant, but seeing her big sister give her a wink, still grimacing, he walked out with a red face. After seeing Yang Wei leave, Yang Kai-san hurriedly squeezed out a chrysanthemum-like smile and held Shingi-san's hands, pulling her to sit down. Look at this mess. He's just a no-good thing. Don't be general with him. I'm a woman too, and I know the difficulties you're facing right now, Thea, and I really want to help you. But Yang Kai-san sighed as his words changed. But you also know, Yang Wei, he is no longer competitive. After all, is my brother? He has been giving me how much he likes you. If you can. Shingi-san looked at her with an expressionless face. What the hell is this? One is singing the red song and the other is singing the white one? Sister Xin, you don't have to say anymore. If you have to do that to borrow money, then I'll leave now. She got up and was about to leave, but he was pulled back by Yang Kai-san. Hey, Thea, I don't mean that. Just hear me out first. Yang Kai-san said enthusiastically as he thought quickly in his head. There's no such thing as a feud. You guys are just a little bit conflicted. Let's put it this way. We businessmen. What words are in the wine? The so-called meet and laugh to end enmity. I left that bastard to make amends to you to apologize. And you, too, forgive him, okay? Just take it as a face for Sister Xin. I'm taking you as a true friend, but he's also with my brother. You guys don't deal with each other. It's hard for me to be caught in the middle as well. How about this? $10 million for a glass of wine. How much you drink? How much I lend you? No interest. Return in 5 years. How's it going, Thea? Sister Xin is treating you pretty well, isn't she? Chapter 25, Silly Sweet Aunt Xing is in danger. Yang Kai-san said with an understanding look. I know you're having a hard time, but who doesn't have hard times, right? Not to mention you're so young and beautiful, none of that will be a problem. You just need time. Well, have you considered it? Well then I'll call that asshole in. Don't worry, he won't dare do anything to you with me around. I just want the two of you to turn enemies into friends. After all, the heart of the hand is meat. Sister caught in the middle is very difficult. Shingi-san frowned. It is often said, one should never make friends when one is poor, and never look for relatives when one is in distress. A lot of people love to fall on their sword and take advantage of the fire at this time. Despite not being in the business world myself for over a decade, but she knew from her experience that there was no such thing as pie in the sky. This Yang Kai-san speaks better than he sings. I'm sure it's not for the best, but this borrowed money is a real solution to a pressing problem. With the amount of alcohol she had, a pound or two of white wouldn't be a problem. Shingi-san made up her mind that she would just drink 2 glasses of white and just borrow $20 million. This way you can pay off your debts as they come due, get a penny for your business, and continue to raise little maple. And just 2 glasses of white wine won't get you drunk on its own and keep you sober. Good Thea, don't say anything as a favor to your sister. Ha ha ha, said. Yang Kai-san then got up happily, quickly exited the box, and quickly ran in again. A red wine and 3 tall glasses were in hand. Behind her was the indignant Yang Wei. He looked at Shingi-san with gloomy eyes. It didn't seem to understand why her oldest sister would help her. Here, Thea, I know you drove here and it's not appropriate to drink white, so let's have this. I'll start with a sample. Yang Kai-san seemed to understand what Shingi-san was worried about. Taking the lead directly, he poured a glass of red wine and tilted his head back. Yang Wei, why don't you come over here and pour wine for Yi? I say you're a man. You're over 40 years old. Why is your head full of what you think about all day long? I'm warning you, Yi is my good girlfriend. You're not allowed to disrespect people in the future. Quickly pour the wine to make amends for what you did in the past. Thea isn't a careful person. Drink this wine and let bygones be bygones. Yang Kai-san growled with a look on his face, his horizontal flesh churning, and Shingi-san watched as Yang Kai-san took not even white wine, but red wine. Even had a drink myself just to get the guard down. That was a lot of reassurance to her. Don't look at the face of the monk. No matter how much one despises Yang Wei as a person, Yang Kai-san is really helpful right now. So Shingi-san took the clear tall wine glass and poured herself a small glass of red wine. No, Sister Xin, I'll do it myself. And then one drink. The flavor is still familiar. There's nothing weird about it either. This made Shingi-san's tense heart relax a little. I know. Shingi-san, I was the one who offended more in the past. I'm sorry, I won't in the future. Yang Wei chanted with a deflated mouth, casually pouring a small glass of wine and drinking it as well. You are a generous man. The Prime Minister can hold a boat in his belly, so don't be so general with me. After saying that, he walked out of the box with a stifled look on his face. Hey Xiao Wei, what are you doing? You. Even if Yang Kaisen kept shouting, he didn't return his head. Harm. Fee, that's just the way he is. Not to mention you. I despise him. You just had a drink, didn't you? $10 million? He's gone. I'll drink with you. We haven't seen each other for a long time. Have fun. Yang Kaisen was smiling and always enthusiastic. Instead, he followed Xing. One person drank half a glass, and soon the bottle of red wine was at the bottom. With the amount of booze the two had, that was nothing. 5 cups now, is it? Fee, $50 million. I'll call you later. Or do you want to keep drinking? Yang Kaisen said enthusiastically. It's been a long time since we sisters have had this much fun drinking together. I'll even go get a couple more if you want. But Xing shook her head. Forget it, Sister Xin. These are enough. She was only going to have 2 white ones, but this red wine goes down about as well as water. In that moment, she brainstormed about having a few more drinks. After all, one more drink could mean an extra $10 million. This way, after he has money for business, he can still leave a large sum of money to Feng. After all, he was able to come up with a long-saved $200,000 bonus for even himself. And there's nothing you, as an aunt, can do in return. Even if one's business doesn't work out in the end and one ends up not being able to pay it back. So what? Anyway, the debt is too big for the lice. What's the difference between owing $100 million and owing $200 million? But if the $50 million split $10 million to Chulu Feng, then he'll have decades less to fight for. With such thoughts added to her mind, she easily drank 5 glasses of red wine. And just because this wine is fine, there's no guarantee that the next one will be. So she still warily declined. Sister Xin, $50 million will be enough. Thank you. I will go back. First, Xing-san's words just fell. Suddenly his head felt a wave of dizziness pass through it. It made her stumble violently before she could even stand up. How? Drunk yourself? She jerked her head around, looking at the red wine that had been drained. And Yang Kaisen, who had a normal face. Red wine is fine. That's wine. Glasses in question. Fee, are you drunk? Yang Kaisen's 5 senses squeezed together as he came over his face and enthusiastically said, then I'll carry you to rest first. Livestock. Xing-san quickly fainted. Her last realization, it was to see the door of the box open again, and Yang Wei with a lewd smile slowly walked in. Hey, sis, that's a good trick. Yang Wei glanced at Xing-san, who was unconscious on the ground, with a cheap smile on his face. He came to Yang Kaisen's side and picked up the wineglass that Xing-san had been drinking from. This is the new stuff Mr. Ong-san brought, isn't it? It's awesome. He poked around curiously. That's right. The reason why Auntie Xing and Yang Kaisen drank the same bottle of red wine together. Xing-san is the only one with problems. It's because the drug wasn't in the red wine. Instead, it was applied to the inside spout of the glass. This is a colorless, odorless and transparent liquid that has been newly developed. Just 1 drop can intoxicate an elephant. And it's got a little bit of everything else. The regular I can't even see it. But when the red wine is poured into the glass, drink it along with it, and no one who comes will notice. And that's how Xing-san got hit. Big sister, can you give me a small bottle? Just a small bottle is enough. Yang Wei squeezed his eyebrows. If there is such a thing, then it would be much more convenient for him to travel with his beautiful subordinates. However, Yang Kaisen glared his eyes out, fierce as a tiger, and said, Yang Wei, Kusunades, you promised me. I put so much effort into you to get Xing-san. If you don't have a long memory and are still out there messing around for me, do you think I'm easy to coax? Seeing the fuming Yang Kaisen, his face was full of horizontal meat. Yang Wei immediately shivered and shrunk his head and whispered, my father is still not your father. What are you cursing? Chapter 26. Auntie Xing can't take it anymore. Yang Wei, don't let me find out that you're still messing around, or else I won't need the old man's help this time. I'll waste you myself. I know. Big sis, I'm just kidding. I won't. You better not. Yang Kaisen said with cold eyes. Recently the family has been planning a big event, and the old man is taking it very seriously. Even Mr. Ong-san has been invited. I've received news that Captain Qin Smoke from the provincial office has been sent to Qin City. After getting Xing-san, you'd better put your mind at ease. Don't give me a chance to break into a basket outside and cause Qin Smoke's attention. Otherwise, even if you're my own brother, I can't save you if you commit a crime. Mr. Ong-san will kill you himself. You know that. Hear that? Yang Wei was instantly startled and hastily assured. Big sister, don't worry. I know how light it is. Seeing Yang Wei's well-behaved appearance, only then did Yang Kaisen nod in satisfaction. Looking at the fainting Xing-san with contempt, he mocked, "Take her to her room. There's surveillance there, and remember, wait 10 minutes before you go in. This pretentious will be more forthcoming than you when she wakes up, and then you know what to do when there's a video. Aren't you the best at this?" Hear that? Yang Wei nodded sardonically. Hey, sis, I know. Just as Yang Wei was ready to go and hug Xing-san with a lewd smile on his face, bang! A sudden loud bang rang out. It made Yang Wei jump in fear. He was just about to turn his head to see who was so ungrateful as to dare interrupt his good deed. The body has only just turned around. The head is also just twisted over. Suddenly a black shadow from the eyes whistling past, can barely graze the face skin, ruthlessly smashed in the back of the soft package wall. The force was so great that it immediately caused the entire box to vibrate slightly, and even the crystal chandelier shook. This sudden turn of events scared Yang Wei so much that his face turned blue. Just now, this black shadow was just 0.0001 millimeter away from his head, but if he had twisted a little more distance, he would have been dead. I'm afraid. It was only when he looked back that he realized it was a metal handle that had been yanked out of nowhere. Drafting? Who is it? He just roared angrily. The next moment, the dark shadow that was still in front of the door suddenly rushed in. With a flash in front of his eyes, Yang Wei only felt the sandbag-sized fist instantly arrive in front of his eyes. Bang! The whole person was directly smashed by a punch and flew backwards, but while still in mid-air, he was grabbed by the black shadow's ankle and violently flung it with a backhand. The entire person immediately felt a strong force coming at them and violently slammed backwards. Puff! Click! The sound of a broken nose rang out. Even a bloody hole was smashed in his forehead, as if he had been hit on the nerves. The whole man suddenly began to tremble with violent convulsions, and even his shoes fell off. You? Who are you? It all happened so fast. Just in the space of a breath, his own brother had been beaten half to death. The visitor was no one else. It was precisely Chu Lu Feng who had received the news and rushed here at fire speed. He ran all the way over here with his perspective on, so he knows exactly what's happening here. Luckily, Aunt Xing didn't get hurt a bit. He slowly twisted his head, a bloodthirsty gleam of excitement in his eyes. A glance. It's straight up scary as hell. Yang Kaisen only felt a chill go straight to the sky. Between those fat, greasy thighs flowed a tie. Warm stream. Security. Where's security? Yang Kaisen had just opened his mouth to shout when he was punched in the face. Along with her face full of horizontal meat, she was directly smashed and squeezed together. With a thud, the whole thing rolled straight to the ground. There are benefits to being fat though. Scripted. I'm surprised the punch didn't knock her out. Just chipped a few teeth. If this goes to a slapping contest, I don't know if I can fight or not, but I have no problem carrying it the most. Yang Kaisen looked at Chu Lu Feng in fear. A slurred sound came out of his mouth. Help! But Chu Lu Feng was silent. Lift her straight up. He threw himself into the soft package sofa and slapped Yang Kaisen's face fiercely. Pop! Snap! Snap! Straight up left and right. A dozen slaps in a row. It wasn't until Chu Lu Feng felt some numbness in his hands that he stopped. Yang Kaisen's eyes swelled into slits, and it felt like his brain was slapped evenly. The cheeks are swollen too. It's not even a pig's head anymore. It's the Piggyback Pro plus Max plus Ultra version now. Backsip can't see this. Had to be emotional. This Orchid Art Club box is just premium. Even though the place was moving fast, no one came to take a look. Chu Lu Feng scanned the surrounding several boxes, all still hot and bothered with their drinks. No one cared. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed as he looked into the next box. Gold and silver dragon head walking sticks in the hands of two men. Through perspective, he found some unusual contraptions inside. After taking a look at their features and imprinting the details in his mind, only then did Chu Lu Feng pick up Aunt Xing and prepare to leave. Passing by the still convulsing Yang Wei, he also kicked him hard in the crotch, and then kicked him hard again, directly into a mass of rotten meat, making him completely impotent. But even if it was so miserable, Yang Wei was still unconvinced. Not bad for a tough guy. Not even a word, just a twitch, voicing silent resistance. Hugging Xing-san, seeing her in this mold, Chu Lu Feng didn't even use the eye of pathology. It will be possible to determine what this is all about. Alas, his own silly, white, gorgeous aunt. It's only been a while. How come we're in this bad situation? Soon, he made his way unimpeded out of the Orchid Art Club and back to the Bentley. Just get in the car. Well, Auntie Xing then let out a faint sound, attracting Chu Lu Feng's attention. Instead, they found Auntie Xing's brow furrowed and her eyes closed tightly, only for her mouth to keep making noises. See this scene. Chu Lu Feng subconsciously extended his hand, but on the verge of reaching over. Chu Lu Feng, however, suddenly raised his hand and touched Aunt Xing's hot cheeks, gently caressing them, his eyes filled with heartache. This stupid aunt. Where is the resemblance other than age and physically being your own aunt? The heart behaved more like an innocent young girl just in her early 20s, uninitiated. To think that just a few days ago he was teaching himself, as his elder, how to make friends and develop a network when he went to college. Turns out he's a big dummy himself. Suddenly, Chu Lu Feng remembered his new skill. I don't know if the mythos didn't work for this. 1,000 thoughts are better than one. If time could be redone, Chu Lu Feng would never cast this thing. It's the same defibrillator that doctors use to resuscitate patients in cardiac arrest. Yeah, that's the thing that you put on your chest like an iron that electrifies the body and makes it jump. And Xing also jumped up at once. Chapter 27, Shy and Xing. The persona collapsed. Half an hour later, Auntie Xing huddled in the back seat of the Bentley with a shy face. The two white and slender legs also curled up gently and shrunk on the seat. Stinky little Feng. Bad little Feng. Abominable kid. Evil kid. Badass kid. She was hugging one of the doll ragdolls in the car. A blush covered her delicate face, and even her crystalline ears were red. Half of his face was buried in the Muppets, only revealing a pair of moist and shy timid beauty eyes, secretly looking at Chu Lu Feng's side face. Her little mouth couldn't stop barfing, but every time he read it he became more shy instead, and the blush on his face got a little deeper. Chu Lu Feng drove the car. The afterglow glanced at the knit jumpsuit wraparound dress on the passenger side. Looking again in the rearview mirror, Xing-san's adorable, pouty look, laughing helplessly. It's not my fault, Aunt Xing, I didn't know you actually. You still talk. Shut up. Xing-san was so ashamed that her whole face shrunk under the doll Muppet. But this head covering, the face is hidden, but the rest of the body can't be covered. She took it down again in a panic. The whole thing shrunk into a ball, showing only half of her shy, reddened little face. Seeing her blush with shame was almost dripping. Chu Lu Feng stopped speaking. Concentrate on driving the Bentley. One time. The only sounds left in the carriage were the low beeping of the engine and Xing-san's slightly rapid breathing. But in this quiet atmosphere, you just let me how to face you in the future. I am your aunt. Xing-san couldn't tense up again and let out a thin, shy sound like a mosquito. Damn you kid, big bad kid, stupid kid, stinky kid, I'm ashamed to see anyone, my image is ruined. The more she thought about it, the more shy she became. Pinky's little fists hammered like rain on the doll ragdoll, to relieve their nervousness and shyness. This made Chu Lu Feng cry and laugh. How come the shy and cute look of Aunt Xing gave him a feeling of being in love? Just in time, the car stopped at a red light for a couple of seconds. He turned back and held out his hand. Following Xing-san's pink neck, he gently traced Aunt Xing's earlobe, stopping her in the back of the head. An indescribable sensation like a jolt of electricity. Auntie Xing's delicate body trembled. The whole person feels flabby and weak, and can't exert a single ounce of strength. Aunt Xing? And you're still shy? Not when you have a mouthful. Hearing these words, Xing-san lifted her small head, her reddish face looking incomparably alluring. Come on, let me bite you to death you badass little Feng. She suddenly revealed 2 petals of baby tiger teeth and ranted with open teeth. With one mouthful, he bit down on Chu Lu Feng's arm. After returning to the villa's garage, Xing-san was still shy and even hid from getting out of the car. But Chu Lu Feng forcefully picked her up. Like holding his daughter, he walked straight toward the bathroom. Xing-san's cheeks were still scarlet, and there was still a bit of shyness and panic in her eyes. She slightly turned her head away, not daring to look directly into Chu Lu Feng's eyes. Her face pressed against Chu Lu Feng's robust chest, listening to that strong and powerful heartbeat, surprisingly giving Xing-san an incomparably real sense of security. Unconsciously she realized that she seemed to kind of like being held like this, behaving like a kitten. He just mumbled in a small voice. Stinky little Feng, have said I don't want you to hug. My good Aunt Xing, I'm not the one who stinks right now. Go take a shower. I have to go wash the car. You. Humph. Xing-san was ashamed and annoyed, but she didn't know what to say. All that could be done was to snort and keep quiet. Chu Lu Feng carried Xing-san into the house. After gently placing her in the bathroom on the second floor, it was only then that he went back to the garage and washed the car while thinking back to the scene at the Orchid Art Club. A trace of viciousness flashed in his eyes. On the way back, he had learned something about the young family's background from Aunt Xing. It was indeed fierce, and to ordinary people, it was definitely called a big shot. The old man of the Young family was once the #1 person in Qin City. Yang Kaisen's dad, who is also the second in command elsewhere, seems to be transferring back recently. Moreover, the Young family is powerful and has complicated relationships. Black and white are not separate. Not only is he one of the best in the white world, but he is also very vocal in the underworld. And he himself beat Yang Kaisen so badly, Yang Wei, even more so, he directly abolished him. This matter has been tied up, so be careful for the rest of the day. But the good thing is, he had just solved a major serial murder case himself, and he was unquestionably a hero status. It's all the rage these days. The Young family definitely didn't dare to do anything on the surface. After all, if it really gets out of hand, the matter will have to be traced back to the root of the problem. For example, why did Chu Lufeng go to the Orchid Art Club? Why would Yang's siblings have a conflict with Chu Lufeng, a freshman? Why did Chu Lufeng have to inflict such a heavy dose of poison? These issues will come to light by checking the surveillance. Of course, you can destroy the surveillance, but will it be convincing with just your side of the story? He had nothing to do one day, rushed into the Orchid Art Club, and just happened to find the Young siblings at that time, and then beat you two up. Ha, is that possible? You're saying there's no reason? Is it simply that Chu Lufeng is sick? What about treating everyone like children? Unless your Yang family really has a hand in Qin City, how can it not be convincing? Not to mention the fact that Qin Yan is still here, and once the surveillance was exposed, it was also the two of them, Yang Wei and Yang Kaisen, who were the first to have bad intentions. Yes, Chu Lufeng hit someone, but how about the fact that you drugged him? Plus, we just solved a murder case, and this is saving people. It's hard to say if we don't give him an award for bravery. When the matter came to light, there was no benefit other than disgracing the reputation of the Young family. Therefore, Chu Lufeng decided that the Young family should eat this dumb loss next, at least not until he's out of the limelight, and then he'll probably free up his hands to deal with himself. Sure, sitting back and waiting for death was not Chu Lufeng's character. Anything that had unfavorable thoughts about him, whether it was a person or an object, had to be nipped in the bud first. He's petty and can't afford any unfavorable consequences. So brainstorming quickly in my head, put the breakthrough on the two men holding the gold and silver dragon head walking sticks, being able to become the guests of the Young family. Their origins were naturally not to be underestimated, but that would be interesting, because Chu Lufeng saw what was in their two walking sticks through his perspective. All of it is extremely pure. White flour, rock sugar and several other contraptions. This Young family, the industry involved is quite extensive. If it was necessary later, this news could be shared with Qin Yan. When he was at the police station today, he also learned that Qin Yan had just been transferred here, and a provincial department of criminal investigation and anti-narcotics brigade chief, with the ability of the Qin smoke, properly high with the deputy hall level, and even able to deploy the province's relevant resources to start the work. The strength cannot be said to be not powerful. This kind of character was suddenly transferred to Qin City. It's hard not to wonder if it's something to do with the whiteface behind these two. If possible, it is possible to borrow Qin Yan this knife to stab the sheep. Of course, those are afterthoughts. It's been a busy day, the sky has dulled, and it feels like I've had a busier day than I've had in a month. However, Chu Lufeng's entire body was agitated. He hadn't forgotten that during the day Xing-san had shyly said that he should wait until night to help himself. Chu Lufeng was also looking forward to how Aunt Xing would help herself. Just then, a somewhat shy voice suddenly came over. Little Xiao Feng, you still not finished washing? Chu Lufeng raised his head, only to see that Auntie Xing was on the second floor leaning against the platform, her bright eyes staring straight at herself. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Aunt Xing, Chapter 28 Maru Spice. Mom found out. Villa's second floor. Xing-san's long hair was draped over her shoulders and her pretty face was painted with delicate makeup. With a shy face, she covered her chest, and the snow-white puffy shoulders above her were just exposed to the air. She was different from her usual dignified, generous and noble self, now wearing a black, deep V, backless lace dress. The open neckline with a deep V also has a light purple colored lace inside. Very sexy yet elegant, with a strong air of celebrity noblewoman. The slim skirt wrapped tightly around Auntie Xing's sexy waistline, without a trace of extra flab, all moving to where the plumpness should be and where the slender willows should be. It brings out the extreme figure she maintains through years of yoga practice. A stocking had been put on her snow-white thighs, together with a pair of Valentino's red-soled, black-faced thin heels on her jade feet. Not only do they appear to have longer legs, but they also add to the endless charm and flavor of a young woman. Xing-san was looked straight at by Chu Lufeng's gaze. His heart was already shy, and his face was also occupied by a red color. Even though she had been looked at by Chu Lufeng when she was in the car just now, but now she was still shy. After all, compared to your unconscious self, now this is a real initiative of your own, proactive to a good girlfriend's biological son. But an inexplicable emotion rose within her. I didn't expect the normally big-hearted badass Feng to keep staring straight at himself. She also didn't realize that she was almost an old woman. I can't believe I've managed to attract badass Key to this point. For a moment, the heart was shy and secretly happy. And this seductive pull-all-over outfit. It was also what she had specially gone to buy after she herself had parted ways with Chu Lufeng today. She chose for quite a while and asked several sales specialists. It is said that this long dress is very chopped up and has a great appeal to the youngsters, though the price tag is up to almost 6 figures, which is actually quite a lot to part with for myself now that I'm saddled with a huge amount of debt. but in order to present the best effect, to have the most perfect little secret memory with Chu Lu Feng, she bit the bullet and bought it anyway. Judging from Chu Lu Feng's reaction now, she was very satisfied. It's money well spent. Auntie Xing stared at the shy Chu Lu Feng and ranted in a small voice. What are you still standing there for? Stupid become a wooden man not quickly come over. Waking up, Chu Lu Feng's old face blushed. A self-proclaimed saint of love affairs. I never thought I'd show such a piggish side one day, but as he walked up to the second floor, looking at the gorgeous Aunt Xing, exquisite pink neck hanging down, too exposed in the air of the snow-white delicate collarbone, that blowing as if the milk like smooth skin, reflecting a stirring, holy glow in the warm light, just looking at it made his heart beat faster. Xing also wore a delicate full makeup. Normally she's pretty lazy. Moved in for this month of spending time together, Chu Lu Feng hadn't even seen Xing put on makeup. Of course, it's also because Aunt Xing's veiled face is just so very topsy-turvy. If extreme beauty plus full makeup is 99 cents, then Aunt Xing's vegetarian face is already 100 points. Not to mention the fact that it's now in makeup. And that's top of the top. It's been a while since I wore makeup. Don't laugh at me if it doesn't look good. Aunt Xing's shell teeth gently bit her red lips, somewhat shyly twisting her head, her voice like a mosquito murmuring. This pouty, cute look, totally a shy scene of a pregnant teenager facing her sweetheart. Chu Lu Feng only felt that his breathing was a little short. Can't top that. Getting a nosebleed. What about the magic hands? Hurry up and cure me. Although Chu Lu Feng was usually big-headed, but no kidding, he's still an innocent teenage boy, commonly known as Branch, Nan. It's just that the super extreme ones are seen a lot. The average beauty won't fit in, and naturally he didn't have much of a change of mood. But Xing was different. This extremely mature beauty, whether it was her body or appearance, or her gentle and virtuous intellectual side, all literally grew on his heart bar. Every move and every smile can seduce the soul. Not to mention him, the heavenly Tao saints couldn't even top it if they came. Put. Xing beautiful eyes rippled. It was also the first time she saw this side of Chu Lu Feng. Slightly shyly, she brushed her temples. Don't turn on the lights. I'm a little nervous. There was a subtle odor in the air. It was a distinctive blend of sultry scents of body odor. Just then, what's daddy's name? Daddy's name. Dad. An ear-piercing cell phone ringtone suddenly went off. It was Chu Lu Feng's cell phone ringing. Both he and Xing were stunned for a moment. Aunt Xing's disoriented and watery peach blossom eyes regained some clarity as she looked at Chu Lu Feng in a trance. The cool moonlight shone on his sculpture like hard muscles. The lines were clear and hard, full of power and beauty, like a paladin bathed in holy light charging. Xing line of sight felt like it was fixed in death. Cherry red mouth slightly open. A wisp of crystal saliva connected to the silk from the corner of the mouth flowed down. Don't answer. Chu Lu Feng didn't care, and the phone ringing soon stopped. But immediately after, the phone rang again, and apparently the man had called again. What's daddy's name? Daddy's name. Daddy. Chu Lu Feng was furious, sidled up and picked up the cell phone just wanting to angrily curse a few words, but looking at the caller ID, he suddenly had a jolt. Lim Wansuk. It's mom calling. Well, his reaction aroused Xing curiosity, looking at him with a pair of watery hazel eyes open in disbelief. Chu Lu Feng raised his index finger and made a silencing gesture at Xing and picked up the phone. Hey mom, why did you suddenly remember you have a son today? Hearing Chu Lu Feng's address, Xing delicate body shook. Her face full of redness instantly dissipated its redness and became pale. A huge color of panic suddenly surfaced in her misty peach blossom eyes, and the whole person panicked and was about to prop herself up and get out of bed. But Chu Lu Feng was prepared and reached out his hand, gently holding down Xing. Shaking his head at Aunt Xing's annoyed and horrified gaze, he tapped his finger to directly tap on the speakerphone. Brat! What kind of heartless words are you saying? If you dare to talk nonsense again, believe it or not, I'll fly over right away. Hey, I believe. What's wrong with you, mom? Listen to your tone, a bit angry. Who is bullying my mom? Quickly give you a good big son to say. I'm going to hammer him to death, Chu Lu Feng said, while placing the cell phone gently on Xing flat and smooth belly. Xing looked tense and frowned as she stared fiercely at Chu Lu Feng. However, Chu Lu Feng only had an evil smile on his face and a somewhat surprised expression, because he saw it keenly. Deep within Xing horrified peach blossom eyes hid a touch of uncontrollable charm. Welp, I didn't expect the noble and elegant, light and generous Aunt Xing to be good at this. Chapter 29, Hear Me Weasel. No, explain. Asterisk often play. Just make me angry less often. I'm not in the mood for your bull asterisk right now. Where's your Aunt Xing? What's she doing? I've called her a dozen times and she won't answer. Xing then remembered that her cell phone had long since died and she had forgotten to charge it. After hearing that, Xing-san immediately waved her hand at Chu Lu Feng, signaling not to mention her. However, Chu Lu Feng hooked the corner of his mouth. Aunt Xing is right next to me. We're watching TV. Her cell phone is probably dead, right? Why? Mom, do you want something from Aunt Xing? Hear that? Xing-san's body instantly stiffened. Her peach blossom eyes widened, and her pale cheeks, which were originally devoid of blood color, abruptly rose to a blush. Something must be wrong. Put her on the phone. Mom's tone was urgent, as if something big was going on. I'm on speakerphone. Mom, you and Aunt Xing, what do you two girlfriends want to whisper? Just pretend I'm air invisible. Let me listen too. I promise not to interrupt. Chu Lu Feng joked, but his eyes looked at Xing-san's frightened and flirtatious face. It raised an inexplicable feeling in his heart. Chu, stream, Feng, don't make me angry. Put your Auntie Xing on the phone now. Seeing Mom seemed to be a real serious matter. Seeing that there was no way to avoid it, Xing-san hastily pinched her pink neck and cleared her throat, her voice slightly hoarse. What's up, Wan Shu? Why did you think of calling me today? Well, don't you dare hide this from me, Lin Wan Shu said in a near growl, but her voice comes with a very soft, elegant flavor, so even if it's very loud, it seems gentle and soft, and it sounds unintimidating, but that was the usual. Now Xing-san was almost pissed off when she heard this. The little face swiftly became extremely pale, without even the slightest bit of blood color. Even Chu Lu Feng was startled. Did Mom really put surveillance on me? Does she even know about this? Xing-san bit her lip, not daring to speak. Lin Wan Shu, on the other hand, continued to be on fire. Are we still BFFs? Are you doing right by me? Even though Lin Wan Shu's voice was soft and gentle, but this moment gave a feeling of being threatened, as if something bad was going to happen the next moment. So much so that instantly his scalp tingled and a cool air rose unconsciously behind him. Me. Xing-san's face was in shock, stuttering and unable to spit out a single word in half a day. What the hell to say? After all, as the old saying goes, catch a thief in the act. Isn't he himself now being? Explain. No, sophistry doesn't even know how to be sophomoric. It's even tempting to just get down on your knees and admit you're wrong. Chu Lu Feng was even more afraid to breathe. Maru spice. It's been discovered. Mom is really installing surveillance on herself. Mom, it's all mine. As soon as Chu Lu Feng grabbed the cell phone, he wanted to take full responsibility himself. But before Chu Lu Feng could get his words out, Lin Wan Shu's sneering voice then came from the cell phone. You went to borrow money from someone else and didn't even come to me? Do you still consider me your best friend? Ha! Suddenly unfolding, it caused both Chu Lu Feng and the panicked Xing-san to instantly freeze. Borrow money? Borrowing money. How much longer do you want to hide this from me? If it wasn't for a few friends suddenly giving me this news today, I wouldn't have known that you actually owed so much money. What the hell do you want to do, Xing-san? I, for one, certainly miss your fine doll. Of course those words were what Chu Lu Feng had made up in his head. After all, Xing-san's entire head was clouded at the moment, completely unaware of what was going on. To put it plainly, Ish Lakshi now, nothing to say? The bank is coming to take the house soon. Do you have the money to pay it back? At a time like this you don't come to me. Go to someone else? I'll ask you what the hell you want. Want to sleep in a bridge hole? Chu Lu Feng hurriedly interjected. Mom, it's like this. I found a secret compartment in the villa today that contains more than $8 million of gold. Then Aunt Xing and I went to find an Auntie Li Mingxi today, and she promised to borrow $10 million on. The words just fell. Chu Lu Feng then instantly widened his eyes. Maru Beni Ba eggs spicy, owned up to saying the wrong thing. Chu Lu Feng felt that he was also disorganized and his head was not stirring. Isn't that a deliberate attempt to ignite a war by saying that now? Sure enough, there was an eerie silence on the other end of the line, but it's more like a moment of calm before the storm. Only two very soft and gentle words came. Ha, it's like this. I'm looking for Li Mingxi. Puff, the sky is falling. Chu Lu Feng, who knew his old mom like the back of his hand, knew very well. Underneath her own mom's calm words at the moment, it was a mega volcano that was about to erupt. The gentle voice was just a good quality she'd had for a long time. But now, Mom's inner rage is probably about to break through the prison of reason. Xing-san was on the verge of crying out in her anxiety, and hurriedly took over the phone to quickly explain. No Wan Shu, it's not that I didn't look for you. I thought of you first, but I owe too much in this situation right now. I'm not sure I can pay it back even if I borrowed the money. Borrowed so much money. Other people can't pay back even if. You can't. You still have Xiao Feng to support. I'm a bottomless pit. There was still silence on the other end of the line. Xing-san felt that every second was incomparably torturous, and fine beads of sweat continued to emerge on her white forehead. I'm sorry Wan Shu. I didn't mean to hide it from you. I just. Head's about to explode. What is this called? Finally, Lin Wan Shu opened her mouth, Her voice was still so soft that she couldn't hear any joy or sadness. Okay, what are you so flustered about? I'm not the unreasonable type. Whose money is it not to borrow? And no one else could borrow it if they wanted to. My side the company currently also has a bit of trouble. Today I scraped together a day. Only just scraped together $20 million. Has played into your card. The back of the. Wait for me to think of another way. Really can't, I'll sell the company. Anyway, now some people offer 200 million. Sold for you to pay off the debt. No. Hearing this, Xing refused without even thinking about it. Sell the company? How this works? This is Lin Wanshu's life's work. Almost half my life has been put into this. How can I just say sell? And now there is a broad market prospect. In a few years and even can be listed to rush tens of billions of market value. How can this quality asset just be sold? But she knows Lin Wanshu is very emotional. She's really capable of doing something like this. Don't ever. Wanshu, just think of it as me begging you. Please think about little Feng. He's still young. There's still a lot of money to be used in the future. I'll take care of my own business here. So just stay out of it. Big deal. Big deal. The big deal is that you'll die once and for all, right? Lin Wanshu calmly and gently said. Xing bit her lip and didn't say a word. You, come on. Don't think about the extremes. You're not alone. Coco doesn't know about this yet, does she? Xing Kiki is Aunt Xing's daughter. Perfectly inherited all the good qualities of Hyun Isan. Beautifully bubbly. Half a year younger than Shu Lu Feng. Currently studying abroad. Wanshu. Xing moved to tears. Tears wet the sheets. I haven't told Coco yet. Let her study abroad in peace. Well, it's best not to tell her about it. We adults don't let the kids know about our business. Otherwise she'll be under a lot of pressure. I'll call Coco $1 million tomorrow. So, don't think about anything else. Just pay it back slowly. Money is just a matter of life and death. We'll find it slowly, okay? Lin Wanshu said gently. It's soothing, as if you're listening to ASMR. Again, it's like walking through a Norwegian forest, even through a cell phone. All of them could brainstorm that Lin Wanshu had a faint smile on her face at the moment, her eyes soft and warm. Anyway, you have almost $40 million in your hand now, right? It'll last for a while. The rest of the debt, let's pay it off slowly. No big deal. I know it. Xing couldn't stop the flow of tears. The desire to make money reaches its peak at this moment. She wiped the tears from her eyes with a trembling hand and said with a sob in her voice, Wanshu, thanks to you and Xiao Feng being by my side all the time. If it wasn't for you guys, I really don't know what I would have done. You. After so many years, love to cry and snivel has not changed. Are how old people. Lin Wanshu seemed to be holding her forehead helplessly. Little Feng, that naughty boy hasn't caused you any trouble this time, has he? Seeing my mom mention herself while talking about her relationship with her best friend, Shu Lu Feng's eyes moved, and an evil smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Xiao Feng Aunt Xing's eyes instantly widened. Looking at Shu Lu Feng, who was bathed in the cool moonlight, she was ashamed and annoyed for a moment. Chapter 30, Chu. Stream. Feng, don't bully your Auntie Xing. What's wrong with him? Did he give you a hard time? You give me the word and I'll make sure to clean him up. Shu Lu Feng hurriedly interjected. Hey mom. Don't use this kind of baiting chat to ask if you want to clean up your son, say I will immediately clean the skin drumfly back for you to beat, but don't bring this kind of beating around the bush. I'm talking to your Auntie Xing. Why are you interrupting? Shut up, treat Shu Lu Feng. Lin Wanshu's attitude wasn't so good. I could hear that there was actually a wave of anger in her heart that she was being kept from the world. It's just that her own best friend is already like this, so it's not good for her to lose her temper. But to Shu Lu Feng, just concentrate on the role of the aggravated one. The choked Shu Lu Feng opened his mouth, but no sound came out. Just a helpless smile. After all, it was his favorite mom, so what could he do? Are you going to talk back? That's not necessary. It's fun to be lectured by mom. Don't think about your concerns too much. Just give me the truth. Well, little Feng Xing pretty face had already flown red. Her moist peach blossom eyes glaring viciously at Shu Lu Feng. But the latter had the look of a dead pig, leaving her clueless. And, what to say about this? Worry? Who cares? Whose ass is it? But Xing-san's a bit hard to talk about. To Lin Wanshu's ears, it was another matter. Stream. Feng, don't bully your Auntie Xing. Be honest with me. Even if Shu Lu Feng's heart was strong, hearing such words while concentrating on burying his head in the sand, his mind almost collapsed. No, Mom, do you have a system too? Or the kind that opens the eyes of heaven? How else can every word be so appropriate? Honestly, completely honest. Look at his docile demeanor. Xing suddenly let out a giggling silver bell-like laugh. Wanshu, don't scare little Feng. Just how much of a psychological shadow have you left on him? He's usually not afraid of the sky or the earth, so you yelling at him is more effective than anything else. Humph, that's what he deserves. Xing-san laughed her head off, her little cherry red mouth never closing in joy. Don't worry, little Feng is very good and obedient. Don't need to worry about anything, and if it wasn't for little Feng comforting me all the time today, I don't know how I'm going to last. This was true of Xing-san, and the most fundamental reason why she's doing this now. After all, if it wasn't for Chu Feng helping her one after another, after experiencing the helplessness of bankruptcy, borrowing money and the consequences of being bewitched, she can't even think about what courage and faith she has left to live, probably on the rooftop by now, from the 30th floor to the first floor without stairs or elevator. Little Feng is very obedient to me and did not bully me. Xing-san's pair of bright and soulful peach blossom eyes glanced at Chu Feng. The reddened face showed an undisguised intensity of love. Really? Then it looks like he's still somewhat useful. Has he been dabbling in school? I can't see this conversation going on indefinitely. Chu Feng hurriedly picked up the phone. Okay, mom. It's so late you rest early hang up love you mom. Muah, muah, muah. After hastily pressing off the phone. Then once again, we did the decent thing, but Xing-san didn't comply anymore, violently rolling over and pressing Chu Feng underneath him, twisting his ears with both hands, fiercely angry. Good eye you Chu Feng, you against the sky is not, your mom call all dare well. She talked and talked, suddenly realizing that the pose is a bit. A large swooning redness sprang up on her cheeks. One time, shy and beautiful and unattainable, when Chu Feng and Aunt Xing woke up, it was already 9 o'clock the next morning. With your fitness level, you won't actually be too tired, but so much happened yesterday. Again, he fought the robbers to the death, saved Aunt Xing, and violently beat up Yang's siblings, then came back for another night of complete madness. It was not until dawn that he drifted off to sleep. It was the first time in a while that I had slept so soundly, and it was as if I had traveled, my eyes closing and opening, and a few hours had passed, especially the fresh aroma that fills the room and that unique smell. It made Chu Feng fall into dreamland with incomparable comfort. Also had a slightly perverted dream in which not only Aunt Xing, but, when that glint of yellow sunlight poured down in front of the window, it looked a little harsh. Chu Feng narrowed his eyes and blocked it with his robust arm. Perhaps the movement was a bit too large and disturbed Xing-san who was next to him, only to see Aunt Xing hum out a soft and nice wailing sound from her tantalizing little red lips. Well, at this time, Auntie Xing also slowly opened a pair of gentle eyes, the bright pupils that were as dazzling and good-looking as the stars in the night sky, agitated together with the long and somewhat curly eyelashes. However, she quickly thought of something and her pupils trembled as she quickly closed her eyes. The whole thing moved, and the breathing became long and soothing, going from automatic to manual. See this scene. Chu Feng immediately felt amused. I didn't realize that Auntie Xing was such an elegant and moving, graceful and generous mature beauty. I can't believe that they also have such childish behavior. Even if they have had deep communication with each other, they are still this shy. Looks like Auntie Xing accepts it, but not completely, though the two weren't really related by blood. But then again he is her best friend's biological son, and her junior, the one she watched grow up and hugged since he was still in open pants, and now it turns out to be her. It's normal to feel shy for a while. Chu Feng didn't bother to break down Aunt Xing. Just like that, he quietly admired Auntie Xing's gentle and sensible face. Xing-san's delicate little face. No more, no less, just 2 eyes, 2 nostrils, 1 mouth. All of them, though, but growing on Aunt Xing's face is just so nice and perfect. The warm yellow sunlight hit her delicate little face. It is filled with a maternal glow of holy knowledge that permeates the heart. Maintaining this didn't last long. After all, pretending to be asleep at eye level just didn't hold up. Auntie Xing didn't have the heart to open her eyes. Shamed and annoyed, he snapped, "Badass Feng, how much longer are you going to look at me?" Chu Feng's face did not turn red. "If I could, I'd like to see you first thing every morning when I open my eyes. Go go go, stinky little Feng, get out, get out." Xing-san blushed and urged. She wanted to sit up, but suddenly realized that the quilt in her own now still bare, so it was only possible to cower under the covers, revealing half of a small, blushing head. "Mouth one before you go." Chu Feng also knew that it would take time for Xing-san to adapt as well. After all, she wasn't thinking about the same thing she was thinking about. "Stinky little Feng, how dare you?" Well, at Auntie Xing's glaring round fierce eyes, Chu Feng laughed badly, cupped her little head and kissed those soft fragrant lips. Their warm nostrils hit each other in the face. Chu Feng also spat out a magnetic voice from his throat. "Aunt Xing, I love you." Xing-san was stunned at first. Then slowly, her eyes closed, and her 2 small hands reached out from under the covers. It also cupped Chu Feng's hard and handsome face that looked like a knife cut, responding passionately to the good morning kiss. For a long time, the lips parted, watching Chu Lufeng walk out, also thoughtful to bring the wide back of the bedroom door. Xing-yi-san's eyes were mesmerized and she tilted her head, looking slyly at the bright sky outside the window. Slowly from the red lips, also spit out 4 words, I love you too. Chapter 31 The Eye of Value. I can see the rate of return. Just walked out the door of the room. The system's voice suddenly sounded right in his head. Ding! Detected the host helping Xing-yi-san out of a crisis. Acquired, Eye of Value. Eye of Value. When the host observes an item through the eye of perspective, a value assessment will be generated, in which all basic value information such as the material, age, and origin of the item will be comprehensively analyzed, and in conjunction with the current market conditions, an accurate and detailed analysis of the item's rate of return will be made. Chu Lufeng froze. The Eye of Value. It's a ing pickup trick. Just by looking at this description, Chu Lufeng knew that no matter if it was a rare treasure or something mundane, it could be most clearly presented to his eyes, and he could also see the rate of return. That is to say, he could see the maximum value that the corresponding item could produce. That's awesome. After all, although he had gained perspective, like gambling on stones and whatnot, there was the advantage of being one step ahead of others who were just purely natural. But the water is deep in the business of gambling on stones, and it's usually good to talk about things that can easily cost tens of millions of dollars. A floating chop is hundreds of thousands of ups and downs, and he can't pinpoint exactly what to open after the extreme emerald. How much should it really be worth? But now it was better. With the Eye of Value, he could do it in his mind. And Chu Lufeng's heart was on fire. This Eye of Value was not only a unique advantage for gambling on stones. You can also find treasure, antique pickups, and more. That's awesome. The antique business is also very deep. Something that just left the factory last week can be described by the owner as freshly unearthed from the Shang dynasty. $8 worth of worthless knickknacks. Open your mouth for $80,000. Not to mention novices. Even the elderly sometimes lose their footing and get pecked by the eagle instead of hitting it. But now, there is no need to be anxious. Under the Eye of Value, there will be nothing to hide whether it is a treasure or gold in a cesspool. Pressing down the excitement in his heart, Chu Lufeng subconsciously looked at the watch in his hand. Eyes blinked. Shasta. A strange power surged before his eyes, and a curtain of light instantly appeared in his eyes. The history of the watch brand, the craftsmanship, the composition of the materials, and even the price fluctuations in the current market and the estimated value added in the coming year, all come to his mind. It was a gift from Aunt Xing when he first moved in with Xing-yi-san. Appraisal, Rolex watch, brief history of the brand, Rolex, since 1905 by Hans Wilsdorf and material, 18K, year, modern, color, 90% new, market value, $48,000, rate of return, -8%. It's pretty accurate. Chu Lufeng had a smile on his face. This watch was just over $50,000 when it was brand new. It's normal to fold a portion of it now. Little Feng, what are you looking at? Just then, Xing-yi-san's clear and pleasant voice suddenly rang out. She had already changed into a well-tailored white lace slim-fitting dress with wraparound hips afterward, presenting her sexy body perfectly, full of sensual charm, and her hair was coiled up. It has a dignified, noble and elegant beauty. On the neck of the piece of delicate jade white collarbone, hanging a valuable blue diamond necklace, the thin chain naturally hanging down. The diamond fell right into the deep, as if it was going to fall into the endless abyss. The exploding figure was tightly wrapped in a snug, narrow white dress, round like a round love heart. Under the narrow lace skirt hem, 2 tender white slender legs were revealed, and there was not half a bit of excess fat on the small jade legs. The cute little white flowery feet stepped on a pair of white high heels, which set off Xing-yi-san's figure even more. In the bright sunshine, give people a kind of like a fairy down-to-earth, fresh and elegant temperament. Aunt Xing's face had a touch of halo red hanging on it, but it was even more lustrous than usual, and the whole person was glowing as if she was a different person. What's the matter? Want to change your watch? Let's go pick one out. Before the person was even close, Chu Lufeng had already smelled the unique fragrance that belonged uniquely to Aunt Xing's body, refreshing the heart. No, Aunt Xing, dressed up so nicely, do you have any plans today? Chu Lufeng withdrew his sight. A pair of gleaming eyes unabashedly looked Xing-yi-san up and down, stared at by this very aggressive gaze. Xing-yi-san only felt her face burning and her heart thumping wildly. She lowered her head slightly, trying to hide the blush that had risen in her face due to Chu Lufeng's gaze. She slightly turned her face sideways as if to avoid that blazing line of sight, and then turned back as if she had summoned up courage, and said in a soft voice, "Can't you dress up if you don't have anything scheduled?" As she said that, she gently ruffled the hair around her ears, her movements elegant and a bit flirtatious. I see. Women for women? Chu Lufeng stroked his chin, the corners of his mouth hooked into a bad smile. Aunt Xing, be honest, did you dress up specially for me? Usually Aunt Xing is how comfortable how to wear. rarely very dressed up so fairy. Xing-yi-san's eyes flickered a bit. The usual boldness and competence were all gone in this moment. In its place was the petulant shyness of a little girl. Well, Xing-yi-san's face was flushed and her voice was like a mosquito fly as she didn't deny her emotions. Feng, although I was yesterday, but, Xing-yi-san's words broke off as if something had choked her throat. She took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down, but her slightly trembling hands still revealed her inner nervousness. She raised her eyes to look at Chu Feng. My head was a mess and I didn't know what to say. Hush. Chu Feng bullied his way forward, gently wrapped Xing-yi-san's thin waist and swept her towards his arms with a firm grip. Well, Xing-yi-san let out a soft whimper, the whole person all of a sudden with a begging crash into Chu Feng's warm chest. The tip of her nose lingered on the familiar and reassuring scent of Chu Feng's body, and her panicked heartbeat instantly missed a beat. Little Maple. Chu Feng gently lowered his head, his warm breath spraying on Xing-yi-san's ears, and softly said, Aunt Xing, I know your anxiety and scruples. Don't worry, this matter, there won't be a third person to know about it. It just belongs to the little secret between us. Only, in private. Aunt Xingyu, raising her head, those watery peach blossom eyes looked towards Chu Feng. The two of them looked deeply into each other's eyes, as if there was an invisible current flowing in the middle of their vision. Well, the heart is in the right place. Neither needs to say anything more. He understands her and she understands him. Life is too short to have fun in time. Aunt Xing, I'm a little hungry. Can you cook me a chicken breast for dinner? Half an hour later, Xing-yi-san blankly glanced at Chu Feng, her beautiful eyes never leaving from him. Badass Feng. She was just naively ready to go to the fridge and pull out the chicken breasts, make breakfast for Chu Feng. As a result, just as he walked into the kitchen, he was hugged from behind by Chu Feng, and uncharacteristically, she was given a lecture on how warm milk is good for your face. 1 cup in the morning. You'll be energized all day long or something like that. Pour her a big glass full. Chapter 32, 8000% return. The Cheongsam beauty. After eating and drinking, Chu Feng is also ready to start making money. So pulling Xing-yi-san, he went straight to the antique street of Qin City. This antique street is a huge market that gathers things like gambling stones, antiques, porcelain and jade and so on. It's almost like a big department store mall. It was hot and heavy there today. More people than usual. None other. Simply because there's a high-end jadeite raw stone auction going on here today. The scene was packed with jade connoisseurs from all over the world, and wealthy merchants were rubbing their fists. His eyes were fixed on a piece of jadeite raw stone placed on the stage. Feng, what are we doing here? Xing-yi-san looked at the noisy gambling market. She was a little puzzled by the array of stones, the crooked merchants and tour guides singing in unison, causing travelers to jump at the chance to try them. Are you trying to make money gambling on stones? Xing-yi-san had never been much of a fan of these. She didn't believe that her luck was so good, favoring those treasures that connoisseurs couldn't even see, letting her, a little white guy who didn't know anything, pick up the pieces. Take a look around, just in case you get lucky. Chu Feng looked around, looking interested. The reality is that you are watching through the eye of value to see if there is anything worth buying. Let's just go Feng. Don't believe this. Xing-yi-san intimately held Chu Feng's arm, her beautiful eyes somewhat worried. It is impossible to pick up the leakage. We take our time in making money. We don't need to take these hasty roads. She was a little worried that Chu Feng had gotten on top of it and indulged in this alternative gambling game. There's no rush. Auntie Xing, just think of it as our date. Keep me company, okay? Hearing that Chu Feng had said so, Xing-yi-san pursed her lips. Okay. No longer saying much, he concentrated on accompanying Chu Feng as he strolled around. Antique street vendors. Many are old farmers set up a stall, with a broken plastic bag, above still stained with dirt kind of, and then look around with an expression, very anxious kind of. Give a person a kind of their own treasure is not the right way, cannot see the light, and only sold to the people who know the goods feeling. Of course, it's good to see this old drama and whoever believes it is a cutie. Come to a roadside stand. Chu Feng squatted down and smiled. Let's see. Appraisal object, jade bracelet. Material, high tensile glass, the appearance of which is very similar to that of Hatian jade, characterized by high whiteness, structure and high hardness, and is more resistant to falls. It is often used to pass off as a plain piece such as a Hatian jade bracelet. Year, modern. Quality, very poor. Market value, $20. Rate of return, almost zero. Summary, not suitable for purchase. Worthless garbage. Can only cheat the ignorant delusion of picking up the small white of the small white? Scan the jade bracelet for information. Chu Feng's eyes moved slightly as he realized it. The eye of value will provide some different information because of the different appraisals. He asked absently, how do I sell this jade bracelet? The stall owner of the old farmer's suit smiled and gestured. 80,000. Nima, you're really asking for $80,000, aren't you? AI. Little brother, you can read the goods. This thing can be extraordinary. The head can be big. It's from the Shang dynasty and Zhou dynasty. King Wen of Zhou gifted it to his wife, Queen Tai Si of Wending. Queen Wending, you know who it is, right? It's her who was regarded as the model of a good wife and mother. She was honored as Mother Wen by later generations, because especially precious, are national treasures, and then even Wu Zetian have worn. I tell you a secret, even that CI suck old lady, she wanted to wear this, but also issued a notice notifying the world. Who can find this thing? The reward of 1,000 gold. Sealed 10,000 vassals it, so it's really not expensive to sell you $80,000. How about it, little brother? How do you think? If you think it is too expensive, you say a price. Talk about business. All rely on talk. National treasure. Queen Wending, worn by Wu Zetian. The corner of Chu Lu Feng's mouth twitched, said nothing, and silently put the jade bracelet back. Nima, how dare you? Also business week, last week, I think, you're asking for 80,000. What's the holdup? Don't say half price, you just also 0.1 discount. Is the offer 800? No, just $200. Vendor bosses will be happy, and happy instantly agreed. No, you really take the country as the cherry blossom people get. It had to be said that Chu Lu Feng truly admired these people. A blind halberd's tale was made up out of thin air, and without blushing or skipping a beat, he said it with such conviction, as if it were really happening. Simply a born movie star. It would be a real shame not to write novels and make up stories. Scanning the other things on the vendor. Appraisal, jade porcelain. Year, modern. Quality, very poor. Market value, $18.81. Rate of return, almost zero. Summary, not suitable for purchase. Worthless garbage. Can only cheat the ignorant delusion of picking up the small white of the small white. Appraisal, paintings and calligraphy. Year, modern. Market value, $10. Rate of return, almost zero. Summary, not suitable for purchase. Worthless garbage. Can only cheat the ignorant delusion of picking up the small white of the small white. Appraisal, jade ruin. Year, modern. Market value, $9. Rate of return, almost zero. Summary, rubbish. Chu Lu Feng, FARC. One by one. Look over. It's all double-digit garbage stuff. It's amazing that you can't find a single item in the hundreds of items. It's all garbage. But come to think of it, this kind of groundwork is not really antique at all. They are all mass-produced modern artifacts that would have been of low value. If you go to the obligatory wholesale, it could be cheaper, and I'm guessing it would only cost $1 or $2. Trying to pick up the slack is not going to pick up the slack. However, it is biased with Chu Lu Feng's gaze. The vendor boss is quote bag of joy. That 30,000. That 50,000. That 70,000. That 100,000. You genuinely want to give you 80,000. That's a real ing black heart. It's just a way to fool some ignorant white boy cutie. Up. Of course, what you want. It is also regarded as those who are delusional to pick up the leakage of the one-day rich white people to pay tuition fees. Looked at all the other vendors and it was all the same. All a bunch of junk stuff. Nothing good at all. Occasionally a little doubled. 10,000 into 20,000 kind of. Chu Lu Feng also do not see. It's a waste of time to even go to a counteroffer. I really don't know about those pickups. How do you get hundreds of thousands, or even millions of dollars in pickups from a random step? Anyway, Chu Lu Feng didn't see anything good. It's almost impossible to pick up on antiques. Better look at the betting stones. At least that thing has a fighting chance. Just as he was casually glancing around, suddenly, a string of eye-popping returns suddenly surfaced. Appraised object, raw jadeite. Asking price, $200. 000. Market value, $16 million. Rate of return, 8,000%. Summary, excellent value. Extremely high return. You can take it. Chu Lu Feng. What the hell? No, 8,000%? That's an 80-fold return on investment. His eyes were unblinking, staring at the thing. It was a vacant lot at the end of the back street of an antique street. It's a makeshift clubhouse that separates the antique street. There were also security guards standing guard at the entrance of the club, and there was a steady stream of people coming in and out. Through his perspective, Chu Lu Feng saw that the field entrance had been divided into more than 100 stalls, each of which had stalls of raw stones. At a cursory glance, it was surprising that at least thousands of jadeite raw stones were placed, and on the other side of the clubhouse, a variety of cutting machines were provided for those who wanted to open the knife on the spot. There are still tons of raw emerald stones being shipped in. That 80 times return you just saw, it's one of those basketball-sized emerald rocks, next to the original stone, and a woman in a cheongsam, with coiffed hair, exquisite makeup, and a hot exploding body. The white skin on his body was even more piercing when the sun shone on it. The hem of her pants opened right up to the base of her thighs. her ass rounded out by the cheongsam. As she twisted and turned, the hemline of her skirt was extremely eye-catching, giving rise to infinite fantasies. Chapter 33, the entire field of spending is paid for by Auntie. Come on, Aunt Xing, let's go there and take a look. Ha! Xingi-san was still a bit confused when she was pulled by Chu Feng. Just didn't go in. Then I heard a burst of selling yells coming from there. The new black ooze from the old quarry is only $200,000. Oh, it's often opened out of the top emerald in the Damakin field. Open window extreme ice green. Any boss who looks at it make a direct offer. The highest bidder gets it. Chu Feng, who saw this scene, also slightly shook his head. This new emerald rough site does have a little something going for it. Like in the antique street front street there are emerald raw stones, but they are so trashy that you can't open anything good. What you can make is only about $40,000 or $50,000, up to about $100,000. It's all a small fight, and it's a real paradise to play with gambling stones in here. Just by casually glancing at it, a piece of data surfaced in front of Chu Feng's eyes. Appraisal, raw black ebony skin jadeite. Introduction, this is a black washapi jadeite raw stone. The crust is black and tight. The distribution of sand grains is uniform and fine, with a certain oily luster. Its internal can open glutinous green jadeite. Estimated selling price, $300,000. Market value, $500,000. Rate of return, 66.7%. Summary, good returns. Can be taken. Appraisal, jadeite raw stone and desanded moxie sand. Introduction, this is moxisha desanding material jadeite raw stone. The crust shows gray-white color. The texture is hard and tight. Its internal can open ice seed floating green jadeite. Estimated selling price, $1.2 million. Market value, $2.8 million. Rate of return, 133.3%. Summary, quite lucrative and can be taken. There's actually an ice premium emerald, and this piece of ice emerald. Chu Feng looked through his penetrating eye. It is very transparent and has an icy texture, like clear, cold ice. The floating green portion has a rich glowing green color that is distributed in a kind of ribbon. It mirrors the ice base. It creates a unique aesthetic. Whether it is made into a pendant, earrings or a bracelet, it can have a strand of great value. No wonder it sold for $2.5 million. It's really good looking. Appraisal, frog skin jadeite raw stone from the mouth of the Kaika site. Introduction, this is Huika field mouth frog skin jadeite raw stone. Crust colored dark green, like a frog's outer skin. The surface has a layer of waxy luster. The crust is relatively thin. Part of the area can be vaguely seen inside the performance of. Its interior can open the glutinous jadeite. Estimated selling price, $600,000. Market value, $1 million. Rate of return, 66.7%. Summary, the return is more objective. You can take it. Looking at the value data that continuously floated by in front of his eyes, Chu Feng's eyes brightened slightly. That's nice. He had just looked at just about 20 pieces of emerald raw stone. The others are average, and some even lose money to old flames. But all three of these raw stones are good values and payoffs are bang on. Of course, the probability of this is actually very low. If you are buying by luck, there is a high probability that you will lose your money. One cut of poor and one cut of rich is no joke. And in these 20 or so pieces of raw emerald stone, these 3 pieces were also highlighted. A dozen or so people were gathered around them all, whispering about something. After all, the people who can come here are all people who know about stones and wouldn't dare to come in without 2 brushes. So it's becoming difficult to pick up something like that. But there are still masters in this venue. It's only been a short time since the market opened, and already people have picked out stones and even cut them. The stone cutting area is hot. Every now and then there were a few loud roars of excitement. Obviously cutting up. I have to say, it's a real money maker in this business. But the losses, too, are really meaty. Some people are happy and some people are sad. Could see in the envious, trance-like, lost eyes of others that they must have lost money. And he learned. I just saw the rock with the great return. It's not for sale yet, but for later for auction purposes. That was a bit of a disappointment to him. Was going to just take it, but it's also a good opportunity to just hang out here. How is it, little Feng? Which stone do you see? Give it to Auntie. Auntie will buy it for you to drive and play. Auntie Xing's attention had been on Chu Feng's body. Focused eyes were looking at the face, not letting go of any slight change in Chu Feng's expression. To her, it didn't matter what kind of gambling or not, making money or not. Only the vibrant little man in front of her eyes was the center of her world. Her pair of white tender small hands tightly embraced Chu Feng's arm, her body also unconsciously gently rubbing. Completely unlike between aunt and nephew, but intimate like a young couple in love. Of course, that's pretty much it. It was also because she had been staring at Chu Feng, so catching some of the delighted looks that would show in Chu Feng's eyes from time to time. I don't know what the big guy saw that was so exciting. Really? Chu Lu Feng felt the softness coming from his arm and was rubbed against his heart. Auntie Xing turned her little mouth up and hummed both confidently and playfully. Humph, stinky little Feng, when has Auntie ever lied to you? Come on, tell me, which stone do you have your eye on? Auntie will pay for your entire spending today. Chu Lu Feng was amused by her cute appearance. That's a good bet, just get that fast. Saying that, he reached out and pointed in front of the half-man-high jadeite raw stone that could open up the ice seed. Auntie Xing looked in the direction Chu Lu Feng was pointing. The huge piece of stone had an overall grayish-white color, and the surface wasn't flat. There were many tiny grains of sand evenly distributed, and it flickered faintly in the sunlight. And there was also an extremely ugly mossy scar on the periphery that looked uncomfortably like a hideous serpentine pattern. But those in the know that moss and green are often inextricably linked. To the connoisseur's eye, this combination of pine and moss, there is a strong possibility that this is a sign of high-quality emerald hidden inside. It's most likely to bloom big green. There were about a dozen people around the stone as well, sizing it up. Some had their hands clasped over their chests, some had their brows furrowed, and some leapt to their feet. But all of them are too high because the offer is too high, and while some want to try, they don't dare to take a big gamble. Although Xing didn't know anything about raw stones, she also felt that this thing was weird looking and should have something. Turning her head to see Chu Lu Feng's serious face, she still said without hesitation, "Let's go, little Feng, we'll buy it if you like it." Saying that, she walked over with Chu Lu Feng on her arm intimately. The noblewoman's aura on her body was extremely powerful, and every step she took was full of aura. The surrounding crowd unconsciously made way for her. Each one of them looked at Chu Lu Feng with envious eyes. Is this guy being bagged by this extremely rich woman? It's simply enviable. Boss, how much is this stone? Xing asked directly. The vendor owner was a lean, middle-aged man. A pair of dark eyes cooed. Seeing the noblewoman's aura on Xing, as well as her unassuming dress, it was clear that this was a wealthy master. So enthusiastically introduced. Beauty has a good eye. This is the stone of the old field mouth. Very good. Most can open the extreme jade flesh. I do not mess up the offer. 1,800,000. You want to see? Take it away now. $1,800,000? So expensive? Xing had thought she could have taken it in 100 or less. But this is almost 200. A Maybach Lu. But it's not unacceptable to bite the bullet. She twisted her head to ask for Chu Lu Feng's opinion. But Chu Lu Feng just shook his head. This silly white sweet ant couldn't hide his little mind at all in front of such a manchild, and was slaughtered as a whiny seed. The market price given by the system is also $1,200,000, although $1,800,000 to take it can also make money, but to earn less was to lose, and Chu Lu Feng could not accept that he had lost. Give a genuine price. You can't get it at that price. Chu Lu Feng opened his mouth and faintly said, "Handsome, really is a genuine price. Look at this python belt. Only the top stone has this kind of you buy it absolutely can open a big green." The lean boss was all smiles and spoke enthusiastically. Chapter 34, that green light. It's so green it makes people panic. Chu Lu Feng's expression was calm, and his gaze was sharply fixed on that lean boss. Boss, don't beat around the bush with me. I sincerely want this stone today. If you are really sincere, give a real price. $800,000. If it works, we will pay and take it away immediately. Hearing the price Chu Lu Feng uttered, the lean boss's eyes widened. It was like hearing something unbelievable. Handsome man, you're cutting the price too hard. $800,000. This is not even enough to cover the cost. My purchase price is more than this number. You add more. $1.5 million. No less. Xing was also a bit stumped. $1 million less at the drop of a hat, and by the looks of the owner, the price is still negotiable. One is really not cut out for this business. If Feng hadn't been there, he probably would have been slaughtered as a great injustice. But when did Feng know so much about gambling stones? $1.5 million and you'll just have to keep putting it in storage. Who dares to bid that? I'll raise it. $1 million. The lean boss grimaced bitterly. Really can't. Handsome. My bottom line is 103. Really can't be less. Any less will lose money. 103? You see who dares to bid that? Chu Lu Feng laughed, his face full of disdain. Well, go ahead and put it in storage. And good luck finding a wrongdoer sooner rather than later. Pulling up Xing, he intended to leave. This made the skinny boss anxious. Hey. Chu Lu Feng was speaking the truth. There were indeed people present who had quoted prices, but the highest quoted was $900,000. The lean owner's mental bottom line price was $1,200,000. That's a difference of 300,000 is a big Mizzou 7 yet. Can't talk about it anyhow. It's so hard to meet a rich, expensive-looking rich woman, isn't it? I was expecting a ripoff, but I didn't realize that her male companion was also a savant. This made the lean boss hesitate in his mind. After all, the stone did sit in the hand for several years. has not been able to find the right person to bid. This jadeite rock auction is to come to make a luck. But I didn't realize the prices given were indeed getting lower. There were people offering 115 even a couple years ago. It's also because the general environment hasn't been very good in the last couple of years. He's a little torn if he puts it in his hand again. I just don't know if anyone else will be able to pay that price next time. Hey, handsome, you come back, add more. This offer I really do not make money. Seeing that Chu Lu Feng had turned around, walking with a determined back, the lean boss became anxious all of a sudden. How much to add? 200,000. The lean boss said tentatively. However, Chu Lu Feng did not say anything, but only looked at him with a very sneering look in his eyes. He gritted his teeth and shouted again. 100,000? 50,000. Chu Lu Feng chopped his head off, stretched out 5 fingers, and faintly said, 1.5 million. No more. If it works, if it doesn't, forget it. Seeing Chu Lu Feng's determined face, a hesitant expression appeared on the lean boss's face. After a moment of brainstorming, it was still a swing. Okay, seeing as how you and the stone are related. Handsome, deal. See this scene. The people around him were casting strange glances. Someone shook their head inside. Some had sympathetic, mocking looks on their faces. The stone is in their eyes. The market price is just over $800. 000, which isn't even worth that much. After all, this stone can only be said to have a high probability of opening green. But in the end, it is only a probability. See the deal. Xing instantly paid with a leap of faith. She didn't understand these doorways, and only felt that Chu Lu Feng valued this stone. Just pay for it yourself. Seeing the extremely rich woman with such doting eyes, he was looking at the people around him with envy and jealousy. LOL. Why are stupid people always so rich? Handsome, how about transporting it over to cut it? Chu Lu Feng nodded. Cut it. Okay. Wished the handsome man to open the window to see green. Shipment full of color. The lean boss was instantly filled with a smile that blossomed like a chrysanthemum. A few people were hastily greeted. The large boulder was transported to the other side of the cutting field floor. Find an empty decoupage table and get ready to cut. As soon as you see someone cutting a rock, still cutting such a large stone, there were a lot of people started to gather around. It was only when the crowd saw the familiar shape of the stone. Isn't this that precious stone of the old bastard? Someone really bought it? Isn't he just going to sell it for over $1.5 million? What's the matter? How much was the deal? $1.5 million? So rich? This price is not bad. As long as you bet that the inside is not cracked, there is still no problem to keep the money. It's not easy to say. Look at this python band. This stone I have also lightened. All the python bands are almost dipped into the center of the stone. It's easy to have a big crack. The moment there is a crack, it's all ruined. That's right. That old bastard has been shrewd all his life. Opened so many stones. Just this piece does not dare to open. Is not he also think that the possibility of having a large crack is very high? Do not dare to gamble. The murmurs of the people around them kept coming. These voices Xing naturally heard. Her beautiful eyes frowned, a little upset. Originally, I bought this stone to drive around and make as much money as I could. Not being able to make a profit would also make Foam give up gambling on something as risky as stones. It's not a loss any way you look at it, but it was easy for Qi to feel pressured when people around her said that. She stepped forward, and her small white hand gently gripped the large hand of Chu Lu Feng who was marking the stone. What's wrong, Aunt Xing? Chu Lu Feng twisted his head and asked with a smile. It's okay if it goes up or not. Don't put too much stock in the results. We're just having fun. Aunt Xing said softly and comfortingly, wanting to give Chu Lu Feng some relief. But, pressure? Chu Lu Feng just wanted to laugh. He heard the voices, too, but he was naturally stoic. With the system he has, how can he be compared to a flesh-eyed mortal? What's more, he has the eye of perspective plus value. Double guaranteed. Every inch of the stone was in his sights. It does have a crack, but that crack just barely grazes the ice jade flesh and doesn't crack in. It's okay, Aunt Xing. Trust me. Chu Lu Feng's little thumb hooked Xing-san's palm. Playing this kind of small ambiguity in public made her face blush slightly. Cut it, master. Finally, Chu Lu Feng drew the cutting line. These threads prevent injury to the jade flesh. Again, it maximizes the perfection of the high ice jadeite jade flesh in here. Okay, boss. I wish you to open the knife to see green. Skyrocketing again and again. The stone cutter teacher didn't dawdle and turned on the machine after looking steady. Gah! With the stone cutter turned on, it was accompanied by a sound of crumbling stone. The crowd of onlookers couldn't help but grow again. There were 30 or 40 of them. Only, when they saw that under the open window of the stone's jade flesh, it was actually 2.5 large miserable white stones. There was a hush. Asterisk. It's the handiwork of the window opening immortal again, isn't it? Collapsed. This is too trashy. There's no jade flesh at all. and there's a miscellany of large and small cracks. Even if there is jade flesh, it's blown up, should still be able to make some car beads, but it's going to be at least a 90% loss. I told you that this stone does not work. Money losing stuff. That old bastard received a few years froze and did not dare to open, but also cannot be sold. Today is to let him open. In the face of the booze around him, Xing once again squeezed Chu Lufeng's large hand. It's okay, kid. Chu Lufeng smiled, not taking it personally, and faintly said, it will go up. And Xing, trust me, keep cutting, follow the line I drew. When an onlooker heard this, he couldn't help but shake his head and laugh lightly. People are stupid and have a lot of money. Why don't you give up now? There were already people leaving while shaking their heads, but then after a series of cuts, the stone-cutting master's eyes instantly widened. His eyes filled with shock and incredulity. There, boss, out of the green. An excited, trembling voice rang out. It instantly draws a crowd. One hastily stuck out his head and looked on excitedly. It was only after the stream of water from the stone cutter washed away the dust from the stone. A bright green color suddenly appeared in front of the crowd. The green light was so green it was almost scary. Chapter 35 And Xing, let me teach you how to appraise treasures. Asterisk. So green? Is this at least a glutinous variety? It's not right. What glutinous seed? This is ing at least ice seed. Or high ice. It's so green. And the 7 or 8 large cracks around it surprisingly just avoided the jade flesh. My goodness. This is ing lucky. Right next to that vibrant green, there were several large cracks that were shocking to see, but it's just so deftly crafted and just right that it didn't seep into the jade flesh. One time, the whole room was in an uproar. The commotion made here instantly attracted the attention of the others. Dozens of people came around at once. Even the people who were still looking at the stone curiously came over. One marveling, it's not just ice green. This ice base is not bad, either. With such high transparency and that texture, it's as if it's just been taken out of the ice cellar as ice clear cold ice. It's amazing. And this floating green, so green that it's practically dripping out of water, paired with this high ice seed base, it's a match made in heaven. This actually did not enter the crack, the ancestral tomb of the smoke. This high ice seed texture is too beautiful and delicate. I feel that the guaranteed 2 million to start. More than that, I think 250 can be flushed. This carving out is bound to be profitable. Chu Lufeng's delineation is ingenious. Not all cut through, just rough cut. But this maximizes the value of this piece of jade flesh and also gives people infinite imagination. What would be underneath that uncut drift green jade flesh? Could it be a top quality imperial green? So look at the fire inside. Immediately, someone shouted a price from the crowd. Handsome, don't cut it, just give it to me for 150. Okay? 150? No one, that's fast. I'll give you 200 Ws. Handsome, let me have it. $2,200,000. Give it to me, I'll take it. The noise of the lifting is getting louder and louder. Some have even come over to get close. Anyone with eyes can see that this piece of jade meat is not a question of whether to earn or not, but a question of how much can be earned. Hearing the sounds of shouting bids all around them, Xing-san's eyes instantly lit up as well. She didn't know anything about jade, but she knew it was a big rise. No wonder Feng has a bottom line. She blinked with one peachy eye. A touch of admiration once again appeared in his gaze towards Chu Lufeng. Why is this little devil so powerful? Inexplicably, it gave her the feeling that Chu Lufeng was all-knowing and understood everything. Look at his calm, bemused expression now. It was as if he had known this would be the outcome. They say confident men are the most attractive. Xing-san also watched mesmerized. Not knowing if she thought of something ambiguous, a touch of shyness suddenly surfaced on her white face. Does he really have perspective? But how is this possible? Xing-san, whose little brain hurt from thinking about it, decided not to think about it. Who cares? Anyway, the stronger little Feng is, the happier she will be. Soon, this piece of high ice floating green ice jade was then taken by a Hong Kong businessman for $3 million. Bought for $1.50, 000 and sold for $3, 000 for a whopping 185, 71% return on investment. It's simply a big increase. It's a lot of money. The estimated values given by the system were all just for Chu Lufeng's reference. After all, business is all about talking. Talking about losses and profits is all up to you. After receiving the 3 million transfer, Chu Lufeng immediately gave the master who cut the stone a big red packet of 50,000 yuan to share the joy. He smiled and handed the red packet to the master and said lightly, "Master, you're really good at this. You've perfectly avoided the big crack. Not bad, not bad. Open the knife to see the rise. This red packet you accept. We all dip together. You don't really have to give so much. Generally giving a couple of $1,000s is quite enough." But Chu Lufeng was trying to shift the focus of the crowd. An extra 20,000 to 30,000 000 was given to make the average person really think that the master was good at his craft. It made that stone cutter smile instantly. A long string of polite words of wishing the boss a great fortune were said in quick succession. Of course, it's not money for nothing. Chu Feng told him to wait, and went to buy a few more stones himself for him to maneuver. This ho-hum scene at once attracted the presence of other peer masters have cast envious glances. The eyes were full of jealousy and longing. They know it very well in their hearts. It's very rare to run into such a generous shipper. The other watchers and eaters couldn't help but give a thumbs up. After all, this kind of cut up to the master package red envelope is the unspoken rules in the Jadeite stone line. Moreover, Chu Feng was so bold and generous. Just this way of being a human being. No wonder it's people who get rich. Next, Chu Feng pulled Xing around a few more times, and in the midst of some bargaining, bought up some of the emerald rough stones that had a return on investment of 100% or more. It cost nearly $15 million. Chu Feng doesn't have that much money now, so all of it is Auntie Xing's little hand buying. Just by virtue of her and Chu Feng's intimate relationship where you and I were in the middle and knew each other's roots, it also doesn't really have to be separated too clearly. Of course, Chu Feng also bought some stones that were destined to lose money. Eventually by 10 up 7 lose 3, which is in the Emerald Masters group. It's all sort of at a higher level. Many teachers who have been immersed in this business all their lives don't have such a high cut-up rate, and just cut the big rice stone. It was just instantly snatched up by several jewelers competing for the bid, plus the ones Chu Feng bought were all high value. It can easily be 700, 000 to 800, 000 to millions of raw emerald stones. So he makes money, and the crowd can't do anything but envy it. After all, they don't have that kind of money for one thing. Secondly, even if you have so much money, you wouldn't dare to take nearly a small million to gamble. After a couple hours of work, Chu Feng and Xing also felt tired. Solely together, they went to a quiet box in an upscale tea house in the raw stone market to rest, also tallying up the wave harvest. It's great. It netted over $17 million. Unsurprisingly, it's just easy to make money with a system. That's a lot of money for just one emerald quarry. If he ran a few large jadeite raw stone quarries in a day, he would be able to pay off Xing debt in an instant. And for that matter, he hadn't even gone all out yet. After all, there are still a few dozen pieces of raw stone that can casually earn 400,000 or 500,000 Chu Feng did not buy. One is to look away. Secondly, that does seem a bit shocking. It would be too dramatic to take them all. So after comprehensive consideration, Chu Feng still gave up. That's a lot of money. It also stunned Xing. She had never felt that making money was surprisingly easy. How many hours has it been? It's not even a lot of work. It's $17 million of net income. If only the bank card balance wasn't so real. She had the feeling that she was dreaming. Xing propped her small head up with both hands, tilted her head and stared at Chu Feng's side face, her chest beating wildly as she said with a face full of adoration and admiration, "Stinky little Feng, how the hell did you do that? You're actually so good at gambling on stones?" Her voice trembled slightly and her face flushed. There was a hint of admiration and dependence mixed in that he hadn't even noticed. Chu Feng said with a bad smile on his face, after glancing at the quiet box where no one was, closing the door of the box. He then directly pulled Xing with one hand and said softly, "Aunt Xing wants to know so badly?" Aha! Xing-san's gaze gradually turned a bit subtle as well. The snowy and delicate body shivered slightly. There was also a rise and fall in her full chest. She directly got up and straddled Chu Feng, pressing her hands on his shoulders. Auntie Xing's eyes shone brightly as she looked at Chu Feng, her gaze filled with an adoring glow. She suddenly leaned at Chu Feng's neck and said with a somewhat rapid breathing, "Little Feng, teach Auntie to gamble with stones. Tuition. How about tuition for a meat stash?" The chest of the white dress slid open half an inch with the gasp, shaking out as snowy white. The sapphire necklace inside is beautiful. After Chu Feng took a deep breath of the aroma, he said with a bad smile, "Gambling on stones is no fun. Aunt Xing, I'll teach you treasure appreciation." Treasure hunting? Xing froze. Then she quickly realized what it meant. Her face was an instant blush. It was so delicate that it was about to drip, and even the delicate and small ears were red. Well, Chapter 36, this is not gold. This is a ing green with the emperor, right? A few minutes later, Auntie Xing suddenly trembled delicately and hastily struggled to get up. "Too much tea. Feng, no, I want to go to the restroom." The words were not yet spoken. Her entire body then hurried out of the box as if she had fled. Looking at Aunt Xing's slightly hasty and wretched back, Chu Feng couldn't help but shake his head. Reaching out, he touched his nose. There's a faint sandalwood scent. It's the unique fragrance of Aunt Xing's body. It smells good. He counted the hours. The auction is about to start as well, and it would be nice to pick up a few more stones with high returns at the auction, especially the raw emerald stone that returned 80 times its value. That's half a mini goal for the day today. That's nice. With this money, he'll be able to make a big splash. After all, this value of investment, not just can earn jadeite stone, antiques pick up what? Stocks, funds, forex are fine, and those make money easier and less noticeable. Just as Chu Lu Feng was pondering, the compartment door was opened. But it wasn't Aunt Xing who came in. Instead, it was a beautiful woman with big waves, wearing a halter dress with a slit fishtail skirt, revealing a large white creamy chest. And this fishtail skirt was also carefully designed to be able to slit from the side, and that slit was all the way up to the waistline, revealing a pair of snow-white thighs, stepping on a pair of hate sky-high, exquisite melon face, skin snow delicate, eyes charming as silk, the waist wrapped in a long, fitted dress was slim and the skin drums rounded and rolled. As she walked, it was even more shaky and twisted. She came to Chu Lu Feng's side, deliberately splashed tea and poured it on her body, instantly wetting her body, and then sticking her ear to the glutinous road. Little brother, I've been watching you for a long time. You're so good at opening stones. Can you pick a stone for me too? Just pick out a piece for me and I'll wear this one with you for a week, okay? She said with a deliberate wink. Crouching down, he leaned on Chu Lu Feng's knee. With seductive eyes, she hugged Chu Lu Feng's big hands, gently bit Chu Lu Feng's finger, and also put it into his mouth and licked it. An average man would have lost his grip, but Chu Lu Feng instantly furrowed his brows. Amount. If it's not you, who is it? Price gouging. Right. Chu Lu Feng jerked his fingers back. Nima. He'll make at least 700, 000 to 800, 000 dollars a stone. And just 1 week of company. You're not gold. You're ing green. Sure. More importantly, Aunt Xing has returned. Was leaning against the door of the box, watching the scene with a smirk on his face, despite Aunt Xing's seemingly gentle eyes. But inexplicably, Chu Lu Feng felt a chill behind his back. Aunt Xing. Hurriedly, he greeted them. Auntie Xing held him affectionately. Unhurriedly, he stepped out of the box. Her high heels stepped on the ground and made a crisp sound. Each sound was like a knock on Chu Lu Feng's heart. Little Feng, what are you guys talking about so intimately? Chu Lu Feng cried and laughed a little. One by one, he told the story of the outrageous request made by the halter fishtail dress beauty just now. After hearing this, Aunt Xing's brows furrowed slightly and a hint of displeasure flashed in her eyes. That's right, my small maple so powerful. A piece of raw stone shall not earn a few dozens of millions of She is really ugly, think beautiful Suddenly, she stood in front of Chu Lu Feng, lowered her small head, and said shyly, Little Feng, Auntie, should be better looking than her, right? Auntie knows, Auntie is older. After saying that, she subconsciously bit her lower lip gently with her teeth. Those delicate lips looked even more rosy under the light bite of the white teeth, despite the confidence in your own looks. But she knows that she has a shortcoming, her age. This was a huge gulf between her and Chu Lu Feng that could not be avoided in any way. Chu Lu Feng froze. Direct scum possession ensued. Reaching out, he ran his hand down Xing-Yisan's pink neck, gently traced Auntie Xing's delicate face, and then pinched her earlobe, gently take the back of her head again, swept her toward his chest, bowed his head and whispered softly in his ear. What are you thinking, my good Aunt Xing? You're definitely better looking than her no matter in my heart or in my eyes. My little Aunt Xing baby is the best of the best. And Aunt Xing, where are you old? You're not old at all. You were crazy last night like you were 18. The warmth from his large hands and the hot, wet breath from his ears. An indescribable sensation like a jolt of electricity instantly spread throughout his body. Auntie Xing was instantly so shy that her heart thumped wildly fast. The body was trembling even more uncontrollably. The whole person feels limp and can't exert a single ounce of strength. Stinky little Feng. He only knows how to make Auntie happy. Her voice trembled lightly. That usual elegance and nobility was completely gone. Full of thick shyness and pouting. With an angry face, he stretched out his pink and white fist and lightly pounded Chu Lu Feng's chest. Rather than whacking, it was more like a lover's spanking. Auntie Xing said with annoyed petulance. Who else is your Aunt Xing's little baby? And who's crazy like 18? Don't you dare call me that. No big deal. Watch out if Auntie tells your mom so she can clean you up. She tried to look fierce and waved her little fists. Looked like a very upset person. Still, that reddened face and the uncontrollable joy at the corners of her mouth betrayed her true inner thoughts. Okay, I was wrong. Good Aunt Xing, come mouth one, just forgive me. You, stinky little Feng. No more of this nonsense outside. Auntie will really get angry. Is it angry or shy and embarrassed? Humph, just don't tell you. Aunt Xing snorted and gently pursed her lips, her eyes filled with laughter. She reached out and gently pulled Chu Lu Feng's arm, resting his head on his shoulder. He slowly walked forward. From time to time, he stole a glance at Chu Lu Feng. The eyes were filled with complex emotions, shyness, joy, and a hint of dependence that even she hadn't realized. Watching their intimate departing backs, the halter fishtail dress beauty stomped her foot in anger, an annoyed look on her face. She'd waited a long time for this opportunity. If only Xing-san had come a little later, she had the certainty that she would have taken Chu Lu Feng. After all, it's a trick she's tried time and time again. But now that she was cut off, she was mortified. Suddenly she frowned. Why did it feel like Chu Lu Feng's fingers tasted a bit strange? I don't know what came to mind. Blah 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 blah. The look she gave Xing-san was even more sultry. And this point in time, the venue is also ready for the auction. A piece of jadeite raw stone used for the auction had been sent up to the backstage, ready to be auctioned. And the woman in the cheongsam with the hot exploding body has also stepped up to the auction table. The eyes are flirty and flavorful. As she twisted and turned as she walked, the peach covered by the cheongsam twisted and turned, causing infinite reverie. Chapter 37 Zhou Ruobing, the flag-robed lady. Hello everyone, I'm Zhou Ruobing. It's the auctioneer director of the Xiaolong auction house, and I will be the one to preside over this jadeite raw stone auction for everyone today. Zhou Ruobing is the cheongsam beauty. She was dressed in a valuable fitted cheongsam that showed off her plump and fleshy young woman's body to the fullest. Long skirt from the calf slit open to the root of the thigh, revealing one side of the plump snow-white legs, plump and tender white blowing breakable. She also wore garter belt red-edged half-leg black stockings, which strung out a circle of flesh on her rounded thighs, adding to the young woman's endless charm and flavor. With Zhou Ruobing's walking swing, two long, slender legs shimmied in the split of the skirt. It's almost like a temptation to commit a crime. Elegant without being sexy, generous without being dainty. Between the knitted brows and the smile unintentionally conquered all the men. And at the moment, under the stage, it was already filled with many people. All of these people are jadeite jewelers, collectors, and investors from all over the country, now gathered together. Their eyes glittered with anticipation and greed. I don't know if I'm staring at the jadeite stones on the stage that are about to be auctioned, or staring at this cheongsam beauty that can simply seduce my soul. In their hands they all had a handbook with detailed information about the raw emerald stones in the auction. Originally, the staff had also sent it to Chu Lu Feng, but he was too lazy to ask for it. With the eye of value, who needed to see that? He didn't want it, and Xing-san didn't want it, and couldn't read it if she brought it. So throughout the auction block, just these two had no prep at all. Still looking, drooling, an off-corner seat at 69. Xing-san opened her teeth and claws, stretching out her small, cold hand and covering Chu Lu Feng's eyes in one go. She was really upset now. From coming in, this badass Xiao Feng's eyes just kept staring at Zhou Ruobing without even blinking. Hate to look people in the eye. She was instantly upset in her mind. It wasn't that Xing-san hadn't thought about how she should treat Chu Lu Feng if he had a girlfriend in the future. In her opinion it was a good solution, because he was supposed to be her aunt, and would have to live in the shadows for the rest of his life, stealing a bit of affection from Chu Lu Feng that was almost alms-like. But that's enough. After all, one is supposed to be out of sight. But that's getting a girlfriend. Now Chu Lu Feng was actually looking at another woman without blinking in front of her, or a cheongsam beauty whose temperament and looks and figure were completely unrivaled. It just didn't sit well with her anymore. Had a little tantrum, though she also felt as if she had little right to throw a tantrum. It just didn't sit well with her. In layman's terms, well, jealous. Jealousy is a human instinct. Even if you don't like something anymore, you will instinctively treasure it if it is going to be taken away from you. Not to mention that the weight of Chu Lu Feng, this big baby, was still very heavy in her heart. Chu Lu Feng immediately felt a darkness in his eyes, reached out and pulled down two delicate and tender little hands, gently holding them in his arms, twisting his head and laughing softly. Jealous? Poof. Xing-san whitened Chu Lu Feng with force, that little mouth pouting so much that it could hang close, not saying a word. Seeing her looking so cute, Chu Lu Feng's face instantly revealed a doting smile, and he came over to her beside her cheek, explaining in a burst of whispering, I can't even look at Aunt Xing enough. How can I look at anyone else? I'm looking at the raw stones law. There are a few pieces that I'm more interested in. Besides, who is as pretty as my Aunt Xing? Come, let me mouth one. Without a second thought, he took a bite on the pale cheek, in a flurry of jostling and playfulness. That's more like it. Count me as an adult and forgive you. Xing-shan's beautiful eyes also curved up, revealing a charming and touching smile once again. Again, he intimately pressed on Chu Lu Feng's shoulder, and that's when the auction started. Under Zhou Ruobing's control, a piece of jadeite raw stone the size of a basin was wrapped up in a red cloth and placed in the center of the auction table, while she started to introduce it with a charming and sensual voice. This is the first raw stone we're auctioning today. This piece of raw stone comes from Myanmar Old Field Mouth Muna. According to the preliminary appraisal of our expert team, it is highly likely that high-quality high-ice jadeite will be opened inside. The appraisal price is $270,000. Now, I announce that the starting price is $200,000, and each time the price increase shall not be less than $10,000. all the people present had already known, from the manual, the information about these raw stones. So soon people started bidding on it. Bid number 13 at 210,000. Any more? Bid number 18 at 220,000. No. 33. Soon, with bidding all the way, this first stone went for $280,000. Chu Feng did not bid, under the observation of his eye of value. The stone can be earned, but not by much. If it's a $280,000 price tag to get in, throw in the miscellaneous, cutting fees, master carving fees, etc. It's only going to make a few tens of thousands of dollars, and there's no need to go out on a limb. Then 10 jadeite raw stones were auctioned in a row. The highest piece fetched a price of $620,000, but that stone is going to be a bloody loss, with a straight minus 50% return. Through the eye of perspective, he saw that the seed water of the jade flesh inside that raw stone was very good, but there were cracks, and they were all small cracks, and he couldn't even make a bracelet, just have to get little ornaments and stuff like that. After a burst of auctions, finally, the piece of raw stone with an 80x return rate that Chu Feng had been looking at appeared. This is our 12th auction item, a raw stone from the old Pakhang field entrance. According to the preliminary appraisal of our expert team, it is highly likely that a high-quality high-ice sun green will be opened inside. The appraisal price is 200,000. Now, the starting price is 100,000. Each increase shall not be less than 10,000. This raw stone is not very big, about the size of a basketball. The skin is rough, covered with python bands and pine flowers, and the pine flowers are distributed in dots and lumps. The color is very strong, and it is easy to open high-quality emerald. A connoisseur can tell at a glance that this stone is extremely gambling. However, under Zhou Ruobing's sweet voice, surprisingly no one made a move. No bids? The scene. Zhou Ruobing was also slightly surprised, but it was expected, because this piece of raw emerald, what can I say? The open window is green and the jade flesh is beautiful and pretty, but, as could be seen by striking the light, there were half a dozen large cracks, running through the whole stone, and a number of small cracks, densely packed, which went deep into the interior of the original stone. The surface is all this serious. The internal quality may have suffered more serious damage. While this is good jade flesh, it can't even hit a car bead. It was fine for newbies to use it for practice and fun, but veterans like them were not interested at all. That's why their internal appraisal of $200,000 resulted in a starting bid of only $100,000. It's also a matter of taking your chances and hoping to attract some bold buyers. This stone doesn't look very good. The crust is full of cracks. Crack it into your stomach and sell it as kilograms of garlic. This stuff doesn't work very well. Just go straight down a piece. Look at this crack, you guys. It goes from this end to that end, and looking at where it's going, odds are it's cracked into the stomach. Yeah, this kind of water is really good. It's just that there are too many cracks. Even if there is a bit of green inside, it's hard to take out the complete material. It's really a pity. For a while, disappointment permeated the venue. Shaking his head, his tone was full of disgust. Everyone seems to have lost interest in the raw stone. 100k isn't a lot for them, but there's no use in buying this thing other than to suck. Eyes on the runoff. Even when Zhou Ruobing kept asking, no one made a bid. She too could only be disappointed and ready to hammer the abortion. But just then, Zhou Ruobing suddenly saw a sign suddenly raised in the corner, causing her eyes to light up. Number 69 bid 100,000. Any more? Chapter 38 Imperial Green Egg Face. 100,000 once. 100,000 second. 100,000 three times. Bang! Congratulations to VIP number 69 for winning this jadeite raw stone. When Zhou Ruobing's delighted voice fell, some of those close by even craned their heads to see who was so bold. When they saw it was a youngster, they withdrew their eyes. As they thought earlier, they just assumed it was a pure newcomer, used for practice and fun. But unlike their disdain, Chu Feng was the one whose eyes were lighting up. There's even a bit of disbelief. No buddy, that easy? What about the fight bidding? Where's the crazy facepalm? It's that easy to take? Chu Feng even wanted to laugh out loud. Didn't even use $200,000, but actually took it for $100,000. 160x return. Yes, under the observation of his eye of value plus perspective, every detail of this jadeite raw stone was clearly presented in his eyes. Appraised object, raw jadeite. Detailed description. This is a black wuxia skin jadeite raw stone. Raw stone rough skin, with obvious weathering layer, which is distributed with a number of large cracks. Cracks deep inside the stone. At first glance, the risk is great, but inside there is a rich and pure color emerald green imperial green egg surface. The egg surface of the species of water texture is delicate and warm, reaching a high ice above, close to the quality of glass. Estimated selling price, $200. 000. Estimated market value, $16 million. Rate of return, 8,000%. Color, excellent. Summary, the imperial green egg face is extremely valuable. The return is extremely lucrative. You can take it. Imperial green egg noodles. Chu Lu Feng's eyes narrowed. This emerald rough does have a lot of large cracks and the internal grain is cracked into the stomach. But in the center of this large cracked raw stone, there is an extremely rich, pure, uniform color of the emperor green egg surface. Dazzling. Seed water is also extremely warm and pure. Full head, almost is the glass seed level. And it's at least 5 carats in quality too. This level of imperial green egg face, worth 16 million, that's just too easy. After all, most imperial green egg faces, they are all just 1 to 3 carats and the price range is just around $2 to $5 million. This type is also more common on the market. Egg noodles as large as the one he bought are still relatively rare. He didn't expect to take it so easily either. So much so that there are dozens of raw stones left for auction. Chu Lu Feng didn't even have much interest in shooting. The main thing is that the returns are a bit low. Returns are basically all 30 to 40% as well. Not much desire to go out on a limb. Of course, one of the biggest returns was a Stone King with a starting bid of $1 million. The open window is also high ice seed green, and the return rate is over 200%. So if you buy it and go through the trouble of carving the finished product, you can probably sell it for more than $3 million, but the back bids are up over $2.5 million going. Thought better of it. I've made enough money today. There's no need to go through the trouble. After the auction, the crowd went to pay their money. Then each received a piece of raw stone of their own. Also almost no one did not go, but flocked to the field of the stone cutting machine. The intention of many is to shoot now and cut now, so that if the cut goes up, they can trade back quickly. If you take it back, I don't know how long it would have to hang around to sell. Zhou Ruobing didn't go either. Instead, he was on the sidelines, talking and cozying up to some of the rich merchants who were cutting the stones. If you come across a high-quality jade that will make it to the auction, and she'd go for some persuasion, can they be attached to their auction house for the auction? After all, emerald auctions aren't easy to get right now. You can't even invite people without some good babies. Her paycheck is also so small that it's stretched to the limit. Little Feng, this stone has so many cracks, no wonder no one is bidding on it. Even Xingi-san, an amateur. All of them could see the trashy nature of this stone in Chu Lu Feng's hand. It's like being squeezed with a giant jolt. The whole rock is shattering. However, Chu Lu Feng didn't care about it and smiled badly with a big grin. "And Xing, why don't you blow on the aroma and maybe it will cut up?" "Ha? Blow?" Xingi-san was a little confused, staring with round peach blossom eyes, not knowing what stinky little Feng was up to. "Right, naughty boy, just trying to make Auntie happy all day." Xingi-san blankly glanced at him and ruffled her hair in style. "Give it a try. Aunt Xing is so beautiful. What if blowing on her aroma blows these cracks out of her jade flesh?" "Stinky little Feng, stop it. So many people are not ashamed." Originally some of the people had turned their eyes curiously, wanted to see who was so cheeky, but when they saw Xingi-san, they all brightened up. "Have to say, it is indeed stunning. At first glance, it's an extremely rich woman with a very aristocratic demeanor." At once, each and every one of them revealed a look of envy and jealousy as they rushed at Chu Lu Feng. Xingi-san's cheeks reddened and she was so meaty and shy that she wanted to drill the ground. Naturally, she didn't believe that anything could be cut up by blowing on it, but in Chu Lu Feng's expectant gaze, still leaning down slightly, she puckered her red lips and blew out a few decent breaths. "It's okay, isn't it?" Xingi-san had once seen it on an emotional program. "Love someone at their best. You're making a scene, and you've got me to make a scene with. Won't think you're childish, and you won't think I'm behaving strangely." She's past the age of mischief though, but Chu Lu Feng is still a young man. It is normal to like these gods and goddesses with a childish mindset. She wanted to be childish with him too. Chu Lu Feng said confidently, "Well, Aunt Xing, I have a feeling this stone will definitely cut up. Do you think Auntie is a god? Really, if it doesn't go up, I'll just eat this piece of crap on the spot." "Ha? Eat, eat, eat? I'll get you some honey when the time comes. It's sweet, it'll go down better when you mix it all together." Hearing this from them, the others in the group shook their heads in amusement. That kind of is typical of the newbie mentality, always thinking that he is the proud son of heaven and the son of luck. They were like that when they got into the business, thinking that good things would always fall into their laps, but after cutting a dozen or so big falling rough stones, they resigned themselves to their fate. This thing is 1 part hard work and 9 parts God's reward, but no one spoke up either. After all, this kind of thing that offended people and did not please them was not something that they, the human elves, could do. Upon arriving at the stone-cutting site, Chu Lu Feng found an empty stone cutter, and the same master who was still there just now began to discuss the angle of the knife. But after half a day's observation, even the teacher shook his head. Boss, this stone of yours, it's not very good. There are too many cracks. You can see it with the naked eye. Alas, it wasn't supposed to come from him, but after all, the two had worked together to cut more than a dozen stones. It's a bit of a friendship, but after hearing that it was bought for 100,000, the teacher was relieved. That's a lot of money for the young man in front of you. What's the difference between that and no money? Chapter 39. Playing at least 6 months without cilantro. Make 3 vertical cuts. Chu Feng drew 3 cutting lines and divided the raw stone into 4 pieces. It will just show off the center piece of imperial green egg face and it doesn't look too intentional. Keep your hands steady, haha. I'll give you a big red packet if you cut up. Okay, boss. Hearing this, the teacher master became even more fully concentrated, and some sharp-eyed people saw that it was Chu Feng opening the stone again, and they instantly gathered around curiously. Gah! The first cut goes down. Green is green. Teacher Khan's eyes lit up and he roared out in excitement. But soon the frown returned. No, it's not right. Ouch, what a shame. Such good seed water. All cracked. Cut down in that stone. It does have green, but not to everyone's surprise. The crack on the outside went straight through the jade flesh. There are still so many small cracks in it that it's hard to even get a car bead out. Ha, it's a shame. Keyed, anti-blow isn't working yet. Xing spread her hands and said somewhat helplessly. Chu Feng badgered and whispered in her ear. Maybe I didn't blow at the right angle. Aunt Xing, I'll teach you how to blow tonight. These words immediately caused Xing-san's eyes to glaze round, and an unnatural blush appeared on her face as she pouted. Blah, 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 badass little Feng. Who needs you to teach ah? Xing-shan blushed and took a pawn. A pair of small hands had already skillfully pinched Chu Feng's waist, muttered in a voice only he could hear. I'll watch and learn from the videos myself. Ha? Learn what? Chu Feng didn't hear it, but right at that moment, the second knife also cut down, and with this knife, the imperial green egg surface could be seen. Boss, or crack. Wait, Sensei said with a somewhat bereft voice, but suddenly, his eyes snapped round and he screamed in excitement in a voice that almost shook the room. Asterisk 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 out of the green, out of the big green, the sound of it. The whole room was in an uproar. Some people far away were attracted to it, and then immediately after that, another deafening bellow erupted from the scene, as if it could lift the roof. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Who said this stone was trash? It's too good to be true. OMG. What a rock. This is imperial green jadeite egg surface. Right, this delicate texture. The color is so full and beautiful. Little brother, are you selling this? I'll offer $2 million. You can afford it? This Nima at least 5 million upwards. Too beautiful. My life or the first time in person to see such a beautiful jadeite egg surface. Ah. What? Imperial green emerald egg face? Jesus Christ. What luck. There's an imperial green egg noodle? Quickly, the young master is coming. All of you get out of the way. Just see the stone cutter. A crystalline green color appeared in the eyes of the crowd. The green color was so rich that it seemed to be dripping. The foot was the size of a pigeon's egg. Upon closer inspection, the texture of the egg surface is as delicate as top-quality suet jade, and on some of the jade flesh around it, there was indeed a large crack all over it, strewn across the entire stone, but off to the very center of these big cracked crossings. I can't believe I was left with such an immaculate imperial green pigeon egg face. This doesn't even know what to say. It's almost too much to say it's a miracle. Looking at the excited crowd, Xing-san was a bit confused. What's the situation? She just froze. What the heck went up? And the loud shouts of so many people attracted some rich merchants and jade collectors over, each sticking their heads out to look left and right. There were exclamations of amazement. It's really an imperial green jadeite egg face. Holy Mother of Jesus. It's actually that piece of raw stone that's all cracked. $100,000 for the auction it seems? I actually looked away. $100,000? I'm going crazy with jealousy. All those who saw this scene were deeply shocked. One by one, their faces flushed as if they had opened this stone. It's green as a light. It's scary. This imperial green jadeite egg surface is even more delicate, fuller, and greener than the high ice-grade jadeite that one of them opened just now. In the crowd, even if it was always steady, Zhou Ruobing, who had seen countless precious jadeite raw stones, was also excited. Imperial green jadeite egg surface of this size is extremely rare and precious on the market. Even if she had auctioned off countless jadeite raw stones in her life, she had never encountered one. Zhou Ruobing's eyes were dead set on that egg surface. It's as if you're afraid it's going to disappear the next second. Mentally calculating. If this piece of imperial green jadeite egg surface if made into top jewelry, at auction, I'm afraid the price will be exceedingly high. And her biggest wish in life is to auction off an imperial green egg face. But this stuff is all available. I didn't expect to meet her today. If she could take the auction rights, not only would it make the Xiao Long auction famous, she could also make a fortune. Of course, it's not just about the money, but it also gives her a strong sense of professional fulfillment. For a time, the Cheongsam beauty's gaze towards Chu Lu Feng became somewhat subtle. Hearing someone tell the story of Chu Lu Feng's process of buying this stone, it even made the onlookers and eaters slap their thighs in jealousy. I can't believe there's no bidding? Just got it for 100k minimum. This ing. It's almost like you've had a stroke of luck, isn't it? People who just now looked down on this stone. More than that, his heart was dripping with regret. Never would I have guessed that in such a cracked condition it would produce an imperial green egg face inside. Who's to say about this nifty gambling thing? One by one, they all shed tears of regret at once. Brother, this egg face of yours is really pretty. The color is too pure and the size is very good. I offer 10 million. Can you let me have it? A middle-aged man had already come up and cozied up. Before Chu Lu Feng could refuse, there were other people yelling at once. It's a superb imperial green egg face. I'll offer $11 million. Hey, the highest bidder gets it. $13 million. I'll take it at Fuyu Jewelry. I'll give you $13.5 million. For a while, a noise rang through the crowd from time to time. The price also shot up to $15 million. It has just turned into a small auction again. $15 million? That's it. A stone this small is worth $15 million? Some of the watching audience were a little confused. After all, they only know that imperial green egg faces are precious. But I didn't realize it was actually this expensive. No wonder this business is one cut rich and one cut poor. A $100,000 cost with a $15 million return is just jaw-dropping. Suddenly, and with great envy and jealousy, I couldn't even help but fantasize about it. If you were to take this stone yourself, that's at least half a year's worth of playing without cilantro. Of course, the offers on the scene were all very good, but none of them were very satisfactory to Chu Lu Feng. The market value given by the system is really only 16 million, but that's only because the imperial green egg surface simply has that level of quality on its own. If after the master carving and design, that is, adding some artistic elements, or even to certain high-end customers within the Heavenly Palace to do customization and personalized exclusive words, the prices even more can rise more than 10 million. After all, this stuff is just perfect to give as a gift. It's also best suited to be taken to a gift for a certain type of person who isn't in a position to talk about it. So in his mind, this egg surface, if taken to auction, would probably be worth about $25 million. Anyway, just 100k for it. How can you not lose money? Boss, keep it. It's precious. After all, I wrapped up a 50,000 red packet earlier. So the teacher master carefully wrapped up the imperial green egg-faced stone piece and handed it to Chu Lu Feng. Seeing the situation, Chu Lu Feng also does not dawdle, and greatly generous package a big red envelope to the master, enough to his year's income from stone cutting. This immediately made the teacher's mouth closed with laughter, even a little embarrassed. After all, he didn't spend much effort. Even the cutting line and whatnot was scratched by Chu Lu Feng himself. He even felt that the money came too easily. The highest price offered by a jeweler on the scene was $17 million. It's come to this. Seeing that Chu Lu Feng didn't even have the intention to sell. Seeing the situation, Zhou Ruobing's eyes instantly fluttered. Moving forward, she coquettishly said in a sweet, soft voice, Mr. Chu, can we talk for a minute? Chapter 40, Reviewing the Flag Girl's Sincerity. Seeing Zhou Ruobing finally came, Chu Lu Feng's eyes moved slightly as he gently nodded, taking Xing Yisan's small hand, following Zhou Ruobing to a quiet box, just on the road. Xing Yisan happened to get a call and went to make the call. Only Chu Lu Feng was left alone. See this scene. Zhou Ruobing's eyes became a bit more flirtatious. Just stepped into the box. Zhou Ruobing then quickly turned around with a different light shining in her eyes. She stretched out her two hands and hugged Chu Lu Feng's arms intimately. A refreshing scent emanates from the body. Plus that body that doesn't lose out to Aunt Xing is majestic. So that delicate touch is also very refreshing. Zhou Ruobing at this time, showing a very different side than what you normally see in an auction house. Her cheeks were slightly flushed, and her foxy eyes were filled with seductive intentions as she said in a delicate and flirtatious manner, Mr. Chu, my name is Zhou Ruobing. You can call me Bing Bing, or you can call me Xiao Zhou. Ruobing can call me anything. After helping Chu Lu Feng to the sofa, she stood up gracefully and turned around to gently straighten the cheongsam on her body, the smooth lines of the cheongsam setting off her delicate figure. She then slowly half-squatted on the edge of the couch, her posture dignified and subdued. She slightly raised one leg, the other steadily supporting her body, her high-cut cheongsam revealing her white, slender calves. The black stockings that you put on fit your legs snugly. It looks elegant and generous. showing the unique elegant flavor of mature women. Much like the Shiranui dance shines into reality. The skin was snowy and delicate, white and a little shaky. One could even smell that charming aroma unique to mature women. Her face was close to Chu Lu Feng's, and the hot air she exhaled gently brushed Chu Lu Feng's cheeks as she said in a delicate voice, "Mr. Chu, what kind of price do you want to sell this piece of imperial green egg face for?" There was a hint of petulance in that voice. It also carried a full of temptation, as if it was going to mesmerize Chu Lu Feng instantly. "What do you think?" Chu Lu Feng's eyes were inexplicable and he didn't say anything. He wanted to see if this Zhou Ruobing had any level, and if she treated him as an unjust seed. Looking at Chu Lu Feng's deep eyes, Zhou Ruobing did not dare to be sloppy. Lightly pursed her red lips, her eyes locked tightly on the egg surface original stone. The pair of foxy eyes flashing professional and shrewd light measured the egg surface original stone after a while of contemplation. After a while, winking smile. "This egg face is of very good quality and not very common on the market, so if we just sold it like this, it would probably be around the $18 million level. But then again, Mr. Chu, as you know, jade can't be cut into pieces now. If you give it to a master sculptor to create a unique shape for it, and then bring it to our Xiaolong auction house for auction, in my experience, it will easily fetch $25 to $33 million. If you meet a certain type of person who's not easy to talk to, or a buyer with certain special preferences, $30 or $40 million wouldn't be a problem, but then it's a bit of a matter of luck." She was honest, tenderly touching the surface of the egg with some love. Those words also caused Chu Lu Feng to nod slightly. Expression of approval. Zhou Ruobing leaned her body forward again and shook her body, her cheongsam shaking as her eyes filled with cunning. "Mr. Chu, if you're willing to hand it over to me, with us running things for you, this piece of raw stone will definitely fetch a high price that will satisfy you." And, thoughtfully hugged Chu Lu Feng's hand, Zhou Ruobing said sweetly, "I am also willing to provide you with the most intimate and warm service during the auction process, which will definitely make you feel my sincerity." "Sincerity?" Chu Lu Feng's eyes glanced at him and smiled evilly. "Make no bones about it. Mr. Chu, I'm not kidding. Do you think I look good in this outfit? As long as you sign a contract with our auction house, I can wear this to accompany you for a few months, on call at, Mr. Chu, what do you think?" She raised her head, her eyes filled with anticipation as she looked straight at Chu Lu Feng. Inside, it was even thumping wildly. "That's all that's been said. Sincere indeed. It's simply much better than that unknowing roadside in the tea house that was also encrusted with imperial green. It's also time to get down to business." Zhou Ruobing looked at him expectantly, her pair of fox eyes delicately on the verge of dripping water. It's nice," Chu Lu Feng said indifferently. "The reserve price is 28 million. I will pay for the engraving fee. You guys find someone. If the transaction price exceeds 30 million, give you 1 million extra bonus. 40 million give you 1.5 million. 50 million give you 2 million. The so-called reserve price is to ensure that the transaction price will not be lower than the psychological expectations. Chu Liufeng's mental expectation is 28 million, so the final price of the auction has to be above that. If it didn't come to that much, then even if someone bid on it, this imperial green jadeite egg face would still go under the hammer. Hear that? Zhou Ruobing instantly whitened a pair of foxy eyes, and even her breathing became rapid as her chest rose and fell violently. It was important to realize that although she was the director of auctioneers at the Summer Dragon Auction House, but the auction house is in a slump right now, so her commission percentage is a pitifully low 1%. So even if the auction goes to $30 million, you will only get $300. 000. But now Chu Lu Feng directly gave him 1 million extra bonus, and the higher the auction price, the more she makes. If it goes to 50 million, counting the auction house's commission, then this wave can have a nearly small 2 million income. It's almost a Maybach. It thrilled her whole being. Her face was flushed and her eyes were moist and dripping. Good, Mr. Chu, I'll draw up a contract." After saying that, she directly excitedly plopped down on the coffee table in front of the sofa, and with a series of finger taps, she began to draw up a contract. Didn't care if she got naked like that. It seems that. She also knew that Chu Lu Feng's eyes were looking this way, and deliberately twisted the absolutely beautiful slender waist, showing off her unbelievable body. Who can stand that? Anyway, Chu Lu Feng couldn't endure it. Zhou Ruobing is probably excited because this extra bonus is so high. The body shook for a moment. The fingers holding the phone were shaking slightly, but she was a true professional, and even in her excitement had drawn up a contract. "Chu Wu, Mr. Chu, take a look." Zhou Ruobing's eyes were flirtatious as she handed over her cell phone. She bit her lip lightly, sweetly. "If you have anything else to add, I'll add it now." Chapter 41 And Xing, "The waves are too loud. I can't hear you." Randomly flipped through it. "Nothing wrong with it." Chu Lu Feng nodded slightly and faintly said, "Yes, let's go with that." Hear that? Zhou Ruobing nodded excitedly and just wanted to stand up, but I don't know if it was because his legs were a bit soft after kneeling for a long time. With an ouch sound, he instantly jumped on Chu Lu Feng. Sorry. She hurriedly struggled to her feet, apologizing profusely. I'm sorry, Mr. Chu. It's me who lost my temper. I'll go and print it. Please wait for me for a moment. In spite of all the apologies, but Zhou Ruobing wryly covered her red lips, a pair of fox eyes but not without a little embarrassment. It wasn't as if she hadn't seen one as handsome as Chu Lu Feng. After all, many males were well maintained, but also has this perfect body like an ancient Greek sculpture. Just the one and only. It made his whole body full of beauty and seduction. That's why her could agree to that offer in a heartbeat. She wasn't actually a frivolous person per se, although because of the auction, she would often have dealings with all the major wealthy businessmen, but that was precisely why. Zhou Ruobing has also become very good at rattling people's nerves, often giving the illusion that they can get her if they just try harder, but every time it's just always one bite short. It's like the spelling yum yum cash out campaign. It always gives the illusion of immediate cash, but it's always like 0, 1 block, 0, 0 1 gold, 0, 0 0 1 diamonds, 0, 0 0 0 1 points short. It looked like it was one step away from a successful withdrawal, but it just wouldn't take. The goal may seem close at hand, but it is out of reach. So did Zhou Ruobing. After all, she knew deep down. In this circle of rich businessmen who are all people everywhere and who measure the value of each other's interests in order to socialize, once you've let yourself be easily eaten, that self that has lost that mystery and attraction will instantly become worthless. That's why Zhou Ruobing has maintained this iffy attitude, and this constant appetizing attitude, in turn, fills one with a feeling of lust and cat scratching one's heart. In the process, those rich businessmen who are controlled by the big head, in order to get her, some will throw money at the auction, some take the initiative to introduce her to high-quality auctions, and some help to expand their connections to show their strength. Make the most sincere effort you can, but wait until you find out that no matter what you do, you can only get Zhou Ruobing's pale verbal favor without any half-substantial progress. Then you will be disheartened and repent. When you finally make up your mind to give up on this woman from the huge sunk costs, you realize that you've long since been drained of your value and it doesn't matter to her if you leave or not. She's already scouting for the next ingrate. To be able to navigate so well from inside the circle of man-savvy rich businessmen, Zhou Ruobing's tactics could not be described as unsavory. Only anymore. She's human and has desires. She also instantly becomes more proactive than anyone else when she meets the object of her desire to be favored. It's time to say no. With Chu Lu Feng being so young and so hard and handsome, not to mention giving back extra bonuses, it's even possible to have a meal together if there's nothing else to do. The Cheongsam beauty's pretty face was red, twisting her slender waist as she went. She walked out with her long legs to print the contract, and just as she had stepped out of the door of the box, he also met Xing, who had just come in from a phone call. She was surprised and looked at Zhou Ruobing, whose face flew red. A pair of peach blossom eyes narrowed slightly. Xiao Qiong's delicate agaric nose sniffed slightly. The inside of the box smelled ethereal, but there were some somewhat strange odors mixed in. Seeing Xing, whose expression was a bit off, Chu Lu Feng instantly got up and swept her along to the sofa and sat down. Aunt Xing, who called? Your Auntie Li. She woke up from her nap and said that the money had been put together as well, and asked me if I was at home to send it over now. Oh, that Auntie Wine Monkey, she's pretty fast. Little Feng, you and her, between you, why did she go out with her face so red? Xing-san's peach blossom eyes showed a hint of suspicion. Looking up and down, he looked at Chu Lu Feng. It seemed to be trying to stare something out of his face. Hell knows. Excited, I guess. Xing-san sat with her hands folded demurely. Even a pair of peach blossom eyes were squinting and curved, and smiled gently without smiling. Excited? Feng, tell me, did you do something to her? Ma, yeah. Aunt Xing, why are you just like my old mom? Or else you're good girlfriends. You make this face when you get angry. Chu Lu Feng's entire body was agitated, hurriedly holding Xing-san's fragrant shoulders. A quick word about what just happened. Of course, it is about how to distribute the benefits. As for other in-depth details, he is not. Hearing Chu Lu Feng finish speaking, only then did Xing-san recover, and she couldn't help but show a look of approval on her face. Well, you're doing the right thing. We were not familiar with this jade thing. It's better to leave it to the insiders. She went to find some reliable carving masters, carve it beautifully, and still auction it for a high price, at the same time and linked with bonuses, so that Zhou Ruobing, in order to earn more money for themselves, will also be more dedicated, and save us the effort. As she said that, she slightly tilted her head. Her eyes dotingly looked at Chu Lu Feng and said in relief, my little Feng has grown up. Not only does he know more, even his mind is already so delicate. Aha! Chu Lu Feng suddenly came forward with a hefty smile. You just realized it. Aunt Xing? Should not I grow up or not? And Xing, you should have known last night. Ah. Ha. Xing-san's expression stalled. The warm breath gently brushed against her face, causing her cheeks to instantly flush. It also made her react. Chu Lufeng started to be no big deal again. Yeah, stinky little Feng you. Xing-san's small fists had clenched. Suddenly grabbing Chu Lufeng's ear, he revealed an oozing smile. Auntie told you not to say these rascals outside. Don't you remember? Or have you taken Auntie's words at face value? Ha? What? Chu Lufeng pressed on. Instead he smiled and leaned forward. Aunt Xing, the wind and waves are too strong. I can't hear you. And that's when it happened. Fearing that Chu Lufeng would regret it. That's why Zhou Ruobing ran over in a hurry holding a bunch of contracts. Due to running too violently, some of them came up for air, but also gasped for a burst of violent undulation of the delicate body. Even the white forehead is permeated with a layer of fine fragrant sweat. Who? Chu, Mr. Chu, who long time waiting. Zhou Ruobing wiped her fragrant sweat with the back of her hand, and just as she slowed down, she saw this incomparably ambiguous scene. Chu Lufeng's entire head was stuck in Xing Yishan's arms, still playfully smiling, and she not only did not resist, but also a pair of hands tightly embraced Chu Lufeng's head. This intimate look. Ah, I'm sorry Mr. Chu, I didn't see anything. Zhou Ruobing violently covered the contract over her flustered face, then hurriedly turned around and leaned against the wall. It seemed to feel out of place and turned its back again, taking small steps over to the door and pulling it closed thoughtfully. Maru spice. Now this is really pill spicy. Lean against the wall. Zhou Ruobing wanted to cry. She'd scared that boss before by bumping into a story the boss and secretary had to tell in the office, and almost couldn't do it ever again. And then that business went right out the window. She learned that lesson the hard way, and that's why she's remained graceful and composed all these years. But who would have thought that today actually? Bumping into this embarrassment. Hell, if this contract will go down the drain. Ah. Woohoo, my $1 million or so. Oh my Maybach. Chapter 42 Black Silk Little Feet Flying Kicks. Box. Xing Yishan's cheeks flushed red once again and she feigned anger as she glared at Chu Lufeng. Badass Feng. Look what you've done. Why don't you get up? But Chu Lufeng didn't have the slightest urge to get up. Instead, he took a deep breath and said, before Zhou Ruobing came, you let me get up. Zhou Ruobing is here, and you're asking me to get up? Then she didn't come for nothing? Xing Yishan? Allah, she's seen it all. Just let me rub it in for a little while longer. Aunt Xing, you smell so good. Xing Yishan was truly rendered helpless by Chu Lufeng's cheeks as thick as city walls. Wow, you. How do you people? How? But inexplicably, she also felt that Chu Lufeng's words were somewhat reasonable, but not reasonable. In the back of her mind, however, there was a vague sense of inexplicable excitement. It's like the feeling of a person who has been thirsty for a long time in the desert, with a dry mouth that is about to smoke, suddenly drinking a bottle of ice broad drop. The constraints of her status and age prevented her and Chu Liufeng's emotions from being outwardly expressed, which made her highly repressed. And to be seen by an uninvolved person, not only do you not have to worry about being found out the secret, but there is a small joy in your heart. This is the kind of state Xing Yishan is in right now. No one knew how Zhou Ruobing came over these 3 minutes. She hugged her contract and sat on the ground, burying her head in her knees, her whole body curled up in a sort of pathetic helpless weakness. If I had not seen the light, I could have endured the darkness. But I've paid for it all physically, and I'm so close to signing the contract, and then I fall on my face? This made Zhou Ruobing very unhappy. Ah, there's even an urge to rush in, completely let go of your ego, and join the fight together. It's just that she's a little uncertain about Xing Yishan's identity again. I don't know if this is a junior class 1 role or a slightly taboo and exciting relationship. If it was the former, it was all fine. The initiative was on Chu Lufeng. As long as he is served to his satisfaction, then all is well. But if the latter, then, thoroughly Maru spice, she preferred to be in the latter kind of relationship. After all, Xing Yishan, regardless of the elegant and noble temperament emanating from her body, or dressed in a way that didn't quite look like the junior class, that kind of person, she has seen a lot around many rich businessmen. Outsiders may be high and mighty, but in front of the gold master, it is not dare to put on airs at all. But in Xing Yishan's case, although she relied on Chu Lufeng, a young man, but again, some of Chu Lufeng's actions and attitudes were also very respectful. Respected her. With her small mouth pouting, Zhou Ruobing's face was filled with a sultry expression. My more than a million ah. And that's when it happened. The door finally opened. Chu Lufeng walked out, then closed the door again. Having been seen by Zhou Ruobing just now, Xing Yishan was a bit shy even though her heart was bugging her, and she didn't want to see anyone just yet. Plus, her long dress was all a bit messy and wrinkled, and she still needed to take the time to straighten it out, so she didn't bother coming out. What's wrong, MS? Zhou, you seem a little Seeing that it was Chu Lu Feng, Zhou Ruobing was instantly shaken in spirit, hastily stood up, patted the somewhat dusty bulging leather drum, and was instantly swung. Again. Chu, Mr. Chu, I didn't mean it, I really didn't see anything. If you didn't see it, you didn't see it. Why are you so flustered? Bring the contract. Chu Lu Feng felt puzzled. I'm not embarrassed to be bumped into. Why are you so shy to be bumped into? Sure. He also didn't understand how many times Zhou Ruobing had regretted this heavenly 3 minutes. Hear that? Zhou Ruobing froze, then a great surprise instantly surfaced on her face. Contracts. Ah yes, contracts. Chu, Mr. Chu, you. She was going to ask if you weren't angry, but suddenly woke up. How he suddenly became so. Is this something you should be asking yourself? People are signing contracts. Taking a deep breath, her bulging chest heaved once more. Zhou Ruobing's face had returned to its usual state. Once again, it's become a flirty, alluring, fox-eyed, seductive side. After seeing Chu Lu Feng sign both piles of contracts and then press his fingerprints, he handed over the rough-cut raw stone with an imperial green egg surface to her. Only then did she press on with her excitement and show her joy. Stretching out his small white hand, he took hold of Chu Lu Feng and hooked it in his palm, like a cat scratching. Mr. Chu, if you leave this piece of imperial green egg face to me, you can rest assured. This auction process will be long, about a month or two. Please be patient. She couldn't wait to get the master to carve it. Then it's time for the auction house to start making noise to attract patrons. The main thing is to make a name for the imperial green egg noodle and attract the attention of certain specific groups of people. So the process takes a long time. 2 months? 2 months. Zhou Ruobing thought that Chu Lu Feng was trying to say that, so her face was slightly red, and her pair of flirtatious fox eyes blinked, revealing a flirtatious gesture. It's not limited to 2 months. Anyway, Mr. Chu, when you need it, just look for me. Stretching out her trembling, sheepish, lotus root arms, touching on Chu Lu Feng's wide pecs and hard abs. It feels really, really good in your hand. It took a while to touch it. It was only then that Zhou Ruobing reluctantly withdrew her small hand, her face full of intent. Alright, Mr. Chu, I'm going to contact the carving master now. Please be sure to call me if you need anything. Handed him one of his own exclusive business cards. Then clutching the original stone, he turned around excitedly and walked away. Suddenly something came to mind. Zhou Ruobing twisted her head with a pair of fox eyes and glanced at Chu Lu Feng in a flirtatious manner. It seemed to be dripping. Bye-bye. Raising his little hand, he made a bye-bye gesture and then a flying kiss, then turned and twisted her slender waist. Such a superb figure is really rare. This foxy woman is indeed charming to the bone, but not one of those sultry, crappy things from the main street. Very much to his liking. He liked it very much. Come on, Auntie Xing, go home. Don't you have to meet that anti-wine monkey later? Greetings. Soon, Chu Lu Feng and Xing Yishan returned to the villa again. Only just opened the door. Into the eyes is a small, agile, wrapped in black silk little feet at once kicked over. Ryo flying kick. P.S. From yesterday stayed up all night to now. Really liver can not. Brain almost fried. Broken sleep right. If there is a problem please Hikari. Fucheng pointed out. Woke up and saw it will change. I'll change it when I wake up and see it. If I think it doesn't make sense, that's what I'll change. Chapter 43, The Rich Woman with a $1 Billion Approach. Bang! The small feet wrapped in black silk flew and kicked at Chu Lu Feng's body. His broad frame didn't even wobble a bit, as if he had kicked against an iron plate. Instead, the figure let out an ouch-wooing sound. The whole person directly jumped in Chu Lu Feng's arms, and then along the way the two small hands hooked in the crook of his neck, instantly like a wombat in general, curled up and hung on him. Hold me, I'm going to fall. The tiny silhouette let out a petulant cry. Originally this pose of her own was perfect. It was her arm strength that was too small to hang herself. The whole thing was going to slide down. This gave Chu Lu Feng a whole speechless. Just have to reach out with a big hand, holding this slender figure. Hey, it's my great nephew who knows what he's doing on. The petite and slim figure giggled dementedly, greedily inhaling the smell of hormones from Chu Lu Feng's body. Like a kitten, it tickled Chu Lu Feng a little, and that's when it happened. Dream, hey! A furious shout that was going to shatter the beams of the room snapped out. Xing walked over with an ironic face. Li Mingxi shrunk her head, but the pair of lotus root arms and black silk legs that hugged Chu Lu Feng became even harder. Get your ass down here. Xing tugged at it, but it actually didn't come off. Instead, it also made her stick tighter. See the naive look of this demented woman. Xing could only helplessly hold her forehead. Coming to the living room sofa, he sat down on his butt and looked at Li Mingxi grudgingly. Why are you in my house? I've been waiting for you for a long time but you didn't come, so I came to look for you. What were you doing out with my great-nephew? Did you sneak off to play a game? Li Mengxi closed her eyes and still continued to lie tightly on Chu Lufeng's body. With a sweet smile on her pretty face, she seemed to be enjoying this very much. Only now Chu Lufeng is sitting, so this posture looks a little ambiguous. Li Mengxi, I'm really going to rip your mouth off if you keep talking nonsense. Just don't admit it. What's the point of being mean? It was only then that Xing-san saw that on the floor of the living room, 2 or 3 bottles of wine had been poured, and a few bottles of wine had been poured horizontally and vertically on the coffee table. You've been drinking again today? Didn't drink. Seemingly feeling a little weak herself, Li Mengxi once again whispered in embarrassment. Waiting for you guys to come back bored and drunk just a little bit. But I wasn't drunk. Great nephew. You say I'm drunk or not? I'm not drunk. Am I? A little bit. What do you call a little bit of wine bottles on the floor? Xing-san shook her head and sighed deeply. I don't know where to start counting. When did Chu Lufeng become your great nephew? Li Mengxi made a face and spat out her tongue. Slightly he's your nephew and I'm your bestie. So naturally he's my great nephew. Do you want to recognize me as your godmother? That's okay. Wow. Hey, I wouldn't mind having another godson for the first time in my life. Do you think it's good? Great nephew not lose. When I die, I hot much house are you? All is yours. He. Chu Lufeng. Why did he feel so humiliated? Is this what it feels like to be close by godmother? Wait, isn't this Li Mengxi lacking fatherly love? I'm more like your godfather. But it was something he couldn't say. At least it wasn't appropriate to say it in front of Aunt Xing right now. The point is, as this drunken monk spoke excitedly, arching around in his arms and with that fragrant smell all over him, he couldn't help but hold 22 points of respect. Li Mengxi seemed to have sensed something as well, and her delicate body trembled violently. She raised her head, her face covered with a haze of red, and she didn't know if it was the alcohol on her face, or if she was shy, a pair of confused eyes with a joy that she couldn't hide. It was still twisting, but in a less frantic arc. Stretching out his 2 little hands, he rubbed Chu Lufeng's cheeks as if he was rubbing a doll. Li Mengxi's eyes curved up and she giggled foolishly. Great nephew, I haven't seen you for a day. You've become so handsome again. She knelt and forked her legs across Chu Lufeng's lap, intimate necking and pouting like a schoolgirl, even though she was a dozen or 2 years older than Chu Lufeng. Even if Auntie Xing would be intimate and occasionally shy in private, she would be too concerned about her status and age gap to be too liberal. But this anti-wine monkey is a whole different story. It would have been a very young mental age, plus she's not married, and then there's the alcohol. At this time, Li Mengxi was completely in the mindset of a little girl. Let yourself go completely and totally. The blush on her smooth face looked very fragrant with a hint of cuteness. How about being my godson? Dang it, I'll give you hundreds of millions of dollars of real estate, okay? She was seen shaking in Chu Lufeng's arms, very restless. Xing-san, who was sitting across the table, was filled with speechlessness. From her angle, she could only see Li Mengxi's slender back and Chu Lufeng's helpless expression. Nothing else can be seen. And Xing-san was so distracted that she didn't want to see this awful scene. Hugging her arms, she turned her face sideways and beamed, as vinegary as if she'd spilled her vinegar. Originally she was tired of shopping all morning. Just want to come back in this private space, pulling Chu Lufeng to have a good relaxation. As a result, hell knows this drunken monk actually came to squat at her house. And now it's taking the spot it's been thinking about all the way through. Wait, Xing-san looked like she had thought of something. Her eyes changed slightly, and she said in a clear and cold manner, Li Mengxi, how did you get a key to my house? The gate to her villa is not fitted with a smart facial recognition lock. Only the bedrooms and some rooms have them, so it's still using a mechanical lock with a combination lock. Hearing this, Li Mengxi immediately turned around like a small child proudly comparing a scissor hand in excitement. Silly thee, have you forgotten who I am? I'm a supercharter, managing that many rentals. Oh ho. There's no lock in the world I can't unlock. Xing-san stood up violently and asked with wide-eyed disbelief. You took the lock off my front door? Being asked this question, a trace of unnaturalness immediately flashed across Li Mengxi's face. Her eyes fluttered for a moment, and she stammered for half a day before stumbling back. It wasn't dismantled either. It's just that it didn't come off but it didn't go on. It's not even called demolition? Gee, I'm drunk. Wait for me. I can definitely put it on. Goody, you have to believe me. Li, dream. Hey, Xing-san was completely helpless against this wine mongrel. Ouch. No matter how angry Xing-san was, Li Mengxi turned a deaf ear to all of them. It's not even heartfelt anymore. A dead pig's mentality. Anyway, Xing-san spoiled her and couldn't afford to rip her mouth off. So at this moment too, she suddenly regained her drunken demented girl expression. eyes shining brightly. He bragged excitedly like a child. Great nephew, do you think I'm different today? Chapter 44 Auntie secretly wears it for you to see. What's the difference? Chu Lufeng looked up and down carefully. Li Mengxi had long hair draped over her shoulders, and her pretty face was painted with exquisite makeup, and it could be seen that she had put more effort into it than yesterday, and naturally it was even more beautiful, full of intellectual flavor and the beauty of a mature woman. Wearing a sexy V-neck knit chambray in champagne-colored silk, the texture is light and smooth, and the V-neck cut is bold and elegant, stretching all the way up to the top of the chest, revealing just the right amount of white, creamy skin on a large portion of the chest. Underneath was a short black wraparound skirt that fit her body perfectly and trimmed her extreme curves. The compact leather drum was solidly encased, and with her arguably anticlimactic fine branch not fruit, the bulge seemed to cry out for attention, so the whole body takes on a perfect big S curved curvature. Getting dumber? Oops no. Big dummy. It's the oily black silk I'm wearing with the halter lace trim, not just any black silk. Oh, look. Saying that, Li Mengxi stretched out one of her slim and slender legs. Have to say, wrapped in shiny silk, the black silk legs did look greasy, and there's lace on the thighs. It doesn't have that vulgarity of regular black silk. It was an extreme contrast to her snow white, shaking white skin. Instead, it trimmed and layered her already perfectly long legs. Li Mengxi's eyes brightened and she twisted sideways, rummaging through the Hermes bag on the coffee table. She then held up a pile of fragrant stockings of all colors and styles. Then, as if posing a surprise, he directly held it in front of Chu Lufeng, excited like a child showing off a new toy to a friend. Ooh, I even brought gradient silks today. Lace stockings, black silks, white silks, garter belts, and mesh stockings. I know young people like you love stockings. Great nephew, come and choose. Be bold and don't be shy. Auntie won't be mad. I really, super like you. Which pair do you like to look at? Auntie will change it now and show you how. Now that you're experienced, don't embarrass your aunt when you fall in love in the future. Chu Lufeng was silent. It wasn't that he was honest, it was just that Xing-san's gaze was on the verge of spitting fire. It's not a good time to get into trouble, but this feeling of seeing and eating and not being able to touch makes it a little hard. Not to mention that Li Mengxi had sprayed some unknown perfume on her. It smells great and makes you feel good. Her face was also impeccable. Along with the snowy white skin she could see from her own perspective, there was also this otherworldly feeling of a mature beauty's appearance intertwined with an innocent girl's mind. At this point it made him a bit of a heartthrob as well. If it weren't for Aunt Xing, he had to disguise himself as an encyclopedic teacher right now to let Li Mengxi know what it meant to pass on his knowledge. Seeing Chu Lufeng's helpless expression, Li Mengxi's bewildered and playful Kozlan eyes blinked continuously. First there was suspicion. A look of realization followed. I see. Is it because your Auntie Xing is there that you're embarrassed, right? Then wait until your Aunt Xing isn't around. Then Auntie will secretly wear it for you to see and let you touch it as much as you want. And make sure you don't let her find out. So now I'll just take it off myself so you can get a head start. Said. Li Mengxi was still ready to cross her legs, resting on Chu Lufeng's shoulders, and then take off a strip of that garter-greased stockings. The pose is indeed ambiguous. It will be very tempting if it comes to pass. It's that she overestimates her physical coordination and flexibility. At the point where the hands just picked up a slim, slender thigh, the whole man fell backward with his center of gravity at once. The feeling of weightlessness came, causing Li Mengxi's entire little face to turn white with fear. Eyes were about to hit the back of his head on the coffee table. Just at this moment of danger, Chu Lufeng hurriedly reached out and wrapped his hands accurately and quickly passed through Li Mengxi's armpits, then lightly wrapped around her back and carried her over towards his arms. Hoo. Scared me to death. Good nephew, lucky to have you. Li Mengxi pressed against Chu Lufeng's chest, feeling the strong and powerful heartbeat. There was a pang of fear in his little face, but there was a wry sense of satisfaction. If not for you, Aunt will be bad. Save life cannot not repay. Good nephew, I'd a body to repay you, okay Lu. Listening to Li Mengxi's words, Chu Lufeng's expression was a bit strange. Not so much a reaction to the words, rather, his own big hand was still on Li Mengxi's back. That sexy V-neck knit chambray in champagne-colored silk was so silky to the touch that it didn't even have a single bulge. Chu Lufeng quickly realized something. Looking down, his eyes flickered slightly. Seeing Li Mengxi getting more and more intimate with Chu Lufeng, or in your own face, Xing-san's heart couldn't help but feel a little hard. Unable to resist, he stood up and walked behind Li Mengxi with a cold face. Bang! Knocked her right on the head. Ouch! It hurts. Li Mengxi held her head in her hands, crying and twisting her head, her beautiful eyes glaring round at Xing-san. Bad Fee, what are you doing? It hurts. Xing-san snorted in triumph. If you're not big and small, you should be beaten. Li Mengshi, don't keep molesting little kids. Little Feng is your junior. If you gave birth to a child, you'd be almost as big as Little Feng. Shame on you for talking about giving your body to me. Originally, this comment was meant to make Li Mengshi be more serious, but who knew that Li Mengshi's eyes suddenly lit up with excitement. Yeah, I just think of Feng as a son, so I'm super eager to feed him good food. Feed what? Sub what? Ha? The air shakes cold. Angry. His face was blue and he was shaking. Xing-Yisan's chest rose and fell violently, obviously infuriated. But that look was not the least bit intimidating, but instead made people feel cute as hell. Geez, good thee. I'm just teasing my good nephew. I'm not stealing from you. If you like him, you can just sneak in at night when I'm not around, and no one will know anyway. Right, good little Feng. Do you want your beautiful and pretty Auntie Xing to do the same? Does that question need to be answered? Chu Lu Feng looked up, his mouth a little dry. Xing-Yisan also blushed, remembering last night. One does seem to be. You wine-monger. I really. You. Xing-Yisan was truly helpless against Li Mengshi. When she's not drinking, it's still decent and listenable. But now was he going to have to go and argue right and wrong with a drunken wine-monger, wasn't he? You're blabbering on here and she's not even listening. Instead, they became more reckless. I'm so convinced. After taking a few deep breaths, Xing-Yisan walked into the kitchen and quickly walked out again with a spatula. I'm going to go cook. Little Feng, you take care of Auntie Xing. Make sure to be careful not to let her mess up. This wine-monger used to bruise himself when he got drunk. Aunt Xing had already put on her apron. Her hair was also coiled up, and her peach blossom eyes were all narrowed and curved in admonishment. The whole person exudes a virtuous and gentle beauty. However, Chu Lu Feng smiled sarcastically. Raise your hands above your head to show your innocence. With the level of understanding between him and Auntie Xing who know each other's roots, it was natural to hear the threatening undertone. Humph, I'm glad you know what you're doing. Xing-Yisan stared at Chu Lu Feng with a flavorful glance and turned toward the kitchen. Chapter 45 Auntie, you're full of negative energy. LOL. Lean against the kitchen wall. Xing-Yisan exhaled a long breath, her expression a little complicated and sultry. She didn't expect Chu Lu Feng to be honest for long. After all, they're young lads, with a lot of blood in their veins. Plus Chu Lu Feng also exercised regularly, unlike those soft and slim nerds, so he had a lot of energy. And Li Mengshi's figure is well known to herself. That's definitely a top. A devil's body against all odds. It must have gotten uncomfortable a long time ago to be arched around like that in your arms. After all, Chu Lu Feng was not a peaceful master. It was only because of respect for himself that Chu Lu Feng had remained as immovable as a mountain. That warmed her heart. Xing-Yisan could feel it. His own position in Chu Lu Feng's heart was still very important. But because of that, she was also heartbroken for Chu Lu Feng. But for the life of her, she couldn't pretend to look on as if nothing had happened. Now he himself was not generous enough to share with Li Mengshi, so he didn't see eye to eye and concentrated on cooking. Taking advantage of his absence, Chu Lu Feng was also able to let go of his hand and eat the tofu back. Otherwise he was always being mooched by that drunken mongrel, and kept on suffering like what words? This is it. Xing-Yisan persuaded herself so in her mind, but inexplicably, the sour feeling in his heart was hard to erase. She moved quickly, casually making 3 quinoa salads, pouring on a bit of thick, white yogurt, drizzling a little honey, and adding a few blueberries and sliced almonds, then toasted a few slices of golden, crispy bread and spread it with a delicate cream cheese. That's her lunch. But considering that Chu Lu Feng was such a big person, eating this wouldn't be enough. So Xing-Yisan frowned lightly and after a little thought, she took out another pink steak, sprinkled it with sea salt and pepper, and fried it until it was golden brown on both sides and tender on the outside. Then a love egg was fried, which was a great protein, but after thinking about it, it was a bit too deliberate, and Li Mengshi might think of something if she saw it, so she fried another love egg for herself and Li Mengshi as well. And that's the end of it. Let's eat. She stared unblinkingly at the marble tabletop without blinking, not bothering to look at the 2 men on the couch next to him, and of course she was a little afraid to look, for fear of seeing two people with very different expressions. That way one can't help but wonder what they've been up to while they've been away, and out of sight, out of mind. Just pretend you didn't see anything. Just brainwash yourself. Xing-Yisan suddenly had a feeling that her life was bitter. Obviously all BFFs. Why can Li Mengshi be so unscrupulous while she has to hide herself? Bang! Delicate china plates and a neatly cut marble table made a crisp clatter. Xing-Yisan also had her small mouth slightly open, and her afterglow caught a glimpse of a black shadow, instantly scaring her and subconsciously letting out a terrified shriek. She jerked her head. Then he saw that it was Chu Lu Feng who was beside himself with a bad smile on his face. 2 blushes instantly rose on her fair and delicate face. Stinky little Feng. What are you doing here? Xing-Yisan was surprised and delighted, and couldn't help but be annoyed. and carefully twisted around to look at the living room, fearing that this scene would be seen by Li Mingxi. Don't look, Aunt Xing. Aunt Li fell asleep not long after you went to cook. Nothing happened between me and her. Really? Hearing this, Xing-san's heart rejoiced. The beautiful eyes blankly glanced at him, and the small mouth pouted arrogantly. Who asked you that? It's not like I care. Yes, yes, yes. Is that little mouth deflated? Can be aggrieved. Chu Lu Feng had a bad smile at the corner of his mouth and deliberately flirted. Come on, don't be upset. Smile. My Aunt Xing is so pretty. She's super pretty when she smiles. Uncontrollably, he cupped Xing-san's chin. A light nudge on her full pink lips. Fragrant. Sweet. You. Xing-san stared roundly with beautiful eyes, subconsciously stretching out his pink fists, constantly pounding Chu Lu Feng's chest, his voice soft but feigning anger. Stinky little Feng, settle down with me. If you let Li Mingxi see, she's asleep, she won't see it. Chu Lu Feng had a bad smile on his face and suddenly bent down, picking up Xing-san by the waist. Xing-san was instantly stopped and picked up, subconsciously letting out a petulant cry, but then fiercely covered the small mouth with both hands, only staring at a pair of big soulful eyes, staring straight at Chu Lu Feng, who was full of evil smiles, full of shyness like a little girl in love. Badass little Feng, quickly put Auntie down. What do you want? Though she did like being held, it gave her a sense of reassurance. But it's not the right time. Xing-san's cheeks instantly rolled up, the blush spreading all the way to the roots of her ears, as if it was going to drip blood. Auntie, I see you hanging your head. You're full of negative energy. You're so close to writing the word unhappy on your face. Chu Lu Feng smiled playfully. Aunt Xing, be happy. You're like Lin Dayu. This won't work. It'll hurt your body. I'll coax you, so you'll be full of positive energy and be happy. No. Absolutely not. She bit her pink lip uneasily, her eyes flickering as if she was torn about something, but deep in his eyes, it was as if he was longing for something to look forward to. It wouldn't be good for your Aunt Li to see it. Then keep her out of sight. Xing-san's petite body trembled slightly. As soon as he pulled Chu Lu Feng's arm, his nails were almost sunk into his skin, his voice trembling as he begged. I have to cook for you guys now. How about tonight? Tonight? When your Auntie Li goes back. Little Feng, listen to Auntie. No, not now really. Looking at Xing-san's shy look, she felt cute in her heart. He deliberately lowered his voice and teased. Aha! Xing-san's cheeks were scarlet and her eyes were watery. Hands twisted in front of his body restlessly. The head also leaned shyly into Chu Lu Feng's broad and warm chest. Shy rant. Badass. Me. Air. Chu Lu Feng froze, not expecting Xing-san to actually do it because of this reason. But it does. But what can be done about that? LOL. One is born at the top. Tired of this feeling of being on top. Of course, that doesn't mean there's nothing that can be done about it. Still holding Xing-san, Chu Lu Feng came to the living room and sat down on the sofa with his butt, and right across from her, Li Mingxi was still sleeping with a sweet face, her lips moving slightly as if she was talking in her sleep. Good nephew, come on, Auntie, bring, you reminisce about childhood, bye, delicious. Seeing the situation, Xing-san said quietly, Little Feng, she really wants you, even in her dreams. Do you want her or not? Her eyes curved into a gentle smile. Think. Chu Lu Feng did not hesitate, and was so decisive that Xing-san froze a little. The little face fell. I know it's in my heart, but can't I lie to Auntie now? Don't you dare. With a nice frown and a fierce look in her eyes, she reached out a hand and pinched both ears, but Chu Lu Feng just hemmed and hawed. I miss Aunt Xing. Aunt Xing is my favorite. Bend down. Xing-san only felt a warm breath on her face. It made her stiffen and her eyes instantly glazed over. You. Chapter 46, Old Shoulders and Slippery. Since the kitchen is stuffy, so Auntie Xing had long ago changed into a navy blue sleeveless knit shirt, revealing a pair of white jade arms with skin so delicate that it seemed to reflect light. The crossover V-shaped neckline on the chest, with lines extending down smoothly, looks sexy and elegant. She also changed into a loose, pale gold silk satin dress. Between the slight swaying of the skirt, two white and slender legs were hidden. For a better leg shape and as if to compete for attention, Xing-san also specially wrapped a transparent skin color stocking, so it appeared even more white calves round and delicate, and the whole person exuded the unique intellectual charm of a mature woman. Li Mingxi's figure was exquisite and very contrary though, but thanks to her year-round yoga workouts, Xing-san is tall and has an equally graceful figure. When it really comes down to it, it's not a sure thing who's worse than who. Being held tenderly by Chu Lu Feng, Xing-san frowned lightly. Secretly, he belted out a little badass comment. On the surface, there was not the slightest bit of panic. She'd been longing for this warm hug for a long time. The entire upper body also sat up straight, and the two lotus root arms slightly forcefully hugged Chu Lu Feng's head, sticking it in his arms so that he wouldn't tire his neck. Then a pair of beautiful eyes opened slightly to look at Li Mengxi, watching without blinking, fearful that she would wake up violently to this scene. Obviously all three were sitting on the couch in the living room, but the whole villa was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Enjoy this cozy quiet time. Only Li Mengxi would let out little sleepy voices from time to time. If an outsider outside had come in at that moment, they would have seen this bizarre scene. Xing-yi-san's eyes were half open, obviously sitting on Chu Lu Feng, but instead, she was holding his head like she was coaxing him to sleep, and like she was holding a 3-year-old and 192-month-old baby. The pose is very intimacy. Across from them, Li Mengxi was lying on the sofa with a big, sleepless grin. This chick is really asleep. There was even a slight snorting sound, and she's a really restless sleeper, sleeping on his side on the couch. Two long, slender legs wrapped in oily stockings stretched out in a wide grin, curling up or bucking every now and then. It caused the short skirt to be squeezed and messy as well. She was still holding a pillow tightly in her arms, her red lips slightly open, a wisp of crystal saliva sliding down, her face drunkenly red and gorgeous. It seemed too hot to sleep, and she unconsciously unbuttoned the silk-in shirt she was wearing a few more times. Xing-yi-san naturally noticed something wrong underneath those clothes, but she also just pursed her lips and said nothing. Get used to it. That's the way it is with this wine mongoose. And let's not even talk about the top, but the bottom. Guess so. The beauty of it is that it says something about being tied up. Sleeping is like being tied up and tortured. Sleeping is uncomfortable. If it was in her own home, the ninny would be even more open. I guess having clothes on is a rare sight. She didn't have the energy to care about that right now. Feng, enough. That's enough. Let's eat. The steak won't be good when it gets cold later. Xing-yi-san's eyebrows knitted tightly and her face swooned red. However, Chu Lu Feng raised his head and revealed a bad smile. Just hold me a little longer. Aunt Xing, don't panic. Oh yeah, Aunt Xing, you even got steak. Something seemed to come to mind. There was a twinkle in his eye. Not the slightest bit of concern for the beautiful woman in front of me. It's her own mom's best friend, even as her best friend is still sound asleep on the couch across the room. This is mind-blowing just to imagine. Not to mention he's the main character. Then just cuddle for a while. When your Aunt Li wakes up. Xing-yi-san's expression from a moment ago did not have the reserved dignity of a noblewoman. The expression was a little subtle, and she was enjoying the cozy feeling, even though she wanted to pull Chu Lu Feng upstairs right now. But the remnants of reason told her, Li Mengxi, the drunken monk, is still sleeping here. How is it not a good opportunity? And the appetite for it. If you're afraid to even scream out loud, she didn't want to make it less enjoyable either. It would be better to not play. So just hold down the longing in your heart. Just can't wait for the night to come right now. Another quiet, cozy few minutes later. Couldn't help but fall asleep. Come at night. Feng, come at night. I can't really do it now. It was hard to let go of the warm hug though, but Xing-yi-san pursed her lips and still struggled to stand up, straightening her somewhat disheveled dress. Well, Chu Lu Feng, on the other hand, rubbed his somewhat sore cheeks, looking at Aunt Xing who was full of shyness. He had a grin on his face and was just about to continue to gather her over for another hug, but just then, it seemed to have been awakened by the commotion. A soft voice suddenly sounded. Well, what are you guys doing? Li Mengxi opened her unfocused eyes. Her eyes were still hazy from when she first woke up, and her face still had a bit of confusion and petulance on it. The whole man yawned and stretched with both arms raised high in the air, under the huge arc of her movements. The silk shirt, which had just 1 or 2 buttons left on it, was tugged again. The old shoulder is so sly that it slips right off. Li Mengxi's sudden awakening caught the two off guard. Even the air seemed to freeze, and holding one's breath momentarily tensed. Great nephew, why are you sitting there? And Thi, why are you, too? Seeing the two men as motionless as wooden men, Li Mengxi covered her red lips, yawning several times in a row. He was so sleepy he couldn't keep his eyes open. Xing-yi-san was all still flustered, but this was after all in her familiar home, so instead of her brain going blank, she quickly reacted. A lunge forward. It seemed urgent. Wine monkey, get dressed. There's still keyed. Sure enough, hearing this, all of Li Mengxi's attention instantly fell to her messy clothes. Aha, why are there 2 buttons left undone? Shouldn't I? If it unravels, wouldn't it just come off by the way? She rubbed her eyes, her little head bobbing slightly as she did so, and a few slurred murmurs escaped her lips. Gee, what's the big deal? I just dreamed about feeding Feng good food. He's so good and happy. Just in time. Great nephew. Come, snap, hear that. Xing-yi-san's flustered expression stalled and became expressionless, then raised his onion-white palm. Raising it high, he slapped it straight down. Chapter 47, White Buns. Fragrant and sweet. Ouch. Li Mengxi covered her chest in pain, and her whole body hurriedly curled up in the sofa, looking weak, helpless and pitiful. It hurts. Crying, her beautiful eyes glared roundly at Xing-san, and she growled in aggravation and anger. Bad Fee, what's wrong with you again? It really hurts. Xing-san snorted. The little head shot up like a proud little peacock. Oomph, you're not serious all day. Hurry up and put your clothes on. It's time to eat. How many times do I have to call you guys for a meal? Said, with a gentle smile on her face. One of her hands had twisted onto Chu Lu Feng's ear at an unknown time. And look, hallelujah, pulling Chu Lu Feng to the table, he ate his meal as if nothing had happened. Li Mengxi, on the other hand, looked at their backs with a grimace and made a face before slowly buttoning up her silken shirt. Not a shy look at all. Shy? I'm sorry, it's proof that you have it in you. Oomph, something had to be done. Let Chu Lu Feng recall the delicious food of his childhood. Just a little chagrin in her eyes as she rubbed her somewhat giddy little head. How did you not take advantage of such a great opportunity? How did you fall asleep yourself? It's not a good idea to give chances. Her memory is a bit fuzzy. She only remembers after Xing-san said she went to cook. She was very excited and pulled Chu Lu Feng to say a lot, and couldn't remember what she said. It's like something like, is Auntie pretty? Do you like Auntie or something like that? Then the memory cuts out. It just felt an inexplicable feeling of being held by Chu Lu Feng, so relaxed, so comfortable, so secure. On the contrary, Chu Lu Feng was still gently patting her back like he was putting his daughter to sleep. This shoots and shoots. She then suddenly felt so sleepy and drowsy. When he woke up again, he saw Xing-san and Chu Lu Feng both standing strangely across from him. Her beautiful eyes moved slightly and she twisted her head to look at the back of Chu Lu Feng and Xing-san. It feels a little weird. What's wrong? Organize your clothes. Not much actually. Just a few random buttons, all of which are still crooked, but it doesn't matter. No outsiders anyway. Stagger over to the uniquely textured natural marble dining table. Chu Lu Feng sat in the center of the long side with a calm demeanor, while Xing-san sat on the short side on the other side of his left-hand side. Li Mengxi frowned. How come it's so far away? And when looking at the two, she could even see Xing-san's slightly flushed cheeks. The blush stood out against her pale skin. She frowned slightly, finding this more than a little odd. Or is this the way they usually do it? Although full of doubts, he himself subconsciously took the seat on the right-hand side, and Xing-san stared at each other across the room. Wow, Fee, good times. Just sat down. Li Mengxi eyes glowing. Stomach also timely issued a grumble, a light sound. She could not wait to pick up the spoon, began to wolf down, and love eggs. Fee, you're so nice. Blush after blush. Thick, white yogurt with sweet honey, paired with quinoa's natural grain lightness. She ate beautifully, and as she spoke, her rosy lips were covered with some white yogurt, and she looked very cute. If it's good, you'll eat more. Auntie Xing contentedly twisted her head to look at Chu Lu Feng, her eyes curved in a smile, if any, at the corner of her mouth. The smile hid a bit of tenderness and a hint of imperceptible shyness. Where's Feng? What do you think of the flavor? Chu Lu Feng froze, then a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Yummy, it still smells familiar. The quinoa is flavorful, sweet, soft, and you can't get enough of it. Aunt Xing, you're really good with your hands. These words came out of Chu Lu Feng's mouth. Inexplicably, it carries a different kind of meaning. The no is talking about quinoa salad. If you didn't know better, you'd think you were talking about some big white bread. Xing-san's eyes blankly glanced at Chu Lu Feng before revealing a gentle, knowing smile. It was meant as if to say, you better be talking about quinoa salad. Pull. Ha! Li Mengxi instantly wrinkled her five senses. A puzzled and slightly disgusted look crossed his face. She tilted her head, her eyes staring straight at Chu Lu Feng, and said loudly, what's gotten into you, great nephew? Chu Lu Feng. Aunt Xing and I joked. What's the matter with you? Oh, I get it. You're not saying that on purpose because you're remembering your childhood, are you? Li Mengxi's eyes lit up. A wry smile appeared on his face. Come on, eat this one from Auntie. This one is really nice and sweet. Talking about talking. She enthusiastically pushed the food on her plate towards Chu Lu Feng. Just then, bang! A glass filled with milk came into close contact with the marble tabletop. It made a crisp sound. It's loud. It was even louder in the silence. It was Xing-san who picked up the milk and elegantly took a sip, then stretched out her pink tongue to lick the white residue on the corner of her mouth before putting it down heavily. If it wasn't for the quality, guess the cup has to be smashed. She kept her eyes on her bowl and looked at no one, but Chu Lu Feng instantly lowered his head, concentrating on the quinoa salad with the two ears. One mind on the soft and sweet flavor. Look. Li Mengxi's expression also froze. Hurriedly, he also lowered his head and took a big bite. One time, an eerie atmosphere of silence fell over the table. It was expected that this uneventful lunch would last until the end in this eerie atmosphere. But soon, Chu Lu Feng then knew what was called happiness coming too suddenly is also a bad thing. Unexpectedly, there was a sudden soft movement under the table. He was slightly startled. seeing Li Mingxi winking at him mischievously with a sly look in her eyes. On the other hand, Xing, although her face was as usual, but there was also an imperceptible flash of urgency in his eyes. However, the two stunningly beautiful aunts outwardly acted as if nothing had happened, eating and drinking as they should, without even a single change in their expressions. This caused Chu Lufeng's expression to change slightly. Instant realization. It was destined to be an extraordinary lunch. Chu Lufeng was really shocked. After all, Li Mingxi is even. This gorgeous rich woman has a lot of guts. Without Aunt Xing, this is a meal she might as well just sit on herself and eat right now. And it's probably not a quinoa salad you're eating. However, what was unexpected to Chu Lufeng was, how come Auntie Xing has started playing this game too? No one would have thought that this appearance looks dignified and elegant, full of intellectual flavor of the rich woman beauty. I can't believe I'm playing this. This is not like Auntie Xing's style. Or is that what it's called that? Anti-what? Chapter 48, a guy who likes to be mischievous. But, Chu Lufeng was only slightly puzzled. The mind then probably understands a little. Looks like some of my own words and actions. It made Aunt Xing expect more from their relationship. After all, whether it was the pleasant exchange with Aunt Xing in the tea house and box at the Jade auction house this morning, or the frequent interactions in front of her good girlfriends after returning, all of it made this good family with a very conservative bone in their body. There was a slight subtle change in the heart, wanted a more intimate move. Adding to that, Li Mingxi's closeness to Chu Lufeng between her words just now, it gave Xing a sense of crisis within her. If one does nothing, then sooner or later Chu Lufeng would get tired of himself. After all, in her mind, her age was a huge shortcoming, so whether it was for the present or the future, she had to make a little change appropriately. In short, by all sorts of mischievous coincidences, it was what prompted this almost oath of sovereignty behavior from Xing. She cut the steak on her plate gracefully as she did so. While doing so, he absently glanced at Chu Lufeng from the corner of his eye. It's delicious, so eat more. Xing-san's voice was soft, with a gentle smile. Don't go out to eat miscellaneous things when you're full, and give Auntie a word if you want to eat anything, or drink anything. These hands of Auntie's, they can do anything you want to eat, and they will make delicious food for you. Auntie won't know how to do it and will learn, so little Feng, you just eat what Auntie makes. What's out there? Who knows if it's clean or not? It's inevitably unhygienic, and it's easy to get diarrhea if you eat it. Even if it looks clean, it probably doesn't taste as good as the one Auntie carefully prepared for you. We have everything at home, so from now on we'll just eat at home, right, Feng? After saying that, she smiled as she looked towards Chu Lufeng, her eyes filled with doting and love. Do you think Auntie is right? She pursed her lips slightly. A trace of imperceptible shyness and anticipation flashed in his eyes, as if he was waiting for Chu Lufeng's reaction. Aunt Xing, I know. Chu Lufeng stifled his head and returned. Is up. Where the hell is this about food? Aunt Xing, are you sure you're talking about eating food from home and not something else? Is the smell of gunpowder so strong now? He ate the quinoa salad while sneaking a look at Xing, who was full of gentle smiles. She had a light smile on her face, her eyebrows arched in a knowing, gentle beauty. But, however, it made Chu Lufeng's back go cold. How this is just like your own mom. It's also words with a sting in them. It's one thing to say it, but it's another thing to mean it. Chu Lufeng couldn't help but sigh. Worthy of being a good bosom friend. The temperament is simply a carbon copy of the mold. However, he was also a bit worried, wondering how Li Mingxi would react when she heard this. Li Mingxi didn't say anything. Her movements lurched slightly, the spoon in her hand pausing in the bowl, an imperceptible flicker of strangeness in her eyes. But soon, she returned to her normal self and continued to eat as if nothing had happened. Didn't make a sound, like he hadn't heard the whole thing at all. But just how could you not hear it from such a close distance? Out of a woman's intuition, it always feels like this is a reference to herself. Bad thee, stinky thee. She mentally muttered a small grumble, but Li Mingxi actually understood in her heart. Xing shouldn't have any other ideas. She only thought that this was Xing putting herself in the position of an elder to educate Chu Lufeng. It wasn't directed at myself that I said that. If any elders were to come along, they would probably be taught the same. Plus she had more important things to do right now. So on the surface, he was still wolfing down his food and not reacting, but secretly with small eyes constantly glancing at Chu Lufeng. With a playful smile on his face, Chu Lufeng noticed the two small movements. Moved to tears. It's a tonic. He shifted his thighs slightly and branched off. The chair rubbed against the floor with a noise. Li Mingxi and Xing each glanced at Chu Lufeng without a trace. Then with a light smile on her face, she lowered her head and concentrated on her food. But, they are beautiful in their hearts. Chu Lufeng, however, had his heart in his throat. Is up. What do you guys mean by this expression? True, if this meal is only Xing, or just Li Mingxi, that must have been a very pleasant meal. Comfortable? It must be very comfortable too. but the favorites came together. It's not exciting. It's scared. Who said triangles have stability anymore? Even if he is only 200 blood but have to face a full layer of blood fury, also Noxus guillotine, even beheaded his 4 pig teammates of the Northerner, has not been so fearful. If we let Li Mingxi and Xing Yishan run into each other. Mom. Yeah, the consequences are simply unimaginable. Just thinking about it gives you the urge to die. So he's really sitting on his hands right now. It's as if there are nails in the seat and it's hard to sit still. I was afraid that this Li Mingxi and Xing Yishan would run into each other. So to avoid this extreme situation, he had no choice but to fork his thighs and sit with a big grin on his face. It looks like a response to Li Mingxi and Xing Yishan. The truth is that it gives them no chance at all to run into each other. The king doesn't see the king. Hey, when can we talk it out and all get along? Chu Lu Feng was simply depressed. 2 superbly rich, beautiful women. How great would it be if the 3 of us made the day? Why should it be such a torture now? But Chu Lu Feng soon regretted that he had done so, because of this thoughtfulness of his own. To Xing Yishan and Li Mingxi, that was a proper interaction. So, Xing Yishan and Li Mingxi's every bigger move, all of them made Chu Lu Feng's spirit tremble, and his soul was almost scared out of his mind. Help! To die. What about the system? Come and save your father. But no matter how much he begged heaven and earth in his mind, it was no use, and there's no time to lose. Look at the time of the east window. Chu Lu Feng shook violently. Even his heartbeat was missing a beat. He gave an extremely forced smile, putting down the bowl. He burped. Hiccup. I'm done eating. Aunt Xing, Aunt Li, you guys take your time. I'll slow down. I'm bursting, Chu Lu Feng said as he spoke, while placing both hands on her stomach in a panic. It looks like you're rubbing a stomach that's full of food. In reality, it was an attempt to immobilize the 2 men to stop any danger they might run into. But, can it really be stopped? Chapter 49, Where's the system? Quickly save your father. Shasta. Xing Yisan's cheeks quickly colored a blush. She didn't expect Chu Lu Feng to eat the quinoa salad cleanly. It made a different kind of joy well up in her heart. For a moment, her mind went blank. But soon, a hint of snickering came to mind. Looks like yourself. Humph. He was finally able to bully stinky little Feng himself. After all, I used to be the one to lose my temper, and I never thought that one day it would be the other way around. The thought flickered. She couldn't help but have a touch of hard-to-repress elation appear on her face at once, her eyes a little shy and excited. Stupid Feng. Slowly. Why are you eating so fast? Auntie Xing knows she cooks well on her own, but you don't have to eat so fast or so much. Xing Yisan's eyebrows were curved in a beautiful way, but soon she realized she was getting a little carried away. The body shook violently. Hurriedly, he lowered his head and concentrated on eating the quinoa salad, fearing that Li Mingxi would see something strange. Li Mingxi, on the other hand, had beautiful eyes. There was a sly glint in the bright eyes. In her mind, it was all her own doing. Humph. Finally you're shy. Haha, you're still very attractive yourself. Little nephew, let's see how auntie takes you. She pursed her lips gently, the corners of her mouth rising involuntarily, trying to raise his head to look at Chu Lu Feng, thinking to find another chance to tease him, but he was worried about being seen by Xing Yishan, and then realized what was wrong. With her understanding of her bestie, if Xing Yishan knew she was teasing Chu Lu Feng under her nose, this chick might actually freak out and storm off. The scene will be uncontrollable by then, so all she could do was not move. What she doesn't realize is this. Her own best friend is just like her at the moment. A hint of cunning flashed in Li Mingxi's eyes, and the corners of her mouth rose slightly. It all happened quietly, unnoticed by onlookers. This meal was eaten for Chu Lu Feng. How does it feel? That can only mean it had a dreamlike quality to it. Life is worth it in this lifetime. Chu Lu Feng then felt so straight that he wanted to lie down on the coffin board. To die. What? Do you think it's possible to talk things out all at once? Well, there's a chicken dash asterisk ing maybe. At least not yet. With Auntie Xing's shyness and conservatism, if she knew she was carrying her, still sneaking around with Li Mingxi, even leaving the lights on, in front of her, other than that, there was certainly not much chance of going to her fragrant bedroom in the future. It can even be particularly chilling and disappointing to yourself, and letting Li Mingxi know that she's actually with Auntie Xing. She didn't mind much, however, with her strength to speak without thinking after drinking. If she gets drunk one day, she will fiercely say a few unintentional but particularly unpleasant words to irritate Auntie Xing. It's probably all but forced Auntie Xing to be ashamed of herself. From there it's straight up to the 33rd floor, and then to the first floor without taking the elevator or the stairs. Wouldn't that be even more ed up? So it's absolutely impossible to talk away. And it's come to this. Go, surely you can't go? Once he was gone, he would definitely be found out to be different. After all, he was not usually that shy. Going also means going east. Oh, wow, then it's not a matter of one aunt or another. It's a matter of both aunts being disappointed in themselves. It may even cause a rift in their relationship as a result. That would be a sin. Chu Lu Feng would never allow this to happen, so it's neither a good idea to go nor a bad idea not to go. It's a headache. Alas, I just want to eat a meal at ease. Please the gods and goddesses, the 8 immortal, so that I can rest assured that this meal cannot be finished, and not what happened. A meal ate half a day. People are fast eating stupid. Of course, complaining is complaining, but you still have to do something about it. As for now, so, what now? Mom, yeah, the eye is about to meet the king, and one can't deliberately make another move yet. Chu Lu Feng swore that he had never been so nervous in his life, even against a couple of outlaw bandits bruisers. It's never been this tense to come to a fight to the death, and he really wanted another good life and death fight now. What about the system? Come and save your father. Your father's about to be in deep. There's no lucky card to protect it. He growled madly in his mind. But truth be told, although Chu Lu Feng was not quite able to deal with this situation, he was not helpless to cope with this situation either. People in stressful and dangerous situations, it's always possible to force out one's great potential, so there's a saying that's also true. Truly awesome people are out. What about the magic hand? Save it. Chu Lu Feng's eyes lit up. An instant thought came to mind. Yeah, there's also the skill of wonderful hands. This passive defense is definitely not working. Sooner or later, there is a risk of being breached. Has to be proactive. After all, as the saying goes, the best defense is an offense. His eyes blinked, opening the eye of pathology. Moment. In his eyes, something more marvelous. Meridians, blood, nerves. In his mind, information about the various acupoints on the soles of his feet instantly appeared. After all, the soles of the feet have a rich nervous system. The qi, blood and meridians all intersect with each other on the soles of the feet. After stimulating the nerve endings through massage and kneading, it can relax the nerves and make people feel happy physically and mentally, which is very helpful for health. So nothing to wash your feet, massage and relax is necessary. With the help of the eye of pathology, the details of the various points on the soles of the feet are minimized. He took a deep breath. The hands also started to get warmer. Well, Chu Lu Feng instantly felt a force of resistance, but a smile played at the corner of his mouth. Come and go as you please? What do you think I'm doing here? Toilet my. You didn't listen to me when I asked you to leave. Now you're panicking? That's why Chu Lu Feng didn't listen to anything outside the window with both ears and didn't care. All the while, you continue the movements of your hands with moderate force and a smooth rhythm. Xing Yishan and Li Mengxi only felt the soreness in their bodies gradually lessen. The whole thing is so much more relaxed and it's not like they haven't been to the foot wash. They even went for a week in a row one time. Very cozy indeed. Those young girls give great massages. The whole thing has a relaxed feel to it. But compared to Chu Lu Feng, it's not on the same level at all. There is also no comparison at all in terms of the feelings that are brought about. Chapter 50, Li Mengxi's brainstorm. Finished. To die. The atmosphere at the table grew weirder and weirder. It was as if the air was filled with a sticky scent that made you a little breathless. Xing Yishan and Li Mengxi's writhing became more and more frequent. It's like having nails in the seat. It's hard to sit still. Finally, Li Mani's cheeks flushed and her eyes twinkled as she fed her quinoa salad one bite at a time. Well, she bit her lower lip and spat out a few tiny sounds from between her teeth. It wasn't loud, but in this silence, it was very clear. Her eyes snapped open and she hastily pursed her lips tightly, raising her head to carefully glance at Xing Yishan. She was found with her head down and her eyes closed, as if she hadn't heard. But, Li Mengxi noticed that the fork in her hand was clenched tightly. Her other small fist was also clenched tightly, and by the expression, the features were tense. It seemed like she was sulking. Iggy wouldn't have noticed anything strange, would she? That's clearly a precursor to an impending tantrum. It's just that the concern for past love has made her unsure of what to say. So she's been holding it back? Li Mengxi instantly panicked and looked at Chu Lu Feng as if asking for help. But the culprit was leaning back in his chair at the moment, and with his eyes closed, he looked like he had rested. Even when she tried to draw back her small feet, she found that the large hand was like a steel vice. The force was so great that it couldn't move halfway. She bit her tongue hard and sharply in a desperate attempt to clear her head, riffing on other topics in an attempt to distract, showing a pleasing smile that looked like a smile or a cry. Well, I today, I put together $12 million. Later, I'll transfer it to you. Li Mengxi's voice broke, and the panic inside was still hard to hide, but Xing Yishan wasn't in the mood to care about that right now. A mouthful of silver teeth clenched tightly. She was even on the verge of pinching the spoon, the backs of her white hands vaguely glazed with veins, which was a clear indication of how hard she had pushed. This scene scared Li Mengxi to tears. Pills are spicy. Well, no need. Little Feng, he made me a lot of money today. Aunt Xing suddenly raised her head and squeezed out a smile that wasn't really a smile. then narrowed his peach eyes and arched his eyebrows. Staring at Chu Lu Feng, his voice sounded like it was squeezed out from between his teeth, with a dash of sternness and drink. It was just that those eyes were too gentle and not half as lethal. Still have to practice. That was why Chu Lu Feng was as steady as an old dog, not panicking in the slightest. Instead, Xing-san's voice carried a hint of trembling and shyness, and this was heard in Li Mingxi's ears. At once, click, it was like a rolling thunderbolt hitting the brain. Pills are spicy. Is this Xing Yisen really ready to cut? She knew Xing Yishan very well. You don't usually ask for help, and when you can, it means that things are definitely at a very serious level. That's why he came to himself yesterday to borrow so much money, and he agreed decisively. After getting the money together, the first thing you do is rush over. After all, borrowing would require borrowing more than $10 million, and with her assets she needed to borrow money, so things must be very serious. But now suddenly don't want it. And even what lame excuse did Feng give for taking her to make money? Feng? A freshman is lucky to make money for tuition, and take her to make a lot of money? What a lie. It's not obvious that you want to cut. And then the signs of anger regardless of the old feelings. Li Mingxi instantly panicked and didn't know what to do. She had been drinking, but she knew in her heart whether she was drunk or not. Eyes began to dart around in panic. He even looked at Chu Lu Feng begrudgingly, as if to say, "Good nephew, auntie knows it's wrong. Spare me, save me." Chu Lu Feng's eyes were open, but it was with the mindset of looking at fun, his eyes constantly darting between Xing Yishan and himself, as if he was trying to see what kind of fun there was to be had. That little scoundrel. Silver teeth clenched, glaring at Chu Lu Feng with fierce eyes. But there's no way. I don't blame people. After all, it was my own teasing first. I couldn't help myself. She was thinking frantically in her mind. How on earth do you deal with a situation that looks like it's about to get out of hand? It's over. It's over. This is really a big mess. She kept mumbling in her mind. A fine layer of fragrant sweat also crept up on her white forehead. She stole another glance at Xing-san. Seeing her stoic look, she was also more certain of her thoughts. Although Li Mingxi usually had a big personality, it seems heartless, but deep down, it still hides a deep loneliness and helplessness. In fact, she didn't really have any genuine friends herself. The ones who came to approach her were either eyeing her stunning beauty or eyeing her money and wanted to make a buck, all with a strong sense of purpose. Only Xing-san, who was genuinely treating her as a friend to get along with, so it's very important in her mind. Of course, now there was also the additional brat Chu Lu Feng. Ever since Chu Lu Feng broke into her world yesterday, it made Li Mingxi's heart quietly change. In this young and handsome little man, for the first time, Li Mingxi felt an incomparable sense of peace of mind. It's something she's longed for her whole life and never felt. But on the contrary, this brat and Xing-san are together. No, definitely can't let Xing-san explode. Otherwise, I'm afraid that their years of friendship will be completely pill-hot. What's more, it was hard to meet a little man who could make her heart flutter for the first time in her life, bring her a special feeling, but also she has never experienced. Have not been together properly. This is if it is gone. Originally guarded a few $100 million cannot spend enough pain. The rest of his life how to do. Li Mingxi was anxious, brain racing, trying to come up with a way to salvage the situation, trying to talk, but his throat felt like it was choked with something, and he could only make a few tiny sounds. Little Maple, just opened his mouth, but just then, what's daddy's name? Daddy's name. A cell phone suddenly rang. Just as the two were in a state of confusion, a crisp cell phone ring suddenly rang. It brought them back to reality in an instant. The two beautiful aunts were already highly nervous, and by this scare hurriedly took advantage of Chu Lu Feng's distraction. He retracted his little feet and sat upright. Then his little face turned red and he buried his head in his food as if nothing had happened. Each had a mind of its own, and neither dared to look at the other, and thinks he's doing a good job of hiding his emotions. Just, badass kid. Both aunts glanced at Chu Lu Feng without any trace, their eyes filled with anger. But the shy blush that was carried on that face could not be dissipated. Seeing the situation, Chu Lu Feng secretly laughed and pulled out his cell phone, his eyebrows moving slightly. It's an unknown caller, but the number looked a little familiar, so he answered the phone. Light Qin Yan's cool voice came from inside. Chu Lu Feng? It didn't bother you, did it? It's not on speakerphone though, but the atmosphere was too eerie and quiet. That's why Qin Yan's crisp voice could be heard clearly. Xing Yishan and Li Mingxi looked at each other, then coincidentally turned their heads together to look at Chu Lu Feng. Team Qin? Hearing this voice, Chu Lu Feng remembered. No wonder he felt familiar. Wasn't that the private number on the business card Qin Yan had handed him? As for interrupting, let's just say take it for what it's worth. If he really played it off and caused Aunt Xing and Aunt Li to quarrel, he wouldn't have much to gain. Go ahead. Chapter 51, Qin Yan's favor. Soon after, Qin Yan's side explained his intention of calling. It probably means that solving the serial murder case is a big credit, which is an excellent opportunity for positive publicity. So not only the city, even the province is extremely important. He also sent someone who wanted to give Chu Lufeng an exclusive interview. An interview? Tomorrow afternoon? Yes, Captain Qin. I'll be there. Okay, bye. Just as Chu Lufeng was about to hang up the phone, Qin Yan's cool and pleasant voice sounded once again. Hey, don't be in a hurry. Just now it was business. I have a private matter to talk to you. Something personal? With me? Chu Lufeng sheepishly glanced at Xing Yishan and Li Mingxi. Both aunts also gave a well-timed, gentle smile. The smile was beautiful, but you couldn't help but get a chill down your back. Qin team, you're not doing me any favors. What is it? I heard you beat up the Yang siblings? What happened? Did you hit them hard? Chu Lufeng's eyes narrowed slightly. Did Yang Kaisen and Yang Wei move so fast? This has reached Qin Yan's ears? But listening to Qin Yan's attitude, it seems like she doesn't care? Yes, Team Qin, how did you know? A soft giggle came over the phone. In the meantime, Qin City Police Department office. A cool and lonely figure was leaning on the office chair. Her face was cold and stunning, especially the touch of ink chi between her eyebrows, which was breathtaking. This silhouette was naturally Qin Yan, who had a faint smile on her face as she spoke nonchalantly. I could tell she had a soft spot for the young man who had helped add another piece to his resume. No wonder this morning, a few people came to me angrily, screaming that they were ready to bring people to arrest you, and then when they heard that it was you, the hero who had just solved the serial murder case, they hastily changed their faces, saying that it was a misunderstanding, and then slipped away, and I looked into it, and only then did I realize that there was actually this kind of inside information in it. That simple? Chu Lufeng was a little surprised. He was a little disbelieving. If it didn't come to him, it meant that it was suppressed within the Yang family. But can it be that simple when people are coming and then suddenly giving up? Based on his intuition, he guessed that Qin Yan must have stepped in here, stopped certain people and even gave some warnings, or this wouldn't have been so easy. Sure enough, what Qin Yan said next confirmed his suspicions. Aha! Qin Yan's eyes were sharp as he smiled faintly. Or what? Trying to make a move on someone I value, right under my nose? Is he trying to make an arrest? Or is he trying to give me a hard time? When was I, Qin Yan, so good at bullying? Although Qin Yan was flirting from his own perspective. But we are not children anymore, so we naturally know how much weight that carries. Chu Lufeng's heart warmed slightly as he sincerely said, Team Qin, thank you is not necessary. Tell me, I'm interested in the Yang family. Since there is a conflict between you, I want to know the situation in every detail. Qin Yan's voice was still pleasant, but with a hint of an unquestionable commanding tone. Chu Lufeng frowned slightly. He looked up at Xing Yisan. After Aunt Xing nodded her head gently in acquiescence, it was only then that he began to tell what had really happened, including Aunt Xing sending him a message before she went to the Orchid Art Club, and then he went to pick her up just in time to see Aunt Xing lying on the ground, and in that moment, in his rage, he violently beat the other party, beating them half to death and crippled respectively. Of course, the key part about the system is certainly not said and not mentioned at all. Hear that? Poof! Qin Yan's eyes sank suddenly, revealing a deep chill in his tone. The Yang family is really still so overbearing. After a pause, she continued. Good, Chu Lufeng. I know. Don't worry. With me here, the Yang family can't retaliate against you. I'll take care of everything on the surface. But you also be careful. Beware of their secret black hand revenge. I know you can fight, but it's always good to be careful in everything. And a lot of things can't be solved by being able to fight. There is a need for my help. Be sure to call me without hesitation. Don't be afraid of trouble. Qin Yan's words were filled with concern. She had seen too many examples of being retaliated against. Didn't want to see anything happen to such a hero who had done great work for the city of Qin. Well, that's it. And remember, you must tell me if there's danger. Qin Yan instructed in a serious manner, with unprecedented gentleness in her voice. Don't want to see anything happen to such a hero of Qin City. This concern rather warmed Chu Lufeng's heart. He knew in his heart that Qin Yan was not obligated to do this. She came to Qin City, and she must have carried an important mission with her as well. But no matter what, being able to hear these sincere words from Qin Yan was also an instant favor in one's heart. Chu Lufeng thought about it and still chose to reveal that information to Qin Yan. Wait, Team Qin, I have something to tell you. Qin Yan, who was just about to hang up the phone, froze and then said, You say, while I was at the Orchid Art Society, I noticed two somewhat strange people. Chu Lufeng briefly described the scene at that time. Only the part of perspective was hidden, saying that he happened to see a group of them in the box, sucking on something, looking very hyper. I wonder if this news will help you. Inside the office, Qin Yan's eyes sank into a brief moment of reflection. Then, a sweet smile appeared on her face, as if melting spring snow, cold and moving. Thank you for sharing such important information with me. It was very helpful. It's fine, if I can help Teen Chin. Hang up the phone. Qin Yan's eyes narrowed slightly, and the whole person fell into deep thought, seemingly thinking about something. Even they're here. Is it trying to let go? Looks like it's time to rework the plan. Thinking about it, she couldn't help but gently shake her head, a faint smile that could warm the heart appearing at the corner of her mouth. Chu Lu Feng. This young man had just met her and sent her a great credit. It's only the second time I've been on the phone and I've given myself such an important piece of information again. Despite himself, he kept talking about helping him. But when you think about it, it seems like he's always been the one offering help. Qin Yan thought about it and sent a few more orders to the following. The approximate content was to increase the patrol police force at Chu Lu Feng's residence to protect the hero Chu Lu Feng or something like that. Of course, this is in the official capacity of the hero of Qin City. Guard against retaliation by some thugs. It's also natural that no one can say anything about making these arrangements. And that's when it happened. Bang bang. There was a knock on the office door. Enter. Qin Yan instantly put away the light smile on her face, her complexion once again becoming expressionless. Her voice was also once again back to its usual coolness. There was even an icy chill that made one shiver. The chill was not directed at anyone. Rather, it is the result of the oppressive environment that Qin Smoke has faced for so long. After all, she was dealing with vicious outlaw bandits and had to display majesty to make people fearful. That's why her character naturally couldn't be as delicate as a little girl's, and that's why she deliberately developed this cold stance. Of course, it could also be said that this was the original face of Qin Yan. The kind of cordiality like the conversation with Chu Lu Feng just now was extremely rare in her daily life. Inside the villa, Chu Lu Feng just hung up the phone. Suddenly, the figure in front of him shifted. It was Xing who had gotten up and walked over, looking anxious, reaching out to press on his shoulders, her eyes showing strong worry. Feng, what happened? Who is this Qin team? And what's the interview? I wasn't with you for half a day yesterday and so much has happened to you that I don't know about. Xing-san's heart was burning with anxiety, and a series of questions were all thrown out like a series of cannons. There was also a noticeable tremor in his voice. Chapter 52 Li Mingxi's Strange Fetish. Seeing Xing-san's anxious expression, the worry was on the verge of tears. Chu Lu Feng's heart warmed. Then he told the whole story, including after separating from her, how he met Su Jingyan by chance, then helped her move, then encountered the outlaw bandits, how he overpowered them, his relationship with Qin Yan and so on, briefly and roughly described once. Chu Lu Feng spoke very easily and did not deliberately create any very dangerous feeling. It's as if those thrilling life and death crises were just a trivial matter of understatement. Of course, it's actually quite easy, but to Xing-san and Li Mingxi's ears, such a thing was no less than a flat thunderstorm, and they both instantly widened their eyes. What? Xing-san was the first to cry out in shock, her eyes round and her face full of afterthought. 5 outlaw humans? Murder! Li Mingxi followed suit and screamed, shock written all over her face, and her originally pink face instantly turned deathly white. The two beautiful aunts' high-decibel voices echoed in the space, and at this moment, all of the confusion in their hearts had disappeared, leaving only a strong shock. Xing-san's heart was burning with anxiety, and even more subconsciously, she was ready to take off Chu Lu Feng's clothes, wanted to check if there were any injuries on Chu Lu Feng, and worried and huffy. Chu, stream, Feng, let me see. Are you hurt? Are you hurt anywhere? Why didn't you tell your aunt when something so big happened? Do you still have me as your aunt in your eyes? Saying that, Xing-san's tears came out anxiously, her small face filled with worry, hanging on her gentle, playful, delicate face. It was heartbreaking, because she was too nervous and worried. Her hands trembled so violently that she couldn't even pinch the buttons of Chu Lu Feng's clothes. Seeing the situation, a warmth surged in Chu Lu Feng's heart. Aunt Xing, I'm fine. Stretching out his hands, he gently held Xing-san's trembling little hands, then tenderly wiped the teardrops on her face again. Aunt Xing, I'm really fine. Don't worry about it. Chu Lu Feng, I'm not kidding, take it off for me. Xing-san's voice was almost hissing, as if she was back to her usual majestic, say it all auntie self, not listening to any explanation from Chu Lu Feng at all. It was clear in her mind, Chu Lu Feng, even though he was injured, in order to not let himself worry, and definitely kept it to himself. She knew Chu Lu Feng's nature too well in her heart, always looking out for others, but not thinking of yourself at all. Well, Chu Lu Feng was helpless. It was also known that Aunt Xing wouldn't believe it without letting her see it with her own eyes. So he stood up and took his shirt off, revealing a smooth, perfectly toned upper body. Xing-san's petite body trembled slightly, hurriedly circling around Chu Lu Feng, his whole body going up and down, carefully checking it out. See if there are any injuries on Chu Lu Feng. She was afraid that Chu Lu Feng would hurt somewhere. She knew about that gang of robbers, too, and the whole city was under martial law for a while then. She had been living alone during that time, and it scared her so much that she couldn't sleep at night, and under her inner panic, she changed the locks on her front door, and installed face recognition locks on her bedroom as well. It would have been almost forgotten about. I didn't expect that such a ferocious bandit hadn't been caught yet, and had even been touched by Chu Feng, going head to head with such vicious bruisers. It was a moment that caused an uncontrollable wave of fear to rise within her. If Chu Feng has a short or long life because of this encounter, Xing-san didn't dare to imagine any further. This is a consequence she can't afford in any way. Sure, she was also concerned. She should have known last night that Chu Feng hadn't suffered any injuries, still so alive and kicking. But when he thought of Chu Feng facing such a dangerous thing, and he, who was an ant, not only didn't have the slightest awareness of it, but instead, he had always been gently taken care of by Chu Feng. Even after a life and death crisis, you have to rely on him to save you. What kind of auntie is this himself? But also talk about what to take care of Chu Feng. Obviously he has been taking care of himself. Xing-san kept blaming herself up in her mind. Feng, it's all me. It's all my fault. Excessive fear and self-blame, causing Xing-san's tears to flow like a dam bursting. Her shoulders trembled slightly as she cried with a sob. Crying pairs can't help but be deplorable. Aunt Xing, I'm really fine. You have to believe me. No one in this world can hurt me yet. Chu Feng slowly leaned over and gently wrapped Xing-san around his solid chest, gently patting her back with hand after hand. As much as he hated to say it, he figured it was just a matter of subduing a few murderers. There's really no danger. It's not even fun. Of course, there is no doubt in this because of the help of the system's Big Daddy, but in the eyes of the average person, it's pretty much pie in the sky, especially a soft woman like Xing-san, who wouldn't even get red-faced in a fight. Fighting the outlaws, a totally unimaginable thing. He lowered his head slightly, his chin gently resting against the top of Xing-san's head as he softly comforted. Aunt Xing, I know you're worried about me, but am I not fine now? It's okay, don't cry. In Chu Feng's warm embrace, Xing-san's crying gradually diminished, but the tears still wouldn't stop flowing. She hugged Chu Feng tightly, fearing that if she let go, Chu Feng would disappear from her life as if he had disappeared. Soon, Chu Feng's chest was soaked with Xing-san's tears, a wet one, stained with tears of worry. At this point, Li Mengshi was on the side, her eyes staring straight at Chu Feng's perfect muscle lines. The body is full of power and beauty, plus this gentle look of dotingly comforting Xing-san. There's more of a strong sense of dadness, of daddiness and charm. It made Li Mengshi's big round eyes whiten violently, and her small mouth unconsciously opened into an O shape. A blush rose on her cheeks, so delicate that it was about to drip. Crap! This feeling, it's the feeling of a racing heart. This instant, Chu Feng's tall figure in her heart once again rose tens of thousands of miles. The security is pulled straight through and simply pops. A strong emotion spread quickly inside her like a prairie fire, set her whole being on fire. Wasn't this the man of her dreams that she had been longing to meet? Strong, unrivaled, and able to protect the weak her. Being able to step up instantly when she's in danger and in extreme need of help. Cover for her. What could be better than to have such a person to protect you in front of 5 vicious outlaws? Ask if there's anything more romantic than a hero saving the day when you're in imminent danger. Li Mengshi couldn't even help but start fantasizing about it. Imagine in your mind how nice it would have been if that teacher Su had been yourself. Thinking that he was about to be bullied by the humongous bandits when he was in danger, Chu Feng's magnificent figure suddenly appeared. Like a divine warrior, he stepped forward and stood in front of her, then brushed and hammered the bruiser to death with a few swipes. Protect yourself like a prince protects a princess and a dad protects his daughter. Aha! No way no how. Just fantasizing about this scene, Li Mengshi then felt her body go weak. There wasn't an ounce of strength left, and he couldn't even stand up. Chapter 53 can't help but fantasize again. Li Mengshi's pupils were mesmerized and her breathing became rapid. There was a sharp rise and fall of the chest. At this moment, the emotions inside her were like a flood that broke the dike, completely bursting. To Chu Feng, the heart surged with a touch of worship, adoration, and dependence that was difficult to suppress. Her own emotions towards Chu Feng had already reached a very strong level, so much so that now this emotion is strong and hot, like a burning flame that is hard to contain, to burn her all over. To put it nicely, this is a strong attribute that stems from the human instinct to worship heroes, but to put it bluntly, it's love brain plus nymphomaniac syndrome. People who suffer from nymphomaniac syndrome tend to engage in a lot of unrealistic fantasies about the object of their affection. Usually fantasize about the other person as being perfect. Construct in your own mind all sorts of romantic to the core scenarios with the other person. Like an otaku obsessed with the second gen, I suffer from nymphomania syndrome, and I'm just very fond of my Sakurajima Asako-san, Dome Girl, Kagaya, Madoka, Sanju, Yukino, etc. Wives. Can't help but fantasize about it again. So did Li Mengxi. And that's a big part of why she's been drinking heavily for a long time. Is that alcohol paralyzes her and allows her to detach herself from reality for a while and immerse herself in a world of fantasy. In her mind, she began to constantly fantasize about the scene of Chu Lu Feng protecting herself, even to the point where it was difficult to stop herself. This is a classic manifestation of excessive fantasizing in nymphomaniac syndrome. In fact, this has to do with her own experience. As a child, she was bullied for a long time, while her own father did not treat her well, and could even be said to dislike her, and did not fulfill the responsibilities that a father should do. Under this double blow, resulting in a serious lack of security in her heart, over time, gradually caused her serious Muxian psychology. In her perception, only the strong could protect themselves. That was why she was incomparably eager to be protected by a powerful person like Chu Lu Feng, longing to be able to rely on him without reservation, the desire to take from him a sense of security strong enough to fill the void within. Because of this, so now you hear this kind of heroic rescue. Again, this kind of plot that one once fantasized about countless times while being bullied. Li Mengxi finally couldn't hold it together. Just as she was lost in her fantasy, Xing raised her head and deflated her small mouth with tearful eyes, mumbling in an aggrieved little voice. Then there's Yang Kaisen and Yang Wei. Didn't you say they were yelled back? Are you hiding them from me again? It wasn't as if she hadn't asked herself yesterday what had happened since she'd passed out. At that time, Chu Lufeng only said that he arrived in time, just in time to see himself fainting, and then rebuked the Yang siblings and brought her back home. And then a series of shameful things happened, as my own self at that time was steeped in shyness. Although he vaguely felt that something was wrong, he didn't look deeper. As for being angry at what the Yang siblings did, that was definitely angry. But because of their own power alone, the Yang family has a strong background. With her current ability, it is tantamount to hitting a stone with an egg, so she can only swallow this bad breath, and wait for the future to see if there is an opportunity to avenge this revenge. But from Qin Yan's tone just now, it seemed like Chu Lufeng had already avenged himself and had beaten the two to death. That dog Yang Wei. I'll get him killed sooner or later. Li Mengxi, who was still immersed in nostalgia, with a demented and silly smile on her face, and a wisp of crystalline drool dripping from the corner of her mouth, heard these words. Suddenly coming back to his senses, he wiped a handful of drool carelessly and nervously ran over to Xing-san, hugging her tightly as well. To be precise, it was hugging Xing-san and Chu Lufeng. What the hell is happening to you? Why are you still going to those dogs of the Yang family? Though it may be Xing-Isen's secret. Originally, what Li Mengxi planned was that if she didn't take the initiative to mention it herself, she would just pretend she didn't know about it and wouldn't go to reveal this scar. But at the moment it's all this situation. She has to find out more about it and then see if she can help. Seeing Li Mengxi's expression filled with worry, Xing-san pursed her lips and told her all about what had happened in the past 2 days. This narration also instantly made Li Mengxi's face full of anger. So angry that she couldn't wait to tear Wang Lei, Yang Wei, Yang Kaisen, and the others into two and shred them into pieces right now. After Li Mengxi and Xing-Shan cursed, the two pairs of big beautiful eyes stared at Chu Lufeng without blinking. Yeah, B.A. Good nephew, how in the world did you save Thi? Under this kind of gaze, Chu Lufeng also had no choice but to describe the situation in graphic detail. Upon hearing that he had wasted Yang Wei and also slapped Yang Kaisen into a pig's head plus Mac's face, both of the pretty ants had a look of afterthought on their faces. Good nephew, you seem a little mean. Good fight, though, against those two guys, that's the way to go. Good nephew, Auntie supports you, said Li Mengxi with her eyes even brighter, filled with a look of adoration, and made a point of puffing out his chest to show his position. This time, the three hugged even tighter. Aunt Xing pursed her lips, although she didn't want Chu Lufeng to catch the habitual violent behavior, but it's an approach that she's also very supportive of. Despite carrying two beautiful people in his arms. However, because Xing-Shan and Li Mengxi were both slim and slender, they were also able to hold them easily. Chu Lufeng blinked his eyes, and was a bit apoplectic inwardly. That's a trio, right? It should count, shouldn't it? Hey, it would have been nice if it had been like this earlier. Stinky little Feng. In the future, remember this kind of thing, don't hide it from Auntie. I am after all. Wan Shu repeatedly instructed me to take care of you. If anything happens to you, I also. Xing-San's silver teeth gently bit her pink lips, and after half a day of she didn't even say a number. On the contrary, I don't know what came to mind. My face became even more red, and my eyes were bright after crying, and they gradually became mesmerized and filled with tenderness. She was going to say something like I don't want to live either, but after all, Li Mengxi was still beside her, and was a bit embarrassed to exit. Okay, I know, Aunt Xing, smile. You look good when you smile. Chu Lufeng lowered his head and reached out to smooth Xingishan's upturned mouth after scraping her delicate face. This moment's Aunt Xing. She looked incredibly cute and gorgeous, giving people an urge to kiss her. He hurriedly took a deep breath and suppressed the urge, smiling at Xingishan and Li Mingxi. It's like this, Aunt Xing, Aunt Li, this happened to Ms. Su, her salary alone is very low, and it's not appropriate for her to live in such a remote place, plus I have a bit of a bonus, so I want to rent her an apartment, and I'll pay the rent. After Xingisan heard this, she nodded seriously with a face of approval. That's good. It's not convenient for Ms. Su to live so far away by herself, and it's really dangerous. It's good for us to rent one for her. Xingisan was originally a reasonable person. From Chu Liufeng's tone, he could tell that this Mr. Su was also a person who had contributed to the country, deserves a better life, shouldn't have to live on so little. Even though you don't have much money, you can't spend much on renting a house. Auntie Li, I want to ask if you still have a room in Xia University. I want to find a house for Mr. Su. Hey. Li Mingxi sniffed the good smell of Chu Lufeng's body and giggled foolishly. There must be good nephew. Your aunt not much else, just a lot of houses. Summer University that neighborhood have several buildings it, as you choose. Simply trenchant. Actually, this gorgeous rich woman really wasn't wrong about the house either. She really wasn't that bad, and the thought of Mr. Su having to travel so far to save a little rent, just have the balls. I don't know what to say about the feeling. Chapter 54, I avoid her? Well then, Auntie Li, I'll take care of the rent. Chu Lufeng hadn't finished his words. It was then that a small, soft, white hand covered his mouth. Li Mingxi's eyes were bright and her face was flushed, but it also carried a hint of unquestionable determination. Good nephew, don't talk to Aunt about money. Ms. Su is also poor people. As if Aunt to help her, I'll accompany you to choose the room. Good boy. And between us, you need my help. Just say a word on the line, Aunt will be fully help. Never talk to Aunt about money. Talk about money more hurt feelings. At this moment, Li Mingxi seemed to have instantly switched roles. From the usual confused drunken mongoloid, she changed back to a proper strong woman like. She was actually quite capable, after all. Well, at least she was a little rich girl who held several $100 million in assets. And how can you not be competent? It's just that on a normal day, the wine mongoloid side that she shows in front of those close to her makes it easy to mistake her for being dainty and cute. But when she's serious, she's still serious. But being serious isn't enough for 3 seconds. Li Mingxi then suddenly had a blush flying all over her cheeks with a bit of shyness and playfulness. One by one, he drilled into Chu Lufeng's arms. His ear was still pressed against his chest, as if he was listening to whether there was any change in the sound of his heartbeat. Wow, how about it? Good nephew, did you feel it when Auntie was so strong? Ever been struck by your aunt's charms? There's no heart fluttering around. Wow. Whoa gaga. Xinjisan. Chu Lufeng. Arch for a while. Li Mingxi suddenly froze, then let out a muffled laughter. Ah ha 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 jumped. Ha, wait. Good nephew, why do you have 2 heartbeats? One also jumped fluttering especially fast. She hadn't finished her sentence. He was then pulled away hard by a shy Xingisan who violently grabbed his ear. Wine monkey, don't give me any nonsense about eating Little Feng's tofu, Xingisan said with feigned anger. Li Mingxi tilted her head in pain and looked aggrieved. Baddie, you, wait, just now that was your heartbeat? What? Why are you so excited? Whoa. Li Mingxi wanted to continue. It had then been held violently by Xingisan's head, pressed tightly against her chest so that she couldn't speak. Xingisan's flavorful beautiful eyes gently trembled, and she gave Chu Lufeng an affectionate look, and then he opened his mouth slightly and made a silent gag. I love you. Li Mingxi managed to arch out of Xingisan's arms, her pretty face flushed, her hair a little messy, and she was fierce. Oh wow, bad Thee, what are you doing? I can hardly breathe. You're the only one who can cover people, aren't you? I can too. Well, the words were not finished. Then the 2 pretty ants got into a playful tussle and pushed and shoved their way to the living room. Chu Lufeng, I have to say, the playful scene with the 2 pretty ants, the way her body trembled and twisted was very fragrant and moving. If reality didn't allow it, he really wanted to record the scene and write 800 words afterward. A good bit of banter later, Li Mingxi straightened her somewhat messy hair and said to Chu Lufeng with a smile, let's go. Good nephew, Auntie will take you to see the houses and choose some suitable sets for that pretty teacher of yours. Mr. Su, Li Mingxi straightened her somewhat messy hair and said to Chu Lufeng with a smile, Aunt Xing, then we'll leave first. Go on. I have something to do later, so I won't be with you. Looking at the backs of the 2 departing, Xingisan's gaze was a bit complicated. Put the simple Feng and Li Mingxi together. Hell knows what will happen. She would have liked to go along, but there are several important things to take care of next. On balance, It's just a matter of giving up. She pursed her lips and hesitated for a while before slowly dialing a number. Hey, Wan Shu, there's something I need to tell you. In the meantime, on the other side, in a private hospital in Qin City. This is a high-end hospital. Both the medical team and medical equipment. All the best in the industry. Top of the line. The air smelled faintly of disinfectant. The spacious and bright corridor floor is as clean as a mirror, reflecting the figures of the medical staff who rush past. And in an intensive care unit, the atmosphere, however, was oppressive and breathless. Yang Kaisen and Yang Wei were lying on the hospital bed. Both of them had a look of obscurity. Oh no! Both of them had a faint feeling of death. There's a feeling as if you're dying. Yang Kaisen's face was wrapped in bandages, just like a big-headed doll, only revealing 2 nostrils for hard breathing. Other parts were wrapped tightly. Those slaps from Chu Lu Feng were extremely heavy, hitting her so hard that she was close to concussion, and her eyeballs were almost slapped out. In her condition, she'll have to recuperate for at least 6 months, and it can leave serious after effects. And next to her, there was a shriveled-up Yang Wei, his face as pale as paper, and his eyes were extremely empty, looking at the ceiling without any focus. If only he hadn't let out a few moans of pain every now and then. It seems to say something like, "It's gone. It's all gone," in the shape of his mouth. It all makes you wonder if he's dead in the water. Inside the ward, except for these 2, a dozen others stood by with stony expressions. There were a few of them that looked a bit similar to Yang Wei, and their eyes were filled with resentment. That Chu Lu Feng, his hand is also too ruthless. Simply a second uncle. Is there really no way to arrest him? If I don't let him pay the price, I simply can't get rid of this bad anger in my heart. You think I don't want to? The middle-aged man who was called second uncle, his eyebrows twisted into a Chuan character, his face full of helplessness and chagrin. I went to the police station this morning, ready to find someone to help, but who knows? Qin Yan himself ordered it. Now who dares to touch him? You're going to catch it? How many lives do you have? Does the old man know about this? Someone asked cautiously. No. What did the old man say? Serves you right. At these words, the ward instantly fell into dead silence, and everyone kept quiet. The only sound that echoed through the air was heavy breathing. The crowd. There was a man with a mean eagle's eye and a hawkish nose that stood out, holding a golden dragon head walking stick, the same person that Chu Lu Feng saw yesterday. Mr. Ong San. Unknown origin, unknown background, unknown strength, but stand in the crowd. Yet, it naturally exuded an aura that made people shudder and feel weak and fearful. The dragon head walking stick in his hand was golden in color. It shimmers in the light with a dazzling metallic luster. Leave it to me, Mr. Ong San opened his mouth coldly, his voice low and icy, transmitting an unquestionable ruthlessness. It was as if in his eyes, resulting Chu Lu Feng was nothing more than a show of hands. At that moment, a man in the crowd with a slightly stooped figure and glasses had an extremely complicated face, and after hesitating for a moment, he carefully said, Mr. Ong San, I think it's better to forget about it for now. After all, Qin Yan is also here. It's better to finish what the old man has explained first. That Chu Lu Feng let him bounce around for a few days. After all, Qin Yan is coming on strong now. Let's avoid the front for a while. When she leaves, that kid surnamed Chu, isn't it just a matter of casually taking it? Mr. Ong San's brow sank, and a hint of disdain and contempt flashed in his eyes, as if he disapproved of the words. His eyes were cold as he drank low. I avoid her? Humph. It's just a Qin Yan. I really don't understand what you guys are so afraid of, cowering in fear. If it was in my territory, I could tie her up and throw her into the basement right now. Chapter 55, done for. I think I'm dying. Mr. Ong San's slightly disdainful voice came out. The atmosphere in the hospital room grew more and more stagnant. The eyes of the crowd were running back and forth between him and the somewhat scrawny man, their eyes filled with nervousness and apprehension. Choked, the skinny man with the glasses couldn't help but slander in his heart. You did say it was on your property. This is Daxia, not a place where any cat or dog can act recklessly. If you dare to take a shot at Qin Yan, you really don't know the consequences. You need evidence to fight crime, but you only need lists to fight terrorism, and you only need coordinates to fight insurgency. Making a move on a man who arguably stands at the top of a province's power pyramid. You're really wanting the purple eggs from the punch bowl, in spite of his heart's desire. But he wouldn't dare to say that even if he had 100,000 guts, one can only bow one's head and say no more. After all, once that was said, the consequences were unimaginable. After all, he wasn't Qin Yan, and this Anshan was truly capable of abolishing him. Mr. Ong San, having said that, it's still too much of a commotion to take a shot at Qin Yan, and the old man's side won't allow it. Another stocky man stepped forward and tried to persuade. He frowned slightly, his face filled with worry. After all, the matter of her coming to Qin City was already a bit strange. We'd better make less noise and complete the deal first to avoid giving birth to unnecessary trouble. Mr. Aung San's face flashed with disgust at hearing this. The golden dragon head walking stick in his hand was heavily pestled on the ground, making a dull sound. His eyes sneered as he coldly swept a circle of the dozen or so people in the ward, disdain showing on his face. Trouble? Afraid of trouble in this business? Am I in for a joke? Ha 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 ha. Aung San threw back his head and laughed, his laughter filled with mockery. I kind of know why Elder Yang has to go. Just you bunch of losers, afraid of this and that. If you don't go, I'm afraid you can't wait for the day you die of old age. There was a fierce gleam in his eyes. It seemed that he was already conceptualizing how to deal with Qin Yan and Chu Lu Feng in his mind. Counting on this group of Yangs is definitely out of the question. But he hadn't come alone, and had brought people with him, so he didn't need them. And that's what he thought. Once Qin Yan died, the situation in Qin City would definitely be in chaos. There may even be a ripple effect. It triggered the entire daxia to produce a great earthquake. He didn't know if anything happened to the Young family, and he didn't care. Although the Young family had deep roots in Qin City, just from the dozen or so Young family members, one could tell that each had their own agenda and their interests were paramount. It's still unknown if the family members will be able to work together to get through this in the face of a huge crisis. But he knew one thing well from decades of groping. Chaos often means opportunity as well. In this mess, the muddier the water, the more he can take advantage of the mess and walk away with something. So for him, the bigger and more chaotic the mess, the better. Being attacked by Aung San with this unrelenting map cannon. The Young family members present all had wrathful expressions on their faces. It was important to realize that those who could be in this intensive care ward were all extremely weighty and the most central members of the family, involved in a wide range of industries. There is no shortage of big names in the financial industry like Yang Kaisen's husband, who can call the shots in the outside world. But in the presence of Mr. Aung San, they were treated like trash and despised with abandon. This caused them to be instantly disgruntled. One of them couldn't help but sneer and said with a hint of threat in his tone, I'll bring this to the attention of the old man, and he'll never agree to it. Speaking of the old man, a slight hesitation flashed in Mr. Aung San's eyes, but he quickly resumed his tough and unmistakable look. Again, he sneered, I'm so confused. It's your closest relatives lying here, isn't it? Not mine? I'm kind enough to help you guys get revenge, and you're still not happy about it? Someone sighed helplessly and advised bitterly, it's not that I'm not happy about it, it's that everything still has to be done for the greater good. I'm also looking out for the greater good. By doing away with Qin Yan, our progress will be much faster. It'll allow us to quickly fulfill the old man's request while the top echelons of daxia are in a state of disarray and haven't reacted. No, the commotion is just too big. Once we do it, the situation is simply uncontrollable. The crowd shook their heads and tried to dissuade them. Aung San's face instantly went cold. The dragon head walking stick in his hand slammed heavily on the ground once again with a dull sound. Mr. Aung San's gaze was cold, and he snorted disdainfully. Am I consulting with you? I'll personally talk to the old man's side. I've decided on this matter. Anyone who dares to talk nonsense again, don't blame me for not being polite. His tone was decisive, with an irresistible majesty. Someone frowned and was about to snap, but what responded to him was Aung San's icy, seemingly murderous gaze. This caused them to have a cold chill on their backs, and their hearts were in a frenzy. After looking at each other face to face, no one dared to make another sound. A dead silence instantly fell over the ward. Waste. Mr. Aung San swept his gaze contemptuously around the ward. Only after seeing that no one dared to look directly at his gaze did he faintly spit out two words from his mouth. Then limping, propped up on his gold dragon head cane, he walked out of the hospital room, leaving a room full of people staring at each other. The atmosphere was oppressive and suffocating. 2 o'clock in the afternoon. It was right in the middle of rush hour, so there were a lot of cars on the road. But on the main street of Kawasaki, a dazzling Porsche Panamera looks like a red phantom, but weaves in and out of traffic at unimaginable speeds. Inside the car, Li Mingxi sat on the passenger side with her hands in the air. Punch duck punch duck punch duck. She shouted loudly while waving her pink fists in excitement. A blush covered her pretty face from excitement. This Porsche of hers is not a favorite to drive though, but it's also the top of the line. The 4.0T twin-turbocharged V8 engine is paired with an engine that roars like a lion and delivers the ultimate pushback with every acceleration. Ha ha ha. Great nephew is a good driver. I've never dared to drive so fast. Woohoo, speed up speed up speed up. Chu Lu Feng. Why does it feel weird to hear that? Don't ask Li Mingxi why she bought such a car in the first place but didn't dare to drive it, purely when she bought it at the time. Just fantasize about the idea of racing in it someday. Drag racing is the most adrenaline pumping of all. It's also the most tense and exciting. But alas, the car was like her closed and repressed heart. She had never even run faster than 80 yards. It's really aggravating it. But now, This top-of-the-line Porsche is finally showing what it deserves. Chu Lufeng slammed on the gas pedal and stepped straight to the bottom. Boom boom boom. A strong feeling of pushing back came. The Porsche lurched out like an arrow off the string. It looked like it was about to rear-end after hitting a large truck in front of it. Ah! Li Mingxi suddenly let out a scream. Her back pressed tightly against the backrest of the seat. Her slender black silk legs subconsciously pressed forward against it, and her small face went white. It's over. I think I'm going to die. Chapter 56, Driving a Rich Woman's Car. She closed her eyes in fear, but then braced herself and squinted a slit, looking warily at the situation in front of her. On the verge of collision, Chu Lufeng's eyes were quick, and he made a precise steering wheel. In a flash, the Porsche's precise control allowed it to quickly move to the side lane, then quickly step on the gas to pass the big truck, then hit the wheel again to get back on the main road. Li Mingxi sat in the co-pilot, simply cannot see how it is operated. It feels like he swayed left and right. Good lord, still alive. Her heart was beating violently in her chest, though she had always craved nervous excitement, but at the moment, instead, she truly felt the threat of death, as if she were bouncing on the edge of a ghost. Deep down, however, she was vaguely enjoying the extreme excitement. Faster, faster, faster and faster. Li Mingxi screamed while urging Chu Lufeng as if she was possessed. Ah, it's going to hit, aha. Woohoo. Awesome. Aha, I can still stand it. Can you go any faster? The Porsche is extremely fast and the pushback is every bit as violent as the wobble. It all gives the feeling of ghosts repeatedly jumping across the room. It's rush hour. There are more and more cars on the road, especially as you enter the main road. At this speed, it was no longer a death wish that could be described. It was completely waiting to die. A casual oversight can wreck a car. Li Mingxi was already too scared to open her eyes. Several times she glimpsed that she was about to hit the vehicle, so she closed her eyes and waited for death. But after a while, she realized that the vehicle was still moving steadily on the road, and she was still alive. This euphoric feeling of coming back from the dead, like a raging tide, wave after wave hit her heart, leaving her completely immersed in an unspeakably marvelous feeling that, already, I don't know how to describe how I feel in this moment. There is a feeling of people flying in front and souls chasing behind. Actually, Chu Lufeng can't drive. You can't say you don't know how. He has a driver's license, but his driving skills were just barely adequate. But to be able to drive at that speed now would be completely out of his league before. Rather, it's thanks to the superpowers that come with the system. Hazard perception, danger sense, enables the host to react with early warning in the face of impending undifferentiated danger. Whether the danger comes from physical attacks, such as bullets or club attacks, or crises caused by environmental changes, such as car accidents, building collapses, and falling objects from tall buildings. Additional instinctive reaction. Instinctive reaction, additional at the moment of danger. The body will instinctively react, such as twisting and dodging, allowing the host to quickly avoid attacks, precisely because of the danger perception. So in this case, Chu Lufeng himself didn't even need to actively steer the steering wheel, just hit the gas in a mindless manner. Danger perception coordinates every muscle in his entire body in the most perfect and precise moment, allowing him to react in the most correct and timely manner. Only this has side effects. It's just that the danger perception along the way is killing me like crazy, and it's like an electric shock all over my body. Yes, it is this crazy racing that he is intentionally utilizing to hone the danger sense skill, which is why it's such a death wish. Wanted to try where the limits of danger perception really were, if not for the realities of the situation. He's dying for a flesh-dodging bullet. After all, what's that saying? The true meaning of life can only be realized by approaching death infinitely. It's a long way to go. He was also enjoying more and more this exciting feeling of his heart racing with each brush with death. Suddenly, when the car went through a stoplight, an expressway towards Summer University appears in front of us, with relatively little traffic. However, without warning, Chu Lufeng suddenly dropped the speed of the car and twisted his head, his eyes moving slightly, only to see Li Mingxi gazing at him with watery eyes, unbuckling her seatbelt. Her two slender black silk legs curled up on the seat, and her flushed delicate face was adorable. She lowered her eyes, her long eyelashes fluttering uneasily, and pursed her lips, a hint of shyness on her face. Auntie Li, what's wrong with you? Too hard for you to handle? It was like a shy scene of a young girl in her first love. It made Chu Lufeng a bit puzzled. Great nephew, I think you're awesome. I've never raced like this before. Li Mingxi unconsciously interlocked her hands in front of her body, her fingers nervously intertwining with each other. The chest rose and fell slightly. Each light tremor showed her inner nervousness and shyness. Can fight again, and can race cars, and can make money, and so gentle. You're like you're in control of everything? So, I'm so tired of. Her voice was soft, with a hint of girlish shyness, and all of her usual big-headed demeanor was gone. Chu Lufeng froze and seemed to somewhat see what Li Mingxi was trying to do. Great nephew, do you think Auntie is pretty? Li Mingxi gathered her courage and stared at Chu Lu Feng with unblinking eyes. Beautiful. Chu Lu Feng responded without thinking. After getting an affirmative answer, the corners of Li Mingxi's mouth rose uncontrollably, revealing a sweet smile. So what do you think? Is your Auntie Xing pretty? Or am I prettier? Who do you like better? Faced with such desperate questions, Chu Lu Feng that didn't dare to answer at all. Li Mingxi also knew that, so she didn't get to the bottom of it. Actually, when you hugged me yesterday, and just now when we were eating, I wasn't drunk. I really wasn't drunk, and I didn't fall asleep. Her voice was as light as a fly, with a slight tremor. I was dreaming about you last night while I was sleeping. The voice was faintly audible when he said those last words. Well, I know. So you wanted to, right? In front of your Aunt Xing you also. I really like you. Feng, do you like me? Li Mingxi bit her lower lip, her teeth gently sinking into her delicate lips, her red lips becoming more and more delicate under the light bite of her shell teeth, as if they were about to drip blood. Her heart was beating like thunder, so nervous she could almost hear her own heartbeat. But as soon as the words were out of his mouth, there was some remorse. After all, the two had that ambiguous relationship before. It's not stab, and it carries a different kind of little beauty. If you don't say it, it can remain ambiguous. It's like being in a Bentley yesterday and under the dinner table today. Everyone was able to continue the silent ambiguity unspoken, but once that relationship paper is pierced, there are only two results obtained. Continue the flirtation or end the relationship. Chapter 57, Auntie, I don't want to work hard anymore. Li Mingxi also felt faint, just now that all the way to the car, let her heart thumping wildly. Chu Lu Feng's feelings for Chu Lu Feng is also difficult to suppress. In this moment, she wanted to say it all without reservation. Perhaps it is love? She wasn't sure, and she wasn't quite sure. After all, she hadn't loved anyone either, and no one had ever made his heart flutter, except Chu Lu Feng. But it doesn't really feel like the whole thing about falling in love with someone you've only known for 2 days is that ridiculous? Don't they say that love always comes inexplicably and without warning? And for Chu Lu Feng, she was genuinely feeling lost. I don't know what to do anymore. Let's rely on beauty to attract him. Chu Lu Feng's Aunt Xing Yishan was then completely unbeatable and was naturally closer to Chu Lu Feng than herself. What's more, Chu Lu Feng had some kind of teacher Su Lu and other extremely beautiful women around him. Young and beautiful. Plus the man is so handsome. There will definitely be no shortage of good-looking young and pretty girls around. On the other hand, I'm getting older and my face is fading. Compared to those youthful girls, she was really unsure of herself. The only good thing she can take away, maybe it's just being rich, and you do have money yourself. But listening to Xing-san, Chu Lu Feng was able to make tens of millions of dollars in one morning. It doesn't seem like the kind of thing that values money, either. Trying to get him to struggle for 20 years less is not an option. So this creates a somewhat inferior mentality. Memories of childhood's sad inferiority complex seemed to come flooding back. It was heavy on her chest, making it a little hard to breathe. In front of Chu Lu Feng, the more I feel small and weightless. No, I didn't mean it like that. Never mind, just forget it. Li Mingxi waved her hand in panic, trying to salvage the situation. But there was still a hint of undisguised loss in his voice. Chu Lu Feng could see the inferiority and helplessness within her. Smiling, he stretched out his hand, gently pinched Li Mingxi's smooth and delicate face, and softly said, "What's wrong, Auntie Li? You were so big-headed in front of Auntie Xing. Why are you so shy now? I'm sure I like it. After all, Auntie Li, you're so beautiful." The moment Chu Lu Feng's words left his mouth, Li Mingxi only felt her head buzzing and went blank. She felt her breath stop and her heart seemed to burst through her chest. For a moment, she didn't know how to respond. Feeling the large hand on her small face, she couldn't help but feel a little tempted to press up against it. Me. The air in the car seemed to freeze. A blush-inducing ambiguity permeated the air. Li Mingxi stared straight at Chu Lu Feng, only to see his side face silhouetted against the sunlight, and that familiar and reassuring look made her heart grow more and more flustered. She bit the tip of her tongue gently, trying to calm herself, but the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. A sweet smile that was hard to suppress appeared. Ah, I knew it. Humph, Auntie really does have charisma after all. No, great nephew, I really like you so much. Auntie must reward you well. Li Mingxi said floridly, her face overflowing with a joyful blush. Suddenly, like a kitten, he pounced over from the passenger side at once, wanting to bar a kiss on Chu Lu Feng's side face. Ouch! Only the soles of her black silk feet did not know why. Suddenly a soft and unsteady under directly stepped on the slippery. The entire person lunged forward into Chu Lu Feng's arms. Her hair fell apart instantly. It gently brushed over Chu Lu Feng's face, bringing a unique fragrance. Lying on top of Chu Lu Feng, Li Mingxi's cheeks were crimson, and there was both embarrassment and a hint of stealing in her eyes. If this is not intentional, I Chu Lufeng write my name upside down. But he also reached out as if by physical instinct. She touched the back of Li Mingxi's head and gently stroked her head of hair. And that's when, just came across an intersection. Still green light all the way. A Chin drove by and the people in the car saw the scene. He gave a thumbs up and showed an envious expression. The mind is set on a goal to drive a Porsche. Driving a luxury car is great. Just as Li Mingxi was filled with immersion in this ambiguous and sweet atmosphere with Chu Lufeng, time seemed to slow down. Every second was overflowing with ambiguity and warmth, letting the warm breeze ruffle her hair. At this point, Li Mingxi's cell phone suddenly rang twice. Her brows furrowed furiously, a flash of displeasure in her eyes. It was like being yanked hard out of a sweet dream. After beaming at Chu Lufeng and making a mischievous expression, then with great reluctance, he pulled out his cell phone and it was 2 VXs from a renter. Sister landlord, I don't want to work hard anymore. Too much stress. No money for rent. The message was accompanied by a photo at the bottom. Skinny as a chicken breast like chicken ribs in the photo. Li Mingxi looked at the message and frowned, a look of disgust on her face. Die if you don't want to try. Punk. What's the point of trying to be beautiful when you're ugly and you don't want to work hard and have no money to give me? I'm your mom? If you don't have the money to pay the rent, get out. Never mind, you get out now. I'll arrange for someone to take possession later. Her expression was full of disgust. This appearance was simply a far cry from the shyness and cuteness in front of Chu Lufeng just now. The other side of the phone. A young man blinked dully, face flushed. Embarrassment overwhelmed him like a tidal wave. The whole thing was cursed and confused. What's going on? How did this happen? How is it not quite what was expected? Doesn't the secret to free rent on Douyin say that if you give your landlord this, you'll get free rent? What? How is it that you're going to be evicted now? There was a hint of confusion and remorse in his eyes. When he clicked on the unfinished video again, just noticed one more sentence. Of course, the above operation is modeling eating. Poor modeling brothers should not easily try. He froze. The whole man sat paralyzed in his chair as if his spine had been drained. Eyes staring vacantly ahead. Want to cry. And don't look at yourself. You don't want to make an effort. Li Mingxi's residual anger had not yet subsided, and with a series of finger taps, she directly blacked out and deleted that person. After doing so, the gloom on her face instantly cleared, turning to a doting expression. He tilted his head, his eyes shining brightly at Chu Lufeng, his voice soft as if it could drip water. Was Auntie just mean? Actually, I'm not. Me, Li Mingxi I half-heartedly, and I don't know what to say. In her mind, Chu Lufeng was a special existence that no one else could even compare to. It seemed that he didn't want to leave any bad impression in Chu Lufeng's heart. It's also about making a statement. Li Mingxi's eyes twitched with an idea. The entire group sat up, then held a small leather band in their mouths and held their loose hair in their hands. Charmingly, she glanced at Chu Lufeng with a great deal of flair. Tied up a head of hair. Chu Lufeng blinked. Chapter 58, You're going to have a lucky break. After another 10 minutes of driving, it's a suburban expressway all the way, and there's no traffic lights, so the drive was a blast. The vehicle had driven onto a 300-meter-long bridge across the lake. At this time in the late afternoon, the sunlight sprinkled on the surface of the lake, sparkling, like countless fine gold flakes flashing. After crossing this bridge, you can already see the school building of Summerland University from afar. Yes, this top academy of the summer country is not in the center of the city, and even said to be a bit remote. Instead, it was on the outskirts of Qin City, hidden in a lush green landscape wrapped in mountains, through some green forest on a hillock. The deepest part of it could be seen, the spires of the academic buildings of Summer University shimmering with age in the light of the sun. As to why this secluded place was chosen, it's all about the peaceful atmosphere away from the hustle and bustle of the city. And this crosslake bridge has a total of 3 lanes. There is very little traffic on the road, and now at this point, you can hardly see the vehicles. The whole bridge, there was just a big delivery van that could lead to the secondary world driving slowly. Crossovers who want to go to the second world can keep their eyes peeled. What if you hit the big time? Well, Li Mingxi had posted enough and felt her neck was tired. Just wanted to prop myself up and relax in the seat. But that's when it happened. Kaching dash. An ear-splitting brake snapped. Chu Lufeng fiercely exerted himself. Once again, he held her head down, despite being treated rudely. Anyone else who was a bit more average might have been a bit upset. However, Li Mingxi was not half unhappy within her heart. Instead, a trace of delight instantly surged up. It was thought that this was a sign of Chu Lufeng's initiative. It seems that his great-nephew still likes himself quite a lot. But soon, Li Mingxi then sensed that something was wrong, because just for a moment the head was held down. Bang! A loud bang came. Li Mingxi fiercely felt a strong force coming, directly hitting the Porsche, instantly spinning, the vehicle flying across the road. Glass splattered. Her entire body was not wearing a seatbelt, and she flew uncontrollably, seeing that she was about to smash the front windshield and fly out. In this moment, the world all seemed to have turned upside down. Li Mingxi's pretty face was white with shock. Ah! She instinctively let out a scream of fear, but just in the nick of time, a pair of strong arms reached out. Even in the midst of a flipping vehicle, he still held himself steady. At this moment, it was as if time had slowed down. Li Mingxi saw Chu Liufeng's calm, gleaming eyes through her own flyaway hair, and on his robust arms, the muscle lines tensed violently, steadily wrapping around his waist, then swept toward his arms and held on tight, as well as through the window. She caught a glimpse of a large transit train, which had slammed into the rear compartment of the Porsche from the side. If it wasn't for the fact that Chu Lufeng had just made a violent acceleration, then this location of the collision is not the rear compartment. Instead, it's the main driver now. Yeah, Porsche got lucky. It was the big delivery truck in the 3-lane road that jerked around just as the Porsche was coming up the driveway and slammed straight into it from the side. Bang 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 bang. The Porsche was directly hit and flew up, spinning 4 or 5 times directly on the bridge, shattering the beautifully carved railing carvings on both sides of the bridge across the lake. At one point, body fragments and railing debris flew out in a direct smash, but it's good to know that the bridge's railings are of high quality. Half of the Porsche's front end had flopped down, half of it hanging off the bridge, but the body was still stopped and stuck at the rail. Ah! Li Mingxi screamed in terror as she felt the thrill of weightlessness. Her eyes widened as she looked at the lake more than 100 meters high. Her eyes instantly showed fear that was hard to suppress, and she subconsciously closed her eyes. This isn't the tense, thrilling feeling of death you get when you're drag racing. This is really dying. There was almost no chance of surviving a fall from such a high distance. However, just when she was in fear and despair, those big, powerful hands still wrapped tightly around her, steadily encircling her waist and holding her firmly in her arms. Li Mingxi could even clearly feel the heat coming from Chu Lufeng's strong arm, and the sound of the holy heartbeat on the broad chest that his face was pressed against. Is everything alright, Aunt Li? Chu Lufeng asked with concern on his face. I don't know why, but Li Mingxi felt that the big hands on her body were particularly strong. Chu Lufeng's entire body was also warm. It made her feel especially comfortable and at ease. Well, no, I'm fine. Li Mingxi's heart thumped wildly, and despite being scared to death, there was really no feeling of pain coming from anywhere. It's okay. Chu Lufeng breathed a sigh of relief. He had been casting myriad hands returning spring, quickly repairing the injuries within Li Mingxi's body. Luckily, he held her in time and didn't let her whole body fly out. Through the eye of pathology, one could see that Li Mingxi only had some minor abrasions, but it was also healing fast with wonderful hands. No big deal, but it still gave him a pang of fear in his heart. Just at that moment, the perception of danger suddenly hit him, causing him to subconsciously accelerate. But the change happened so suddenly. The Porsche doesn't pick up speed in that half second either. On top of that, the big delivery truck seemed to be premeditated, deliberately waited for himself to come, then slowed down and slammed the steering wheel into him. It's simply unavoidable. A glance at the rearview mirror, which had been split in half by the impact, only to see the big delivery truck stop as well. Then 5 or 6 hooded, burly men jumped out of the car, and with a couple of bright steel pipes in their hands, they leaned over quickly. It goes without saying, obviously this was not an accident. Instead, it's a premeditated car accident now. Li Mingxi's small face was white, and her fear was like a tidal wave, as if it was going to drown her. Seems like he hasn't recovered from the crash. Little Maple. Ooh, I'm scared. She clung to Chu Lufeng's chest and breathed heavily, as if this could put her mind at ease quite a bit. Auntie Li, I know you're scared, but don't be scared right now. Chu Lufeng spoke softly in Li Mingxi's ear. Seeing that Chu Lufeng was still in the mood to snicker right now, Li Mingxi instantly broke into tears, but I don't know if it was because Chu Lufeng was with him. The fear in her heart was indeed rapidly diminishing. For the Porsche to be hit like this, it was fine. She could accept it, as long as the people were fine. It wouldn't cost much to buy a new one anyway. Auntie Li, stay in the car later, and no matter what happens outside, don't come out. Chu Lufeng suddenly said in a deep voice. Just get ready to get off. This caused Li Mingxi to freeze. Unsure. Little Maple. She looked up, just visible at this angle. The 5 or 6 masked and sunglassed robbers are slowly coming around. See this scene. No matter how naive Li Mingxi was, she knew that this wasn't a simple accident anymore. Rather, it was a premeditated attack. She was shocked out of her wits, and subconsciously hugged Chu Lufeng tightly, her nails several times wanting to embed into his skin. Xiao Feng, don't go. Let's go. I have an automatic alarm on this car. The police will be here soon. Don't go. Run. Let's run now. As far away as we can. Chapter 59, Xing Yan's Worry. even though Li Mingxi had fantasized about that scene with Su Jin-yoon before. I also thought that if I were to face a group of vicious bandits, Chu Lufeng was like a divine warrior protecting himself. How awesome would that be? But really, when confronted with this one, Li Mingxi was still terrified. His face instantly turned white, and a look of horror appeared on his face. The slender and delicate body was trembling even more violently and uncontrollably because of fear. She didn't want Chu Lufeng to go out. There were too many people on the other side, and it looked like they were prepared. But run, and it's too late. She was sure she couldn't outrun that many people. What to do? Do we have to jump from here? But craning his head to look at the lake over 100 meters high, fear that was hard to suppress instantly showed in her eyes, and she subconsciously closed her eyes. Jumping that high is no different than jumping on concrete. Now there's really no way out, no way in, no way to escape. Her head went blank. She'd never had this experience at all. The scene made her speculate on the consequences of what would happen next. A rich, beautiful woman with money and a face, kidnapped by a group of vicious bandits. Don't even think about what will happen. Until now, she was also unclear as to whether this group was actually targeting Chu Lufeng for revenge, or targeting her for a cash grab. Chu Lufeng also discovered that Li Mingxi's body in his arms was trembling violently, and was clearly frightened. Understanding the fear in her heart, Chu Lufeng hurriedly turned back, moving the large hand that was wrapped around Li Mingxi's back. He quickly moved it up to the back of his neck, then rested his forehead against hers, and said in a low but reassuring voice in her terrified gaze, "It's okay, Aunt Li. I'll come back and carry you out when I'm done with them. Auntie Li, trust me. I'm here. I'll protect you. If you're scared, close your eyes. It won't take long." Li Mingxi felt Chu Lufeng's powerful strength, as well as that reassuring voice, and somehow, she suddenly felt much more at ease, and although her body was still trembling, the arc of her trembling was obviously much smaller. Woman, it's true that you still have to find a strong dependency. One has finally found a support in one's life. For once, she finally didn't have to suffer her fears alone and in silence. Well, that, Feng, you have to be careful. At this time, the 6 men in sunglasses and masked black had surrounded them, but they were very alert and didn't all come around the first time. Instead, one man gestured and 2 nodded before slowly approaching the Porsche, which was a wreck in the rear and badly damaged. The remaining 4 had their muscles tensed, ready to deal with unexpected situations. Obviously, this group is well trained. You can tell that Vaguely has received systematic combat training. It was by no means comparable to the 5 outlawed bruisers from before. See this scene. Chu Lufeng instantly narrowed his eyes. Needless to say, the attack was not aimed at Li Mingxi, a rich beauty queen. Definitely the Yang family has made a move to target themselves. Instead, they even dragged Li Mingxi into it. This also allowed Chu Lufeng to grow a lesson that one could not think too absolutely and too carelessly in everything. On the other side, the Chinatown Police Department, too, received a 911 call. Said it was suspected that someone was about to be kidnapped. The accident was quickly located. At the same time, the surveillance footage from the bridge across the lake was simultaneously broadcast live to the police station's big screen. The only thing I could see on the screen was that the Porsche had been smashed to pieces and was smoking hot, while the person inside didn't know if they were alive or dead. Just when the crowd wasn't sure if it was an accident or a premeditated attack. Of course, they soon learned that this was no accident, because 6 masked bandits came down from that big delivery van, armed with shiny steel rods. Obviously, this is another extremely bad gang crime. The news was also instantly cascaded up the chain. Wang Junwang, director of the Qin City Police Department, was still receiving an interview with a reporter from a summer newspaper. When he suddenly received the news, his face instantly turned iron blue and he hurriedly went straight from the interview site to the monitoring room. Upon seeing another group of robbers at work, Director Wang was in a cold sweat. Because the serial murder case has just been solved, the city of Qin is now ready to make a good publicity by gathering a large number of reporters and interview teams from major newspapers. But at such a critical time, suddenly another group of robbers was killed. And so openly, in broad daylight, he dared to commit a terrorist crime on the Crosslake Bridge leading to Summerlin University. It's almost as if it's not even acting. But what makes Wang Jun feel cold sweat on his back is that the officers in the surveillance room have already determined who the people in the Porsche are by accessing the surveillance at various traffic light intersections. The female is Li Mingxi, which naturally goes without saying. The Porsche's automatic alarm has sent all the owner's information. But that male driver, it's Chu Lufeng. That's the same Qin City hero who just helped the Qin City Police Department solve the 412 serial murder case. When this important information is known, Wang Jun immediately felt a heavenly spin. There were tons of reporters ready to interview this hero of Qin City right now, and a lot of news outlets are starting to build momentum. If in this situation, Chu Lufeng was taken captive and killed by the humongous bandits, don't even think about it. What a tremendous amount of pressure the Chinatown Police Department will be under next. I'm afraid the negative impact is even more serious than the 412 serial killing spree. It will also definitely make the millions of people in Chin City start to question the ability of the Chin City Police and express serious doubts about their protection. He's not just sitting on his ass as a commissioner, and there's a gross negligence charge to carry. This is a hero who just helped the police solve a major case. How the hell do you know he was robbed to death by thugs who saw his fortune? Or were they killed by the bandits' revenge? But whatever the reason, if he dies, it's no less than a major earthquake. Ordinary people will only believe what they think, which is to die with a vengeance. Then who will be willing to help the police solve cases in the future? No fear of retaliation. Thinking of this series of consequences, Wang Jun's back was drenched in cold sweat, and he ordered with a near roar, "Quickly! Have the nearest patrol police force rush over immediately, notify the armed police and special police, and the traffic police. Set up barricades immediately, and not let them escape. Notify the hospital. Prepare ambulances to rescue the injured people. Sure, there are emergency plans for these. Everything has long been on track for an urgent setup." And he shakily took out his cell phone and called Qin Yan. "Hey, Team Qin, something's wrong. Xu Lu Feng, suspected to have suffered retaliation from bandits. Currently, life and death unknown." "What?" Inside the office, Qin Yan hammered the desktop violently, shaking it. Her face was extremely ugly, and her eyes were even colder like frost. It was only a few hours ago that he had called Xu Lu Feng and reminded the young family that the group of people were vindictive and would definitely not stop after they suffered a loss. Tell him to watch out for danger, beware of reprisals, and to call her if he needs her. As a result, the show is not even staged, and now it's happening so soon. It made her furious. A thick chill flashed in his eyes. Also rushed to check up on the real-time live feed coming from the surveillance room side. As he watched, he ran quickly towards the surveillance room. Chapter 60, I'm a slide shovel. When Qin Yan saw the bridge across the lake, when the Porsche was in tatters and in misery, it's all about to crash down under the surface of a 100-meter deep lake, and already 2 masked men in sunglasses were slowly approaching the Porsche wreckage, while the other 4 were still on guard around it. It was a well-trained look that was unusual at first glance. Not just any kind of outlaw tough guy. When it was known that the nearest police force would take at least 5 minutes to arrive, it was even more so that Qin Yan's face was so hard to see that he couldn't contain his anger. But there's no way. The area where Summer University is located is so remote that it's almost in the suburbs, and there weren't many police forces left on the Summer University campus. And they also need to be prepared in case this group of robbers should storm Zeta for a bigger terrorist attack. That's even worse. So it can't spare much power for support. Inside the faceless Porsche, Xu Lu Feng put his arm around Li Mengxi, a bloodthirsty, oozing gleam in his eyes. Mother asterisk. It's not easy for me to drive a gorgeous rich woman's car properly. All to bother. You really think people are easy to bully, don't you? And that's when those masked brigands, walking with a calm but with a ruthless killing intent, holding steel rods, pushed straight ahead. Xu Lu Feng's gaze locked onto those men. The body tensed slightly, muscles subconsciously going on alert. His eyes showed a glint of bloodlust. Outlaw tough guy right, kill it for nothing and not responsible for it right. When he thought of this, he felt his whole body's hot blood boiling up. When the 2 masked bandits with sunglasses were about to approach the car door, check out the 2 men as they go. Seeing Xu Lu Feng and Li Mengxi both leaning weakly against the seat as they tightly closed their eyes, thought they were knocked out. The 2 had just gestured with their teammates, and that's when it happened. Variant, steep born. The eyes underneath the 2 men's sunglasses instantly became horrified, only to see Xu Lu Feng violently open those bloodthirsty eyes. He sidestepped slightly, and his thigh, which had long been well stored, kicked out, sending a kick through the twisted car door. Flop. The power is great. Directly kicked, the door of the car flew up, but also leaned over. The 2 humongous criminals were also instantly smashed and flew out backwards. Immediately afterward, only Xu Lu Feng's cheetah-like figure was seen, like a ghost, directly rushing over. Taking advantage of the fact that the 2 humongous bandits had just climbed up from the ground, he clenched his 5 fingers into fists. His muscle lines violently tensed, and his 2 fists swung out violently. With a thick sound of breaking wind, the 2 bruisers were shocked. The last scene in front of my eyes was that sandbag-sized fist swinging toward my head. Bang! Bang! The sunglasses were smashed straight into pieces. The bodies of the 2 humongous bandits went limp, and they directly lay down limply. Picking up the steel rods in their hands, Xu Lu Feng slowly stood up, his eyes bloodthirsty as he looked at the remaining 4 people who had surrounded him. He then hooked his hand. Come along and don't waste time. Xu Lu Feng had an oozing smile on his face. It's unnerving. It wasn't that he was arrogant, but he really had the nerve. Bare-handed, even with a weapon, he doesn't fudge anyone. Even if there's a sniper 2,000 meters away with a single shot, all can be dodged by hazard perception. steady as an old dog. As long as it's not one of those weapons of mass destruction, like drones blowing up eggs or something like that, he's confident of being invincible in the world. See this scene. Qin Yan's eyes, which were originally covered in frost, violently revealed a flash of joy. Chief Wang and the other police officers were shocked. Can't figure out how. How was Chu Lufeng able to not only remain unharmed in such a tragic impact, but also have the strength to kick the door of the car and storm out of the driver's seat like a fierce beast, and bang, 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 2 punches to quickly take care of 2 robbers. That made such a swift counterattack? It's almost as if it defies the mechanics of real physics. Newton's coffin board is barely holding down the fort. Just as Qin Yan narrowed his eyes, he was preparing to properly observe Chu Lufeng's combat power. After all, there was no surveillance at the time when the 5 tough guys who abused the 412 serial killer were killed, knowing only by hindsight that the fighting was swift and brutal. However, she was still an unknown quantity as to how strong Chu Lufeng was, although this is a dangerous situation at the moment. But look at Chu Lufeng this way, completely unaffected by the car accident. These few people should not be able to pose too much of a threat to him, so it is just to take this opportunity to take a good look. Just as Qin Yan was thinking so, suddenly, her beautiful eyes glazed over as she saw a raised gun-shaped silhouette behind one of the robbers. Not good. They have guns. This caused her face to change drastically, and her heart instantly sank as she couldn't help but clench her fists. What can be intended under absolute firepower suppression? It is not to be heard. 7 paces away. The gun is fast. Within 7 paces, the gun is accurate and fast. Chu Lufeng, danger. The other 4 robbers, indeed, were also battle-hardened, and their reaction speed was not comparable to that of an ordinary bruiser, and did not grieve for their dead teammates at all. Instead, he just flung his steel rod and charged straight up. Chu Lufeng was also ready to charge up, but at that moment, a sudden flash of electricity ran through his body, and his danger sense activated once again. A flash of danger appeared in his mind. This afternoon, danger sense is killing it. The corners of the mouths of the 2 robbers in the back revealed a cold smile, and without hesitation, they pulled out the pistols on their waists, and 2 dull gunshots rang out. The bang bang, bang bang bang. Then like raindrops, they fired several shots at Chu Lufeng with a bang bang bang. Take advantage of the 2 charging teammates to draw attention and put a cold shot behind them. What an old 6 behavior this is. If Chu Lufeng just bore his head forward, then he would have completely nailed it. Oomph. However, in the face of the gunshot, the corner of Chu Lufeng's mouth revealed disdain. Gold dots glittered in the depths of his eyes. In this moment, under the perception of danger, it was as if time had slowed down. His perspective could even clearly see the strong airflow brought up by the bullet shooting out of the muzzle. The body makes an instinctive avoidance response under the perception of danger. A swift bullet swept against his own body. In the shocked gazes of Qin Yan, the robber and the other police officers, Chu Lufeng dashed while twisting left and right, dodging the barrage of bullets in a bizarre, mind-boggling dodge. At the same time the whole person rushed straight up like a ghost. The speed is simply outrageous. The 2 robbers who rushed up only felt a blur before their eyes. It felt like Chu Lufeng was like a shadow, rushing over violently against the ground, under the incomparably shocked gazes of Qin Yan and the others. A slide shovel. Bang! Bang! The steel rod in Chu Lufeng's hand slammed into the knees of the 2 robbers with terrifying force. Ka-ching! The sound of a shattered kneecap rang out. Caught off guard, the 2 robbers felt a softness in their feet, and their bodies slammed forward, followed by a wave of excruciating pain, and they couldn't help but let out 2 miserable screams. But the screams of agony hadn't completely roared out. Chu Lufeng swung his steel rod again violently, striking the backs of the 2 men's heads heavily. The quality of the steel rod is very good, and you don't know the sound when you hit one. The 2 robbers flopped heavily to the ground, blood suddenly gurgling out of the back of their heads, barely moving. Chapter 61, 6-1 being countered. Can you play? In the blink of an eye, Chu Lufeng then resolved the 4 bruisers with frightening means. After settling these 2, Chu Lufeng smoothly swung the steel rod in their hands, and then charged over again. Quick! It's too fast. But what's even more alarming is that he can dodge bullets. Chu Lufeng was like he could see the trajectory of the bullets, and all but dodged their shots. For s sake, 2 men fired 24 rounds and didn't even touch a hair on his head. What about making the big Matrix movie here? You call this a regular college student? Looking at Chu Lufeng who rushed straight over, the 2 remaining humongous bandits were instantly scared to the point of sweating, and hurriedly changed their bullets. But just as they had lowered their heads, all they felt was a cracking whistling sound coming from the air. Boom! One of the robbers only felt a strong wind coming from his ears, and chills instantly surged to his heart. Put! The sound of clicking bones breaking rang out. When he subconsciously turned his head, the expression under the mask suddenly became incredulous and beyond horrified, only to see the shiny steel rod stabbed directly into the robber's head. Straight through. The humongous bandit's sunglasses were also smashed to pieces under this tremendous impact, revealing a pair of bulging bloodshot eyes. It was as if the eyes would fall out of their sockets at any moment. It was impossible to see exactly how the head was smashed because it was covered, but from that constantly spattered blood and some white brain quickly penetrated the mask, and with this amount of bleeding, one could tell that the skull had been smashed by Chu Lufeng. Obviously, he seems a little dead. In the process of rushing over, Chu Lufeng swung his hand violently and threw a steel rod directly over, smashing the head of the teammate next to him with incomparable precision across a distance of more than 10 meters. As the robber twisted his head in horror, he saw that another brightly shining steel rod, glittering coldly in the sunlight, had been mortared in front of his head. Chu Lufeng had rushed over at some point and was looking at himself with an oozing smile. He was instantly scared out of his wits, feeling weak in the legs. I'm peeing in my pants. The moment. Inside the Chin City police station, looking at the monitoring screen, Chu Lufeng was so easy and decisive, gently, such as the clouds and water, to solve a life and death crisis of 9 deaths. Director Wang and the other police officers all inhaled a breath of cool air in unison. I only felt my whole body feel a surge of heartbeat and numbness in my scalp. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Some people even stood up with horror on their faces, looking at the security camera screen with dead eyes. The mouth couldn't help but explode. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Is this ING human? It's almost like a walking killing machine, isn't it? How long has it been? Was it 10 seconds? The other side is 6 well-trained, steel rod-wielding toughs, even with guns. In a 6-on-1 situation, it was surprising that he was countered so easily by someone else. That's if they made the first move to create a crash, driving a big delivery truck into a Porsche and hitting a first strike situation. And 5 dead and 1 captive? That's when someone wants to ask, 6-to-1 and still getting countered? Do you know how to ING play? What exactly is this Chu Lufeng's background? Even the Special Forces king in the army is not this powerful. Even Xinyan subconsciously opened her cherry-red mouth and stared at this scene with wide eyes, not daring to believe. Now she finally knew exactly how Chu Lufeng had subdued that group of brigands last time. With this explosive combat power, whoever looks at it won't have to drop their jaws. Even she, who was accustomed to seeing scenes of life and death, couldn't help but feel extremely shocked by this scene. Because of too much excitement, under her uniform, her bulging chest had a violent rise and fall, showing her unsettled heart. Chu Lufeng. Her beautiful eyes quivered for a moment and lit up with a subtle glow. Taking several deep breaths in succession, he attempted to suppress the wave-like shock in his heart, and that's when it happened. Chu Lufeng on the surveillance screen suddenly moved again. He snapped out a hand and ripped off the robber's mask with one hand, then pinched the robber's jaw in a death grip. Immediately after, the arm slowly raised, and the man was actually lifted up with one hand just like that. Woo woo woo. The robber's pupils contracted violently. It only felt like his head was going to be pinched, and the hand was still squeezing tightly, hurting him so much that his eyes turned white, and his arms and legs were shaking around, trying to desperately struggle down. However, Chu Lufeng's arm was like a steel clamp. The force was so great that it couldn't even be shaken halfway. Makes it hard to imagine that this is even a power that humans can possess. Want to die? The corner of Chu Lufeng's mouth hooked up, revealing a cold to the core sneer. Under his penetrating vision, seeing that the robber was actually ready to bite into one of the poison capsule packets hidden in his large teeth. What a guy. What's so professional about it? You want to die if you don't get the attack? It was a pity that he had met Chu Lufeng. He'd seen this man, the leader of the small group, for a long time. After all, the communicator was on him as well. Is it so easy to die without telling who's doing it to you? Chu Lufeng's 5 fingers continued to exert force. Woohoo! The Hummer let out a slurred wail of pain. The bloodshot eyes burst out, looking at Chu Lufeng in horror. Teeth mixed with blood and spit came out of his mouth one after the other like dropping pearls. Good news. He doesn't have to go to the hospital to have a cavity pulled. Bad news. No more teeth in this life either. As Chu Lufeng's 5 fingers gripped tighter and tighter. Click. The robber's jawbone made an unbearable crunching sound. Eventually, a mouthful of his teeth pinched right off, and the large tooth mixed with a capsule packet of poison spit out along with the rest of his teeth. Chu Lufeng asked coldly, "Say, who sent you?" "Sai woo 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 West 8. The robber screamed vaguely. Chu Lufeng frowned. "Ed, it's still a little West 8. No wonder they look like thieves. Gee, now that's a bit of a tough one. Then, the main thing is that he can't understand the bird language. That's a hell of a question to ask." Bullseye. Solely, Chu Lufeng once again exerted force in his hands. He even broke his jaw. That little Nishihachi kept rolling his eyes, and his jawbone made a crunching sound directly. Hard to pass out from the pain. It was thrown to the ground by Chu Lufeng with a look of disgust. After this is settled, Chu Lufeng came to the water tank of the big delivery van, turned on the faucet and washed my hands carefully several times. This time, he could already hear the whistling of an alarm going off. It should be the neighborhood patrol police force rushing over. There was some traffic at both ends of the bridge across the lake, but when they saw the situation happening on the bridge, they didn't dare to drive over, but could only wait there quietly. And, of course, to eat and see what happens. Warm breeze. Among the cars waiting on both sides of the bridge, a black Rolls-Royce pulling out of Summer University was parked silently. The body of the car reflects luxuriously in the sunlight. Chapter 62. Li Mingxi feels her father's love. In the trunk of the Rolls-Royce, a young, stunningly beautiful girl was lazily leaning back in a soft seat. She wore an exquisitely tailored, high-fashion dress with gorgeous, luxurious hand embroidery. The skin was like sheep's fat jade, as white as snow, so white that it shook the eyes. There was a sparkling necklace hanging from that delicate collarbone, radiating a glamorous glow. The stunningly beautiful girl suddenly opened the window of the car, and the warm wind slightly blew her head of hair, and in the sunlight, a faint golden luster shone between the strands. Her face was as delicate as a carefully sculpted work of art. A pair of large eyes were bright and clear with a spirit. But look at this amazing scene on the bridge. She opened her cherry mouth slightly and froze a little, as if something had suddenly occurred to him. She quickly lowered her head and picked up one of the limited edition Leica cameras hanging on her chest. White, slender fingers quickly adjusted the focus and pulled the image closer. Of course, her camera wasn't pointed at the bodies all over the floor. Instead, he was tightly locked onto the scene where Chu Lu Feng was washing his hands. To be precise, it was a burst of continuous shooting at his face. There may have been 40 or 50 shots, if not more. She kept pressing the shutter, the slight clicking of the camera resonating through the compartment. It wasn't until Chu Lu Feng got into the faceless Porsche that she pouted and put down the camera with a bit of playfulness and cuteness, intent on putting it down. I caught you again. The girl had a light smile on her small face, and her two shallow dimples were very cute. She began to admire the pictures she had taken. In the photo, the sunlight sprinkled on Chu Lu Feng's body, outlining the outline of his robust body. He was expressionless, looking cool and handsome, mysterious and charming. The girl's eyes were satisfied, constantly admiring her masterpiece. Suddenly, in the corner of a handsome photograph, instead, a body appeared. It's the guy with the steel rod in his head. See this scene. Her face instantly turned white, and her originally pink lips lost their blood color. Vomit. She covered her mouth with her hand and leaned forward slightly as a wave of extreme nausea washed over her. Miss, are you okay? The woman sitting on the sidelines saw this and had a worried look on her face. Go another way. She thought it was the girl who was freaked out by the hellish scene, hurriedly urging the driver to get out of the way. The Rolls-Royce started slowly and faded into the end of the bridge. Sure, this scene was unknown to Chu Lu Feng, and he had no intention of paying attention to it at the moment. He was now leaning against the badly warped frame of the Porsche. His eyes fell on Li Mingxi inside the car, only to see Li Mingxi's eyes tightly closed, her long eyelashes constantly trembling, and her lips trembling endlessly, the whole person leaning dead against the seat, as if this was the only way to have a trace of security. Obviously, she was terrified. Chu Lu Feng couldn't help but want to laugh. His eyes moving slightly, wanted to tease her, so he deliberately pinched his throat, making his voice raspy and rough, and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Dogs, really think they can fight? Old man a few shots down, not killed? My lord, times have changed. Shout this out." He paused for a moment, then barked groggily, "Hey yo, big brother, come on there is a good-looking female looks really good really want to have a good." Hear that? Li Mingxi, who was in extreme fear, was instantly hit like a heavy blow. The body shuddered violently. Little Feng, dead. The thought hit her like a hammer, hard. Her breathing instantly became rapid and disorganized, like he couldn't breathe. His chest rose and fell violently, and every breath felt like a desperate struggle. She did hear a gunshot a moment ago, and then there was a terrible silence. It scared and terrified her to no end. Now hear this desperate news. One time, 2 lines of hot, rolling tears. Instantly it flowed from the tightly closed eyes. Seeing the situation, Chu Lu Feng blinked, gently probing into his body. He opened his arms and hugged Li Mingxi tenderly with one hand. Li Mingxi screamed in fright at this sudden contact. Her body trembled madly, and she copied her small fists and violently resisted. But being held tightly by Chu Lu Feng, resisting wasn't much use. Close to her ear, he whispered in a familiar voice, "Auntie Li, it's me, little Feng. It's okay, it's all taken care of." Li Mingxi froze. The original frantic struggling movement stopped instantly. Then hastily opening his eyes, he looked at this familiar face close at hand, and the reassuring odor of his body. She stared blankly at Chu Lu Feng, like she couldn't believe what was in front of her. It just stayed like that for a few seconds before. Suddenly the red lips deflated, and the tears fell like a dam bursting. no longer able to hold back the madness. Badass. You big badass Li Mingxi suddenly wrapped her arms around his neck, and the hug was hard, and at the same time, her lips kissed right back, more intensely than they had done earlier in the car, but also more cathartic in its feelings, her breathing very thick and rapid. It was as if he was greedily inhaling that reassuring scent from Chu Lu Feng's body. Wanted to take this sense of reassurance deep into my body. Li Mingxi's enthusiastic behavior like this caused Chu Lu Feng to freeze. This was followed by a constant response to her while doing so, while gently patting Li Mingxi's back to soothe her still trembling body. Auntie Li, it's okay, don't be afraid, I'm here. His voice was low and gentle, constantly murmuring in Li Mingxi's ear, but Li Mingxi didn't care. She just wanted to kiss greedily. After a while, it was only then that Li Mingxi's face flushed red and she slowly let go of Chu Lu Feng. Her eyes were red and swollen from crying, and she looked pitiful with undried tear stains on her face. Badass. Big bad. You're not good at all. Do you have any idea how scary you were just now? I thought I'd never see you again. She huffed as she did so. While doing so, he gently pounded Chu Lu Feng's chest with his pink fist. Chu Lu Feng smiled and grabbed her hand, laughing. Trust me, Auntie Li, I'm here. It'll be fine. At this point, the sirens were getting closer, along with the sound of an ambulance coming. It's getting clearer. It should be the support force arriving. Auntie Li, we'll go back and kiss if we want to. For now close your eyes. I'll carry you out first. The scene outside is a bit scary. Li Mingxi froze and answered in a good and obedient whisper. Good. Then like a kitten, she obediently closed her eyes and wrapped her hands affectionately around Chu Lu Feng's neck. The corners of his mouth hooked up slightly, and a reassuring smile spread out. Chu Lu Feng gently carried her out of the faceless Porsche, like holding your daughter, letting Li Mingxi's little face press tightly against his own broad and powerful chest. Listen to the steady heartbeat and feel the security. Although Li Mingxi closed her eyes tightly, she couldn't see the outside scene and didn't know what was going on outside, but sniffed the warm, hot, pungent scent of blood caught in the air. I knew the battle was fierce. It made her shrink again. However, because he was being held by Chu Lu Feng at the moment, she didn't have the slightest fear, and inside she was more at ease than ever. This feeling of being protected, like a small child being held tightly in her father's arms, was full of security and made her feel incredibly solid. In this moment, Li Mingxi's thoughts seemed to drift back to those helpless and lonely moments of her childhood. When she was little, every time she was in danger, she longed for a warm embrace to hide in, but it never was. Memories of every fight with another kid, no matter what the fight was like. Other little children had their moms and dads hurrying in, picking them up heartily and coaxing them gently, and those little children were able to cry loudly and freely in their dad's arms. But she has nothing, even if she's the one who gets bullied, beaten and hurt, also can only grit his teeth, silently wipe off the footprints on his body, endure the pain, stifle his head and go home alone. Li Mingxi realized at a very young age, no one will ever protect her. She had no one to rely on but herself. But until now, she finally waited. Chapter 63. You look like father and daughter. Being held by Chu Lu Feng like this, it was only then that she truly felt the kind of security she'd dreamed of. Chu Lu Feng is the one who has been waiting for to protect him. In a trance, her lips twitched slightly. Subconsciously, he wanted to call out that name that he had once mumbled in his heart countless times. Dad. She almost blurted it out. Good thing she reacted in time. Realizing his lapse, he hastily swallowed back the latter half of his sentence, but the shyness on his face was getting more and more intense, and his delicate redness was almost dripping, even though Li Mingxi didn't yell out, but that reliance and trust in Chu Lu Feng in his heart. Yet at this moment it grew stronger, even deeper into the bones. At this point, Chu Lu Feng carried Li Mingxi towards the ambulance. It was surrounded by police and paramedics who had rushed to the rescue, looked at the miserable bodies all over the ground. One was so shocked he didn't know what to say. Even though they're both veteran cops who've seen a lot of murder scenes. But this miserable look still makes one's head spin, especially the one whose head was pierced by a steel rod and died in peace was a scary sight to look at. Some of the younger officers saw the scene. He even blanched and dry-heaved several times. The gaze that looked at Chu Lu Feng was also filled with admiration, worthy of being the most ballsy man in Chin City. 10 kills in 2 days not to mention, and so cloudy and expressionless. Logically, under normal circumstances, they would have to control Chu Lu Feng at this time. Ask what's really going on, but they arrived in time, just already knew what was going on. This is not a willful murderer, but a hero who fights thugs. And now there are cameras from the Cross Lake Bridge watching. Every move was under the watchful eye of Qin Yan and the other leaders. So one by one, they didn't care about Chu Lu Feng, hurriedly pulling cordons for cordons and cover cloths for cover cloths. Auntie Li, let's go to the hospital first to check if there are any injuries. Inside the arms, Li Mingxi obediently nodded her head gently. However, He never let go of the hand that was encircling Chu Lu Feng's neck. Although under his own wonderful hands, he could see through the eye of pathology that Li Mingxi was not injured. A little scrape is almost healed, but it's insurance, and it's also to keep people from being suspicious. It's always good to go to the hospital and get checked out. After walking into the ambulance, Li Mingxi was still like a little tail, sticking to Chu Lu Feng and not wanting to get down. Sure, Chu Lu Feng was also happy to hold Li Mingxi like this. Li Mingxi's figure was very slender and delicate, a small ball, soft in the arms, the weight was very light, making people feel very comfortable. Inside the car, an experienced older nurse practitioner was organizing medications. Couldn't help but laugh and tease at the sight of the intimate look. You little couple have such a great bond, like father and daughter. This head nurse was probably in her early 50s, with gentle and kind eyes. The corners of his mouth turned up slightly as he spoke, with a few snickers. After all, Li Mingxi is extremely well maintained. If she didn't say her age, no one would know that she was already Chu Lu Feng's anti-level old A8. Only think it's peak Maybach. When Li Mingxi heard this, her cheeks flushed slightly, but she didn't retort, just sneakily opening her eyes to look at Chu Lu Feng, with a hint of shyness and panic in her gaze, and then quickly closed her eyes sheepishly. Oops, how can the heart be spoken? She buried her small face deeper into Chu Lu Feng's embrace. It seemed to want to hide the petulance she felt at the moment. Xiao Lia, you later find a boyfriend also have to find such a young man. No to spoil people, when danger occurs can also be the first time to protect you, the head nurse said while gently touching Ray beside her with her elbow. Don't ever be like that deadbeat in my house. Ugh, if I were to run into this today, not to mention hugging me, he'd probably have to yell. Hold on, I'm going to go get someone to save you, said. She shook her head helplessly, a bitter smile on her face. Ray is a small, clean-looking nurse, about early 20s, also in the ambulance. Hearing those words, her cheeks slightly reddened, and her small eyes constantly stole glances at Chu Lu Feng. So handsome indeed. Inside a green-covered, quiet and peaceful private estate of the Young family in Xing City, the atmosphere was so oppressive at the moment that it took your breath away. There were a dozen people in the hall. Part of it was from the Young family, and part of it was different looking, even with Southeast Asian faces and some white people. Ong San was also inside, holding a golden dragon head walking stick, his face terribly gloomy. In front of him, a henchman was fearfully reporting on the situation of the bridge across the lake. What? 6 people actually failed to kill Chu Lu Feng. When hearing the news, Ong San's already sharp eyes instantly glared as if they were about to burst out of their sockets. There's someone else who isn't dead, now being interrogated by Qin Yan himself. Bang! His fists clenched violently as he gripped his tap cane. His knuckles whitened with the force, and then, with a thud, the cane smashed heavily on the ground, and the polished marble floor, which was as clean as a mirror, instantly appeared a hideous crack under this tremendous impact. It's all a bunch of idiots. Waste! Ong San's face was full of grimace, his voice hoarse with anger. In the face of his rant, none of the people in the room said a word. Only the other man, who was holding a silver dragon head walking stick, had a displeased look on his face. I've long said that Chu Lu Feng is an insignificant person. Don't make a move on him, there's no need for it at all. You just don't listen. Well now, the commotion is up. What are you going to do on Qin Yan's side? Ong San's eyes showed violence, but he didn't know how to retort. Who the hell would have thought of that? In a 6-on-1 with a gun. I can't believe I didn't kill an average college student. It was supposed to be an opportunity to make a small mess in Qin City, then find a chance to take advantage of the chaos to Qin Yan. The result, most importantly, there's someone else who isn't dead. If you let Qin Yan get useful information from that person's mouth, and then be followed to find clues, isn't that spicy? And it would certainly put Qin Yan on alert and on guard. They'll have more trouble trying to get down behind them. At this point, a steady footstep sounded. Everyone jerked back. Only Elder Yang, dressed in a black Chinese tunic, walked slowly from one side of the hall. The years had carved deep wrinkles into his face. However, those eyes were still deep and godly, and appeared to be unruffled. He raised his head slightly and scanned the hall, his gaze lingering on Ong San for a moment. Just this glance alone made Ong San's heart flinch, and his originally high anger instantly subsided a few points as if a pot of cold water had been poured on it. Elder Yang did not open his mouth, but just stood there quietly. Instead, an invisible majesty emanated from his body. Raise your hand and take control of the situation. The atmosphere in the hall was also a bit oppressive because of his presence, causing people not to dare to breathe. Chapter 64. In any case, the advantage is mine. Elder Yang just stood there quietly, but under his gaze, Ong San's hands were shaking slightly as he tightly gripped that golden dragon head walking stick, and fine beads of sweat could not help but break out on his forehead. Don't you have anything to say? An indifferent, low voice rang out. Ong San's aura once again shortened by half, slightly lowering his head, not daring to look directly into Elder Yang's eyes. He opened his mouth. What to say about this? Those 6 people sent there weren't just some randomly chosen cats and dogs. All of them are battle-hardened professional mercenaries, each with extraordinary skills. It's much more professional than some test-taking duo. Under normal circumstances, where is the need for so many people to kill a person? Send 1 or 2 at random and it's easy. But he had all purposely added up to 6 just to be on the safe side. You have to realize that this is not the country they are familiar with, but the Great Xia. Killing someone in the street on their turf with such fanfare, you could almost say that you didn't leave yourself any way out at all. Even if Chu Feng died, it would be difficult for them to escape the pursuit. So before setting out on the mission, it was with the complete determination of certain death. For this he also paid each of them a hefty $1 million. It's safe to say he's prepared for anything, but 6 on 1, with a gun, and getting countered? Who the hell would have thought of that? Now, well, people are dead, money has been spent, and, crucially, the mission has not been accomplished. Master, I did wrong. I'll review. Half a day of silence. Aung San finally bit the bullet and took all the potshots. Whatever. A mission not accomplished is a mission not accomplished. As the main person in charge of this operation, he knew in his heart that he had an unshirkable responsibility. Mr. Barmer, who was holding a silver dragon's head cane on the side, had been standing there quietly. At this moment, he also narrowed his eyes and took a step forward and said in a deep voice, Master, it's not just Big Brother's responsibility. I'm at fault too. We didn't think it through properly. We originally thought that Chu Feng was just an average person. Although he could fight, he was just like that. That's why we sent 6 additional people with 2 guns. But we didn't expect him to be so tricky. We were careless. At this point, the butler beside Elder Yang carefully handed over a cup of tea. And Elder Yang reached out his hand, took it steadily, and gently took a sip. Deep eyes, however, never left Aung San. I don't know what I'm thinking. The atmosphere in the hall was oppressive to the core. After a long silence, finally, it was only then that Elder Yang finally nodded slowly, his tone light, unable to hear his joy or anger. Sit down, all of you. There is no good thing that comes from knowing one's mistakes. Hear that? The crowd in the room breathed a sigh of relief. One by one, they all sat down and realized. His own back was wet with cold sweat at some point, and he was a little chilled. Elder Yang's eyes scanned the circle and faintly said, It's time for me to move around in my old bones, or some people will always think I'm dead. Next, all actions, under my command. Though this operation hit the fan. But anyway, Qin Yan is in the light. We are in the dark, and the advantage is mine. His voice was not loud, yet it was filled with an undeniable power. No one present spoke. After all, Elder Yang was considered the backbone of their group. There's nothing wrong with having him come out and micromanage himself. So are we collecting? First now? Aung San looked up and asked cautiously. He wanted to ask if there was a need for some restraint now that the commotion had gotten so big. Otherwise, it would be bad to touch Qin Yan's mold at this time. It's easy to draw her vindictive and destructive blows. But before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Elder Yang. No, the more times like this, the more you can't back down. Keep moving. The more noise you make the better. To everyone's surprise, Elder Yang, however, was not prepared to collect himself. And you're going to do it again? His gaze was like a torch, and there was a hidden flash of brilliance. Put a few scapegoats out to cause trouble, and let Qin Yan arrest some insignificant people to give her a sweet taste and calm her anger. Showing weakness? Isn't this growing others' ambition and destroying our own? This is not good. Someone looked up with a hint of apprehension in their eyes and asked cautiously, after letting her guard down, wouldn't you arrange for a couple of groups to take advantage of the opportunity to deal with her at this point? Elder Yang gave him an expressionless look. The disdain and dislike in his eyes was undisguised. It made the latter's face blush for a while. Elder Yang continued to faintly say. His tone was filled with a sense of sophistication. Arrange for another valuable target. Use that. Shed the child to lure the wolf. Lure Qin Yan out. Don't you think it's tragic that a valiant guard died in a violent struggle with a murderous drug dealer? Aung San's eyes lit up, instantly understanding what Elder Yang meant, and he quickly said, Okay, I got it. I'm on it. The ambulance arrived at the hospital. Chu Feng was also scheduled to have his blood drawn for a few tests, even though he didn't look like something was wrong with this lively look. But there's no way around it. The process has to go. Who knows if adrenaline took over the body? You're fine for now, but you're actually hemorrhaging from all your organs? Li Mengshi, on the other hand, was checking more meticulously, inside and out. Of course, with the wonderful treatment, neither one was actually in any serious trouble. There were very few places to even scrape the skin. Even the doctor who examined it called it a miracle. Only Li Mengshi is still a bit shocked. Plus long-term alcoholism, liver is not very good. The doctor is giving her a little bit of sedative drugs. When Li Mengshi went for a final checkup, Chu Lu Feng said to go to the toilet, right after his refreshing bathroom break. As I was about to leave, I happened to meet a beautiful woman as I passed through the corridor of an intensive care unit. Woohoo! A suppressed cry echoed down the hospital corridor. What the hell? Haunted in broad daylight? Chu Lu Feng frowned and looked for the sound. I saw a beautiful aunt in a small worksuit, kneeling at the corner of an unoccupied staircase, and in front of her, a few sheets of medical records. She turned to the wall, folded her hands and raised them high above her head, kneeling in constant reverence. While kneeling and praying, a small sob escaped his lips. That suppressed cry was full of despair and helplessness. Chu Lu Feng was silent for a moment. Occasionally, some doctors and nurses hurriedly passed by. Seeing this scene, their eyes all flowed out in sympathy. They all couldn't help but sigh softly, shook their heads helplessly, and then went back to their own business. Scenes like this, they've seen too many of them in hospitals. Hospital walls hear more prayers than churches. This really isn't just a quip, it's the brutal truth. Auntie Beauty's body trembled slightly, her eyes were a little red and swollen, and tears kept slipping down her cheeks. Judging from her age, this beauty aunt should not be too young, at least 40 upwards. At the moment her expression was helpless and broken, and her whole being exuded a heartbreaking sense of brokenness. Sure, it wasn't her actions that attracted Chu Lu Feng, rather, it is that the goose-egg face without powder, even if at the moment crying on the breath, full of tears, but still hard to hide the bones of that beautiful and dignified beauty. This kind of beauty, even without makeup, has a little more realism than those women with elaborate makeup, and also has a more pathetic feeling. It wasn't just Auntie Mame's appearance that really attracted him either. Rather, it was the vague feeling of familiarity. I think he's seen it somewhere? Chapter 65, A Classmate's Mom. Chu Lu Feng's heart stirred, quickly stepped forward, squatted down, and softly inquired, Auntie, what's wrong with you? Auntie Beauty slowly raised her head, those eyes swollen. An otherwise neat head of brown hair was slightly disheveled at the moment. A few strands of hair clung to the side of her tear-stained cheek, but even if the looks have gone through the years, it was also still evident that Auntie was a wonderful-looking beauty. And now the appearance, but also with a mature after years of precipitation of the unique flavor of the beauty, counted as a real mature woman beauty. She looked at the unfamiliar yet kind Chu Lu Feng in front of her. Auntie Beauty's lips pursed gently, and after a moment of hesitation, she still shook her head, her expression looking helpless and confused. It's okay, it's not good to keep it bottled up all the time. Talk to me about it, say it and you might feel better. From this beautiful woman and crying all can only find a deserted place. A person's small voice secretly cry. It's clear how much pressure she's under to even show it. It's obvious that help is needed. And who is he? What a purely natural philanthropist who loves to help people, help those in need. It is incumbent upon you. Sure, at this point, one has to ask, why don't you go help the many people who need help? Instead, what about specializing in good-looking, beautiful women to help their aunts? You are a LSP. That's really a misunderstanding. Chu Lu Feng is not to help, but at this stage due to various reasons, can only selective help, to slow help, priority help the most should help, to have a plan to help, order to help. It is neither at the same time to help, nor the same to help, but first to help a part of the people, and then drive to help other people in need of help, and ultimately gradually to realize the full help. Obviously, the helpless Auntie Beauty needs his help the most at the moment. Perhaps the pain inside has been bottled up for just too long, or perhaps it was because Chu Lu Feng did look harmless and had a feeling of a big sunny boy. Let the beauty aunt pursed her lips. The whole person slowly sat down on the ground, slightly curled her legs. The whole person somewhat helplessly leaned her head on her legs. It's time to say no. Auntie also had a nice figure, not the fat and bloated that was common for her age. Despite being seated, the legs under the black wraparound skirt still looked slim and slender, with beautiful lines and not a trace of fat. Even if they were wrapped in a black silk with a somewhat cheap texture, her body exuded a charm unique only to mature women, and she's in this vulnerable state. Instead, it has more of a broken or seven feel to it, and one can't help but look at it and feel a surge of protectiveness stirred up. Soon, Auntie Beauty bit her lip and after taking a deep breath, she voiced the situation that she had held in her heart for a long time. Her name is Song Ping, is a company's ordinary clerk, income is also general, even can say meager, had a not very happy marriage, have a just went to college daughter. The ex-husband is a very careful person, because of Song Ping's pretty face and excellent figure, afraid that she will go out and mess around and be stared at, so he watched her closely, and since they got married, they don't really let Auntie go out to work, but stuck at home as a full-time wife. But Song Ping's ex-husband is not a capable person. The monthly income is only a few $1,000s, and also very unmotivated, often working for half a year on the clamor is too tired to take a break for a few months. Although the days are living in poverty, stretched to the limit, but Song Ping did not have the slightest complaint. It is only to wear cheap, less clothes to buy a little. Live almost. The family is safe and sound. The days are always able to live on. It seems to be over the freshness of the newlyweds. Slowly, her ex-husband and her exchanges less and less, and do not know from what began. Song Ping's ex-husband began to complain about the whole day just stay at home. In addition to washing clothes and cooking and cleaning is not much use. Song Ping. Every day when I come back from work, I either complain about how bad the food is or how hard I work because of the stress at work. The words are trying to let the aunt share the pressure. But really when Song Ping went out to work, and also began to earn money to subsidize the family, she worked very hard, in order to earn more money, are often working overtime. The salary is also slowly raised, but also more than the ex-husband's salary of a few $1,000s. So, I don't know whether it is a big psychological gap, or afraid of being disliked. The ex-husband's self-esteem, and quit, think a day back from work, not even a hot meal, and began to prevent Song Ping work again. The two broke out into many fights over this, and it was hard to have any warmth in their lives, and their relationship was a stranger. Also at this time, Song Ping's daughter suddenly fell ill, under all kinds of pressure, despite the company repeatedly retained, but Song Ping or resolutely choose to resign full-time care of her daughter. But who would have thought that Song Ping's ex-husband is also a superb? He was at this time. He felt that he had become the core of the family income pillar again, and began to harden up, but also more and more unscrupulous, and often to Song Ping come when called, but for the sake of her daughter, Song Ping are tolerated, but her step-by-step forbearance in exchange for not her ex-husband's thoughtfulness, but rather intensified behavior. He even began to hook up with some of the young girls in the factory. I don't know how he fooled around, but he actually got him to hook up with a, well, married young lady. The two were once discovered while having an affair in the factory's restroom. Things fell apart, and eventually even the little girl's husband knew about it, and was so enraged that he drove 1,000 miles to come and chase him from the factory to his home, breaking a few ribs. Song Ping was terrified that day, and fortunately, her daughter went to school at the time and didn't know about this kind of thing, but it also made her intolerable, completely chilled. After a hard slap to her ex-husband, the two agreed to divorce, but in order not to affect their daughter, the two still maintained the relationship between husband and wife on the surface. In fact, privately has been incompatible. In this way, in the days of poverty, the daughter grew up day by day. Since she was a child, her health was very bad, but she understood so much that it was heartbreaking to see that something was not right between her parents, but she was not able to change it. After knowing that the family's financial situation was irritating, he could only keep studying hard, and eventually lived up to Song Ping's expectations and managed to get admitted to Xiaogui University. Yes, it's the university where Chu Lufeng is. I thought that the hard work was not enough, and that the hard times were coming to an end, and that life would get better and better in the future. But who knows? Song Ping's daughter at this time suddenly detected amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, also commonly known as acromegaly. There are even other rare diseases. Without warning, she fell ill all at once. This stuff is a bottomless pit. It can't be cured with today's medical technology. The average family spread, not to mention the medical costs of treatment. Care alone is very wearisome. After her ex-husband knew this, he was okay at first, but when he heard that he would have to be raised for the rest of his life with asymptote, he directly and desperately took out the divorce papers, and after leaving a few tens of thousands of dollars for the family, it was as if he had evaporated from the face of the earth, and he was completely out of touch. Can't get in touch anymore. Song Ping is desperate, can only choose to sell the house, borrow money around, just to give her daughter treatment. He also found a monthly salary of 3,000 or 4,000 jobs, while working hard, while taking care of their daughters. But in just 1 month of treatment, all the money was spent, and there was $100,000 of external debt. Woe betide her. She just got the news. She was fired from the company because she could not accept overtime and could not maintain 24-hour availability. Plus the hospital is calling for another medical bill. All of a sudden, Song Ping felt that the sky had collapsed, and her emotions broke down all of a sudden, and she just wanted to have a good cry. However, she was afraid that her daughter would find out that she was different. Her daughter was very understanding and delicate. If she knew about this situation, she might have extreme thoughts, so she had no choice but to hide here, secretly crying and venting the pressure in her heart. Watching Song Ping's eyes redden again, she was about to fall into tears again. Chu Lufeng hurriedly took out a handkerchief and wiped her tears, and after all that chatting, the two got acquainted. Chu Lufeng's mind moved and subconsciously asked, "Auntie, is your daughter's name Song Yujie?" The beautiful woman froze, then raised her head blankly, looking at Chu Lufeng with straight stunned eyes. "You, how did you know that?" Chapter 66. It is incumbent upon a mom to help her classmates. How do you know? Chu Lufeng blinked. It's not a ing coincidence. Would anyone believe me if I said it was a fluke? Song Yujie is his classmate. No wonder I feel so familiar with Song Ping's face. So it's a classmate's mom. Ahem. About this Song Yujie. In Chu Lu Feng's impression, it was a girl with a very slim figure and white skin. As for why he was impressed with her, it was the time of military training. At that time, the sun is very hot. The whole class of boys and girls are early rubbed on the sunscreen and other varieties of sunscreen measures. Only Song Yujie and Chu Lu Feng, two people, face to face. What protection did not do? Of course, it's nothing. It's just that once when standing in military posture, Song Yujie suddenly fainted, and it was Chu Lu Feng who carried her to the school infirmary, and then after that, he hadn't seen her. Now it seems that it should have been at that time that Song Yujie had an attack. However, he later received a letter of thanks. The handwriting was very elegant and carefully written. It was Song Yujie who wrote 3,000 or 4,000 words with gratitude, revealing deep gratitude for his help between the lines, and that's what made him quite impressed. I just never thought that she would get this bad. And acromegaly. It's really hard to get this stuff. Modern medical technology doesn't have much to offer. I don't know if my wonderful hands can cure it. Well, you'd have to get your hands on it to find out. Wait, this development. Why is it kind of weird? Hiss. Chu Lu Feng shook his head and once again laughed in a sunny manner. Auntie, my name is Chu Lu Feng. I'm Xiao Jie's classmate. When I saw you just now, I inexplicably felt a sense of familiarity. I didn't expect that you were actually Xiao Jie's mother. Chu Lu Feng. Hear the name. Song Ping was first stunned, then all of a sudden took the initiative to stretch out her hands, tightly gripping Chu Liufeng's hand, and said with a face of sincere gratitude, "So it was you who carried Xiajie to the infirmary? She often mentioned you to me, and said that when she got well she must come to thank you in person. It's just that Xiajie is in this condition now. Xiao Feng classmate, I'm her mom, so I'll thank you on her behalf. If it wasn't for you, she might still have a bad fall. Amount." Chu Lu Feng was a little surprised in his heart. This little girl is so serious. But, from the fact that he wrote that sincere letter of thanks to himself, it can be seen that although the family is not in a good position, but under Song Ping's careful education, this innocent character of hers is very good. In this present miasma environment, it can even be said that there is a kind of unreal feeling. It's okay, auntie, it's all the right thing to do. Chu Lu Feng smiled, his tone soft, then his words turned and asked seriously, "How much are you short now?" Song Ping's eyes dimmed all of a sudden, and as if resigned to her fate, she leaned helplessly against the cold wall. Chu was pathetic and exuded a heartbreaking sense of brokenness. 30,000 to go. It's not a lot of money, but for her, a struggling person who had sold her house and was no longer employed, and had even spent all her savings and owed $100,000, it was certainly a huge amount of money. Not to mention 30,000, even 3,000 can be the last straw that breaks the camel's back. Chu Lu Feng's eyes moved slightly and said seriously, 30,000. Tell you what, Auntie Song, I'll lend it to you. Song Ping froze and raised her head, her eyes looking straight at Chu Lu Feng, but not knowing what came to mind. He quickly dimmed his eyes again and squeezed out a not-so-good-looking smile. No need. Little Feng student, you're still a student. Auntie will figure it out on her own. But Chu Lu Feng knew what she was worried about. Reaching out his hand, he gently held Song Ping's shoulder and softly said, Auntie Song, it's already this time. Don't talk about this. Any further hesitation on your part is just delaying Xiajie's condition. Well, needless to say, I'll lend you $50,000 to save the day first. Song Ping, who had already reached this age, if someone else had said this, she might still have wondered if there was something not pure in her mind, but she looked straight at Chu Lu Feng, but found that the eyes of this sunny big boy, so bright full of sincere unadulterated evil thoughts. However, Song Ping, who has already suffered the ravages of life and tasted the cold and warmth of the world, never trust anyone in this world to do good without reward. It wasn't distrust either, but she felt unworthy. What does Chu Lu Feng want by doing this? Figure there's money to spend? Looking at her hesitant expression, Chu Lu Feng knew what Song Ping was thinking, although he does have other thoughts, but this kind of thing is clear in his own heart on the line. It is impossible to show, and really want to show will not be so. If it's just to satisfy their selfish desires, and they just throw $500,000 at it for one night, 99% of the people would say yes, both men and women. In this incident, there is no such thing as a bad deal, only a bad price. The price is in place, not to mention Song Ping, or Hillary, scratch that. Anyway, it just works. Sure, for Chu Lu Feng, the main thing was, help, wanted, daily acts of kindness. It's the rewards given by the system that are worth getting on board with. So what's the thing? It's better if you have it, but if you don't, forget it, take it all as a genuine good deed. Wanting to dissolve Song Ping's hesitation was actually quite simple. All that was needed was an excuse that could be said. Chu Feng said with a serious face, "This is what I lent you in the name of my classmates. Jia is also the first person I met in college. She is very nice, and I don't want to see the worst outcome. And auntie, you don't have to think about anything. I lent you this money. It's okay to pay me back when you've slowed down." Hear that? Song Ping could no longer tense up. Her eyes reddened, and she hid her face and cried. Like pearls that had fallen off a thread, tears came out of her eyes, and soon her rosy palms were soaked, and a single tear dripped onto her large stocking-clad body, instantly haloing a trail of water. Amount. You have to say that ants of this age are peachy. It's totally like being made of water. Chu Feng hurriedly took out a tissue and kept wiping it off. Song Ping also took the tissue and covered her face and sobbed, crying and whimpering, as if venting the psychological pressure of this period of time. God knows she's been trying to get money together all this time. How many hardships have been experienced? How many cold stares have been suffered? And how much internal suffering has been endured? Finally, after letting loose and crying bitterly to her heart's content for quite a while, Song Ping's emotions gradually calmed down. She raised her head, her eyes red and swollen, looking at Chu Feng with gratitude, then excitedly held his hand again and said with a slightly trembling voice, Auntie may not be able to pay you back right away, but please believe in Auntie. As long as I'm alive, there's still a breath left in me. I'll do everything I can to pay you back. After all, no one's money comes with the wind." She couldn't let people down. In Song Ping's eyes, Chu Feng was also just an ordinary student. It's not good to abuse people's goodwill like that when you have nothing to do with him. At this moment, Song Ping's eyes revealed a touch of determination, as if she had made up her mind about something. "Well, okay, I believe in Auntie. After all, you're still so young. It's the right time to fight." Chu Feng responded with a smile. He didn't say anything about not having to pay it back or anything like that. Chu Feng knew very well in his heart that it was inappropriate to say that. A bitter person like Song Ping is already pitiful enough. Help needs to be given with decent dignity. That's why he emphasizes that it's a loan, not a handout. If you just say you don't have to pay it back, that's trampling the last bit of their pathetic dignity underfoot and wantonly trampling on them. Sometimes kindness doesn't need to be a condescending handout. It just needs to bend down and put both dignity and hope into the other person's hands. Looking at Song Ping, who squeezed out a gentle smile but didn't know what to say, Chu Feng spoke again. "Seriously, how about this? Auntie Song, how many wizards do you have? Let's add a wizards. Contact me anytime you need me." Chapter 67 Auntie Song's Special Charm, plus Prestige? Song Ping was slightly stunned. With that, he reached into his bag and rummaged through a large, cluttered pile of payment receipt slips to find his personal cell phone. Her cell phone was covered in a yellowed, clear case, still of an outdated style from years ago, and the screen was even more dismal, having been dropped with several large cracks, and around the cracks, there were many fine lines. Song Ping took the cell phone, carefully swiping across the screen. The unlocking process lags in the flesh. It was hard to get to the desktop, and a couple of text messages popped up, all of which were bank card payment messages. Your merchant's bank card. Amount paid to Chincheng Hospital Outpatient Department $2,464. Balance $236.12. Your construction bank card. Amount paid to Concentric Pharmacy $890. Balance $12.56. There isn't much entertainment software on the desktop either. There's just one Prestige. After clicking on the Prestige icon, the phone was half unresponsive as if it had lagged. It took a few seconds before the screen finally changed, flickered, and went to the Prestige page. Then another loaded circle pops up and starts spinning extremely slowly. With constant refreshing, one could also see Song Ping's chats with some people. "Hello, pretty lady boss, do you have a job for me? Manager Ma, are you still short of people there? Boss, are you still short of janitors? Every message. All are traces of Song Ping looking for work and struggling to make a living, but there was no response to any of them. They were all read and unanswered. Didn't even read it. Little Feng. Auntie's cell phone is a bit slow to respond. Wait a minute. Looking at the cell phone, Song Ping couldn't help but say with some helplessness and sourness, this cell phone is like her troubled life. None of it is easy. Chu Feng quietly watched this scene. It was especially silent when I saw that the Prestige balance was right down to 83.71. Think of this gentle, virtuous aunt. You probably can't even come up with $500 for your whole body. Couple that with receiving another hospital payment notice, plus also being fired from her company, and it's easy to see why she had an emotional breakdown. What else can be said? It could only be whispered in a soft, comforting voice. "It's okay, Auntie Song, we'll take our time. There's no rush." "Good." Song Ping nodded in response, operating slowly on her jammed phone and opening her QR code. Chu Feng also swept the code and added Aunt Song Ping's Prestige, Peace and Happiness. Song Ping's screen name was simple, and her avatar was a photo with Song Yujie. Although the pixels were not too high and the quality of the picture was a bit blurry, but you could tell that the two mothers and daughters were laughing and happy. A simple nickname is the simplest thing in Song Ping's mind. She had lived half her life so stormily, and all she wanted for the rest of her life was for her daughter to simply be peaceful and happy. That was her greatest luxury. Sometimes Song Ping wondered what sins she had done. She is virtuous and gentle, hard-working and thrifty, kind and helpful, and has never done anything bad in her life. And her daughter is very understanding and obedient, and studies hard. The mother and daughter are true to their roots and are dedicated to goodness. After half a life of misery, shouldn't it be bitter and sweet? Why is it the despair that it is now? Does God like to play tricks on people like me? Does the twine pick the smallest place to break? And does bad luck find the bitterest people? Do honest people deserve to be bullied? Song Ping's heart was filled with resentment and indignation. I don't dare to imagine, if Song Yujie, if her only spiritual pillar collapsed, what would happen to himself? Chu Lufeng was glad that they had met him today, and all the more grateful that I am in a position to be able to help both mother and daughter. Clicking on transfer, Chu Lufeng entered the number 100,000 and entered the password. Transferred $100,000 to her. Auntie Song's situation is even worse than she thought. $50,000 might pay the medical bills, and there wouldn't be a bit left to spare. $100,000 won't solve the problem completely, but it'll hold them over for a while at least. He had the idea of turning 200,000, or even more, but reason told him that could be counterproductive. $100,000 can also be able to Song Ping mother and daughter to live for a period of time. It was not too late for them to step in themselves when they needed help behind them. Song Ping looked at the chat box's 100,000 transfer. She didn't click to collect it, but put down her phone. Her eyes looked straight at Chu Lufeng, her tear-stained face full of rejection. Little Feng, I can't accept this money. Didn't we agree that Auntie would only lend you $50,000? Looking at Chu Lufeng's sincerely concerned face, this kind, older boy did not hesitate to reach out and give help to his own mother and daughter. But the $100,000 was by no means a small amount for him either. Even though she desperately needs the money right now, having it would solve her daughter's life-saving situation. But if he accepted it, in case he couldn't pay back this huge sum, wouldn't he make Chu Lufeng suffer for nothing? $50,000 alone is a serious psychological burden for her. Now faced with this huge transfer of $100,000, the pressure instantly hit her like a mountain. The main thing is, in fact, she knew it inside out. Daughter's disease is a bottomless pit, and even she has just been prepared. Really no money for treatment after, but also with the daughter gone, forget it. Anyway, the earth is not worth, but Chu Lufeng, he is innocent and should not be dragged down by himself. This screwed up Auntie Song. You're not thinking of yourself at this hour. Some people would just think that's too little. Chu Lufeng knew that it was actually not Song Ping's fault. She was also afraid that she would not be able to pay back and make herself lose money for nothing. Although this point was nothing to Chu Lufeng, in Song Ping's eyes this was already a huge sum of money. Reaching out his hand and holding her shoulders, Chu Lufeng said with a face full of sincerity, Auntie Song, Xiaojie's condition can't afford to be delayed. With more money, there will be more options for treatment. I repeat, I'm borrowing this for Xiaojie's treatment, so don't say anything else. And don't you worry about paying back the money until you slow down later. And with all this money, there's no need to rush about the job. We'll take our time. After all, you're the only one left for Jia. And if you're exhausted as well, then who's going to take care of Jia? Song Ping bit her lip, her eyes reddening once again, tears welling up in her eyes again. How could she not know that Chu Lufeng was relieving her? Song Ping raised her eyes to look at Chu Lufeng. The eyes of this big boy in front of her were bright, clear and pure, full of sincerity and concern, making the defenses in her heart gradually loosen. Hesitate for a long time. She shakily picked up her cell phone, her finger dangling above the pickup button. There was a pause of several seconds, and finally a gentle tap. Little Feng, Auntie will always remember this love as long as she lives. Without waiting for Song Ping to continue, Chu Lufeng interrupted her. Okay, Auntie Song, there's no need to say those words. Take me to see Xiaojie, said. Chu Lufeng then reached out his hand and pulled Song Ping up from the ground. Her hands were not very delicate and smooth, although it is also very white, but a little dry and rough. At first glance, it is usually do not do a good job of maintenance. Of course, she probably didn't have the heart for it. The little black suit and wraparound skirt on her body looked a little messy from sitting for so long, and the buttons on her white in-shirt had fallen apart a few times, revealing a large expanse of snowy fat on her chest. She reached up and straightened and then smoothed her hair, bending her head down again and smoothing her hands back over her short hip-hugging skirt in an attempt to look neat. The whole thing has a languid beauty. Seems to be sitting for a long time. Some leg numbness. Song Ping twisted the pair of wrapped black silk slender legs. The view is indeed very good. The black hip skirt just right to cover the thighs. Corseted small suit outlines the slender waist, with the pair of legs, so it looks very beautiful. Well-proportioned calves also have beautiful lines, tight and elastic, without a trace of fat. A pair of high-heel shoes wrapped in small jade feet, stepping on the tiled floor, making a clear ringing sound. She exudes the characteristic charm of a mature woman in every move she makes. Chapter 68, Maru Spice, caught in the act. Plus because Chu Lu Feng did a big favor. No one has ever been so kind to himself. This kind of pure goodwill, so that the world tasted the cold and warm Song Ping touched. So at this moment, Song Ping's heart did not squirm and scruple, but rather, she was greatly organizing her own clothes. Her movements were calm and natural, not caring what Chu Lu Feng would see. Chu Lu Feng also held the thought of not looking at it and looked up and down. Couldn't help but marvel at it mentally. Is up. No wonder they say ants are nice. The Song Ping in front of her exuded a unique temperament. This is another distinctive temperament different from Auntie Xing and Auntie Li, two beautiful aunts in both shape and color. All much better than Auntie Song. After all, it is a rich woman beauty. Not to mention, just the maintenance of this piece will throw off Song Ping a few grades. But there is a different kind of temperament in Song Ping. It was a unique flavor that distinguished it from Auntie Xing's gentleness and modesty and Auntie Li's mischievousness and cuteness. Her beauty is a unique mellow beauty after experiencing the precipitation of the years and the trials and tribulations of life. It is like a fine wine that has undergone fermentation and appears to be mellow and charming. Therefore Song Ping brought Chu Lu Feng a feeling that was also very good. Auntie Song, hold me up. Chu Lu Feng naturally took Song Ping's hand and prepared to help her down the stairs. The sudden contact made Song Ping first froze, but didn't say anything. After all, her legs were indeed a little numb, and she couldn't move easily. And then she also leaned her weight on Chu Lu Feng's thick and powerful arm, and her whole body also stuck to it, and slowly walked down the stairs, as much as she hated to admit it. However, in this process, Song Ping's heart still flooded with a trace of strange ripples, for this bright and clear-eyed, both sweet and gentle, but also particularly good at taking care of people's sunshine big boy, his heart cannot help but give birth to a different kind of good feelings. No wonder Jia kept chanting about him. It really was different. The two men came outside a ward in intensive care. Chu Lu Feng stabilized his mind and looked at the scene inside through the glass, only to see Song Yujie lying quietly on the hospital bed, her figure so thin that it was heartbreaking, as if a gust of wind could blow her down. That originally fair skin was now a sickly pale and bloodless. A few strands of hair were feebly plastered to her cheeks, and there was an 4 tube inserted into her arm, and the medicine in the 4 bottle was slowly falling drop by drop, sustaining her fragile life. It's more Lindajade than Lindajade. Chu Lu Feng opened the eye of pathology. Instantaneous vision clearly penetrated the hospital gown on Song Yujie's body, and then passed through the skin, blood veins, sinews, and bones, and directly reached the neurons. In the vision of the eye of pathology, the condition inside Song Yujie's body was abysmal. She had massive damage and even apoptosis of motor neurons. The nerve fibers have suffered a massive break. It was like a large cracked piece of jadeite jade. The divine essence element in his body was all densely broken, and it was severe to the extreme. Looking at the state presented, Chu Lu Feng could not help but frown. Song Yujie's health is very poor. No wonder this acromegaly is so annoying and tricky. Even a lot of rich tycoons who have contracted it can't do anything about it. Even he didn't have a good idea for a while. The main problem is the regeneration of neurons and the reconstruction of nerve fibers, which is a very tricky problem. It doesn't regenerate by dividing like other skin cells, and it's hard to get new neurons to replace the damaged ones. Simply put, nerve fibers are like the highway that connects the brain to the muscles, and normal people's are fine, and commands from the brain travel to each muscle properly. But Song Yujie's nerve fibers are widely broken. This body can't be manipulated a bit at all for her. It's as if an ordinary person can't control an object across the room with their mind. The bridge connecting Song Yujie's consciousness to her physical body broke. However, the good thing was that under the predicted results of the eye of pathology, Song Yujie's life was not in danger for the time being, which was one of the few good things. I'm also not sure if my wonderful hands will work. That's something you won't know until you get your hands on it. Look at your suffering daughter. Song Ping gently pressed against the glass, her eyes a little moist, and murmured. Jia was in pain all morning. It was hard for her to fall asleep. If she were to see you now, how happy she would be. Hear that? Chu Lu Feng was slightly stunned, and after pondering for a moment, he dismissed the idea of going in. The main thing is that going in there now would easily expose your abilities. Anyway, Xiaojie's life was not in danger now, and when her condition stabilized, it would not be too late for him to find an opportunity to strike without moving, and also create a feeling of miraculous recovery, as well as avoid unnecessary trouble. Auntie Song, smile. Song Ping froze, then twisted her head. He saw that Chu Lu Feng had already picked up his cell phone, and his face was close to Song Ping, so close that he could even feel each other's breath. and he opened the front recording screen. Xiao Jie, I am Chu Lu Feng. Don't worry, there is nothing serious about your illness. The doctor's side already has a good treatment plan and is very confident that he can cure you. Auntie Song and I are waiting for you to recover quickly. When you get well, I'll treat you and Auntie Song to a delicious feast in fun. Listening to Chu Lu Feng's gentle but powerful voice, Auntie Song Ping's eyes reddened and she almost cried out again. But that's when Chu Liu Feng's right hand wrapped his arm around Song Ping with no trace of force, and his face immediately closed in on her face, rubbing it slightly. Also, Auntie Song also said that you've been very eager to thank me in person. Hey, it's all my fault. If I had come earlier it would have been good. I've already told Auntie Song. When you wake up and your condition stabilizes a little bit, you'll give me a call, and then I'll come to see you right away. Right, Auntie Song, Chu Lu Feng said while frantically making movement hints. Song Ping also looked back, knowing that you must not cry now and send positive signals to Jade, so she held back the emotions churning inside her and tried to squeeze out a gentle smile. Yes, Xiao Jie, my baby, Mom is also waiting for you. You must get well soon. The doctor's side also said that they will have a good treatment plan. There are good ways to cure you, so baby you must not give up either. We will definitely get well. After recording the video, Chu Lu Feng sent this video to Song Ping's cell phone. See the video on your cell phone that carries hope. Song Ping's heart trembled and her emotions could no longer be tensed. She stumbled to a wall of corners next to the ward and covered her face with her hands as tears came to her eyes and she cried again, only this time in tears. Not only was she worried about her daughter's condition, but she was also deeply moved by Chu Lu Feng's sincere concern. Seeing the situation, Chu Lu Feng gently walked forward, opened his arms, and held Song Ping tenderly in his arms, his voice low and warm. It's okay, Auntie Song, it'll get better. Let's take it slow. I'll come back to see Xiejie in a couple days. Let her rest and relax first. Song Ping looked like she had found something to rely on. Closely sticking to Chu Lu Feng's arms, he let out a painful cry. Woohoo! The grievances, worries, and touches that had been accumulated in her heart for a long time were all turned into tears and poured out at this moment. Chu Lu Feng quietly held her like this, letting her vent her emotions, just the occasional gentle pat on her back to offer silent comfort. Feeling Chu Lu Feng's warm, reassuring embrace, the moment, Song Ping felt that the world had quieted down, and really wanted time to just stay in this second forever. Hugging Auntie Song, really when contact is made, it was only then that I realized how extremely fit she really was underneath her clothes. Plump without looking bloated, thin where it should be thin and fat where it should be fat. I don't know how in the world she maintains that kind of figure. Suddenly, Chu Lu Feng inexplicably felt a coldness in his back. Subconsciously, he turned his head. He saw Li Mingxi standing at the other end of the corridor. Cocking his little head with a smirk on his face, he quietly watched the scene. She was still carrying the test sheet in her hand, and a bouquet of dainty flowers just ordered. Chapter 69, Being Legged in the Hospital. This is me, caught in the act. Chu Lu Feng's heart shook violently, looking at the leathery Li Mingxi. Inexplicably, he had a tingling sensation in his scalp. Just then, ta-da-da-da-da, there was a sudden sound of footsteps, accompanied by the sound of several doctors coming down the stairs, breaking the stillness of the place. Song Ping was also jerked back to reality by the sudden sound, as if she had come back to her senses. The entire person hurriedly took a step back and broke away from Chu Lu Feng's embrace, but behind her was the wall she was leaning against, and there was no way to retreat. With the two of them facing each other, they could even clearly feel the warm breath of the older boy in front of them exhaling from his nose, constantly hitting their own cheeks. It instantly brought a flush to her cheeks. It made her heart, even more so, beat violently in shame. A panic and shyness that hadn't been felt in a long time came over her. I can't remember how many years it's been since I've acted so intimately with the opposite sex, and I thought I'd already sealed my heart to what I loved long ago because of the chilling behavior of that extreme ex-husband. But in this moment, it was as if something had opened that long-lost heart. Song Ping's gaze subconsciously landed on Chu Lu Feng's chest. It was wet there, damp from all her own tears. Auntie Song Ping immediately felt incomparably embarrassed, twisted her waist a few times uneasily, and her eyes began to dodge in panic. Originally, he was still able to meet Chu Lu Feng's gaze. At the moment, however, he couldn't help but hang low, not daring to look at him again. Yes, I'm sorry, Feng, Auntie. Auntie lost her temper. In a bit of an eerie atmosphere, Song Ping bit her silver teeth and cursed herself in her heart for being shameless. People are still so young, not to mention that this is still the person that her daughter Xiejie has been chanting about. Is it appropriate for her to do this? How can you make such an unauthorized move? Is he or she qualified to do so? It's just shameless and unashamed. After mentally cursing himself, Song Ping barely recovered and raised her head, speaking incoherently. Little Feng, you helped Auntie so much. I'm really grateful to you. I'll always remember that. I'll contact you again when Jia wakes up. for now I'm going to pay the bill. I'll go first, you go and get busy with your business, said. Song Ping then hurriedly turned around. Her footsteps were weak and wobbly, and she left feeling that her legs were a little weak. Even in the end, he didn't dare to look directly into Chu Lu Feng's eyes. Watching her weak and frightened back, Chu Lu Feng didn't have time to care about her at this time, because Li Mengshi had come over expressionlessly. Feng, who is she? Li Mengshi stared suspiciously at Song Ping's hastily fleeing back, the emotion in her eyes subtle. Chu Lu Feng scratched his head and revealed a bitter smile. Do you believe me when I say that she and I are innocent, Auntie Li? Li Mengshi's gaze slowly retracted from the direction where Song Ping had disappeared, and turned to fall straight onto Chu Liufeng's face, as if she wanted to see through him. Innocent? Did I ask for this? Why did she cry so hard in your arms? You bully people? Aunt Li's eyes suspiciously looked up and down for a while, then came closer, like a kitten, and gently sniffed at Chu Lufeng's neck and chest. Subsequently, she stretched out her green onion-like jade finger and scratched on Chu Lufeng's chest. My fingertips touched a wet spot. Water? Tears? She frowned slightly. The doubts in his mind increased. Just when Chu Lufeng thought that a storm was coming, Li Mengshi looked like she had thought of something and her expression was a bit subtle. You said you went to the bathroom and this is where you came. Not waiting for Chu Lufeng to just open his mouth to explain, Li Mengshi then jumped up violently, wanting to wrap her arms around Chu Lufeng's head and forcefully press it into her arms like a child fighting for favor. But after jumping up, she found that the height difference was too large as well as Chu Lufeng's unguarded woodenness, and she didn't succeed at all. She fluttered haphazardly in the air a few times, and nearly stumbled and fell when her feet hit the ground. Oomph! Li Mengshi stood steadily and stomped her foot in feigned anger, snapping, Stinky little Feng, people are gone. Has your soul been seduced too? Auntie, am I not prettier than her? Don't even know how to cooperate with me? Only then did Chu Lufeng return to his senses and let out a helpless bitter smile. Auntie Li, what kind of joke are you making? Auntie Song and I really have nothing. We're really innocent. Li Mengshi raised her eyebrows, waved her hand, and said with a leathery smile, last name Song? And la. Auntie understand. Auntie all understand. Don't explain. Explain is cover up. Cover up is make up story. I also don't listen to your sophistry. But, the ominous smile suddenly stalled on her face. Li Mengshi suddenly stretched out her two small hands and grabbed the corner of Chu Lufeng's coat, stood on her tiptoes, tilted her head, wrinkled her eyebrows, and said fiercely, but today you are mine and can only belong to me. The tone was decisive and unquestionable, as if swearing some kind of divine sovereignty. Ha! Li Mengshi's eyebrows twisted, her originally bright eyes now glaring round and fierce. It takes so long to go to the bathroom, and you're snuggling so openly, and you're making people cry? You're innocent when you say so. No, I need to check. Stinky little Feng, I advise you to behave yourself. You don't want this to be known by your Aunt Xing either. Wait, why does that sound so familiar? Lowering his head, he looked at Li Mengshi, whose cheeks were rolling, with a different kind of drunken red beauty. Hey, Aunt Li, this is a hospital. I don't care if you're in a hospital. I just saw an abandoned place on my way here. The corner of Li Mengshi's mouth was hooked, and her eyes were bright and wry as she said. Her long hair fell down her back, and with her exquisite face, her entire body exuded a sexy smell, a unique fragrance that only belonged to Li Mengshi. Those increasingly seductive, foxy eyes radiated a subtle wave of affection. It made Chu Lufeng's heart suddenly flutter. It's an old abandoned hospital building. It's long since been useless. Inside, in an abandoned warehouse. It wasn't exactly a warehouse. It was an empty ward, though the beds in it had been vacated long ago. No one usually comes, though. The ground was covered with a layer of dust. Even though it's broad daylight, the less courageous, when they think of all the hospital shenanigans, don't dare come in. But today, there is suddenly a new movement in this dusty, long-lost hospital room. Wallop! Chu Lufeng leaned against the wall and looked at the slender legs wrapped in black silk that were resting on his shoulders. Chu Lufeng would never dream of one day. It's amazing that he gets walloped, and in a hospital, to be walloped, or by a leg wrapped in black silk. Leg dunk. Li Mengshi's maneuver caused Chu Lufeng's brain to overload a bit. Usually this is the case. When the pig brain is overloaded, it is advisable to choose to think with another head. Auntie Li, you. Li Mengshi's face was rolling and she felt her heart pounding. I don't know why, but there's something different about that. She exhaled, her eyes flirtatious. Don't call me auntie, call me sister. She ruffled her hair in a flirtatious manner, then stretched out a small white hand and grabbed Chu Lufeng's collar in a domineering manner. I love it when you call me sister. Chu Lufeng froze, then smiled slightly. Well, sister, but brother is a big old man. Please sister, more tolerance. Li Mengshi's small mouth curled up, looking happy. Humph, little Feng is so good and obedient. Tell me, how do you want your sister to reward you? but it's not cool for 3 seconds. Li Mingxi suddenly changed her color and weakly let out a delicate cry. Pull your sister's old back. It seems to be twisted. It would have been perfect in this position on its own. It's that Li Mingxi doesn't realize that she's no longer young. This one-horse high leg thumping maneuver, she's holding on a bit. Chu Lufeng. What's with this naughty and cute feeling that Li Mingxi has? When Chu Lufeng helplessly bent down and lowered his head, going to prepare to help Li Mingxi. He fooled you. Li Mingxi smiled wryly, like the cat that stole the fish. Taking advantage of the fact that Chu Lufeng lowered his head defenselessly, he fiercely encircled Chu Lufeng's head, and then without hesitation, passionately kissed him. The kiss carried the love she had suppressed for so long, with her sharp and passionate breathing, with the sincerest emotions of his heart. In her kiss, there was also a hint of stubbornness and madness hidden, a strong desire to be protected, to be cherished. It's as if they want to put all their emotions, all of it was poured into Chu Lufeng without reservation through this kiss. Chapter 70, You Mustn't Make Me Kneel Down. One long passionate kiss later, Li Mingxi tilted her head slightly and smiled fondly, her eyes mesmerized and full of affection. Hold me. Chu Lufeng wrapped his arms around her small waist, and with a gentle push, he picked up her entire petite body and then held it steadily. Li Mingxi also followed the trend and tightly wrapped her arms around Chu Lufeng's neck, and her 2 black silk legs gently clamped around his waist. Her white forehead rested against Chu Lufeng's forehead. The two gazed at each other face to face in silence, the tips of their noses on the verge of touching, the hot breaths of each other's breaths intertwined, warming the air around them dramatically. Li Mingxi's cheeks were flushed, her long eyelashes trembled slightly, and her eyes were full of love and dependence as she evoked a playful smile. Little Maple, I just kissed you. You're mine from now on, so you'll always be like today. Will protect me, right? No lies, I can see it in your eyes, said. She also pretended to have a serious face as she stared at Chu Lufeng with wide eyes, her large black and white eyes staring in an old circle. Chu Lufeng was amused by such a cute side of her. Although he didn't know exactly what had happened to Li Mingxi, he could feel the apprehension and uneasiness in Li Mingxi's heart, as well as her total dependence on himself. This bluntness, very different from the kind of shyness and ambiguity that Auntie Xing and Teacher Su had when they were together. Li Mingxi was the first person who had just met him, and had unabashedly, bluntly and fiercely demonstrated her love for him. If someone loves you, then you must be able to feel that love. If you can't feel it, then don't kid yourself, buddy. She really doesn't love you. The person whose name you call out at night to fall asleep is already calling out someone else's. From Li Mingxi, he had felt that unspeakable but certain love. When we first met, the look in her eyes was like she wanted to eat herself. What had he done to make her love him so much? Is it because of who you are? Are male college students good looking? It's really hard to guess. It should be, shouldn't it? So Chu Lufeng put away the smile on his face and slightly tightened his arms, allowing Li Mingxi to get even closer to himself, giving her a complete sense of security under the embrace of his 2 large hands. He gazed into Li Mingxi's eyes. His voice was low and gentle as he earnestly stated his promise. I will. When Li Mingxi heard this, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes, but she still feigned skepticism and skimmed her lips. And can I depend on you forever? I'll always be there for you. You can always trust me. So, will you be bored with me? No. Then you won't get mad no matter what I do, right? No. And would you be angry if I bit you? Angry? Shouldn't that be happy? Geez, you this person, speaking seriously. Then can I be my true self in front of you? I actually have a little temper and a little strange fetish. Could be. So you'll think I'm too old. No. Then in the future if we have a fight, even if I am wrong, you have to coax me first, not to be cold war with me, not to deliberately ignore. We won't fight. So then what if I get ugly later? Or old? Or you realize that I'm actually quite a masterpiece. No matter what you become, I will always love you, said. Chu Lufeng gently rubbed the tip of Li Mingxi's nose. His movements were intimate and gentle. Spoiled this Auntie Xing's best friend like a daughter. Of course, now Li Mingxi is no longer an aunt. Totally the posture of a little girl caught up in a passionate love affair. Despite getting a bunch of satisfactory answers, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise. But Li Mingxi still curled her mouth in an unforgiving and arrogant manner. Humph. Scum. Promising so dryly. It looks like you don't really mean it. Okay. Even if you're lying to me, that's enough. I'm happy. Really. Li Mingxi's eyes curved with a smile, cupping Chu Lufeng's face with both hands, constantly bearing kisses on Chu Lufeng's face, like a chicken pecking at rice, leaving a path of lip prints. Little boy. I really like you. Why didn't you let me get to know you earlier? As she said that, she also gently pinched Chu Lufeng's face, as if she was pampering him. Early? Even if I knew you a few months earlier, it's a crime, don't you know? Chu Lufeng silently responded in his heart. After another bout of ear to ear, Li Mingxi suddenly pasted over, Her face flushed red as she pressed herself against Chu Lufeng's ear, and said shyly with a shy and expectant tone, "Good little Maple, I want to play a special game." Game? A touch of shyness surfaced on her face, and she was gorgeous. There was an intoxicating blush and a small nod. Feng, and that's, you can be less gentlemanly to me. In fact, you could be a little more aggressive. There was a hint of playful tentativeness in her eyes, and a vague sense of anticipation. Somewhat shyly, she lowered her head. The whole thing got a little squirmy too. Chu Lufeng froze, then smiled evilly. "Yeah, how do you want to play?" Li Mengshi suddenly became excited. There was a strange twinkle in her eyes and her face was red and delicate. "I'm going to pretend with you that we're in a super exciting urban story. And I'm going to play the role of the poor weak helpless rebellious apprentice who disobeyed his master and ran off the mountain to play privately and ended up about to be bullied. And you're going to play the role of the one who comes down from the heavens to protect me like a courageous master and beats the crap out of those bad guys in 3 or 2 hits, and protects me tightly, and then beats the crap out of those bad guys after they run away and then severely and harshly criticize me." Chu Lufeng blinked and looked at Li Mengshi. "Are you sure you're playing this game? What? Think I'm getting too much? Then don't you dare play." Li Mengshi bit her lip and raised her stunningly beautiful white and red side face. The expression was a bit of a leap of faith. "That's quite a life." Chu Lufeng blinked and looked at Li Mengshi. After a moment's thought, the corners of his mouth lifted into a bad smile. Set her down gently. Then he purposely slumped his face and put on an angry look, his voice steeply rising with full authority. "You child, who told you to run around? Don't you know it's dangerous out there? Stand the down." Li Mengshi immediately shrunk her neck in a cooperative manner, and a hint of laughter flashed in her eyes as she pouted. Master, I know I'm wrong." Then, a playful wink and a small mutter. "I know I'm wrong. Master, you must not punish me." Chapter 71 Hit or Miss. Let you not hit. In the meantime, on the other side of the Qin City police station, the atmosphere was as heavy as the eve of a storm. On the conference room, the light was bleak, reflecting on the tense faces of the people. Xinyan's face was as frosty as ice, leaning back in her seat with her hands clasped over her chest. There was a cold aura emanating from his body, and the temperature of the air around him seemed to have dropped a few points. On the screen in front of her, a blatant scene of the robbers' attack on the Cross Lake Bridge was playing. Looking at the rampant bandits, a hint of ruthlessness flashed in Xinyan's eyes. Bang! She clenched her hand into a fist and pounded it on the conference table, making a dull ringing sound like a clap of thunder that shook the crowd to their core. "See, all of you. These thugs are so indifferent to human life. They are simply lawless. This is clearly a blatant provocation against us, against the entire Qin City." Xinyan's voice was low and full of anger. She gave a slight lurch, an imperceptible flash of celebration in her eyes. If it wasn't for the fact that Chu Lufeng's stance was simply too heaven-defying, there's no telling how serious the consequences would be of a 1-on-6 and still all backfiring. It is also because of his power to save the day. It is only because this matter can be suppressed for the time being. The outside world does not know this situation for the time being. Otherwise, if leaked, it could easily cause extreme public panic. After all, the nature of this incident is really bad. Murdered in the street in broad daylight, even with a gun. Every single sentence on it, if any of them were to explode out, would cause a huge sensation within the Great Summer. Others also realized the seriousness of the problem. In particular, Director Wang Jun. He's even more scared today. His scalp is numb from the cold sweat. He knew very well that if this was not a separate act of terror against Chu Lufeng, but in a crowded place like a mall, a school, a pedestrian street, or something like that, then the consequences would simply be unimaginable, and it could be said that it could stab the sky. At that time, the one who will bear the brunt of the blame will be him, the secretary. For the sake of public life and safety, and for the sake of Qin City's peace and quiet, I believe we must immediately activate the first level of alert. Who's in favor? Who's against? Xinyan's eyes flashed with unquestionable firmness and determination. As the words fell, everyone raised their hands in unison. There was not the slightest hesitation, not a single objection. Okay, unanimous vote, so let the notice go down now. Everyone, stop all vacation arrangements immediately and stand by for full duty. The frequency of patrols has been increased to 3 times, and key areas must realize all-round, dead-end real-time monitoring, and any breeze, even if a fly flies over, must not be spared. Dig me into the ground, but also dig out their lair. This operation, codenamed Operation Guilt, starting tonight, I will personally lead the execution of the pre-planned program objectives. An icy gaze appeared in Xinyan's eyes. She was very efficient, although she had only been here for a short time, but with her strong and excellent working ability, she had already found several extremely involved clues about drug smuggling cases, and anchored some suspects. I was going to wait and collect more evidence before making an arrest, but now they're being provoked so much that they're even daring to kill people in the street. The reason why those people were targeting Chu Lufeng was, needless to say, the equivalent of dismounting themselves. If she doesn't respond promptly and forcefully, no heavy-handedness. Instead, it will make those people feel like paper tigers. From there, it becomes worse and worse behaviors are committed. That's why violence must be met with violence, so they can feel the pain of the iron fist. Soon, after the order for first-level alert was given, the war machine guarding Qin City also began to run at high speed. An air of tension quietly enveloped the entire Qin City. Abandoned and unused wards. Under Chu Lufeng's stern lesson, Li Mingxi's eyes reddened. A little aggrieved, a little tearful. Woohoo! Li Mingxi couldn't help but let out a few sobbing sobs. Li Mingxi, who has had a bad relationship with her father since she was a child. No matter what she did, she would not be cared for by her father. Studying hard to get awards or not, being bullied and beaten up with a bloody nose or not, all of them were just indifferent sweeping, without the slightest fluctuation of emotions. It was as if it had nothing to do with him, as if he were looking at a stranger. No, even strangers aren't this cold. It was the first time in her long life that she had felt what it was like to feel her master's severity. What he had longed for all his life was finally realized today. What do you mean by that look? Chu Lufeng frowned and said in a deep voice, if I don't teach you a good lesson, you'll wander off again next time. See the well-behaved Li Mingxi, very obedient. It's as if he's like a different person. Chu Lufeng also couldn't help but feel his heart thumping. It's a feeling that I don't know how to describe. He took a deep breath and slowly came behind him, speaking in a low voice. Give me a good lesson. Next time you're in danger. What if Master isn't here? If something happens to you, what's the point of Master living? Isn't it? Inside the abandoned ward, the petals of a large cluster of colorful flowers brushed and shook off continuously. Add a little new life to this dead space. The silence was interspersed with an eerie sound, like the whispers of an ancient god, or the call of Cthulhu. It makes you feel numb and psychotic just listening to it. If anyone comes near it this time, the whole person is greatly mentally polluted. No kidding. It's very scary. It would make the corners of one's mouth curve absolutely unnaturally and subconsciously make eerie noises. Woohoo! Emmy, 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 hey. Hit or miss, hit or miss, hit or miss? The middle. No, no, no hit. Make you miss, make you miss, make you miss. I am mother. Emmy, my mother. Hit or miss, hit or miss. Do you get it? My mother. In lieu, my mother, hey. In lieu. I don't hit Lou. I don't hit Lou. White in me Lou. Ouch. My mother Lou. White center Lou. Too solid. Oh, Omega, oh. Chapter 72 I will put on my nun's habit and accept your confession. After a long time. Sunset. As the last remaining bit of colored warm yellow afterglow spilled over the earth, Li Mingxi was carried out of the abandoned ward by Chu Lufeng in a princess hug position. At this moment, Li Mingxi's beautiful and absolutely gorgeous face was covered with a stirring blush. Breathtakingly beautiful, with a sweet smile hanging at the corner of her mouth. Looking charming to the extreme, she stretched out a pair of white lotus root arms and hooked them intimately around Chu Lufeng's neck. Pressing her little head against his chest, she felt the sound of his powerful heartbeat. The two white and thin calves gently swayed, and the delicate and perfect jade feet, illuminated by the warm yellow afterglow, showed a different kind of beauty. Li Mingxi's heart had never felt so full, so satisfied, and even though it was only the second day that she and Chu Lufeng had known each other, the two of them had experienced a flying qualitative change in their relationship. For Chu Lufeng it might just be one more naughty and cute pretty aunt, but to Li Mingxi, then it is one more solid to rely on. It also gives her the chance to finally be able to spend the rest of her life healing to make up for the shadow of her childhood injuries. Chu Lufeng lightly laughed and teased. Don't tell me, you just sounded very nice and cute. Li Mingxi shyly blankly glanced at Chu Lufeng. That look carried a few points of pout, seemed to carry a few points of blame, but in reality, it was full of affection that was about to overflow. She raised her tiny chin slightly and hummed softly, pretending to be haughty. What's been going through your little head all day? Why is it that rare and strange thoughts? Her voice trailed off as the blush on her face intensified. Just then, Chu Lufeng thought of a segment video he had watched. So on a whim, she had to try to speak that dialect. The results are out of hand. Chu Lufeng lowered his head, a bad smile hanging at the corner of his mouth as he flirted. My good auntie, don't you think of strange things all day long? Like some daddy or something. Ahem, what are you talking about? Li Mingxi shyly blinked him again in feigned anger. You don't like me calling it that? Then I won't call it that from now on. Love it very much. Love it super. Chu Lufeng said in a hurry. Are you kidding? There shouldn't be anyone in the world who doesn't like to be called that, right? No way. I don't think so. Anyway, Chu Lufeng cannot stand. After all, this is a beautiful and playful beautiful aunt personally called Ah. It couldn't have felt more wonderful. That's more like it. Li Mingxi suddenly narrowed her eyes and asked, Badass Feng, don't you have any repentance in your heart? Repentance? Why repentance? Chu Lu Feng froze. I'm your aunt's best friend. Don't you have even a little bit of repentance in your heart? Chu Lu Feng read the expectation in Li Mingxi's eyes, so he answered honestly, Repent, I repent. What shall I do then? Li Mingxi suddenly looked exuberant and let out a yeah. Her soft palm touched Chu Lu Feng's cheek and smiled. It's okay, Badass Feng. I got you. I will put on my nun's habit and receive your penance. Chu Lu Feng's eyes moved slightly, and he couldn't help but start imagining Li Mingxi wearing a cultivator's uniform. Hiss. It's a little exciting. As if she felt something, Li Mingxi hastily pinched his face. Badass. No thinking, no thinking. It's a surprise. It's no fun if you think about it now. Tomorrow, or the day after, me, the great sister, will accept the sincere penance of Badass Kid. Ha ha ha. Li Mingxi seemed to be envisioning that scene. Her agaric nose twitched slightly and she let out a big laugh. Curling her small mouth, the joy on her face couldn't be held back. Nun suits aren't enough. I want to see spooky suits. Ha, you're so bad. I love it, ha ha ha. The two bantered for a while longer before Li Mingxi said in a gentle voice, Are you tired of holding me? I'm not tired. I can hold you all day. What a cow. Li Mingxi pouted and shrank towards Chu Lu Feng's arms, humming in a small voice like a lazy kitten. Little Feng, I realized I love you so much. What to do? I want to give birth to you. The words were not finished. Li Mingxi looked like she was suddenly hit by something, and her eyes full of affection recovered a brief moment of clarity. She pursed her delicate mouth lips, raised her head, and looked fixedly at Chu Lu Feng's rigid cheeks. Subconsciously, she reached out her hand and gently touched his face, as if she wanted to imprint his contours deep in her heart. Suddenly, a sweet smile bloomed at the corner of her mouth. If you like hearing me scream like that, I'll scream it to you whenever you want. Call it a lifetime, call it 10,000 years, call it forever and ever and ever. But Feng, you have to promise me a small request first. Is that okay? Chu Lu Feng was slightly stunned and puzzled. What? This thing, Li Mingxi said with a serious face. Little Feng, this matter, you must not let your Aunt Xing know, and definitely mustn't let anyone know. If she knew I was with you, I'm sure she'll rip my mouth off this time. I don't have many friends. You and Thea are my best friends. Just the two of us in private. I'll do whatever you want. Is that okay, kid? Just a little secret between us. Hear that? Chu Lu Feng couldn't help but slowly type out a number. Wait, what seems to be wrong? Little secret? Ha, another little secret? A little secret between the three of them, huh? Hugging Li Mingxi, took a seat on a street seat outside the hospital. Chu Lu Feng lowered his head and looked at Li Mingxi's somewhat lost expression. He lowered his head and moved over to kiss her full red lips. Li Mingxi first froze, then slowly closed her eyes and responded to the kiss. Ryoko, lip parting. Chu Lu Feng's eyes were gentle as he softly said, Give me a little time and I'll work it all out. Li Mingxi froze, not quite understanding what he meant by this. Don't you trust me? Li Mingxi suddenly understood and smiled sweetly and beautifully. I trust Feng the most. I'll be waiting. Barta. Just then, the last bit of the warm yellow afterglow of the setting sun fell quietly to earth. It's getting dark. What? I don't know. At that moment, a blinding headlight suddenly swept by. The strong light shook Li Mingxi's eyes and she squinted. Drip drip drip. A familiar pink Bentley slowly pulled up in front of the two. Xing pressed down in front of the window of the car, originally expressionless, and even a little huffy between her eyebrows, obviously like he was pissed off at someone. However, upon seeing Chu Lu Feng and Li Mingxi, still collecting his annoyance, he squeezed out a gentle, helpless smile. Get in the car and go home. You two little twerps. Seeing Xing, Li Mingxi instantly revealed a delighted expression, wiggling her two little legs and shouting happily. Yay, it's the baby. Whoa, you're finally here. Finally I can go home and sleep. You're not drunk today, are you? Why are you letting Feng hold you again? Shame on you in public. Get down and get me in the passenger seat. Xing looked at Li Mingxi helplessly, her eyes full of helplessness and favor. Tonic. Let me hold you a little longer. You can cuddle all night when we get home. It's not like I'm taking it from you. Li Mingxi's head twisted in a petulant manner, and she buried herself deeply into Chu Liufeng's arms, her two hands tightly wrapped around his neck, and she refused to let go. Hear that? Xing helpless expression stuttered, then became expressionless. Immediately afterward, the index and middle fingers curled up, high in the air. A brainbuster popped straight down. Avalanche. Ouch. Li Mingxi covered her small head with both hands in pain. It hurts. Crying beautiful eyes glared at Xing, tears coming out of the corners of her eyes in pain. Bad Thee. Stinky Thee. You're pumping again. Be gentle. It really hurts. Xing-san's nose hummed softly. The little head shot up like a proud white swan. Oomph, let's make you know how to talk nonsense all day long. Sit tight. A kick of the gas followed and the car started quickly. Slightly. Li Mingxi made a face again and shrunk back into her arms once more. Looking at the two pretty ants scuffle, the corner of Chu Lu Feng's mouth slightly raised. I wish the scene was frozen forever. And that's when it happened. The belated system voice suddenly sounded right in his head. Ding! Detected the host helping Li Mingxi out of a life-threatening situation. Acquired, super hearing. Super hearing, after the host opens the super hearing, he can hear all the sounds within a radius of 1 kilometer. Freely adjust the sensitivity, accurately lock the sounds he wants to hear, and shield all the interferences. Note, please do not absorb all the sounds in a noisy environment. It is easy to cause dizziness. Please use the host more often. Skillful control. Ding! Detected host kindly helping Songping. Rewards. Chapter 73, You Smell Like Her. Ding! Detected host kindly helping Songping. Acquired, body strengthening points. Reinforcement skills. After the host uses the reinforcement points, the corresponding physical qualities will be greatly enhanced. For example, arm reinforcement to gain strength, legs reinforcement to gain speed, heart and lungs reinforcement to gain endurance enhancement, liver function reinforcement to gain recovery speed enhancement, kidney function reinforcement to gain. I was able to get body enhancement points by chance and put my best foot forward to make a difficult choice. Chu Lu Feng was originally still thinking carefully in his mind, torn between whether he should strengthen his arms to gain more strength or strengthen his legs to gain more speed. But when the one true God appeared, there was little hesitation on this issue. Strengthening kidney function. Is there any need for hesitation here? If genetics didn't allow it. He's even trying to get an adamantium diamond kidney. Of course, though, the others are important too. However, after his own body physique had been strengthened once, he was already far stronger than an ordinary person. Reinforcement is just icing on the cake. There's not much need for it. But this one is different. After all, your own body is the revolution. And he doesn't have just one and now. So how can that work if you don't get it right? Should we say we can't at that point? A real man can't say he can't, even if it really doesn't work. And all you can do is grit your teeth and say it's in bad shape. Explain that work is too tired to talk about astronomy, geography, history. The world has not changed in 100 years. Then slowly wait for Blue to play a role. After a heartfelt meditation, in an instant, the enhancement was complete. Wyatt. Li Mingxi was still cozily enjoying this quiet time when she suddenly twisted her body restlessly as if she sensed something strange. Upon realizing what it was, she instantly came back to her senses, and her face was instantly covered with a look of horror. She looked at Chu Lu Feng incredulously. Her eyes widened, and she subconsciously exclaimed in shock. How is this possible? You really are a cow. Li Mingxi's movement caught Xing-san's attention, and she asked as she looked from through the rearview mirror with a puzzled face. Hey, I'm still here. Silly hey, what do you want again? Li Mingxi pursed her delicate lips, wanting to speak. What's that supposed to mean? Does that mean your great-nephew is developing again? Coincidentally, at this time, the next lane continuously drove past 3 patrol police cars. Li Mingxi was struck by an idea, and immediately said in a heartfelt manner, so many police cars and I don't know what's going on. Xing-san looked away and grumbled along. Yeah, all the traffic has been temporarily controlled. I came to pick you up on this road have been checked several times. I do not know what is going on. Which big shot is not coming to Qin City? Hear that? Li Mingxi and Chu Lu Feng glanced at each other, probably clear on what the reason was. It must have been Qin Yan who started the operation, but they didn't say it either. After all, there was no use in saying it except to make Xing-san worry, and from the way Xing-san was acting, it was clear that that matter had been completely sealed off from the news. By the way, silly Shishi, little Feng, didn't you guys go to look at houses? Why are you in the hospital? Xing-san wondered, looking at Li Mingxi suspiciously. And your car? Air. Li Mingxi's eyes darted around. Her brain was still quite clever when she wasn't drinking. Don't talk about it. The damn car stalled halfway through the drive. I asked the tow truck to tow it to be serviced, and then I suddenly felt sick, so I had Xiao Feng accompany me to the hospital. Unwell? What's going on? Harm. Drinking. The doctor told me to drink less. Nothing serious. Xing-san advised with a serious face. Silly Cece, you really need to drink less. Why are you drinking so much? Drink more milk and start taking care of your health like me. We're not getting any younger, okay? More milk? Yeah, it's best to drink lots of warm milk and do yoga in the morning to nourish your stomach as well as your body. Oh, Li Mingxi secretly glanced at Chu Lu Feng. A hint of cunning and excitement flashed in her eyes, and she deliberately said in a long drawn-out tone, drink lots of warm milk. I know, the look seemed to say, do you hear me? Chu Lu Feng, he really wanted to spit out didn't you just drink enough? But it can't be helped. in front of Xing. He could only have been honest and begged to be spared. Soon, the Bentley stopped in front of Li Mingxi's villa gate. "We're home, silly, hey, get your ass up." Li Mingxi dawdled for a few minutes before getting up reluctantly. "Okay, big baby, bye. I'll come back tomorrow to play with you guys. I'm exhausted from today. By the way, great nephew, I've asked my little assistant to send me a video of a few sweets. Later you send it to that teacher of yours, Ms. Su, and let her choose for herself. I'm too lazy to go through it." After saying that, Li Mingxi yawned. "Ha, sleepy. You guys go back. Big baby, drive slowly on the road. Do not rush to play. When you get home and then slowly play or not too late. A night it, time is still long." Xing held the steering wheel expressionlessly. She was starting to get used to this silly hey with the mouth on her. Chu Lufeng then nodded and smiled. "Okay, Auntie Li, see you tomorrow." Speaking of Su Jinyun, she didn't reply to any of the messages I sent her today, and I don't know what's going on, but it's in a hospital, so there's definitely no safety issue. Too busy today, waiting for tomorrow's interview to stop by and tune in. Tease Mr. So, baby, good nephew, bye. Li Mingxi leaned in front of the gate and threw a flying kiss, watching the departing trail of the pink Bentley with unwilling eyes until it faded out of sight, never to be seen again, before slowly turning around and unlocking the gate with her face. I don't know why, the villa that usually feels cold and quiet, the moment has also become soothing and cozy. Li Mingxi hummed a leisurely folk tune on her lips as she went upstairs, nimbly stripping her body naked in the process. Coming into the spacious and luxurious check room, she rummaged through a sexy and glamorous dress. Her little face was flushed as she kept comparing one set of clothes to another on her body. OMG, what can I wear tomorrow to make my little badass look good? He seems to like that sense of modesty and elegance that Thee's big baby has? Like the contrast? How about a couple of Thee baby outfits? I should be able to wear them too. And the ghost costume and the nun costume. Eek, so bad yo. Love it, she muttered to herself, constantly picking out and trying on clothes. A silly grin stayed on his face as images came to mind. The other side. There was no more Li Mingxi in the car. Xing said softly with a hint of sultry affection in her eyes. "Little Feng, Auntie bought some vegetables. Why don't you fry them today? I'm dying to taste your handiwork." Chu Lufeng looked out the window, thinking about things. He didn't pay attention to Xing-san's subtle expression, so he returned carelessly. "Yes, Aunt Xing, leave it to me, just wait for a comfortable meal." Xing-san concentrated on driving the car, but did not pay attention to Chu Liufeng's expression. When he heard this, his face burst with joy and he answered softly, Auntie will wait." Upon returning to his villa, before Chu Lufeng could get out of the car, Xing-san then jerked open the back door and sat up. She intimately wrapped her arms around Chu Lufeng, her soft lips instantly pressed up, her face full of deep love. "Little Feng, Auntie misses you so much." A passionate kiss on one side made a slurred sound. However, after she barfed a few large mouthfuls, she suddenly frowned, pursed her lips, and carefully stared at Chu Lufeng, and a few points of helplessness gradually appeared in her eyes. Being stared at with this look that made his scalp a little numb, Chu Lufeng blinked his eyes and innocently said, "What's wrong, Aunt Xing?" Xing-san snapped, "Stinky little Feng, you smell like Li Mingxi. Did that wine monkey kiss you again?" Chu Lufeng, desperate question. Don't answer. Chapter 74, The Botched Sailor. Hey, this is the woman who was pregnant. All this age, how can she still be involved in the first love sinus? Xing-san rubbed her brow helplessly, a look of both good humor and amusement filling her face. Chu Lufeng was slightly stunned. "What do you mean? Has Auntie Li never had a boyfriend?" He actually felt something was wrong just now inside the abandoned ward. He hadn't even used the mythical hand himself, but the feeling Li Mingxi gave him was completely different from her greatly open appearance, and her body was still kind of very original-like, which was bull asterisk. After all, with Li Mingxi's big personality, coupled with drinking wine Mengzi that bold, it's understandable that she's not married, but it's impossible to put up with this age and not have a boyfriend, so he only blamed it on being too powerful for his own good. But now, hearing Xing-san say that, it seems like there's something wrong? Xing-san blinked as well, then as if she remembered something, she blushed oddly and said, "She, has a lot of boyfriends. There's a drawer full of them." Chu Lufeng froze. "A drawer? Yeah, it's also particularly advanced. It's all new energy. New energy? Auntie Li plays with technology? Aunt Xing, you don't mean to say that. In fact, Aunt Li is still a..." Originally, these words shouldn't be said to a junior, but who let this junior already have an intimate relationship with himself? So Xing-san blankly glanced at Chu Lufeng and pouted. "Why do you think I have so many rich girlfriends? Why is it that I have the best relationship with her? It's not because your Auntie Li and I are very similar, Auntie, I look down on all this, and I don't like to get in touch with people who are too that. So your Auntie Lee is just powerful with her mouth, but she actually doesn't know anything. I think I remember telling you a little bit about those shadowy experiences she had as a child. Shingi-san paused and briefly talked about Li Mingxi's past. What can she say? Because of her irresponsible dad, there's actually a little bit of what's called misogyny, doesn't trust men either, so her company is all girls, but her being so close to you is something I didn't expect at all, and the first time I've seen her like that, so you don't see her running her mouth all day long, and just pandering to the rest of the circle, pretending to be on the same page as them. She's terrified of being isolated. Simply put, it's a perfect score for theoretical experience and a 0 for hands-on practice. Speaking of which, Shingi-san suddenly had the feeling that she was the one who had personally pushed Chu Lu Feng into the fire pit. If it wasn't for her, Li Mingxi wouldn't have stuck to Chu Lu Feng. These words from Shingi-san, it made Chu Lu Feng's brain somewhat short-circuit, half the time. So Li Manhwa is still a bumbling sailor and miner. No wonder she can't even lie down right. No way. We'll have to recure it one day with a mythic. Let her really experience one. Ugh, she's a poor silly girl too. I remember her getting drunk that time and hugging me and calling out for her mommy all the time. Just like Coco when she was bullied as a kid and came home and hugged me. Always a little girl who never grew up. Speaking of which, Shingi-san had a feeling of motherly love flooding over her. In her heart, sometimes Li Mingxi was really no different from her daughter Coco. She bit her lip, her eyes inexplicably looking at Chu Lu Feng. Little Feng, do you like your Auntie Li? It's also absolutely prophetic. Would never have answered if it was before, but after all, there is the experience of being in the hospital. So Chu Lu Feng nodded and said seriously, Aunt Xing, you're my favorite person, but Aunt Li is also very good to me, so I love her too. You're both the most important people in my life. Shingi-san looked at Chu Lu Feng's sincere and bright eyes. She shook her head helplessly and sighed. Ugh, dumbass, don't you know that's a scummy thing to say? Don't ever say that again. It's very irresponsible, both to me and to Auntie Li. No wonder Wan Shu doesn't let you fall in love. Talking about scum with an innocent expression. I wonder how many innocent little girls you'd hurt if I really let you mess around. Chu Lu Feng blinked. Is that a scumbag thing to say? In all honesty, I'm speaking from the heart. Forget it, as long as you don't feel aggrieved. I just think you might not like it since she's so much older than you, and I'm afraid you'll feel uncomfortable. Since you're willing to do the same, it's fine. I can pretend not to see it as if I were pretending to be asleep, but don't wake me up. Just because I can put up with it doesn't mean I'm okay with it. Shingi-san's expression kept changing. A moment of muttering to himself while looking like he was in a tangle. The CPU was burning up like it was on the verge of being fried. Chu Lu Feng was helpless, reaching out and wrapping his arms around Shingi-san, greedily inhaling the refreshing fragrance of her body. My good Aunt Xing, what have you been reading all day? Well, I'm just trying to learn more about it. Who knows what kind of plot it might be. Shingi-san pouted, her blushing face biting on Chu Lu Feng's shoulder. I blame you, big bad. Well, it's all my fault. It's all my fault. Come mouth one Aunt Xing. Mouth one and you won't be angry. No talking now. Shingi-san glared her eyes out, her look still somewhat playful and cute. Well, no mouth. Chu Lu Feng hugged her while gently stroking her smooth hair. By the way, Aunt Xing, what have you been up to this afternoon? Shingi-san didn't really bite hard either. She twisted her head against the broad chest, a gentle smile on her face. Me, I've done a lot of things. Paid off some of the accounts that were coming due, sorted out the remaining debts, then got lawyers to sue and contacts to do business. It's worn me out. Saying that, she suddenly straightened up, cupped Chu Lu Feng's cheeks with both hands, exhaled her breath like orchids. Her eyes were full of flirtation, and said in a delicate voice, forget it, Auntie will talk to you about these things later. For now, hurry up and go bathe me. I don't want to smell anything else for a while, so clean me up. Chu Lu Feng blinked. So impatient? Seeing him in this manner, Shingi-san became more and more petulant and pouted. What are you looking at? You put the fire up at noon today, not ready to put it out. Do you know that I? Speaking of which, she bowed her head shyly, seeing Shingi-san in this adorable appearance. Chu Lu Feng's heart moved and deliberately flirted. Know what? Shingi-san's eyes were watery, looking shy and moving, and she mumbled in a small voice. I'm filled with thoughts of you. Chu Lu Feng's eyes moved slightly and he looked down. Whelp, little white and little green, run. You two will drown later. Holding Shingi-san together, they went to the villa's living room. Chu Lu Feng was just about to go take a shower when he suddenly remembered something. By the way, Aunt Xing, didn't you ask me to stir-fry food for you? Aren't you hungry now? Shingi-san smiled and got down from Chu Lu Feng's arms, smiling differently than usual. She crossed her arms behind her back and smiled so much that her eyes squinted into a curved crescent moon as she said gently, There's no food in the house, said Shingi-san, kissed Chu Lu Feng on the cheek and walked towards the upper floor. Halfway there she turned back and glanced at Chu Lu Feng, appearing flavorful and charming, softly urging, "Hurry up and take a shower." Chapter 75, One Good Deed a Day. Hints are hinting at this. Chu Lu Feng also secretly slapped himself. What's wrong with yourself today? I can't believe I didn't hear the implication. So he undressed and went to take a shower in 3 tries, washing himself clean and making sure there was no smell before he came to Auntie Xing's room with great excitement. Xing-san had already changed into a purple silk satin pajamas, which were exquisitely cut and just long enough to reach only the roots of her thighs, revealing a pair of snowy, rounded thighs, showing the plump, fleshy young woman's body to the fullest, and her white, delicate skin reflecting a wobbly light in the light. Her pretty face was painted with delicate makeup, and her bright lipstick was applied to her soft lips, making her look especially beautiful. Her cheeks were flushed and shy, and she leaned back a little shyly with her hands, just looking at Xing-san. That body exuded a mature charm that had experienced the precipitation of years, both dignified and elegant, but also noble and charming. Just by standing here, Chu Liufeng's heart could not help but thump, especially when he fixed his eyes under the purple silk pajamas. Inside, but also hidden Xian Koan, usually relatively conservative wear has disappeared, replaced by a set of extremely shocking clothes to the love. "Aunt Xing, you're so beautiful." Chu Lu Feng couldn't help but move his throat. It's not that he's piggish, but mainly Xing-san like this. The beauty is simply breathtaking. "Where's Tutu?" "Tutu is here." "No more," just shouted away by Grandpa Bull. "Come in." "Why are you standing there? People are looking stupid." Xing-san saw Chu Lu Feng's dumbfounded eyes straighten look. "I can't help but feel a secret joy in my heart." Oof. It wasn't in vain that she had made it a point to ask a few of her seasoned female rich friends this afternoon to learn a little about how to dress to attract the one she liked. So now see Chu Lu Feng like lost soul, more secretly complacent, face of charming smile how can not hide. After all, what woman doesn't like a man to swoon over her, especially if it's her favorite? A few hours later, Xing-san leaned in Chu Lu Feng's arms, her face flushed and moving, and she couldn't help but pawn a mouthful. "Badass Feng, why are you still developing ah?" The corner of Chu Lu Feng's mouth hooked up an evil smile and said in a serious manner, "That's normal. I just turned 18. But yes. Xing-san was amused. She felt sweaty and sticky after gently ruffling the hair around her ears. "Little Feng, Auntie is sweaty and sticky. She needs to take a bath. If you're sleepy, go ahead and sleep, haha. I'm along for the ride." Seeing that Chu Lu Feng was just about to get up, Xing-san hurriedly shook her hand and shook her head, looking flustered. "I won't be able to get up tomorrow." "Good boy. Be good." She sighed helplessly and smiled bitterly. "Auntie's not young, not 18 anymore." Saying that, Xing-san hurriedly got up and ran to the bathroom in a panic, soaking comfortably to relieve her body's exhaustion. Seeing the situation, Chu Lu Feng could only smile helplessly. Auntie Xing cared about her age, and he saw the bitterness at the corner of her mouth. Myriad hands are good for restoring the organism, though, maybe slow down aging a bit if used regularly? But, looking forward to this is not as good as waiting for the system to give more powerful skills later on. Maybe there will be skills that can restore youth later on? System, did you hear your father's thoughts? I urge you to know better than to be ungrateful. Lying comfortably in bed, Chu Lu Feng suddenly saw several unread messages on his cell phone. Pick it up. Mr. Sue still hasn't replied to his message. Or in the morning she sent herself a sweet selfie. Sat a kitten batch face. Said she had to do a lot of interviews with people today and was so busy that she wanted to get out of the hospital and go for a run. He replied back then asked what was going on in the afternoon and hasn't received a reply until now. Never mind. Let's wait and see what happens tomorrow. Then there's Li Mengxi's. She forwarded a bunch of messages about the house. It was all very nice. All duplex loft apartments. Every one of them was available. But the rent was really scary, with a price tag as high as over $20,000 a month. But even so, there are a lot of rich people in Xia University. Even so expensive there are not a few sets left. At the end of the message, Li Mengxi posted a sentence. Little girl/love. I'll give you a big surprise tomorrow. This message was posted 2 hours ago. I was struggling myself at the time and wasn't paying attention. Look at the time. It's almost past 1 now. It's too late. Li Mengxi is also exhausted today, so I won't disturb her to rest. Surprise? A smile played at the corner of his mouth, and he looked forward to it with a vengeance. Scroll down further. There was also a message from Zhou Ruobing. Sent several messages, and a selfie. In the video, the Cheongsam beauty is proper. Not wearing a slit Cheongsam, but a proper little suit with pants, with an airport in the background. The message sent probably meant that she had contacted a national carving master who just happened to be available, and was at the moment going to pay a visit before bringing the imperial green egg to agree on the details of the carving. This process time will be a little long, probably need 2 or 3 days to a week's time. So recently she is not in Qin City. If Chu Lufeng happens to be in the past few days want to and her on the situation of the Emperor Green Egg surface, to have some in-depth exchanges words, she apologized for not being able to make the appointment and would make it up to her when she got back, and ended with a photo of a flying kiss, taken at a chic angle that seemed to inadvertently reveal a glimpse of a moving career line, which of course was not inadvertent, it was very carved and clear. Chu Lufeng casually flipped through the pages, then put the phone down and didn't bother to return. This woman is quite on the ball, professional and knowledgeable. With her help in handling the follow-up matters of the Imperial Green Egg Noodle, she could indeed save herself a lot of heartache. He appreciates women who know what they're doing. In the future, he would inevitably have to make money in the jadeite business, so he could consider bringing her along and letting her have some soup in the meantime. Just when Chu Lufeng was bored and ready to use that super hearing skill for a bit, suddenly, a crisp system beep sounded in his head. Ding! Detected host helping Xingishan with her personal problems. Acquired, Marksman skill, beginner. Marksman skill. After obtaining this skill, the host's understanding and ability to manipulate firearms will be significantly improved, and he will be able to automatically aim at the target accurately when using firearms, and will automatically absorb bullets to hit the target when they are fired 1 meter around the target object. Note, the Marksman skill can be upgraded, and when it reaches a high-level ability, the host will gain the gunfighting skill, which is capable of hitting 100 times out of 100 shots, ignoring cover, angles, and physical rules. And a simple description, bullets can be turned, and shooting backward can hit the enemy in front of you. Ha! A sharpshooter? Gunfighting? Another beginner concept level skill? Chu Lufeng instantly froze, certainly not shocked at the skill of this marksman. After all, this is Daxia, not free eagle sauce, so what if he has skills? He can't get that gun thing. What shocked Chu Lufeng was, what the hell? Not buddy? You're just really a day-to-day system. This beaver? Chapter 76, she said it doesn't count as a gift. After all, I played with Aunt Xing yesterday as well, but it didn't trigger the system reward, so it can only be stated. Xingi-san did want it too much today. It's gone to a whole new level, even touching the goal line of needing to be helped. And indeed, Aunt Xing didn't even yell for the lights to be turned off today, and it is indeed crazy. Shaking his head, Chu Lufeng felt somewhat amused. Hold down the excitement in your heart. His eyes blinked as he began to try out his super hearing. Shasta. A strange power surged to his ears. Immediately afterward, a strangely accented voice came clearly into the ear. Hey Oil, your ears are sticking out of my mouth. Chu Lufeng's face instantly stiffened. The friend was almost as if a large man had spoken close to his ear. It gave him goosebumps. Out of instinctive reaction, he subconsciously turned on his perspective and looked towards the window, only to see that there was a lamb kebab barbecue stand nearly a kilometer away. And that weird voice just now was what the owner said. I can hear you so clearly from this distance. A kilometer radius. That's a pretty scary range. It was like drawing a huge circular area in his mind, able to pinpoint the sound coming from a certain point. If it was coupled with perspective, it would be equivalent to directly opening the eye of heaven and being able to listen to all the winds and grasses within a 1 kilometer radius. Awesome. It was supposed to be this super hearing, to be used slowly and adapted to slowly, but Chu Lufeng wanted to challenge his limits. So bite the bullet and just max out all the sounds. Shasta. Boom. It felt as if one was defenselessly and suddenly standing on top of the shell of an airplane that was traveling at high altitude and high speed. Countless loud and noisy, various and strange sounds instantly and frantically flooded into his mind. Oh, baby. Yes. Yikes. Oh, convoy. Sister, can I call you mom? Can we play tile together? Sister Ching Ching, haven't you received any news yet? Oh brother she said that bringing it doesn't count as giving it. What should I do brother? Oh, hey Basin Oil, your stomach is empty, fill delicious lamb kebabs to come. No more chit chat, guys, flights are taking off. I'm blitzing the streets of Jetty tonight. EMO time. Actually I at all no one said. Actually I can't live without you. Is the doctor there? I have a friend, really a friend of mine. His girlfriend said it was too crowded to tell the difference that night, but she kept calling out my friend's name at the time. My friend loves his girlfriend, and broke down knowing about it. How do I comfort my friend? Of course I'm asking for my friend. I'm late at night. Some people emo, some people party, some people make a living, some people enjoy the world. Everyone has a different life. Everyone is human, but the big and small movements they made were, at the moment, all being heard by one person. Well, Chu Lufeng couldn't help but stifle a grunt. Such a huge number of various voices came at once. It made his face pale with flesh, and his fists subconsciously clenched, feeling a wave of dizziness. Heads are exploding. The pain. It was unbearable. For a moment he wanted to cover his ears and give up. However, Chu Lufeng clenched his teeth in death, and his eyes flashed with a look of determination. No way. It has to stick. The only way to truly break through is to keep pushing the limits and breaking them. If you can't even overcome this difficulty, how can you talk about controlling this heaven-defying ability and becoming stronger? With that thought in mind, Chu Feng took a few deep breaths, his eyes gradually firming up, and began to analyze and listen to each and every sound in detail amidst the cacophony. Under such a high-pressure environment, his proficiency in super hearing, too, was rapidly increasing. While Chu Feng was familiarizing himself with super hearing, inside another cozy and elegantly decorated villa room, a beautiful young girl is sitting quietly on a wheelchair. Her head of hair exudes a soft golden luster, matched with her fair and almost transparent skin, like sheep's fat, beautiful jade, delicate and tender, like a pure and untainted world of mortal dust of the holy angels in general. On her chest, there was also a limited edition Leica camera. However, at this moment, the young girl's face was hung with a look of anxious worry. Her eyebrows were slightly knitted, and her eyes were filled with a strong sense of worry. Well, no news yet? The young girl's voice was soft and urgent, with a hint of nervousness that was hard to hide. The woman in the nanny outfit next to her was constantly refreshing her cell phone messages and her face was anxious. Not yet, miss, it's late at night. Do you want you to sleep first? The young girl shook her head and crossed her two small white hands over her body, squeezing them slightly and insisting, no, I can't sleep until I hear the news. Then I'll rush. Again, the nanny said with sudden excitement. There, miss, there's news. The young girl's originally bleak eyes instantly lit up, and a hint of anticipation appeared on her face, but a hint of worry surfaced immediately afterward. How is he? Is he hurt? No, no injuries at all. You can rest easy now, miss. The nanny hurriedly handed over her cell phone, and on it was clearly Chu Feng's full body test report. The young girl's eyes were delighted as she leaned forward and took the phone, reading the test report verbatim. Her tightness finally loosened, but her brows still didn't stretch. Sister Qing, what exactly happened there? Why did he stumble upon such a dangerous thing? I thought he was in a movie. It's not clear at the moment. Miss, all the information is blocked. Can't find out a bit. Nanny Qing sweetly squatted down and softly said, Miss, let's go to bed. It's okay, maybe we'll see him at school tomorrow. Let's go ask him ourselves then. Okay? Hearing this, the young girl's eyes brightened slightly, but she quickly lowered her head again and her eyes dimmed. Forget it, just leave it. I don't want to bother him. Saying that, as if she thought of something, she bit her lip, her cheeks flushed with shyness, and her voice mumbled with a hint of nervousness and anticipation. Sister Qing, if I could stand up, would it look good? Will he notice me? Will, like me, I mean if. The girl's voice was filled with a complex mix of low self-esteem and anticipation. Hearing these words, Qing instantly held the young girl's hands with heartache, her eyes filled with doting, and she tenderly said, Definitely will. In fact, as it is now, miss, you are very pretty. Why do you keep avoiding him? Chu students are so nice and gentle. We can try to be friends with him. He should be very willing. And miss, actually you would like to meet Chu students face to face. The young girl shook her head in a bit of a panic as if she had been spoken to. No, I can't. I wouldn't dare. It's fine just like that. It's fine. As the words fell, as if she had thought of something, a playful smile suddenly appeared on the young girl's face. Humph. He probably doesn't even know I'm here at Summer University too. That lovely look has the playfulness of a young girl, but also the carefulness of a person with a secret love. Chapter 77, A Girl with a Crush. Immerse yourself in a world of fantasy. The young girl gently picked up the Liquidation camera hanging in front of her chest, and in the skillful operation of her white fingers, she began to flip through a photo, and on the camera screen, it was all about Chu Feng's various silhouettes. Includes handsome photos of him from various angles during his military training, playing soccer, and working out at Summer University. Probably even Chu Feng himself didn't know. I can't believe I'd been secretly photographed so much without even realizing it. The young girl's bright and clear eyes were unblinking, quietly gazing at Chu Feng on the camera screen, her fingers slightly rubbing as if she could touch him through the screen. And he probably doesn't even remember me, she murmured softly with a heartbreaking smile on her face. Finally, she fixed her gaze on a photograph, and an irrepressible look of envy instantly spread across her eyes. In the photo, the sun is blazing hot and very hot. Chu Feng was full of tenderness, carefully carrying a fainted girl and hurried towards the school infirmary. The girl was petite like her, and fair-skinned. In a trance, she would fantasize about the girl as herself, and how nice it would be to be held like that. A sour and sweet taste welled up in her heart. The taste turned over and over in her heart, making her both intoxicated and sad. Seeing this, Qing pursed her lips and softly said, Miss, let's go upstairs and sleep. But the young girl was apparently so absorbed in the world of fantasy that she didn't say a word. Qing sighed and gently pushed the wheelchair towards the elevator inside the villa. Only after entering into her room did the young girl look like she had come back to her senses, a satisfied smile still hanging on her face. She came to her computer desktop and printed off all of the dozens of carefully selected photographs that she had taken of Chu Lu Feng during the day. Every photo was a standout, and every moment makes a teenage girl's heart skip a beat. Then happily opened the nearby confidential cabinet again, and proceeded to take out a small leather safe inside as well, with multiple layers of protection, as if guarding something very precious. She opened the small safe. There was no expensive jewelry or jade inside, no valuable treasures, just a bunch of photos. The number is in the thousands. If Chu Lu Feng saw it, he would definitely be shocked because it was full of his pictures. Not even he himself had taken such a vast amount of photos, but they were recorded by a strange young girl. These photos cover all stages of Chu Lu Feng's life from middle school to college years. There are photos when working out. There are handsome photos of basketball games. There are running, morning reading and memorizing, and going up to the stage to receive awards. It is almost possible to fully piece together the wonderfully rich first half of Chu Lu Feng's life growing up from these photos. It was as if a professional photographer, without Chu Lu Feng realizing it, had followed him for several years. Record every important moment of his childhood with care. The young girl gently placed the photo she had just printed. Then a picture was hand-picked out of it. It was a picture of Chu Lu Feng carrying that girl to the infirmary. Sister Qing, I'm done. The young girl looked up, an innocent smile spreading across her face as she addressed her nanny. Cyan walked over to her and gently picked her up and placed her on the soft, cozy bed. Good night, Sister Qing. The young girl spoke sweetly, a hint of weariness in her voice, yet full of anticipation for the night's beauty. Cyan nodded and petted her little head. Miss also go to bed early. Don't think too long. Oh, aha. The young girl smiled adorably. Her hands held this photo tightly and placed it on her chest. Her eyes slowly closed. Her whole person was like a delicate porcelain doll, quiet and beautiful. I so hope I can stand up someday. I can hold your hand and walk with you. The young girl murmured softly in her mind, her voice gradually lowering as she slowly fell into a beautiful dream. What a teenage girl with a crush. Immerse yourself in the world of fantasy. This night, there are still people who haven't slept. In the hospital room, Song Ping was lying on the side of Song Yujie's hospital bed, sleeping shallowly. During this period of time, she had been running around and exhausted in order to raise the medical expenses. And now, with the help of Chu Lu Feng, she was temporarily without the pressure of medical expenses after. The string she had been tightening for some time could finally relax a little and she could sleep soundly. The ward was quiet, so quiet that only the subtle sounds of instruments could be heard. Also at this time, the white arm with the 4-tube in it suddenly moved. Sick bay. Song Yujie slowly opened her eyes, which were filled with confusion and haziness, and only after a while did her consciousness gradually come into focus. She looked at her mom sprawled on the edge of the bed, the blanket wrapped around her having fallen off at some point. Looking at Song Ping's somewhat tired face, Song Yujie pursed her lips slightly, unable to bear to wake her up. She subconsciously reached out her hand, wanting to re-drape it for her mom. But, no matter how hard she tried, her arm could only tremble slightly, and she tried her best to lift it, but she couldn't even lift it. A flash of despair couldn't help but appear on Song Yujie's face. Well, 2 lines of clear tears of helpless sadness flowed down from the corners of their eyes in an instant, staining the green silk on their cheeks. But at the moment, she couldn't even wipe her tears. She could only let them flow freely. Although Song Ping was asleep, but a heart always hangs on Song Yujie's body. Her daughter's sighed, even just a slight tremor, also let her instantly raise her head. Jade, my baby, you're awake. Song Ping's voice was gentle, but looking at the tear stains on Song Yujie's face, a flash of heartache appeared in her eyes, and she gently wiped her tears clean before gently stroking her forehead. Mom! Song Yujie let out a weak voice with difficulty. Mommy is here. Song Ping's heartbroken eyes reddened, holding her daughter's hand tightly, about to shed tears. Suffer. I don't want to. Live. A thick despair surfaced in Song Yujie's eyes. The look of despair was heartbreaking. Her consciousness could clearly perceive everything around her, but she was unable to control her body. Like an awake vegetable, her consciousness imprisoned in a prison of despair, a great torture to the psyche. She doesn't want to live. In her mind, there seemed to be no point in continuing to live on, except to drag her mother down, and she really didn't want to continue to suffer like this in pain. Seeing the situation, Song Ping's eyes were red. No, baby, no, mommy can't live without you. Her voice trembled with endless mourning and pleading. Doctor, there's already a treatment plan on the doctor's side. Let's hold on. Hang in there for a while. Speaking of this, Song Ping looked like she suddenly remembered something. She grabbed her cell phone in a hurry. Baby, I'll show you something. You know, Mr. Chu Lu Feng, the student who carried you to the infirmary. He came to see you too. Song Ping spoke eagerly. With a trembling hand, He clicked on the video that Chu Lu Feng had taken. Only then did she realize how prescient Chu Lu Feng's move was. Xiao Jie. I'm Chu Lu Feng. Don't worry, there's nothing serious about your illness. Listening to Chu Lu Feng's gentle but powerful voice, look at that familiar and affectionate face. For the first time, a glimmer of light flooded Song Yujie's originally desperate and dead eyes. After hearing Chu Lu Feng's heartfelt, sincere encouragement, it was as if a seed of hope had been planted in her heart. Song Yujie once again shed hot, clear tears. Mom, mommy's in, baby. Song Ping clung to Song Yujie, as if that would give her a glimmer of hope. Both mother and daughter burst into small sobs together, as if venting the injustice of their fate. Chapter 78, it's not easy to have your heart moved once, but you end up losing so completely. In the meantime, Xinchang First People's Hospital. Why isn't it working? Broken cell phone. Su Jingyun sat on the hospital bed full of annoyance, looking at her cell phone with a depressed face. The screen is black and unresponsive. A hairdryer and a large pile of dry paper sat next to it. Her little mouth pouted and she scratched at her hair in annoyance. It's been a day and a half. Why haven't you come to see me yet? Chu Lu Feng, you asshole. And talk about being my boyfriend. You. Chu Lu Feng. You stinking rascal. Big fool. Big asshole. After she sent a message to Chu Lu Feng this morning, she thought that she would be interviewed later, so she went to wash up. Because I was worried about missing Chu Lu Feng's message back that I didn't see, I brought my cell phone alone. As a result of a mistake, the phone fell straight into the pool. After, she tried countless ways, and carefully dried with paper towels, and carefully dried with a hairdryer, but what to do did not work. The phone is still unresponsive. Busy day. Su Jingyun completely despaired. Want to go out and fix your phone or buy a new one, I guess. Even though her leg was fine, the hospital was just dead set against discharging her, and there's a police escort out there too, saying something about fear of retaliation against her. No matter what was said, she was not allowed to go out anyway, so Su Jingyun waited for Chu Lu Feng to come see her. I ended up waiting all day and didn't even see a hair. Her whole person is almost becoming a lookout stone. Chu Lu Feng is not even coming yet, not even a hair to see. The heart was instantly filled with aggravation and dissatisfaction. Is he not anxious or indifferent at all if he can't reach him? Was he just teasing when he said he liked me before? Was all that lovemaking a lie? Thinking of this, Su Jingyun only felt a hard feeling in her heart, and her eyes reddened slightly. Men's mouths, lying ghosts. Su Jingyun was about to go crazy. She had done that to him. Although Xia University has a rule against faculty and students falling in love. So what? Rules are dead. People are alive. Can I disagree if you confess? If you don't take the initiative, I'll confess. She was even ready to take the initiative. Results. What do you mean you've disappeared? You're trying to get me to do something. Just say no relationships. No relationship brain. A wise man never falls in love. Having remained single myself for over 20 years, I have never suffered from love. But now what? One's heart was not in it for once, but it turned out to be such a total loss. Looking at the several bouquets of flower baskets on the bed, all of which were sent by the school leaders and some departments, but those were all thrown on the floor by her, leaving only the bouquet of flowers sent by Chu Lu Feng, which was carefully placed there by her. Even if his heart was full of dissatisfaction with Chu Lu Feng at the moment, he still couldn't discard it. Love you horse, a twist love. Oh, Chu Lu Feng, you wait for me. Su Jingyun gritted her teeth, her eyes so ghostly that they were on the verge of spewing fire. She clenched her small fists, already thinking about how she was going to beat him up when she got out of the hospital. If I don't give him a hard beating, this anger won't come out at all. Achoo! Chu Lu Feng rubbed his nose, feeling like his head was about to explode, but kung fu was not enough. Under that intense super hearing impact, eventually he could even hear frogs calling in a lake a few hundred meters away over all that noise. If you were to listen at a fixed point, you could also pinpoint vocal conversations hundreds of meters away. That's a really good skill. Don't know what the point is for now though, but what the heck? There's no such thing as too much skill. Yawning, Chu Lu Feng felt dizzy and sleepy in his head. At that exact moment, the bathroom slowly opened, and Xing-san also took a good bath, wrapped in hot air and walked out. There was still a touch of moving blush on her cheeks, and she felt more satisfied and comfortable than ever in her entire being. Xing-san hummed a leisurely tune and rechanged into a silk satin pink nightgown that outlined her delicate curves before returning to her room. Feng, why are you still up? Waiting for you. The corners of Chu Lu Feng's mouth rose. As soon as he held Xing-san in his arms, he sniffed the fragrance of her body and greedily replenished his energy. No, can't. Looking at the big gray wolf like Chu Lu Feng, Xing-san instantly panicked. There was a hint of pout and panic in her voice. I just got out of the shower. Badass kid, how dare you? Well, at Auntie Xing's glaring round fierce eyes, Chu Lu Feng laughed evilly, without the slightest intention of stopping. he slightly lowered his head, his forehead gently resting against Xing-san's small head, followed by kissing those soft, fragrant lips. When Chu Lu Feng woke up, it was already almost 10 o'clock the next morning. It was a very comfortable sleep, feeling refreshed, especially the head. It was very hard to be groggy last night, but now it just feels like the world has cleared up a few notches. Golden sunlight poured through the windows and a warm breeze blew through the blinds, bringing up the charming scent of the room as well as that unique flavor that lingered in the air. Chu Lu Feng sat up, stretched comfortably, and twisted his head to look. Xing-san was still lying on her side on the bed. The warm yellow sunlight softly sprinkled on her light greasy shoulders. The skin was like white jade with a warm luster, so beautiful that people couldn't take their eyes off. She seemed to still be dreaming beautifully, with a touching light smile hanging at the corner of her mouth. Unlike her usual dignified and noble appearance, she instead looked a bit innocent and delicate. Chu Lu Feng's heart moved, and he bent down and kissed those tantalizing little red lips. A little too much movement. Xing-san let out a soft and nice wailing sound from her throat. Well, but she was too tired to raise her eyelids and remained immersed in sleep. Seeing this, Chu Lu Feng did not wake her up, knowing that Auntie Xing is exhausted. Then he carefully lifted the covers and got out of bed, picking up the 2 sets of silk pajamas and the ripped stocking liners on the floor. She gently pulled the bedroom door closed. Let Xing-shan continue to fall asleep. He took a simple, quick shower, then went to the kitchen and fried a couple of scrambled eggs and slices of golden bread, warmed up the milk and soaked the oatmeal before leaving a note for Xing-san that he was out the door. Aunt Xing, I have something to go out. Breakfast is ready. Remember to eat. Oh, love you. Pressing it under the dinner plate, it was a relief to leave the villa. He had a lot to do today. I'm going to go to the hospital first to see what's going on with Mr. Su, playing disappearing act for me. Ha, she must be punished severely. Of course this is definitely not the reason for wanting him. Miss Su's unbelievably long legs and jade feet. And then an interview. In the afternoon, I'll go see Auntie Song and Jie. And then I'll go back to earning money or helping other people in need. If I have time, I'll have to hang out at Li Mani's place in the evening and look forward to the surprise she said she'd have. And, of course, the young family. It was hard for him to be at peace until this tumor was completely pulled out. I also wonder how Qinyan's night of special operations went. You can also ask her sometime to see if there's any favor you can do yourself. In short, time is short and the task is heavy. Every second has to be utilized to the fullest. Go to the hospital first. When Chu Lu Feng was on his way, he purposely went to buy a bouquet of pink roses. It's something that, to say it's of much use, isn't really. However, even though it is useless, you can't do without it. A touch of romance still works. Xinchang First People's Hospital. Su Jingyun lay quietly on the hospital bed. Both eyes stared blankly at the ceiling. Eyes somewhat vacant, not knowing what they were thinking. The lips opened and closed a little. If you get close enough you can hear her shattering. Chu Lu Feng, you big asshole, smelly rascal, big fool, all night long. Why haven't you come to see me yet? You really don't want me. You really don't like me. Then why did you do that again? She's like a little whiny who's been left out in the cold. Full of ghosts. Chapter 79, Terrible Spiritual Pollution. Sure, regarding Su Jingyun's ghostly grudge, Chu Lu Feng was still blissfully unaware of it. He had only just stepped into the People's Hospital and was heading towards his ward. Due to the improvement in his super hearing, his hearing was now much better than before even if he wasn't deliberately listening. Passing by the anorectal department, a doctor's somewhat subtle voice was heard from inside. I'll confirm with you again, young man. You are saying that when you make breakfast alone today, because of the scorching heat, so you choose to wear cool. As a result of an accident, your feet slipped. You fell on the pile of vegetables in the back, as a result of which it happened to be this unusually clean radish, which was cleaned unusually clean and it is still put on its feet. Is it, or not? Hear that? Chu Lu Feng subconsciously opened his perspective and turned his head to look inside. Just a glance. Ah, my eyes. Chu Lu Feng was like a heavy blow. The whole person stumbled and almost fell on the ground. That image is horribly mentally polluting. It's horrible. It made his scalp numb and gave him the urge to gouge his eyeballs out. Chu Lu Feng hurriedly covered his ears and closed his eyes, his face pale as he fled. Why is that? One can't, or at least shouldn't. I'm sorry, I took the liberty. The next stretch, Chu Lu Feng walked with unusual care. I'm afraid of seeing what I shouldn't see or hearing what I shouldn't hear in the hospital again. After all, there has never been a shortage of jaw-dropping stories in hospitals. So much so that he didn't even notice that something was wrong with Su Jingyun. After nodding with a couple of caretaker guards outside the door, after Chu Lu Feng gathered his emotions, he walked into the hospital room with a smile on his face. Then he turned and closed the door to the hospital room. Mr. Su, what's wrong? Look unhappy. Who bullied you? Tell me. I'll go and teach him a hard lesson. He walked up to the sickbay with a big grin, set aside a cluster of pink roses. Naturally, He held Su Jingyun's white and tender jade hands. Su Jingyun's eyes, which were still somewhat dull, snapped. Seeing that it was Chu Lu Feng, his eyes instantly revealed a trace of uncontrollable joy. But soon, the little expression turned sultry again. Su Jingyun's face was expressionless, and her voice was as cold as a stranger's. What brings you here? Chu Lu Feng smiled playfully. I dreamed you wanted a kiss and I came to give you a bite. Thanks. No. Su Jingyun snorted coldly and twisted her head, her heart both angry and aggrieved. What's wrong, Mr. Su? So upset? Chu Lu Feng blinked his eyes in bewilderment. He didn't understand what was wrong with Su Jingyun. She hadn't returned messages since yesterday, and she was still unhappy now? Don't want to see me? Ha, then I'll go? You. As soon as I heard that, simply gas-shaking cold, Su Jingyun twisted her head, biting a mouthful of silver teeth, her eyes glaring fiercely at Chu Lu Feng. Furious, venting all the aggression and anger in her heart in her head. Chu Lu Feng, you asshole, you still know to come. What are you doing here? Who told you to come? I thought you said you like teachers. Is that how you like it? Leaving me in the hospital for 2 whole days. 48 hours. You didn't even know to come and see me. I had a hard time getting my heart set on something, and you let me. The more Su Jingyun spoke, the more agitated she became, so angry that her pink fists clenched, and she pounded towards Chu Liufeng's shoulders, followed by a set of Pegasus meteor fists. Bang 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 set of moves came down, hitting Chu Lu Feng without any pain. Instead, he wore himself out, panting, his hands weak. Look at her angry. Chu Lu Feng blinked his eyes. Is this a little temper tantrum? Usually when faced with this situation, it's simple. He held Su Jingyun's shoulders down with both hands and looked at her with gentle eyes. Next moment, straight down for a kiss. Little mouth blathering. Annoying noise. Plug it up and you'll be honest. Never mind if she agrees or not. She's a girl, she'll be shy. Definitely will say no. That's why men should be bossy at times like this. Sure, this operation needs modeling and economy. Poorly modeled brothers should not attempt it, or it would be. The defendant's actions constitute the crime of forcible molestation and are punishable by law in a severe manner. You. Su Jingyun's eyes were round and she kept slapping Chu Lu Feng, wanted to bite him harder, but was afraid he'd hurt him. One of her hands suddenly grabbed Chu Liufeng's ear and kissed it for a while before she turned her head away and said angrily, Stinking rascal, I haven't forgiven you yet. Seeing Su Jingyun's appearance, Chu Liufeng's face revealed a doting smile, gently holding Su Jingyun's small hand that gripped his ear, slowly loosening it, and smoothly holding her hand in his palm, softly saying, Ms. Su, I was wrong. I had an accident. As soon as I had time, I came. You don't know how much I miss you. Su Jingyun raised her eyes to look at Chu Lu Feng, some aggression still remaining in her eyes. Her small mouth turned away and she snapped. Ha, just making excuses. Go ahead. I'll listen to your sophistry. Make up a better story. Teachers aren't that easy to fool. Chu Lu Feng, really no. Mr. Su, yesterday I was going to go to Xiao to show you the house, but there was an accident in the middle of the day. A car accident, so I was delayed for a day. He looked sincere. A brief account of yesterday's experience, omitting the dangerous part of it, of course. After he finished, Su Jingyun's expression gradually changed from a cold smile of disbelief at the beginning, and when she realized the seriousness of the matter, her face instantly turned pale, and in her eyes that were originally tinged with aggression, there was only full of panic and worry at this moment. She realized instantly that this was not an ordinary car accident, and that there was a high probability of retaliation. Su Jingyun didn't know about the young sisters. It was only assumed to be a retaliation by the other bandits of the serial killers. As soon as she thought that she was the one who had dragged Chu Lu Feng down, she instantly panicked, and she was pretty sure that Chu Lu Feng hadn't lied to her, because the hospital suddenly had several extra guards on patrol and had made it clear when she tried to go out to buy a cell phone that she was vulnerable to retaliation and couldn't be let out at the moment. At the time, she didn't understand what was happening. How could she retaliate if the kidnappers hadn't been caught? Turns out, so that's what happened. Su Jingyun's voice was tinged with trembling as she hurriedly and anxiously asked, So are you hurt? There is. Su Jingyun was on the verge of crying out in her anxiety. Where? Quickly let me see. Heartbroken. Chu Lu Feng pretended to be aggrieved and buried his head into her arms, arching around. My Ms. Su, why are you ignoring me? I don't even reply to my messages to you. Well, Su Jingyun's eyes instantly widened and her face flushed scarlet, making her look gorgeous. She hugged Chu Lu Feng's head and stammered for half a day before whispering, I accidentally got my cell phone in the sink, and they won't let me out of the hospital to get a new one. You're not allowed to talk about me, and I don't want to. Amount. Chu Lu Feng raised his head from Su Jingyun's arms, his eyes full of tenderness, reached out and gently stroked the slightly messy hair around Su Jingyun's ears, and said softly, I'll get you a cell phone later. Hurrah! I'm going to get the one you have. Same model. An inexplicable light flickered in Su Jingyun's eyes. After knowing that Chu Lufeng did not intentionally not come to find himself, the heart full of aggression just now was swept away. Not angry anymore. Su Jingyun cocked her head arrogantly. Guess. Quite a temper. Come on, Mr. Su, let me have a mouthful and I won't be angry anymore. Chu Lufeng smiled badly, but not before he moved over. Su Jingyun, however, suddenly twisted her head and wrapped her arms around his neck, pulling his head hard. The two of them instantly closed the distance. She slightly tilted her head, with a hint of shyness and ardor in her eyes, and then took the initiative to put up her own pink lips, and kissed Chu Lufeng's lips tightly, deeply. Half a day later, Su Jingyun snapped her eyes open, her face flushed and delicate. In a flash, he pressed Chu Lufeng's big hand and said shyly, "No, outside. There's someone else out there. It's okay, they won't come in. Don't stinking rascal. Chu Lufeng, Shinha, look in my eyes. Look straight at me." Chapter 80, Never Turn Down a Call from Mom. In the meantime, outside Xing Yishan's villa, a petite figure sneaked up to the door of the villa, then lightly unlocked the gate. After pushing the door open and giving a triumphant yay, dodging into the villa, he first stopped in the courtyard, his eyes sweeping around the corners of the villa, then looked straight towards the direction of Chu Lufeng's room. The silhouette was no other than Li Mengxi. She had slept until the sun was up today and had never slept so soundly or been so refreshed and relaxed. It used to take alcohol to get to sleep, and the whole thing woke up the next day in a daze. But when I woke up this morning, I felt that my entire body was refreshed, like I had regained my life, and inexplicably I wanted to come to Chu Lufeng. Yikes, nobody? Big nephew up so early. Li Mengxi sneaked to Chu Lufeng's room and opened the door to look inside. There is no one in sight. Chu Lufeng wasn't sleeping. She was a little annoyed why she hadn't come sooner. If only it hadn't happened earlier. With a twinkle in her eye, Li Mengxi tiptoed into the house, then lunged towards the bed, burying herself headfirst under the covers. Ha! Li Mengxi took a deep breath. A greedy top over the lungs. She had a demented giggle on her face and kept rolling around on the bed, suddenly feeling a bit of demented girl behavior. But, whatever, it's not like anyone saw it anyway. Solely lying on all fours on Chu Lufeng's bed, sniffing that familiar scent made her feel especially at ease. An unspeakably marvelous feeling crept up in her heart, even giving her the urge to move in. Xing Yisan's villa was already warmly decorated. What to say? It has a human odor to it. Not to mention the fact that there was now his own little man as well. In comparison, his own place was much colder and lonelier. Well, but the baby surely won't allow it. Hey, gotta think of a way. Her big, ancient eyes cooed, trying to figure out a way to stay here for the long haul. It was followed by a few more rolls on the bed before he got up, satisfied, and returned to the living room. Li Mengxi's gaze fell on the carefully prepared breakfast on the table. It was also natural to see the message note that was pressed underneath, and a look of suspicion flashed in his eyes. Great nephew had to go out for something, and the baby is still sleeping? It's late and you're still sleeping. Did they really play late yesterday? Her eyes moved slightly and she quietly went upstairs, glancing feverishly at Xing-Yisan's closed bedroom door. Then his brows furrowed as if he thought of something. She quietly made her way to the washroom again and looked inside the dirty clothes basket. Sure enough, there were 2 sets of silk pajamas and a set of ripped stocking liners. Li Mengxi fiercely stared in disbelief at the sets of clothes, especially the set of Love Viet underwear. She subconsciously craned her head to look at the closed bedroom door. A look of shock filled his face. Li Mengxi knew that Xing Yishan was a very conservative woman. Sometimes when she was drunk, she would pull Xing Yisan to sleep with her, and she could often be seen wearing those conservative and uninteresting long pants and long sleeves pajamas. Like these pajamas that only reached the roots of her thighs were very extremely rare, not to mention such a bold love over underwear. And now that it has appeared, it doesn't even need to be said what that means. Great nephews you guys are actually, Li Mengxi muttered. Despite his own mouth, he had been encouraging Xing Yisan and Chu Lufeng to be bold and get along, play together, and not be shy. But really, when it's all really laid out in front of you, Li Mengxi was still too stunned to speak. But after a brief moment of disorientation, a bright smile suddenly bloomed on her face, and she crossed her arms and whispered a low laugh. Ha 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 ha, worthy of being my handsome nephew. What a talent! What a talent! People love people, even Thee's big baby is hooked. I told you, my great nephew is so handsome, and you are under the same roof. How can you not be attracted to my great nephew? Discovering this secret was very useful to Li Mengxi. It also reinforced the idea in her mind. Chu Lufeng just loves contrast. The fact that even a conservative woman like Xing Yishan had changed into love cross underwear was evident. She secretly decided in her mind that she would have to make more efforts in this direction in the future as well. The big baby, I'll eat your secret. Passing by the bedroom, Li Mengshi gave another look at the closed bedroom door. There was some envy in his eyes. Then gingerly, he was ready to go out and leave, when suddenly it seemed like he thought of something. Turn around and come back again. Come to the table. Picking up a pen. Next to the note left by Chu Lufeng, he also wrote a note. The sun is on my ass. Why is the big baby still sleeping? Eat you a piece of bread. Love you yo/love. When she finished writing, she hummed a light little song she'd heard somewhere, leaving the villa with a jaunty stride. He had wanted to come and play with Chu Lufeng for a while, but he had something to do. You're going to be busy for a while yourself. Got to deal with the Porsche that got wrecked yesterday. Then it's time to collect rent for once too, and make time to buy a new car. I'm going to buy one for my great-nephew as a gift. What's that recent frog fun with the Rice Su-7 that seems to be pretty good? Rice doesn't seem to be in stock though. I also wonder if my great-nephew likes Aston Martins. McLarens are fine. There's also that big deal of his own that's been in the works for months, and he's almost at the final stage of signing the contract. So tired. So bored. So annoyed. Why is there so much boredom? Li Mingshi beamed and drove a spare Porsche Cayenne. I wish I could go buy my great-nephew a car right now, but there is so much going on. Especially the rent collection once a month. The rent of more than 10 buildings have to be collected together. This process she has to personally go through. Annoying, but she is not confident to hand it over to someone else. After thinking about it, she still went towards her own company. Make more money before you can send your great-nephew money to spend. Hospital interview room. More than a dozen big media outlets came to the scene, with many journalists, all from different official news outlets, and all of them were extremely weighty. Like what's going on with Xinhua, People's Daily, Central Mom, etc. The gold standard media were there, a big crowd that is rarely seen. Of course, there were a few media reporters from small local media outlets who came as well. The two of them, Chu Lufeng and Su Jinyun, sat calmly together. Interviewed. Chu student. In this unexpected incident, you stood up to subdue the robber. May I ask what kind of terrible situation was it? May I ask if you ever thought about the consequences of injury or even worse during the struggle? Moderate interview. Very uninteresting. For Su Jinyun, she was after all a national athlete before she retired, so having experienced a lot of this kind of scene, the answer came naturally. Chu Lufeng, on the other hand, is completely indifferent, accepting the interview with great generosity, and answering appropriately. The two of them work well together, as if they had rehearsed. Mr. Chu, I would also like to ask you, but just then, an abrupt cell phone ringtone suddenly whispered, "What's daddy's name? Daddy's name." Chu Lufeng took out his cell phone and looked at the familiar cell phone number. It's Mom. He nodded to the crowd of reporters with an apologetic expression. Excuse me, I'm taking a call. Please hold. Chapter 81. Mom doesn't want to be a grandmother. Hey, Mom, miss me? On the phone, Lin Wanshu's tone was somewhat worried and concerned. Feng, what are you doing now? I'm interviewing. Is that the homicide interview? Wow. Mom, you've got clairvoyance. You know all this. Mom is awesome. It's your Auntie Xing all over me. It's not bothering you. Forget it, I'll call back later. Lin Wanshu was a little hesitant, afraid of disturbing Chu Lufeng's work, but Chu Lufeng hurriedly said, No, Mom, how could you? Mom never calls without the word interrupt. Don't be naughty. The conversation turned. Lin Wanshu's voice sank for a moment, but her voice was still so gentle and elegant. Chu Lufeng, do you feel big now that you don't have to listen to your mom anymore? If your Auntie Xing hadn't told me about this, are you planning to hide it from Mom for the rest of your life? Chu Lufeng froze, then smiled sarcastically. Ouch. Mom, I didn't want you to worry, did I? Lin Wanshu sighed heavily on the other end of the phone, her voice filled with worry. You honestly give your mom an explanation of what happened in the past 2 days. Mom is really worried about you. Knowing that Mom is concerned about herself, Chu Lufeng then laughed even more. Mom, that's a lot happening, that's a lot. Then, Chu Lufeng, in the eyes of the crowd of reporters who were frowning slightly and showing dissatisfaction, as if no one else was there, described the day's events in short and long words. Of course, the subsequent car accident wasn't talked about, so it was just about what happened at Su Jinyun's house. It's all evasive, too. Not a word about any of the thrilling episodes that had Mom worried. Seeing this docile and honest look of his, Su Jinyun snorted out a laugh. Humph, stinking rascal, can still be cured. She was also a little nervous, though, and her small hands kept crossing and squeezing under the tabletop. I also wonder what kind of person this mother-in-law, whom I have never met, is, but to be able to teach such a bold, kind, and extremely outstanding son like Chu Lufeng, should be a very gentle mom too. That's how it is. Mom, don't worry nah, I'm fine, your son is undefeatable. Mom, aren't you rested yet? The other side of the ocean. Lin Wanshu hugged her cell phone and leaned against the window, listening to Chu Lufeng's mischievous voice. Though it was known that Chu Lufeng had omitted a lot, but as long as he was okay, his own worried heart could relax a little. Went right to sleep. Just missed you so much I couldn't resist giving you a call. Immediately after that, Lin Wanshu paused and tenderly said, Little Feng, you've grown up. Mommy knows there are some things you can't hear anymore, but you're my son. Mommy doesn't want to see you get hurt in any way. Mommy has been worried about you all day today. Although when Xing Yishan called her, swearing again and again, he guaranteed that Chu Lufeng was absolutely safe and sound and told her not to worry. But Lin Wanshu, as a mother, is always relieved. If it wasn't for the fact that I was abroad on a crucial project, I wouldn't have been able to leave. She really wanted to fly back right away to see if her baby boy was okay. The concern from a close relative caused Chu Lufeng's eyes to move slightly. His voice also unconsciously sank, and he said with seriousness and decency, Mom, I'm really fine, just relax. When you come back next week, I'll be the first to see if you're okay, so you can see how alive and well your good oldest child is now. Mom, I can punch a cow to death right now, believe it or not. Shin, little brat, all day long you know how to be naughty. Lin Wanshu laughed angrily and hesitated before saying seriously, Also, your Auntie Xing told me about it, and I've given it some careful thought, and I also think she has a point. What is it, Mom? It's that rule about you falling in love. Something Mom reflected on and really didn't think it through or do the right thing, so it's repealed. Now you're happy. Lin Wanshu said slowly, her fingertips crossing the glass, as if she was caressing Chu Liufeng's face across the ocean. But, you give Mommy a good listen. You can fall in love, but you must give Mommy a good grasp of the situation. If you dare to let Mommy become a grandmother in advance, Chu Lufeng, Mommy will never be able to forgive you. Yes, Mom's right, Mom's wise, long live Mom. Chu Lufeng busily nodded his head and playfully responded, Humph, I'll count on you to know what you're doing. That's it, hang up haha, Mommy's off to rest. Okay, love you Mom, see you next week. Well good, Mommy loves you too. Lin Wanshu responded gently and hung up the phone. Putting away his phone, Chu Lufeng nodded to the group of reporters and apologized. Sorry for the wasted time, I'll make it up. Where was the interview just now? Just then, a small muttering voice suddenly sounded. What a great face. The voice was small, but unmistakable to the ear. Chu Lufeng frowned slightly. He felt a ghostly gaze, raising his eyes. In the crowd, there was a reporter whose face seemed to have a few resemblances to Yang's siblings. What do you mean by that look? Answer me. Chu Lufeng's voice was cold as he nonchalantly questioned. He had been glaring viciously at himself since his own interview. People who don't know also thought that it was dry like his old strategy. Chu Lufeng thought that he didn't have where to mess with him. Right, but seeing that face, I probably get the picture. Focused by the eyes of the crowd, that newspaper reporter's face instantly became as gloomy as frost, and his tone was cold with a few hints of mockery as he questioned. Rude, so many of us are interviewing you and you answer the phone at this hour? Do you have any tutelage when you talk for so long? Knowing it's Mom calling you, and being so uptight about it, Chu Lufeng's eyes instantly chilled. What did you say? I said you. I refuse to be interviewed by this media. Now get the hell out of here. You. That reporter was exasperated and laughed. If at this moment in public, was Gray driven away, in the future in the circle of peers how to raise his head how he still makes Who are you to tell me to leave? I was invited by the Qin city officials, so I won't leave. Let's see what you can do. The reporter was straining his neck, his face flushed with red, and he looked justified. If that's what you all think, that's the end of the interview. Feng, let's go. Su Jingyun's face also went cold. Standing up, he was ready to pull Chu Lufeng and leave. Hey mister. Chu students, please wait. A staff member hurriedly greeted and grumbled at the reporter. Mr. Yang, although you are officially invited by the media, but Chu students to pick up the phone of their families is also very normal, in order to not let their families worry. A few more chatting and what's wrong with it? Your words are a little too intense. Now please leave. Anyone with eyes can see that this reporter is making a big deal out of this. After all, Chu Lufeng had also said that he had made up the length of the interview, and it was a call from his mom, to a hero of Qin City. There's no need to be so harsh, when the atmosphere on the scene was tense. But just then, a voice that was cool yet not too majestic suddenly rang out. What happened? Chapter 82, Why Qin Yan favors him. The crowd raised their eyes, only to see Qin Yan with a cold face, walking over with a robust stride. Sharp eyes swept over the crowd, a mere sweep of the eyes. Just let the people present feel an invisible sense of oppression. Behind her, there were a few serious-looking police officers, with neatly organized footsteps, making the atmosphere of the scene more and more gloomy. That reporter surnamed Yang saw Qin Yan coming. A flash of uneasiness flashed in his eyes, but he still said stiffly, Team Qin, We were invited here, but you guys don't even give a little respect. He looked at Chu Lufeng with hatred, already thinking about what to write for today's interview. Heroic persona collapsing? Arrogant attitude ignores the media. The arrogance under Chu Lufeng's heroic aura. Is such a person really considered a hero? Shocked. In the name of heroes, he did this. But Qin Yan directly raised a hand, interrupting what he was about to say. I didn't ask you. With a pair of long legs, she walked straight to Chu Lufeng's side, first glancing at him with concern, confirming that there was no abnormality in his body, before twisting her head, her eyes looking at the staff on the side. Team Qin, it's like this. The staff rushed forward to report. Soon, all the causes and consequences of the place were told in a nutshell. After listening, Qin Yan's eyes suddenly sank, her face icy cold as she stretched out her finger to point at that young reporter, her tone indifferent. Go away. Don't stay here and disrupt the order. Reporter Yang froze for a moment and instantly jumped like a cat that had its tail stepped on, pointing at Chu Lufeng and yelling loudly. Team Qin, you can't be so biased in his favor. It's Chu Lufeng who answered the phone at random, seriously disrupting the interview order. It's not me. It's him. If they're all like him, treating us with no respect at all, then how can we? In the future, he rambled on and on, getting more and more agitated as the expression on his face became more and more exaggerated. But Qin Yan's brows furrowed and his voice was cold and piercingly impatient. Can't you understand a word I'm saying? The one surnamed Yang pointed at himself with a face of disbelief. Team Qin, you're really letting me go? Am I kidding you? It's just answering a call from a close relative. It's only human nature. What's so important? Besides, you're a local media in Qin City. But you're making use of the situation to make things difficult in a malicious way. Do you think I don't know what you're thinking? Qin Yan laughed coldly, his eyes full of contempt, and his voice carried a strong threatening tone. If you are so rude to our heroes of Qin City, you are being rude to the millions of us in Qin City. We don't welcome media like you. I'm going to say it for the last time. Get out of here. It's still decent for you to leave now. Just go. Count me out. The reporter surnamed Jiang's face turned a shade of white and red at Qin Yan's words, and he could only leave the table angrily. There was no way. Qin Yan's status and position were both far beyond his ability to shake. If he really relied on it, he might actually have to be thrown out, and then it wouldn't be dignified. But just losing face is still trivial. What Qin Yan said next, even more so, the man was struck by lightning, and the anger on his face was instantly replaced by panic. Not convinced? Then pull this media outlet into the official blacklist permanently and stop all related cooperation. Hear that? Reporter Yang's eyes widened instantly, jerked his head around, after seeing Qin Yan's icy face and knowing that she wasn't joking. The originally reddened face instantly turned as white as paper and hastily begged for forgiveness. Team Qin, no, I'm not displeased. I'm sorry, I'm wrong. I really know I'm wrong. I'm not Team Qin. His voice trembled with a sobbing tone, and his legs weakened so much that he almost fell straight to his knees. Was blacked out by Qin City officials. That's one thing that kills people. One could almost say it's doom and gloom. In the future, not only will first-hand official information be inaccessible, the outside world's trust in them will also plummet, and they will even be subject to some strict special controls. This is a devastating blow to any corporate media. While the media outlets that make it locally have some background, it depends on who has a big background. Qin Smoke, who is currently shouldering important instructions from the provincial party committee. It could be considered a big shot in the first echelon in Qin City. In front of her, their backgrounds were worthless. What she said was like an iron law that no one dared to disobey. Team Qin, I was wrong. I am willing to apologize to Chu Lufeng. I am willing to pay compensation. Reporter Yang's legs went weak and his whole body shook. His lips trembled, but he could no longer utter a complete sentence. All that was left was a heart full of fear and remorse. If the boss knew that he had cut off the company's future because of his stupid behavior, the boss might even have the heart to skin him, or even hate to eat him alive. Team Qin, don't He was going to say something about begging for mercy, but had been taken by the arm and forcibly removed from the interview room. The cries of despair faded away and eventually disappeared completely. At this point, the surrounding reporters were stunned by the scene. There were exchanges of words, and no one expected that Qin Yan would be so determined. They originally thought, even though Qin Yan would favor Chu Lufeng, the most he could do was to verbally reprimand that reporter's surnamed Yang for a few sentences and then let the interview continue. But who knows? She went so far as to give a media outlet a direct death notice. This is not meant to be a joke. Don't underestimate the power and influence of a high-powered real deputy hall level not to mention that this media is still in the local Qin City. Qin Yan had 10,000 ways to clean it up. Now, all that was left for that media outlet was a dead end. Anyone with eyes can see that. This Qin Yan was completely defending Chu Lufeng like a calf. he won't even let him suffer a little bit. But it's just the way she does it that makes it impossible to pick out the slightest fault. It's all been Hatchet's job to raise the matter to the level of disrespecting the millions of people in Chinatown. It shows that this local media's position alone is extremely problematic and makes serious fundamental errors. What's the point of keeping this kind of ungrateful media? Give him some guts. How dare he expose the murder case of the Cross Lake Bridge? But not to mention, the manuscript is actually being written and is being prepared to be sent out. It's rather like you won't stop until you've got people on edge. And, what the hell is this Xiao Feng? For a while, the eyes of the crowd of media reporters looking at him changed radically, one after another. They put away the contempt in their eyes and straightened up. They realized instantly, this man is not at all your run-of-the-mill grassroots hero of bravery. I am afraid that the network of relations and strength hidden behind it is far beyond imagination. After all, just looking at the relationship with Qin Yan, they were all inextricably linked. So favored and favored. You know, Qin Yan, a well-known figure in the police force. To them the big name is also as good as any other. It's hard for an ordinary person to get into her eyes, not to mention being able to make her this protective. The crowd of reporters had guessed in their hearts and couldn't help but begin to re-examine Xiao Feng. Sure, what they thought. Qin Yan didn't care. Taking out the anger for Xiao Feng was only one of the reasons. Not that it's the main reason she's hitting this media outlet so hard. The most fundamental reason is that this media has a very deep connection with the Yang family. It can even be said to be the family business of the Yang family. And in the past, when Master Yang was still in power, this media was dedicated to singing his praises. And now that the Yang brothers had been beaten half to death by Xiao Feng, and couldn't get out of this bad breath, the Yang family naturally tried to find ways to find Xiao Feng's trouble. Today's farce may seem to be unscripted, but it was long overdue. Only he was unlucky enough to run into his own gun. Qin Yan's gaze was like a torch as he swept a circle of the crowd and said in an indifferent voice, "We have always valued our cooperation with the media, but this reporter is not even a little tolerant of our heroes in Qin City. This behavior we will never allow. We can't let heroes bleed and shed tears, can we? You guys go on. Xiao Feng, I'll wait for you outside. Come find me for a bit after the interview," said. Qin Yan moved a pair of sturdy steps and left the place with an upright posture. However, the grave atmosphere of the scene could not be eased for a long time. Chapter 83, Laying Hands on Qin Yan. Xiao Feng blinked, a flash of surprise in his eyes. Okay, Team Qin, speak honestly. Qin Yan's handling of the situation in such a biased manner was also really greatly out of his expectation. It seems like this Qin Yan is very fond of herself, and I wondered what she wanted to see her about. Soon after, the interview continued. However, the atmosphere of the site has become more serious and the interviews more in-depth and detailed than before. When the interview ended successfully, Xiao Feng turned to look at Su Jinyun, gently pinched her palm and softly said, "Ms. Su, you go back first. I'll come see you when I have time." Su Jinyun's cheeks slightly flushed. Softly, taking advantage of the bystanders not paying attention, she barred a kiss on Xiao Feng's face. "Then I'll be going now. Remember to contact me when you have time." The corner of her mouth hooked into a playful smile, raising the new cell phone in her hand that was the same model as Xiao Feng's, while her other small hand was clenched into a fist and waved it haphazardly in the air. With a fierce face, he warned Xiao Feng, "If you ignore me, I'll whack you." Well, I'm sure I won't forget Miss Su." Xiao Feng's gaze was filled with favor, admiring her delicate back as she departed. Those long, plump, slender legs were simply heaven-defying and truly eye-pleasing. "Retract your eyes." He walked confidently to a corner. Seeing that Qin Yan was standing there, her brows slightly furrowed. She didn't know what she was thinking. Xiao Feng smiled and walked over. "Team Qin, what gave you the time to come here?" Qin Yan's originally serious and cold face, after seeing Xiao Feng, it was like the melting of spring snow, revealing a soft smile, which was as pleasant as a spring breeze, and even her voice became pleasant and soft. "I came to see if you were hurt." The two chatted face to face. Xiao Feng could see a trace of fatigue hidden in Qin Yan's eyes. It was a trace left behind by the prolonged high-pressure situation, as if he hadn't rested properly for a long time. Xiao Feng waved his hand in a carefree manner. "No harm. Who can hurt me?" Qin Yan gave a slight lurch. A trace of apology flashed across his expression, and his voice lowered a few points. "I saw the attack you suffered at the Cross Lake Bridge. I'm sorry we couldn't protect you. If it wasn't for your outstanding hands, the consequences would have been simply unbearable." Xiao Feng shook his head. "Team Qin, it's not your fault. Who would have thought this would happen? You didn't come all the way here to see me just to say that." Qin Yan nodded and said seriously, "Indeed not, Xiao Feng. I came here to say, don't go out in the near future. The Qin City special operation is already in full swing. In 10 days at the most, I'll be able to give Qin City a big cleaning. During this period of time, I hope that you can temporarily stay at home. Do not go out. Those people once revenge cannot be. It is highly likely that there will be other means. I know that you are good at hand, but you cannot be able to turn the danger into peace every time. Looking at Qin Yan's serious expression, he was filled with concern. Chu Lufeng frowned slightly, couldn't help but think of the two men with the gold and silver dragon head walking sticks. Who the hell is trying to get back at me? The Yang family. Is he that powerful? Or is it someone else? Qin Yan stared tightly at Chu Lufeng, her gaze gentle yet with unquestionable fortitude, and softly said, "It's not just the Yang family. The Yang family is just one of the many suspects. I can't reveal too much to you right now, but one thing is for sure. The enemy is far more dangerous than you think. Not only you, but even I might. But don't you worry, I'll get it all sorted out completely, and this won't take long." That sentence, she didn't finish, but Chu Lufeng could also tell a thing or two from her grave expression. It made his eyes narrow slightly. Even Qin Yan dared to make a move? There really is something about this group. Chu Lufeng was just about to open his mouth to speak. Just then, Qin Yan's cell phone had a sudden burst of vibration, and after she picked it up and connected it, her face instantly became extremely ugly. The voice on the phone spoke urgently enough to see that the situation was serious. "Team Qin, there are criminals holding hostages at gunpoint on Qingxi Road." Hear that? Qin Yan's willow eyebrows rose, and her eyes instantly became cold and frosty. One word nearly popped out from between his teeth as if he were gritting his teeth. "Where are the negotiators? Send someone there quickly. Snipers quickly find a position. Ready to kill the bandits. Make sure you stabilize the robbers. Wait for me. I'll be right there." Despite the whispered voice of Qin Yan's phone, however, Chu Lufeng's hearing had already been strengthened by the system, so he could also clearly hear the contents of the call. Kidnapping again? And also armed again? Boy, is this really Chinatown? Sure it's not Gotham? However, after being surprised, Chu Lufeng's eyes moved slightly. So is it possible to kill robbers without any responsibility again, right? And that might, in fact, be a credit? After hanging up the phone, Qin Yan said with a serious and icy face, "Chu Lufeng, I have a sudden emergency over here. We'll talk again sometime. Remember what I said. Stay home for a while." Before the words were out of her mouth, she turned around and was about to leave at a fast pace, but at that moment, Chu Lufeng's quick eyes and hands grabbed her arm at once. "Team Qin, I'll go too." Qin Yan's figure stalled, and she turned her head to look at Chu Lufeng in surprise, a flash of imperceptible surprise flashing through her beautiful eyes. At this moment, Chu Lufeng was like a different person. The original sunny and energetic male college student has transformed, exuding a cold and lingering aura around him, and his temperament has undergone a radical change, especially those bright eyes, even a hidden desire for bloodlust. This sudden shift, it made Qin Yan's heart tremble, and ghostly, subconsciously, she nodded. Yes, in the blink of an eye, a bulletproof police car drove straight out of the hospital and sped straight to Clear Creek Road. Along the road, more than a dozen traffic light intersections were traffic control, flush with green lights, to ensure that the police car all the way through. The police car arrived at the scene, and Qin Yan only felt her heart sink. It was a large entertainment complex and one of the key targets of her special operation last night. More than 100 people were arrested in the operation, and I didn't expect this turn of events. The police have cordoned off the perimeter tightly. The negotiator had also arrived and was holding a megaphone, struggling to communicate with the bandits. What is it now? Director Wang Jun had arrived early. As soon as he saw Qin Yan's figure, he immediately ran over with quick steps. Surprise flashed in his eyes when he saw Chu Lufeng following behind Qin Yan. When did this kid get involved with Director Qin? But right now, the situation is urgent, and it's not the right time to talk about it. Director Wang quickly handed over a telescope and said with a serious expression, "Team Qin, here's the thing. In the course of our search, an unidentified foreigner suddenly appeared, and without saying a word, he directly wounded our men with a gun and took 6 hostages. Look at his posture. Most likely a professional mercenary. Very cunning, but also particularly good at finding angles. Our snipers simply cannot find the opportunity to kill remotely. The negotiator is now already negotiating with him around, but his request was for a fully fueled bulletproof car that had to be ready in half an hour. And, say something." Director Wang looked a little hesitant, "and he's demanding Team Qin. He wants you to exchange hostages, or else he'll kill everyone." Chapter 84, Why don't you let me try? Qin Yan sniffed, his brows instantly furrowed, his eyes sharp as eagles. Against yourself? Chu Lufeng was also slightly surprised. He knew the situation was serious, but he didn't realize it was as serious as this. Even play the clear card, red fruit against Qin Yan up? But this kind of situation Qin Yan had experienced a lot. The mood was unruffled. There were plenty of people who wanted to kill her, but she was the only one who survived to the end. Who are the hostages? What's the current status? Director Wang spoke quickly back. Those hostages are all staff of the entertainment center. Currently there is no danger to their lives for the time being, but everyone has been scared and their emotions are extremely unstable. This mercenary is very cunning, and has been cowering inside the building, utilizing one of the hostages as a cover as a shield, and it's difficult for us to get close at all. With that, Director Wang raised his hand and pointed violently, looking in the direction he was pointing. In the corner of the second floor of the entertainment center, a blurry figure loomed. Chu Feng opened his perspective and instantly clearly saw that it was a foreigner with a sinister expression and a very lean figure, hiding behind a woman with a face full of panic, using the woman's body and the position of the corner of the wall as cover. He had a death grip on the woman's neck with one hand, and a gun against her backside with the other. The whole man passed only through the gap between the woman's slender neck. Watch carefully for movement outside. He had a grim smile on his face as he excitedly negotiated terms with the negotiator. And in the innermost part of the second floor, there were 5 other people tied together, looking at the robber with desperate eyes. Take me to the sniper's position. Xing Yan's eyes flinched, then he put down the binoculars and said in a dry tone. Soon, the group quickly rushed towards the sniper position in the adjacent building. There were already a few snipers there who were concentrating on their targets, their foreheads covered with fine beads of sweat, their eyes tense, which showed how much pressure they were under. Well, are you sure? Xing Yan looked at the sniper, his brows furrowed. Several of the snipers shook their heads helplessly, their expressions filled with frustration as they sighed. Can't hit it, the guy is too cunning, he barely shows his head. Every time he looks outside from the neck of the hostage, hiding himself so tightly that he can't find a shooting angle. Let me see. Xing Yan took the sniper rifle from the sniper's hand, and moved skillfully and sharply to lie down, his eyes close to the scope, carefully observing the situation. It is indeed as the sniper said. The thug was exceptionally cunning, barely showing his face, just pushing the woman out and hiding himself behind him, hidden to death. However, Xing Yan had a keen eye and quickly discovered a loophole. It's not completely unplayable. There was and is only one way to hit the mercenary squarely in that eye, or even kill him, by grazing the middle of the woman's slender neck. But, Xing Yan observed the wind direction, wind speed, and his brain was frantically running at high speed, predicting the probability of hitting. Half a day later, she couldn't help but frown slightly, trying to hit a bandit with a single shot from this distance. I can't say there's no chance, I can only say it's a pipe dream, only a gap of less than 5 centimeters and so far apart. If it was hitting a fixed target, Xing Yan was confident that he could do it, but the mercenary was also aware that a sniper was aiming at him, so careful was he, shrinking back into the corner at every word, waiting a moment, and then sticking out one eye without regularity, and peering cautiously out through the gap between his neck. This makes it geometrically more difficult to shoot. There's no way anyone could have hit it under those circumstances, unless she's open, but reality doesn't hang. How about it, Team Qin? Will it work? Director Wang's voice trembled slightly with a hint of urgency and worry. Xing Yan's eyes narrowed as she shook her head unwillingly. Can't fight. These 3 short words were like a heavy hammer, hitting the hearts of the crowd. So, what do we do now? Definitely can't agree to his terms anyway. What do you think? How about I lead a surprise attack around the back? Director Wang's voice was incredibly grave. The opposite side is targeting Xing Yan so much. Once the hostages are exchanged, Xing Yan was almost like 100 deaths. It was not even necessary to think about it. Not only would her life perish, but the operation that the Qin City Police Department had spent so much effort preparing would also be lost. And Xing Yan was burdened with the responsibility of leading this special operation. Hijacking her would be equivalent to hijacking the entire Qin City, which was something that could never be agreed upon. But don't change it. The hostage is dead. Those in the shadows would take advantage of the situation to launch a public opinion attack, portraying an image of Xing Yan as being greedy and afraid of death. It will cause a series of chain negative effects and the public will be disappointed with the police, even if the truth is finally clarified and public opinion is reversed. It's also a huge blow to Qin Smoke's reputation. A phallic conspiracy. The people behind it are simply extremely ruthless. Xing Yan frowned slightly and fell into a deep thought as he said in a deep voice, let the negotiator meet his terms first, keep a close eye on the robbers, and get me another pistol. Xing Yan's face was clear and cold. There wasn't the slightest fear in his eyes, but rather more determination. She hadn't feared death since she put on the suit. No, Team Qin, you absolutely can't go. Director Wang's face changed rapidly. We can find someone with a figure similar to yours and disguise it. Then I and a few agile police officers will secretly escort them. Chu Feng also pulled Xing Yan's arm and said in a deep voice, calm down, Team Qin. If you go like this, you're playing right into their scheme. Nothing can happen to you. Look at the congregation's stony expressions. Xing Yan guffawed with a smile that carried a bit of confidence and calmness. What are you guys thinking? I'm not that stupid. I did it with the certainty that I would shoot and kill him in a hostage exchange. She had absolute confidence in her marksmanship. If within 50 meters, That robber tries to shoot against her. It must be the robber who dies. And by going out, I can also attract the robber's full attention, creating more opportunities for you to shoot straight once you see your chance. Director Wang frowned, his eyes filled with worry. Still no, Team Qin, it's too dangerous. The other side might shoot as soon as you appear. Others from the police department advised. Yes, Qin team, this is not you alone. Even if the back of the pursuit down, we share the responsibility. Even if the worst comes to the worst, even if we sacrifice those 6 hostages, we must not let anything happen to Qin Yan. Chu Lufeng also blocked Qin Yan and said in a deep voice, Team Qin, the risk is too great. It's really not a good idea. You're the backbone of Qin City. Absolutely nothing can happen to you. Seeing the situation, Qin Yan pursed her lips and gave up the idea as well. Then the party began to think of various tactics that, but no matter how you think about it, the best case scenario is expected to result in the death of at least one hostage. And that's a low probability. That robber is a professional mercenary by trade. So if the Jedi do fight back, it'll be an overwhelming slaughter for the unarmed hostages. The best case scenario would still be to just shoot the robber remotely. But again, this is the most difficult to accomplish. Just when the crowd was at a loss, finally, Chu Lufeng couldn't look on and opened his mouth. Team Qin, why don't you let me try? Chu Lufeng, all flash by. I'm going to start pretending. Chapter 85, Shengtian Half-Sun Chu Lufeng. Chu Lufeng was impatient. It's just a few hundred meters away, and you can shoot a robber in the head. Is it that hard to do? Is it that difficult? Take it in your own hands. As unbelievable as it sounds, I'm sorry to say this is my daily routine. Plus, you've played with guns so many times these days that you sometimes need to aim carefully when facing the evil abyss. That's why Chu Lufeng looked confident. Just hearing that, Qin Yan froze, so did Director Wang and the others, and even the sniper froze. One after another, their gazes looked at Chu Lufeng in surprise. You try? Qin Yan's eyes moved slightly as she stared at Chu Lufeng with a deadly stare. Chu Lufeng said confidently, well, trust me, this distance is no problem. After all, there was no other way for others to practice sniping except for their innate talent and years of hard work later in life. But he, however, had relied on the system and had instantly risen up. The highs and lows are immediately apparent. Heck, I'm where I am today because of my own helpful efforts. Isn't that right, Mr. Hang? Who says that the marksman skill given by this tutelage is useless? Isn't this going to work? Someone frowned and looked Chu Lufeng up and down, his gaze revealing a hint of displeasure as he issued a bunch of questions. Who are you? How did you get here? Trust you? Why should we trust you? He's the hero of Qin City. He's the Chu Lufeng who killed 10 bandits in the past 2 days. He came with Team Qin, someone explained, and made a point of biting the word Team Qin very hard. Hear that? The man's expression changed instantly, and he touched his head and smiled. So it's you. Disrespectful. But, Mr. Chu, I know you're very good. This is after all different from bandit fighting. Qin Yan raised her hand and stopped the man from speaking, and then with a pair of cold and sharp eyes, he stared at Chu Lufeng with a deadly stare. It was as if they were trying to see through his entire being. At this moment, her mind couldn't help but recall the scene at the Cross Lake Bridge, where Chu Lufeng dodged bullets with amazing speed, as well as the scene where he threw a steel rod and shot the bandit straight in the head. In terms of fisticuffs, an idle 7 or 8 people wouldn't be Chu Lufeng's opponent. But, Qin Yan solemnly said, Chu Lufeng, this is not like your previous life and death struggles. The other party is a professional mercenary. The slightest mistake will make the hostage's life difficult to protect. Chu Lufeng shrugged his shoulders and blandly said, I know, Team Qin, but now you don't have a better way. I've carefully observed that every time the robber senses movement in the outside world, the moment when he reveals his eyes from the hostage's neck slit, although it's short-lived, as long as he captures that opportunity, he can instantly hit him. Qin Yan's eyes instantly widened, and the others stared at him incredulously. I can't believe you can see this far? Even they need the magnification of binoculars or sniper scopes to see this kind of detail. Chu Lufeng was able to see so clearly with only a pair of fleshly eyes, except a little brighter and a little more godly. Chu Lufeng grinned. I forgot to tell you, I have better eyesight than a lot of pilots. That's not the point. The sniper on the side couldn't help but speak up. That's true, but that gap is less than 5 centimeters, and the distance is so far away, and his movements are irregular. The probability of the hostage being injured by mistake is nearly 100%. Trying to hit the robber is an impossible thing. A sniper's bullet at the throat, not to mention hitting, or even grazed, the tremendous impact can instantly break through the windpipe, and the hostages will all die instantly. You could say that remote sniping is taking out that hostage and the robber together. That would defeat the purpose of rescuing the hostages in the first place. Chu Lufeng didn't retort. Instead, he stared straight at Qin Yan. In the past, I was the one who used to be aggressive with that kind of look, and I never thought that there would be a day when someone would stare at me like that. Xing Yan was stared at with an inexplicable feeling of numbness in her scalp. She clenched her silver teeth and spoke in a deep voice. How sure are you? 50%. I was going to say 90%, but that's too absolute, and the others won't believe it for sure. But just 50% is all considered a horrible probability. Even if it was Qin Yan himself, there was only a 1 or 2% certainty. Qin Yan took a deep breath, her eyes tightly looking at Chu Lu Feng, and only after a long time did her lips lightly open. Okay, give him the sniper rifle. Team Qin. Wang Jun was instantly anxious, and everyone else also looked anxious. Will this be too risky? Chu Lu Feng, he hasn't even undergone specialized sniper training. Wait for me to lead a surprise wave. But Chu Lu Feng had already taken the sniper rifle, and his whole body slumped down. The moment he touched the sniper rifle, all the information about the firearm automatically surfaced in his mind, as if he had trained to use it countless times. CS/LR4 high-precision sniper rifle with a range of up to 1,000 meters and an effective range of 600 meters. Uses 7.62mm caliber bullets. This is the same gun that Director Qi, the half-son of Katsura, used. While Chu Lu Feng read silently in his mind, his fingers flew like flies, quickly checking the status of the guns. He was like a different person, skillfully pulling the gun's trigger to make sure there were no foreign objects in the chamber, and then carefully checking the magazine, which was full of bullets glittering brightly under the sunlight. See this scene. Xing Yan's beautiful eyes lit up, and Wang Jun's wide eyes were confused. What's with this sense of proficiency like you've trained 1,000 or 800 times? The sniper on the side looked dumbfounded as well. He had practiced sniping for more than 10 years, and he could tell at a glance whether the other party was a veteran or a white. He's pretty sure. Chu Lu Feng was a pure white guy just now, let alone playing sniper. You may not have even touched a sniper rifle. This was also the reason why he questioned Chu Lu Feng. But, now when you get a gun, it's like invoking God, more skillful than yourself. A person who makes a living by shooting snipers? What the hell is this? You prayed to the gods of the inferno, and the answer was Uzis. Did you really invite God? He's numb, regardless of their ups and downs. Chu Lu Feng slightly adjusted his posture and gently pressed his cheek against the butt of the gun, his eyes coming close to the scope. This sniper rifle features a high-precision white light scope with up to 32x variable magnification. He flicked the adjustment knob and adjusted the magnification to the value that best suited the current distance. Through the scope, the figure of the bandit who took the hostage in the distance was instantly drawn closer. The hostage's eyes were filled with fear, tears flowed uncontrollably, and his body trembled slightly due to extreme fear. At her slender neck, the bandit's fierce eyes in one eye were clearly presented in front of Chu Liufeng's eyes. Phew! Exhale softly. So far away, trying to hit that robber without hurting the hostage. It is indeed very difficult and almost impossible to hit for the average person. The risk of getting even the top snipers is very, very high. It's too easy to misfire. It's easy to shoot down a hostage. That would be contrary to the original purpose of saving the hostages. Of course, if we were in Woolly Bear country, it would probably have been a straight shot. Dawdling for so half a day, the robbers are probably already beaten to death. Hostages? What hostage? There was only the body of an unfortunate mass of people and the bodies of vicious bandits. The hostages are not important. Eliminating the terrorists is the primary goal. But, to Chu Lu Feng, with hanging in hand, the world was mine. The robbers have to die and the hostages have to live. What? Impossible. The master challenge is impossible. With the concept-level marksman skill in play, it doesn't even have to be deliberately aimed. The bullet will automatically attach itself to the target. How can you miss this? Chapter 86. 1 shot to the chest, 2 shots to the head. Even the immortals shake their heads when they see it. Seeing Chu Lu Feng operate so skillfully, it's like being in 100 battles. Xing Yan's eyes once again revealed a shocked and complicated look, and his brows knit together slightly. Subconsciously, he clenched his fists. Chu Lu Feng. Seeing this, Director Wang was just a little surprised in his heart, but more than that, he was still worried as he said in a deep voice, Qin team, this is really too risky. I still think it's better to let the commando team go around and break in. The professional snipers and Qin Smoke couldn't do anything about it. You're an ordinary man and you say you're 50% sure? This is not child's play. However, Xing Yan narrowed her eyes slightly and said in a clear and cold manner, I'll carry the responsibility when the sky falls, and I trust him. There was a hint of imperiousness in her voice. I don't know why. Perhaps it was because Chu Lu Feng's first 2 9 deaths and no life battles had left too deep an impression on her. This little man, it always seemed to explode with incredible strength in desperate situations, and he was so skillful that he seemed to have a real plan, as unbelievable as it is to myself. But in Xing Yan's heart, there was an inexplicable sense of trust, especially Chu Lu Feng's steeply changed temperament, as well as those deep and biting eyes. Too much like, In Chu Lu Feng, Xin Yan saw a touch of her own former shadow, but what this man displayed was even more confident than her former sky-unafraid self, more subdued. It's as if everything is under control. I just don't know if it's just a newborn calf or if it's really something, and that's exactly what happened. She was willing to give Chu Lu Feng a chance to show himself, even if the worst did happen. The blame was hers to carry. Scene. The negotiator continued to negotiate, but the robbers were running out of patience. Cut the crap. I know your sniper is aiming at me. Dare he shoot? If I die, she has to die. They have to die too. The woman was terrified. Tears of fear flowed uncontrollably, and his body trembled even more violently. Seeing this, the robber laughed even more disdainfully. 5 minutes to go, and I haven't seen a bulletproof car delivered, or chain smoke roll over, so she'll die first. Ha 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 ha. Hearing this, the woman's face was even more frighteningly pale. If the robber hadn't squeezed the back of her neck, she might not have been able to stand. But just then, as the robber peeked through the slit in the woman's neck, he revealed the untamed eye. A cold light flashed in Chu Lu Feng's eyes, and without hesitation, he pulled the trigger. Bang! A dull gunshot rang out. Everyone held their breath, their eyes glued to the second floor of the entertainment center. Ha ha ha. Next moment, the robber's loud laughter came to an abrupt halt. Well, a 7.62mm caliber sniper bullet, shot in from outside, shattered the window glass and went straight through the gap in the woman's neck, striking his hideous eye with pinpoint accuracy. It was so powerful that it even shot directly into his head. In an instant, the eyeballs were directly blown out, and all kinds of red, black, and white liquids splashed out all of a sudden. The air currents from the bullets scraped the woman's skin. The robber's head snapped back and the gun in his hand fell to the ground. Ah! The woman let out a piercing shriek, and her entire legs went limp, and she crouched down on the ground, her eyes tightly closed, clutching her head in death. And as soon as she crouched down, she revealed most of the robber's body. Bang! Bang! 2 more shots rang out. Immediately after that, a large splash of blood instantly blossomed in the center of the robber's backward tilted forehead, and his head was blown out. Together with the left eye that had just been blown out, the entire head was half blown out. A flower of blood also bloomed in his chest. 1 shot to the chest and 2 shots to the head. Even the immortals shake their heads when they see it. Quick! Team 1, Team 2, rush in and free the hostages. The moment Chu Lu Feng fired, Xin Yan instantly ordered, hit or miss. It's time to force a breakaway. After all, it's all right to hit. If you miss, the robber is enraged and several hostages will die. But her heart is actually a little heavy. After all, CS/LR4 high-precision sniper rifle, as long as the shot, a bullet can completely kill the robber. But Chu Lu Feng fired 3 shots. She held up her binoculars and watched the second floor of the wash center without blinking. Everything had just happened so fast, plus there was the distraction of the sight of broken glass. She also didn't know if the robbers had been shot, or if they had gone into hiding. Hear the order. The 2 teams of SWAT officers ambushed downstairs in the bath center quickly rushed up, just as the crowd waited for news with a heavy heart. Soon, an exhilarating voice came over the intercom. Team Qin, the robbers have been successfully killed and no hostages were injured. The intercom's voice came through loud and clear. The scene first fell into a moment of dead silence, followed by shock like a raging tide that instantly surged through the hearts of the crowd. Surprisingly, it actually worked. Everyone looked at Chu Lu Feng in shock. In particular, Director Wang, who had been questioning it earlier. At this moment, he was even subconsciously staring with eyes full of disbelief. Sorry, I admit I just spoke a little too loudly. Xin Yan was no exception. She hurriedly raised her binoculars and looked at the robber's body that was carried out from the bath center. 1 shot to the chest and 2 to the head. The death was extremely tragic. She violently turned her head to look at Chu Lu Feng. Her red lips subconsciously opened. Her face was filled with incredulity, and those beautiful eyes that were originally cold and stern were now filled with deep shock. 3 guns. Surprisingly, all 3 shots hit, and it's still 1 shot to the chest and 2 to the head. This kind of shooting accuracy, even confident and proud as she was, she couldn't hit it. Not to mention her, even the world's top special forces ace snipers couldn't do it. But it's by an average college student. Wait, you call this a regular male college student? How is this possible? She finally murmured out. There was a tremor in his voice that he didn't even notice. In her mind, even more waves of horror flooded. She thought she had read countless people, but she had never seen someone as mysterious as Chu Lu Feng. Obviously, at first glance, it was just a handsome, male college student with a bit of youthful sunny vigor. But the strength shown is more terrifying than one another. Even if the body is incredibly strong, even the gun is played so well. What the hell is this Chu Lu Feng? In fact, he had already investigated about his background himself a long time ago. The family has a little money, but not much. The whole person is very diligent and good at learning, eager to help others. from childhood to adulthood are very good at learning, from all aspects, are considered to be a particularly outstanding children. In the same age is also absolutely the kind of top, that is, some parents said in the mouth of the children of other people's families. But, it's only good if it's good again. Not so counterintuitive. Whether it was the stance or marksmanship he displayed, it was even better than some of the top soldiers of the special forces. This is not at all normal for an average college student. You actually know how to shoot. Her beautiful eyes trembled and rippled as she excitedly held onto Chu Lu Feng's large hand and asked a rather silly question. The robbers are all shot down. What do you think? However, this also showed that Qin Yan's brain was confused by the shock at the moment. The others were also staring at Chu Lu Feng with shocked faces, as if they wanted to see through his entire being. Chu Lu Feng smiled coyly. I practiced during my military training. You teach this in military training? Several snipers blinked furiously, and as they looked at each other, they all saw the shock and incredulity in each other's eyes. Are colleges so dopey these days? Teaching students to death. This is practicing college students like they're recruits for ace special forces, isn't it? What's the point of teaching this kind of thing? Though, Summerland University. You are taking a very dangerous political position. Chapter 87. Anti-stockings seem to have a hole in them. Yeah, we still teach gun suppression in military training. Chu Lu Feng scratched his head innocently, especially with the pressure gun. This thing came in extremely useful and avoided him from being embarrassed so many times. Military training again. Qin Yan's pair of beautiful eyes stared straight at Chu Lu Feng, and she couldn't help but snort a laugh and give him a pouty blank look. With just one glance, Wang Jun and the others were dumbfounded, feeling their brains go blank. When did the unsmiling Qin Yan have this beautiful and touching side? You know, none of them had ever seen Qin Yan smile like that. In their perceptions, Qin Yan had always been the thunderous, cold and resolute Iron Lady, exuding an awe-inspiring aura that made people respect her from the bottom of their hearts. But this pouting look in front of him, so vivid, so delicate and contrasting, just like a little woman's general posture, simply let a person can't help but let his brain go blank. How can he not be able to reunite the image in front of him with the memory of the cold Qin team? Everyone looked at me and I looked at you, as if to make sure it wasn't a hallucination of their own. Is this still the usual serious and high-strung Team Qin? Ah, answer me. One froze in place, his mind constantly echoing Qin Yan's pouting expression, half a day back to God. But their reactions Qin Yan was too lazy to care, nor did he care. She crouched down and helped Chu Lu Feng up. Looking at this innocent expression face of his, the mind was angry and amused. Did you learn your hands from military training? Or your marksmanship from military training? What? Is Summer University some kind of ace troop recruit screening place? Everyone has secrets though, but you're being too much of a cutie. I'm sorry, but now was not the time to count on that. She looked deeply at Chu Lu Feng, coughed, and her voice returned to being clear and cold and said, Good, Chu Lu Feng, you've made a great achievement this time. Come on, let's go and deal with the aftermath first. Soon, a group of people hurried down. The sight of the gruesome bodies of the robbers made one's head spin even more. 1 shot to the chest, 2 to the head, and 3 solid hits, beaten face to face, blood splattered. The gaze towards Chu Lu Feng also changed once again. A few snipers, in particular, looked at each other in disbelief, even wishing to worship on the spot. At this distance, a single shot would be considered excellent training on a regular basis, but 3 shots in a row hitting the fatal spot is a bit of a pipe dream. It's almost as if it's on, especially the extremely frightened hostage, although her legs were limp and paralyzed on the ground, crying loudly, but her neck, indeed, there was not a single scar to be seen, just some redness of the skin. TSK. That's kind of scary bro, just as Qin Yan was methodically commanding on his side. Villa, well, Xing Wudin finally woke up in a ghostly manner. She opened her sleepy eyes, then squinted them hastily again, slowly adjusting to the dazzling light of the, reaching around and feeling around. The familiar feeling was gone, the surroundings were empty. Her eyes snapped open, only to realize that at this moment the sky was already bright, the sunlight was blinding. Well, how much time? Little Feng, where's Little Feng? She sat up slowly, feeling like her body was falling apart. Alas, one is too old to be compared to the young. Reflecting on last night's scene, he hardly looked like a man, but like a bull. Brute, badass Feng, I told you not to play. She pushed up her pink lips and said in a sultry manner, but the love in the depths of her eyes was all but spreading out. Scanning the floor, he didn't see his pajamas. She simply casually put on a piece of clothing, revealing 2 smooth and white long legs. Stepping on her white and tender feet, she walked out of the room. Feng, where are you? After shouting several times, the villa was empty and no one responded. Strange, where did the little brat go? She said in wonder, her expression a little sullen. After having a few deep intimate encounters, she couldn't control the feeling in her heart that she wanted to be close to Chu Lufeng. I didn't see a familiar figure when I woke up this morning. It just feels like a bit of an empty sense of loss in your heart. Pouting and a little upset, she was ready to go get breakfast. It was only then that I realized that there was a well-made love breakfast on the table. Looking at extremely well-fried eggs and slices of bread with a cup of milk oatmeal on the side. At a glance, it was made by Chu Lufeng with his heart. This caused Xing-san's heart to warm slightly, and the corners of her mouth once again returned to a smile. Humph, counting on your kid's understanding. Auntie didn't love you for nothing. Xing-san bit into a slice of bread and suddenly saw a few notes pressed underneath. Aunt Xing, I have something to go out. Love you. What's this little scoundrel doing out so early in the morning? She tilted her head back and gulped down the milk oatmeal, burping comfortably before humming contentedly. Auntie loves you too. Was about to clear the table. And so on. Son on your ass. Xing-san's eyes shook violently as she picked up the second note. Big baby, eat you a slice of bread. Li Mingxi is here too. She frowned, a hint of panic on her face. Why is this stupid Shishi in her house again? The lock on the front door of this villa is just for show, isn't it? Oh, she slapped her forehead, remembering that the lock on the front door seemed to have been broken by her yesterday, and she hadn't changed it herself. But what is this stupid Shishi doing here looking for herself? Usually she was drunk enough to let herself go to her. Why have you been so diligent in the past 2 days? Xing-san blinked. It seems that this silly Shishi is not here to look for herself, but to look for Xiao Feng. Thinking of the way Li Mingxi clung to Chu Lufeng, she couldn't wait to turn into a wombat and hang on Chu Lufeng all day long. Xing-san's heart then felt a bit uncomfortable. This wine-monger, always not maintaining a sense of boundaries with Keed, kissing when he wanted to, hugging when he wanted to, saying whatever he wanted to say. His eyes were full of hate to eat Chu Lufeng, and he himself had to maintain an unspeakable secret relationship with Chu Lufeng. Thinking like this, Xing-san's heart couldn't help but get clogged up. There's just something. There's a feeling of jealousy. After all, everything had happened between the two of them, and although she said on her own lips that she didn't care, in her heart there was a kind of possessiveness originating from instinct towards Chu Lufeng. Instinctively, she just didn't want Chu Lufeng to come into contact with other women and only pamper her alone. It was only reason that told her that due to various factors in every aspect of reality, it was impossible for Chu Lufeng to belong to her. So whatever Chu Lufeng and Li Mingxi did had nothing to do with themselves, as long as they made sure that no one would hurt Chu Lufeng emotionally, and they shouldn't be so possessive of Chu Lufeng themselves. Persuade yourself of this though. Still, she deflated, a little depressed. Suddenly, looking at the two message notes, Xing-san's brows furrowed. Feng, they're not going out together, are they? With Li Mingxi's initiative, maybe even during their own sleeping hours. It's all starting rounds 3 and 4 now. She couldn't help it, so she pulled out her cell phone, wanting to give Chu Lufeng a call. And on the other side, in an office, Li Mingxi crossed her two slender, tight, jade legs wrapped in black silk, casually resting on the desk, her red-soled high-heeled shoes hanging on her toes, swaying around. Her whole body, on the other hand, was lazily leaning back in her chair, clutching her cell phone as she kept snapping away. The corners of her mouth turned up slightly in a mischievous, cute, and slightly smug smile. Yeah, great nephew. Look, look, look. Auntie's stockings seem to have a hole in them. Chapter 88, Driving a Wine Without Drinking a Car. Drinking a car without driving a wine. While watching that one panicked, terrified hostage being rescued, Chu Lufeng frowned slightly, especially looking at the body of the mercenary he had shot down. Not so much killing what emotions he might have in his own mind, mainly through perspective. Saw the body's clothes underneath, covered with large and small bullet marks, gun marks. At a glance as a long time on the battlefield kind of professional soldiers. There was no difference from the group that attacked him yesterday. This group of people even Qin Yan dared to lay hands on him. The degree of ferocity and boldness, some surprising, and the identity is also so special. This Chinatown should be renamed Gotham. He transformed into Whiplash Batman and has been guarding the city ever since. I also do not know Qin Yan, whether she can do it or not. Chu Lufeng raised his head, staring at Qin Yan's heroic and cool face. Her eyes were unperturbed. She had been through this sort of thing a lot after all. Furthermore, the provincial party committee wouldn't have sent her if it wasn't difficult. Of course, the greater the danger, the greater the opportunity. If she can properly handle this matter of Qin Chang, her future career path will be even smoother. And seeing as she looked like she had a plan, she probably already had a plan in mind. Just then, in Chu Lufeng's mind, the system's voice suddenly rang out. Ding! Detected the host's good deed of killing the tough guy and successfully rescuing the hostage. Reward, Danger Sense skill upgraded to Danger Range Sense. Danger range sensing, under the condition that the effect of the original danger sensing skill remains unchanged. The host is free to add objects that require danger sensing, and when the added object is about to face danger, whether it is a physical attack, an environmental crisis, or any other potential threat, the host will be able to synchronize the sensing and give early warning. Aha! Hazard range perception? After listening to the system's beep, Xu Lufeng's eyes instantly narrowed. Tatsuko, you're quite a catch. A system this thoughtful doesn't come along very often these days. He couldn't help but feel a surge of joy in his heart. This stuff couldn't have come at a better time to be useful. Just now he was a bit worried. This group of people even dared to lay hands on Qin Yan, and they must have regarded him as a thorn in their side and a thorn in their flesh as well. One attack didn't work, and there must be a bigger crisis brewing. Though one doesn't matter. With the help of Unity Sun, one could fear no one, but if those people avoided him and turned to picking on those close to him around him, then, like Aunt Xing, Li Mengxi, MS, Su and so on, every woman could be the treasure of one's heart. He didn't want to see them in danger, and he wouldn't allow that to happen. Now there's this danger perception. That would be more useful. In the event of an emergency, he or she can go to their rescue the fastest. Tadako is so uptight. It made Xu Lufeng's mood refreshed. He thought about it. The first person to add is Mom, Lin Wanshu. Mom had always been the most important person in his heart. There was no doubt about it. Then Xing Yishan, Li Mengxi, Su Jinyun, and then on second thought, added Qin Yan as well. This woman, though, seems to be very resourceful and bold and talented, and the others treat her with respect and have a very impressive resume. But, for some reason, Xu Lufeng always felt that Qin Yan was somewhat naive. Of course, this may not be because people are weak, but because they are too strong, and she has to lead the next special operation. Those who couldn't make it with one attack would surely fight back with the Jedi, giving everything they had to get a fighting chance. The danger of Qin Smoke is almost drawn out. He thought again and added Song Ping and Song Yujie. The condition of this mother and daughter is also worrying. Song Yujie's disease is not fatal. It is afraid that Song Ping cannot carry it. Once she collapsed, Song Yujie must follow the end. Both mother and daughter desperately needed his help. Soon, all 7 women's names appeared in the system. That way, he could check the safety of each person at will to see if they needed his help. Queries were made. The results soon appeared. Everyone is in a safe state and there is no crisis for the time being. Only, what made Xu Lufeng a bit surprised was, Li Mengxi's name was vaguely red, which meant that she was about to encounter a little danger in the future. But the danger was not too serious. Just, what the hell? Why would it be Li Mengxi? Xu Lufeng was a bit puzzled. He had thought about other people being in danger, like Mr. Su being retaliated against, Qin Yan being in danger, etc. But how could he have never thought that it would be this anti-wine monkey? What danger can happen to her? Wait, Xu Lufeng's eyes twitched. She's not going to drink and go racing, is she? Given the nature of the little rich girl, it's quite possible. Wow. No way. Later on, I must go find Li Mengxi and investigate her properly. Find out what's going on. Whatever it is, she should never be allowed to drink that much again. She must be made aware. The importance of driving a car without alcohol and drinking a car without alcohol. In the time that Xu Lufeng was contemplating, Qin Yan had already finished arranging, and with a pair of long legs, she arrived in front of Xu Lufeng. Xu Lufeng, I've already had your merits recorded, and when the special operation is completed at the Merit Recognition Assembly, you will be given a special commendation. Qin Yan's voice was somewhat soft, and her expression was not serious. It has the feel of a conversation between old friends. After all, in the past few days, Xu Lufeng had done her several great favors. It's also fortunate that Xu Lufeng is here today. Otherwise there could still be bloodshed, and she didn't want to see that. Xu Lufeng, you've helped me so much. Is there anything I need to help you with? I'm embarrassed that you're always helping me. Qin Yan smiled sweetly, a touch of mischief in her voice. This affable attitude, it drew sidelong glances of admiration from passing officers. What kind of background does this girl have? Even Team Qin is so peaceful. It's heavenly, isn't it? Xu Lufeng was just about to speak when the cell phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated. What's daddy's name? Daddy's daddy. Aunt Xing? He gave Qin Yan an apologetic smile. Qin Yan nodded his head full of concern and raised his hand to signal him to pick up the phone. Aunt Xing, you're awake? Villa. Xing-san pursed her lips and mumbled a bit in her voice. I'm awake. Feng, what have you been doing? Glanced at the body of the mercenary who was covering the cloth. Xu Lufeng blinked. I just sniped someone. Xing-san would probably be horrified if this was said. That Captain Qin Yan from the provincial office is looking for me for something. I'm with her. What's wrong, Aunt Xing? Xing-san froze and subconsciously asked. Qin Yan, isn't Li Mengxi with you? Li Mengxi? I don't know. I haven't seen her today. What's wrong, Aunt Xing? No, nothing, I'm just asking. Then Feng, you go ahead and get busy. Not with stupid hey hey? When did that stupid hey hey come? Xing-san was inexplicably happy in her heart and was just about to hang up the phone. Wait, Aunt Xing, Chu Lu Feng, however, suddenly said, Team Qin, I really do have a small problem that I need your help with. Qin Yan raised an eyebrow. Oh, Chapter 89, Xing-san, although it hurts a bit, but I can bear it even if I bite my teeth. Soon, Chu Lu Feng then told a long story about Xing-san. After listening, Qin Yan nodded and said seriously, yes, I'll have the Economic Investigation Brigade send a working group to verify the situation in this matter. The one you're talking to now is your Auntie Xing, right? She reached out and took the phone from Chu Lu Feng. Hello Ms. Xing, I'm Qin Yan. I'm aware of the situation regarding your debt. Do you have time today? On the other end of the phone, Xing-san was a bit frazzled. Yes, good, then please stay at home for a while, and I'll have someone from the Economic Investigation Team's working group contact you. Qin Yan spoke with a cool voice. It carries a tone of unquestioning self-importance. Before Xing-san over there could say anything, Qin Yan subconsciously hung up the phone. Qin Yan blinked her beautiful eyes and revealed an apologetic smile. Sorry, I'm used to it. Right after that, she took out her personal cell phone and made a call. Qin Chang Economic Investigation Brigade? I'm Qin Yan, looking for your Captain 1. It's like this, Captain 1, I have a special case of a suspected economic crime here, and I need you to send a working group to verify the situation. Qin Yan's face was expressionless, and her voice had returned to its coolness, explaining the situation in a simple and clear manner. Soon, that side then responded to arrange it immediately. Roger that, Team Qin, you can directly command. Chu Lu Feng didn't quite understand the relationship though. However, Qin Yan is only the chief captain of the Provincial Department's Criminal Investigation Brigade and Anti-Narcotics Brigade. This Qin Chang's Economic Investigation Brigade, although the rank is not as high as hers, but by definition, it should not be able to command directly, right? But after Qin Yan hung up the phone, she raised her head and looked at Chu Lu Feng, revealing a humbling expression, a rare playfulness. Guess? Chu Lu Feng helplessly laughed. I don't know, Team Qin, I'm going to be in Qin City for the next period of time. Probably for 2 years. Being the public security director of Qin City. As she spoke, a faint smile that could warm the heart appeared at the corner of her mouth. How about it? Do you want to come work under me after graduation? You know, I've always thought highly of you. A flash of anticipation appeared in Qin Yan's eyes. She really wanted to bring Chu Lu Feng into the fold. This young man is extremely good, both in ability and guts. It was even better than the so-called great talents she had seen in the past. With a little training, he could soon become his right-hand man. Chu Lu Feng was slightly stunned. No wonder he can directly order the Economic Investigation Team of Qin City. It turns out that he is coming to Qin Chang to be the director. Gee, this is probably the jumping-off point. After 2 years in Xinjiang, to add another experience to the resume, the back can be directly promoted to the Provincial Public Security Department Deputy Director. And then it will not take a few years. You can go to Chi Director of that position. And Qin Yan is still so young, the future may even punch a hand. She's got a great future ahead of her. If it's just a regular guy, being so highly regarded by such a big shot as Qin Yan, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that this life would be a smooth ride. It was just a pity that Chu Lu Feng did not aspire to this, so he smiled. Team Qin, let's talk about it later. I'm just starting college now. Also, Qin Yan seemed to have expected him to refuse, gently patting his shoulder and smiling with a guffaw. It's just that the abilities you've shown have tended to make me overlook your true age. There's no rush. Just give me a direct word when you want to come one day. I'll always keep a door open for you here. Well, I'll have someone take you back next, and in the meantime you go out and travel, or stay home as much as you want. Just better not hang around. Just give me some more time, okay? Speaking of which, a cold glint appeared in her eyes, as if she already had a new plan. It's okay, Qin team, you don't have to care about me. Chu Lu Feng was just about to speak when his cell phone once again vibrated. Pick it up. A blood-curdling, nosebleed-inducing photo instantly comes to mind. Yeah, great nephew. Look. Auntie's stockings seem to have a hole in them. His whole body instantly dried up. Hiss. Qin Yan frowned lightly. What's wrong? Have you encountered any trouble? It's okay. Chu Lu Feng coughed. Team Qin, then I'll leave first. I'll contact you if there's anything. Don't worry about me. I'll definitely ask for your help if I'm in trouble. Watching his departing back, a touch of doubt appeared in Qin Yan's gaze, but with a shake of his head, his expression returned to its coolness and he went on to direct the operation. And on the other side, Xing-san looked at the hung-up phone. His heart warmed, and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly, revealing a touching and gentle smile. I didn't expect Chu Lu Feng to run out early in the morning. the so-called something turned out to be a solution to her problems. I don't know how he hooked up with Qin Yan. This Qin Yan, although I don't know the specific details, but from the tone of voice, I can tell that it must be a high position of power. And Chu Lu Feng, an ordinary college student, has a connection with such a big shot. He must have suffered a lot in there. Shingi-san thought about how to reward her understanding great-nephew. Or, just say yes to the one he's always wanted? It hurts a bit, but I can endure it by gritting my teeth. Shingi-san's face is a little hot. Otherwise Chu Lu Feng had done so much for her. She didn't know how to return the favor. Just as Shingi-san was still thinking carefully, the phone vibrated again. Hello, is this MS Xing? We are from the Qinchang Economic Investigation Team. May I ask if it's convenient for you now? We'll come to your home right away. Shingi-san's beautiful eyes trembled. Boy, that efficiency. Simply amazing. After parting with Qin Yan, Chu Lu Feng looked at the photo of a pair of long legs on his cell phone. Have to say, this one was definitely taken by Li Mengxi, who carefully found an angle. The pair of high-grade stockings that were worth a lot of money had an excellent texture and trimmed a pair of jade legs to a perfect and sexy look. In particular, the jade foot wrapped in black silk mischievously hooked the high heels, constantly swaying around, vaguely revealing a little bit of the red bottom of the high heel, which was even more itchy. Looking at those perfect jade legs, Chu Lu Feng subconsciously took a deep breath. Fingers linked, zoom in on the photo and take your time, slowly looking for the broken holes up. Broken? Where is it broken? There's no hole in it? Isn't this still fine? Just moments after he sent it, Li Mengxi returned directly in seconds. Another video was sent. It instantly made Chu Lu Feng's eyes widen. In the video, it was seen that Li Mengxi stretched out two delicate fingers, gently twisted the stockings, and then gave a hard tug. Tear away. A clear voice rang out. This pair of valuable black silk was instantly torn a gap, revealing the white and snowy thighs inside. The skin was eye-shatteringly white, and with the tattered black stockings, it brought about a visual effect that was extremely shocking to the eyeballs. Now what? Li Mengxi hugged her cell phone, her little face red and cute. Tearing socks, that's what it's for. Her large, soulful, watery eyes blinked continuously. For seducing his great-nephew, Li Mengxi was genuinely interested. She loved the way Chu Lu Feng was fascinated with her. It would give her heart an indescribable feeling of satisfaction. Chapter 90. To investigate Li Mengxi properly. Phew, look at the photo. Chu Lu Feng only felt the blood in his body swimming faster. Can't help but hold a 22% respect. Fingers continue to link. Auntie Li, just this point is enough for anyone to see. Can you send more? Just moments after he sent it. Dang. Dum 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 dash. Li Mengxi looked like she was unpredictable. Dozens of messages at once. All photos taken from all angles. Each one was hand-picked to perfectly show off her extreme figure. And it seemed to cater to some of Chu Lu Feng's preferences. There were also a lot of chic angles to take pictures from, or elegantly kneeling, or lazily sprawled out, or reclining in an office chair, sometimes tilted up, sometimes tilted down. The main thing is, no matter how one poses for a picture, Li Mengxi's little face was all serious, showing a noble woman's temperament. Looking at the dozens of photos, that extreme contrast gave Chu Lu Feng a dream-like feeling. I have to say that the serious Li Mengxi is really very attractive. He had only seen the drunken, mischievous and cute little daughter side of Li Mengxi for the past 2 days, but the current Li Mengxi had a cold expression, and there was even a feeling of a strong woman's noble dignity in her eyes. There is an ineffable and deadly charm. Well, was it good? Li Mengxi's small face was flushed, and her heart couldn't help but thump. In the last photo, she elegantly kneeling on the desk, side of the small red face, the shell teeth gently biting the delicate red lips, revealing an extremely charming and seductive eyes. At the same time, the small kanji slightly pulled down a section, revealing the white and delicate clavicle. At the same time one hand gently hooked up the black stocking that had been torn through a hole. The whole picture is full of extreme beauty. Want to tear into yourself? Phew. Chu Lu Feng took a deep breath and looked at Li Mengxi, whose small face was red. I'm a doctor, and when I say it's a fever, she's got a fever. Hold down the excitement. Chu Lu Feng's fingers flew and he briefly returned 3 words. Send location. Li Mengxi, who was holding her cell phone, saw the message and first froze, then her eyes flashed with a flash of joy that was hard to hide, and she said excitedly, "You're really coming, great nephew? Or what?" Whether it was to figure out what the cause of the potentially dangerous situation in Li Mengxi was, or to give the fevered woman a shot of antipyretic, all must make a trip over there. Investigate her properly. Here, Li Mengxi busily sent over the location of her office building. Dream building. Chu Lu Feng looked. This building is not far from himself, just more than 10 kilometers. Hurriedly hit a car, sped away. Be there in half an hour. Half an hour. Li Mengxi looked at Chu Lu Feng's message. and her entire body instantly cheered. Well, I'll wait for you. After returning a message, Li Mingxi dropped her cell phone in a fiery rage, and her entire body jumped up from her office chair in a flash. Bare white feet followed. Hurriedly, he rushed into the restroom at the back of the office, her chairman's office, which was carefully transformed from the top floor of the Chikuma building's large flat, is extremely large and has all the facilities, including a gym, a lounge, an office area, a swimming pool, and because she likes to drink, she has also created a small bar. It's no exaggeration to say that this is a completely luxurious, top-of-the-line, large flat mansion. Moreover, in order to make sure that she wouldn't be seen in a scandalous state when she was drunk, she was the only one who used this floor, and no other employees were allowed to come up without her permission, including her own secretary. Privacy is extremely high. Normally, she often dragged Xing-san here to drink. In the bathroom, wow dash, Li Mingxi rinsed his mouth, but barfed his mouth, always feeling that there is still a little strange taste in the mouth, and hastily and carefully brushed his teeth. There was some internal remorse. If I'd known my great-nephew was coming, I wouldn't have eaten anything so spicy for lunch. But, brush up. Li Mingxi's eyes curved and she suddenly smiled wryly. A bold idea popped into his head. Seems like a good idea to let your great-nephew feel the hotness, doesn't it? Oomph. But soon, as if she thought of something, she hastily shook her head again. Garlic bird, garlic bird. In the beginning, he was the one who suffered. But later on, he was the one who suffered. It's better to be honest and brush your teeth clean. Soon, she gently exhaled to make sure there was no strange taste in her mouth, and then hurried to the makeup area, pulling out a drawer of cosmetics and carefully redrawing her delicate makeup. 10 minutes later, she finally put away her cosmetics with satisfaction. Her eyes looked at herself in the mirror. Her delicate skin was snowy and frosty, and her high nose and smooth forehead reflected each other, making her features look exquisite and three-dimensional. Oomph, great nephew, let's see me mesmerize you. Li Mingxi revealed a happy smile and playfully compared it to a yay, a confident rhythm coming out. She was satisfied and gave herself a spray of perfume, carefully picked a set of navy blue fitted dress, skirt fabric texture excellent, outlined her delicate figure, especially the V-neck design, but also her delicate neckline modification of the perfect to the extreme. It looks elegant and noble, yet stylish and sexy, and because of Li Mingxi's unique fine branch nodding fruit, it's very attractive to dress up like this. Around her waist, she also wore a red sash that had a just right touch, extremely decent looking from the outside, all normal urban chic women, but worn underneath. It's a little. Li Mingxi slightly curled up full red lips, thought about it, and then changed to feel excellent gradient color black stockings, carefully put on, and then stepped on a pair of red bottom high heels. How? Since we're going to follow through on the contrast, let's follow through, just by looking at the exterior, which can't be serious. Who would have known that what she was wearing underneath was? An unspeakable shyness rose within her at the thought. She'd never dressed up like this before. It made Li Mingxi's face instantly become intoxicatingly red and alluring, looking extremely beautiful. Li Mingxi is still very confident in her own body, especially the amazing and proud upper body. By virtue of near people, it is very much liked by Xiao Feng. I also wonder if she likes this about herself. Should like it. After all, even Thi's big baby did that. Li Mingxi stuck in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window, looking down at the street below where the traffic flowed, looking forward to the moon, wanting to see that familiar figure. Finally, didn't wait a few minutes. A cab pulls up under the Chikuma mansion. Chu Lufeng slowly walked down, just saw Chu Lufeng's figure. Li Mingxi's eyes lit up as if she had seen a big treasure. Eyes glowing, he twisted his head toward the exclusive elevator, outside the Chikuma building. Chu Lufeng raised his head and looked at this 55-story office building. His heart moved slightly, although he knew that Li Mingxi, the little rich girl, was rich. He didn't know that she was rich to such an extent. I think she has several other office buildings like this one. Gee, no wonder even a multi-million-dollar Porsche gets wrecked without batting an eyelash. In comparison, his own Auntie Xing was much shabbier. Even if he gave her $1 billion or so every day, it still wasn't quite enough. Gotta find time to bring Auntie Xing more money. Chapter 91, a man should be positive and not chirpy. Great nephew, little Feng, here. While Chu Lufeng was pondering, Li Mingxi had already arrived at the entrance of the first floor, shaking a white lotus root arm with a face full of leaps. Looking at Li Mingxi, who was wearing a navy blue V-neck fitted dress, Chu Lufeng blinked. I've seen too much of her shirtless in the last couple of days. I did not expect such a proper dress, not to mention, really have some intellectual beauty of noble temperament, so that his heartbeat could not help but slightly excited. But Li Mingxi was never serious for more than 3 seconds. When Chu Lufeng walked over, Li Mingxi then suddenly hugged his arm intimately, constantly rubbing against him, her eyes shining with excitement. Great nephew, he, you're finally here. I missed you so much. The two were pressed close together. A musky fragrance like an orchid in an empty valley was transmitted into Chu Lufeng's olfactory nerves. It made his eyes move slightly and he smiled. Auntie Li, you smell so good. And, why are you so pretty today? This was not something that Chu Lufeng deliberately boasted about. The truth is that Li Mingxi is indeed very different today. The makeup on her small face is particularly exquisite, coupled with this close-fitting pale blue dress, which perfectly modifies the curves of her superb figure. And her every move is quite a mature and charming mature woman's beauty. The knitted brows and smile simply charmed in his heart bus. Humph, that's true. What day am I not pretty? Great nephew, head down, head down. Li Mingxi couldn't help but let out a petulant hum, and mysteriously said in Chu Lufeng's ear, I'll have a big surprise for you later. Make sure your jaw drops when you find out. Surprise? Looking at Li Mingxi's sly eyes, Chu Lufeng looked her up and down and vaguely knew what the surprise was. This little rich girl is she playing again? But he resisted the urge to turn on the perspective. Anyway, it's coming up soon, all the way into the Chikuma building. It is indeed as Aunt Xing said. There is not a single person of the opposite sex to be seen in this company of Li Mingxi's, and the building is full of female employees, and every one of them was wearing professional OL dresses. All of them were big beauties, and when they saw Li Mingxi, they all stood up respectfully and nodded their heads. Hello, Li Dong. Aha. Unlike the enthusiastic excitement in his own presence, Li Mingxi, who was greeting the employees, just faintly answered. It exudes a high and cold, uninviting aura. For those who don't know, she's old and mean. Seeing Li Mingxi walk by with Chu Lufeng on her arm intimately, all of them were wide-eyed with a look of excitement, sending frantic messages in their little company groups. Hiss, who is that handsome guy following behind Li Dong? Heavy news, heavy news. Li Dong brought a little puppy. No, it's a little wolf dog. Mamma mia, he's so handsome, so tall and handsome and manly. Gosh, is Li Dong finally not sealing his heart and locking his love? Oh, I want to eat so good. He looks so big. This must be at least 20. Li Dong will not be broken. So sunny. That's the kind of positivity a man needs, not a chirpy one. Growing up so handsome. I'm going to judo practice today. Hey, you guys pay attention. If you keep talking, the group is going to be gone. Instant 99 plus messages in a small group at the company, and those who received the news have all stuck their little heads out of their workstations. Although there weren't many people on this floor, one after another poked their heads out, and the commotion was still quite loud. To Chu Lufeng's feeling on, it's like, Monk Tang has entered the land of daughters. Chu Lufeng sidestepped his face, glanced at Li Mingxi, and found that she was expressionless and looked as usual, with a pair of eyes staring straight ahead, as if she hadn't seen this scene. Only from the fact that she hugged her arm a few times more forcefully, squeezing and distorting her clothes, you could tell the little rich girl was actually quite happy inside, all the way straight to his own exclusive elevator. Just after closing the elevator door, invisible to outsiders, Li Mingxi then couldn't wait to hook her hands around Chu Lufeng's neck, her eyes watery, exhaling like orchids. Hold me. Chu Lufeng's hands gently exerted force, and then he picked up Li Mingxi, his hands supporting the small leather drum, so as to keep her from falling. Both of her legs also tightly wrapped around Chu Lufeng, completely wrapped until the end of time. The small, agitated nose opened and closed, greedily sniffing his scent. This tight embrace feeling, it made Li Mingxi particularly enamored and would feel particularly comfortable in her heart. Li Mingxi's foreheads against Chu Lufeng's forehead, her small hands wrapped around his neck intimately, her lips pressed downward and continuously kissed Chu Lufeng's face, like a chicken pecking at rice, leaving a lip mark on his face. She kissed while her voice was soft with a hint of petulance. Sweetie, do you like my outfit today? Very much so. Li Mingxi's eyes lit up and she blushed and smiled. Don't like it yet. You'll like it better later. Hear that? Chu Lufeng couldn't help but get excited. The chairman's exclusive elevator that only belonged to Li Mingxi was so fast that it barely felt like it had reached the top floor. The elevator doors opened noiselessly. Opposite is the parlor. Li Mingxi got down from Chu Lufeng's body, grabbed his collar with her small hands and pushed his entire body backward step by step on the sofa, then kneeled and forked her legs to sit across Chu Lufeng's thighs. Humbug, she grunted. The big hand holding Chu Lufeng slowly pressed towards the waistband of the dress. The red belt dropped to the floor. Along with the form-fitting dress, it was tossed aside after it. Good. Is it good? Li Mingxi lowered her head and said with some pout. Some blush quickly rose to her small face as well. Unsurprisingly, this little rich girl is really inside. The surprise, indeed, made his jaw drop. Looking at such a contrasting Li Mingxi in front of him, Chu Lufeng felt his entire body's blood boiling. There really wasn't the slightest resistance to such a Li Mingxi. He really liked it 22% in his heart. No need to answer. Li Mingxi could feel Chu Lufeng's excitement. It also reinforced Li Mingxi's certainty that this little badass just loved contrast. Humph. As Chu Lu Feng stared straight at her, the feeling of shame within Li Mingxi's heart reached its peak. The voice quivered a little shyly. First close your eyes. She quickly took out a set of black and white nun's clothes from a bag on the side, and changed into it with a sharp hand. Slowly, he came in front of Chu Lu Feng, looking down on him condescendingly, shy and somewhat expectant. He said, "It's okay. You can open your eyes." Chu Lu Feng had just opened his eyes. A dark shadow stomped right in front of him. Li Mingxi kicked off her high heels, raised her jade leg, and stepped on Chu Lu Feng's body. He looked at the black silk calf that was stepping on his chest. After taking a deep breath, slowly, he looked up at Li Mingxi. "Are you cosplaying as a combat nun? And, that's not a very proper nun's costume." The long black dress was slit from her calves all the way up to her tiny waist, revealing plump, snow-white skin on one side. She also wore lace-trimmed, half-legged black stockings, and as Li Mingxi moved, those long, slender legs were hidden in the split of the skirt. Chu Lu Feng actually looked a little dumbfounded for a moment. Li Mingxi looked like a different person at the moment, with a hint of solemn divinity on her small face. Her eyes were slightly lowered, her gaze blazing as she gazed at Chu Lu Feng. A look that carried a holy majesty and hid a touch of uncontrollable shyness and anticipation. "Me, great sister, will accept a sincere confession from Badass Kid." The corner of Li Mingxi's mouth hooked up a smug smile, gently leaned down. Her face slowly came closer to Chu Lu Feng. One hand gently lifted Chu Lu Feng's chin, her voice soft with a touch of compulsion. "Sinner, confess your sins to me. Let the fountain of the sister's mercy wash away the filth of your soul." Chapter 92, You Talk a Little Childish. Soon, this unoccupied quiet parlor, a fierce battle between sinners and nuns breaks out. The battle scene was intense at one point. The sinner squeezed the nun's throat and mouthed a steady stream of invective, emotional and bruised, but not the arm. The nun, exhausted from the beating, let out a whimpering cry and fell to her knees weakly, but not in a plea for mercy. The battle went on for a long time. The flames of battle eventually spread even into the soft sofas, in front of the huge bright floor-to-ceiling windows, on the serious desks. It was only after the nun was finally exhausted and couldn't help but fall to her knees and beg the sinner to let go that the fighting finally stopped. Obviously, the nun couldn't top it. She's too weak. The sinner's repentance is not complete. So much so that a brand new spooky suit next to it hadn't even been unpacked yet. Half a day later, the commotion of the great battle gradually subsided. From the messy ground, nuns' clothes were scattered randomly. It is clear that this battle between sinners and nuns is unusually intense. In the lounge area at the far end of this floor, luxurious king-sized bed, Li Mingxi's face was bright red as she lay on Chu Lu Feng's body, her small hands gently drawing circles on his chest as she playfully said, Ha, big bad, you're hopeless. Not even a nun's fountain of mercy can wash away the filth of your soul. Chu Lu Feng leaned on the bed, gently caressing her long hair, a doting smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. That would be the fountain of mercy is too small to wash away. Li Mingxi's body trembled and she hurriedly shrunk her head and weakly said, That's still not much. Quite a lot. A lot. It's your sins that are too big. Right. Big bad. Aren't you? Li Mingxi suddenly raised her little head and looked at Chu Lu Feng, her two little hands cupping his cheeks. Honestly, what did you do to my big fee baby? Chu Lu Feng blinked his eyes in some bewilderment. When Xing called before, she asked if he was with Li Mingxi, and now Li Mingxi is asking what happened with Xing. Did something happen between these two ants that he didn't know about? Gee, big dummy, I went looking for you this morning, but you weren't there, and I saw the breakfast and message you made for baby Thee, and I saw the stockings in the dirty clothes basket. Come on, how did you get Thee's big baby to wear stockings? She's old and conservative, I'm telling you. I can't even imagine how pretty she looks in them. Li Mingxi's eyes lit up, excited as if he had discovered some amazing secret. So it is. The little rich girl had searched for herself in the morning, then was discovered by Auntie Xing, who mistakenly thought she had gone out with Li Mingxi. And, it seems like she's found out her little secret with Aunt Xing? Deadly question. No answer. Chu Lu Feng had to put his arm around Li Mingxi's waist and gently massaged it, restoring the vitality for the nuns. Seeing Chu Lu Feng's helpless expression, Li Mingxi's big, playful and soulful eyes blinked continuously. First, he gave a look of dawning realization, then the corners of his mouth hooked into a bad smile, and his eyes narrowed into a curved crescent moon. Did you guys sneak around all night? The sun was up when I went to find you and Thee baby wasn't up yet. Talking about talking. Li Mingxi suddenly straddled Chu Lu Feng's waist, hands pressed on his shoulders, blushing and snapping. I knew you two were hiding something from me. Big bad. Do you realize that the sin in you has gotten 1 point deeper? How dare you? And you went so far as to treat your mom's BFFs, and to your mom's BFF's BFF. Li Mingxi paused, those eyes watery, with the drunken red face, more and more delicate and moving. Knowing that there is no hiding from this problem, Chu Lu Feng's waist was straightened, his hands were spread out, and he directly opened his pendulum. So what? Ah, then what? Li Mingxi snapped her eyes wide and snapped, wow you people you ah. Chu Lu Feng looked at this moving appearance of hers, his heart slightly moved, his hands encircled Li Mingxi's waist, pulled her closer, came close to her ear and said softly, what's wrong with me? Warm breath pounded on Li Mingxi's crystalline ear, it caused her body to tremble slightly, and the blush on her face instantly spread to her neck. The skin was also white and red, extremely moving. You, knowingly. Li Mingxi pouted and reached out to gently pound Chu Lu Feng's chest. Be gentle, I still don't believe it when I say you're a cow. Even Phi baby can't take it, and I can't take it anymore. Chu Lu Feng had a bad smile hanging at the corner of his mouth as he flirted. Gentle? No, I think someone just told me to use. I am no talking. Li Mingxi hurriedly and shyly covered his mouth in feigned anger. Not anymore. Be gentle. Don't worry, you and Phi baby. It's not like I'm mad at you. It's better than nothing that the three of us make it work. She suddenly looked like she had thought of something, and her big soulful eyes kept blinking. The small head came close to Chu Lu Feng's lips and seductively said, Humph, do you want me to be with Phi baby? I'll consider helping you yo if you beg me. Chu Lu Feng's eyes brightened slightly. Just think of that image. Gentle and dignified Aunt Xing and pretty and sexy Aunt Li. Hiss. He just couldn't help but hold a 25% respect. Li Mingxi also naturally felt the difference. Her eyes were flirtatious, and she squirmed, her expression a little stupid. Badass Feng. I knew you'd like. How? Quickly beg me. Beg me ah. Beg me I will help you ah. Just wiggling around like a pouty little kid. Chu Lu Feng couldn't help but be happy. Auntie Li, you're talking in a childish manner. Li Mingxi's expression stiffened and she hurriedly sat up straight, pouting as she gave him a blank look. Hate it. Big bad. It's all your fault. You're the one who had to make people. Well, it's all my fault. Chu Lu Feng smiled and nodded. Dropping a soft kiss on her forehead, he said tenderly, Aunt Li, this matter is just for us to know. You mustn't say anything to Aunt Xing. She can't accept it now. Li Mingxi pursed her lips and breathed a little heavily. After thinking about it, it did. With Xing Yisan's level of shyness and conservatism, she would definitely not be able to accept it for the time being. Well, I know. I'm not stupid. No more Thi babies. Her eyes were mesmerized as she wrapped her arms around Chu Lu Feng's neck and directly kissed him. Kiss me. Sister has recovered well. The battle with sinners continues. Time passes quickly. Come 4 o'clock in the afternoon, an office bell rang sharply, breaking the quiet good time. Chapter 93, no big or small. The seniority is all messed up. The crisp voice suddenly rang out. Li Dong, the Golden Ocean International real estate people will be downstairs at the company soon. Are you free now? Li Mingxi, who was still sleeping in Chu Lu Feng's arms, like a nerve reflex, violently straightened up. The drowsiness in her eyes instantly disappeared, and she resumed her usual high spirits and competence. She pressed the bedside receiver and quickly cleared her throat as she said, Okay, I'll be right downstairs. When it's all said and done, only then did she look at Chu Lu Feng again, a hint of flirtation flowing from her eyes. How much time is it now, great nephew? It's 4 o'clock. Yikes, it's so late. Go ahead and get some sleep little boy huh? I'm going to go sign a contract and come pick you up for dinner tonight. Li Mingxi kissed Chu Lu Feng, then quickly got up and began to put on her clothes, showing her competence in her movements. Chu Lu Feng looked at her busy figure and frowned. In this moment, he realized that the warning about Li Mingxi's danger had suddenly been aggravated by another point. Can you add danger to a contract? Then it seems the reason is on this contract. It's not in vain that he investigated Li Mingxi properly. Finally something. Chu Lu Feng gently hugged her from behind and whispered in her ear, Auntie Li, I'll go too. Li Mingxi turned around. Her eyes lit up and she said mischievously, Well, so motivated. Ha, humph, great nephew, how about recognizing me as your godmother? After you learn a few years of management experience from me, I'll give you all my hot house property. Chu Lu Feng was filled with black lines. I call you godmother? Do you call me godfather? Snap, a slap on the leather drum. No big deal. The generations are shouting all over the place. Humph. Li Mingxi bit her lips and let out a pouting sound as she continued to wear her clothes. She didn't wear anything weird and seemingly contrasting this time. After all, the sweetheart is close by, and it's time to play. And she's not going out to seduce anyone. So it was just a professional gray women's small suit with a pair of small high heels, looking competent and proper. Just walked not 2 steps. Li Mingxi suddenly frowned, her face somewhat pained. Walking a little shakily, he held onto the wall. Somewhat shyly, he looked at Chu Lu Feng and pouted. Hiss, great nephew, Come here. Quickly hold me up. When Chu Lu Feng saw this, he cried and laughed. Good. Walking over to her, he gently led her into the elevator. The big bad. Li Mingxi grudgingly picked up Chu Lu Feng's arm and bit it ferociously, leaving a shallow bite mark. I told you to be gentle. Chu Lu Feng smiled and said nothing. He just gently wrapped his arms around her small waist, and performed his wonderful hands to alleviate Li Mingxi's exhaustion. Li Mingxi only felt that the big hand was unusually warm, but it did reduce her pain. Soon, as the elevator descended to the first floor, Li Mingxi's expression also eased up a lot, and at the elevator door, there were already a dozen employees waiting there. Seeing Li Mingxi coming down with a red face, one looked at each other with a strange look in their eyes. Gee, Li Dong is just eating well ah. Two handsome men and beautiful women alone in a room. Dry fire, lonely men and women. And then look at Li Mingxi, this face of contentment expression. What happens simply do not even want to use. Feeling a pair of envious gazes, the corner of Li Mingxi's mouth slightly hooked up, and her arm holding Chu Lu Feng's arm was also a few points harder. Dong Li, they'll be here soon. The secretary came forward and handed the contract document in her hand to Li Mingxi, but Li Mingxi just waved her hand, her voice clear and cold. Go. Then he took Chu Lu Feng's arm and walked intimately. This was her place, and there was no need to hide or conceal anything, not to mention that she was enjoying the envious stares of others immensely. Chu Lu Feng twisted his head and looked at the contract in the secretary's hand, his eyes narrowing slightly, just by casually glancing at it. A piece of data surfaced in front of Chu Lu Feng's eyes. The eye of value actually evaluates even contracts. Appraisal object, commercial investment contract. Introduction. This contract relates to the proposed purchase by Chikumo Land of apartment buildings A1-S7 of the commercial apartment building from Jinyang International Land, which is located in the new special economic zone on the outskirts of Chin City. Proposed contract price, $550 million. Total market value of commercial apartment buildings, $900 million. Rate of return, -90%. Summary, dangerous project, invest with caution. What the hell? Shouldn't a $550 million take on a project with a market value of $900 million be a big moneymaker? And yet the rate of return is actually as high as -90%? Where is this buying an apartment building? This is clearly buying a landmine. Li Dong, what kind of contract is this? Li Mingxi froze, then shyly glanced at Chu Lu Feng, not understanding why he called it that, but still gently explained. It's just a big project I've been working on for a long time now. Haven't I told you and Thee Baby about it? I'm going to buy a couple of apartment buildings, and this project is going to cost me lots and lots of money, resulting in no free money in my company account. And because of that, that's why the day before yesterday Thee Baby came to me to borrow money and I couldn't even come up with it. Speaking of which, Li Mingxi's eyes suddenly lit up, and as if no one else was around, she got close to Chu Lu Feng and whispered in his ear, "Hey, big bad, if you call me godmother once, how about I give you these buildings?" Seeing her in this intimate manner, it also caused the eyes of the group following behind them to move slightly. Sheesh, I never thought that one day, I would actually be able to see the side of Li Mingxi's love-brained little girl posture. Of course, if they knew that in front of Chu Lu Feng, there were more contrasting sides to their respected Li Dong. Probably have to look stupid. Chu Lu Feng cried and laughed. You like me calling you godmother that much? Humph, that's not true. Li Mingxi's expression was a bit stupid. For the matter of Chu Lu Feng calling her godmother, she seemed genuinely interested. Chu Lu Feng smiled and didn't answer, but asked, "Is that apartment building that good?" "It's okay, I've been looking into it for months, and there's a lot of business value in that economic zone when it's developed. Anyway, I won't lose money if I buy it. It's just that the contract negotiation has never been finalized. They wanted $780 million at the beginning. I negotiated for a few months, now it only needs $550 million. How about it? I'm great." Her face was full of smiles as if she wanted Chu Lu Feng to praise her, and that's when it happened. Several alphas and large Land Rovers also arrived downstairs at the Chikuma mansion. Before Chu Lu Feng could say anything, he suddenly stared. Just see that in the customized alpha. Slowly down came a man in a suit with a somewhat sinister look. Upon seeing Li Mingxi, he immediately walked up with a warm face. At first glance, it looks like a sophisticated business elite. But, this person Chu Lu Feng knows or more specifically, more recognizable as the one holding the silver dragon head cane. Chapter 94, Do you know how to write Mang in Mang Village? This person he had seen in Yang Kaisen's Orchid Art Club Box 1, and the man with the golden dragon head cane are two brothers, also a guest of the Young family. Chu Lu Feng's eyes narrowed slightly, opened his perspective and looked around, only to see that the surrounding several alphas and big Land Rovers were filled with big men in suits. At first glance, one would only think they were ordinary bodyguards. However, Chu Lu Feng realized that all of them were covered with gunshot marks and bullet marks, and their faces were different. There were those from the stick country, Southeast Asian looking ones, and a few of them had the same temperament as the group of people who attacked him yesterday. Even more alarming, there were also several submachine guns, handguns, etc., hidden inside the modified seats in these vehicles. Mercenaries. Chu Lu Feng's unmoving brow wrinkled. Li Mengxi is actually involved with this dangerous group of people, and were finalizing the partnership months earlier. No wonder she's in danger. The group greeted them with enthusiasm. The man in the lead had a bright smile on his face as he walked towards Li Mengxi in large strides, and when his gaze swept over Chu Lu Feng, he frowned slightly. Chu Lu Feng also keenly captured the flicker of gloom and confusion in the depths of his eyes when he looked at himself. It's not a good thing that it's coming. Dong Li, this is our general manager of the Asia-Pacific region of Golden Ocean International. Mr. Bamo, who has come all the way here this time just to sign the contract with you. The person from Golden Ocean Properties introduced with a smile on his face. At this moment, Bammer was not holding the iconic silver dragon head cane. He held out his hand, his voice booming with all the gravitas of the business elite. Dong Li, I've heard a lot about you. It's my honor to finally negotiate with you face to face today. Li Mengxi politely smiled and shook hands with him, and returned, Mr. Barmer is polite. I've long heard that Jinyang International Real Estate has risen to international fame under your leadership, and when I see it today, it really lives up to its name. After a period of commercial blowing each other up, please, Li Mengxi made a gesture of invitation. Have someone lead them towards the conference room in the Chikyu mansion. Li Mengxi was just about to raise her steps to follow, but she was suddenly pulled by Chu Lu Feng's small hand, and her small finger hooked in her palm. Li Mengxi suspiciously looked at Chu Lu Feng and asked in a small voice, What's wrong, kid? This contract cannot be signed. Find an excuse to push it off. Chu Lu Feng said softly with extremely serious eyes. Not signing? A hint of surprise flashed in Li Mengxi's eyes, and before she could respond, the female secretary beside her took the lead and spoke eagerly. Li Dong, this project we followed up for 4 whole months. It is not easy to talk about the price, and today also said to sign the contract. If not signed, the female secretary blushed. Although he didn't know what exactly the relationship between Chu Lu Feng and Li Mengxi was, but if he swayed Li Mengxi at this critical juncture, the results of their months of hard work would all go down the drain. The main thing is that it's a really good price. If anyone else had said that, she would have taunted and sneered. Who are you to say you won't sign? Where's the face? But judging from Li Mengxi's attitude towards him, even if she was given 100,000 guts, she wouldn't dare to throw her face at Chu Lu Feng. So one can only urge anxiously, Feng, is the price too expensive for you? It's okay, you can make money at that price of $550 million. We figure we'll be back in profit after 3 years. Li Mengxi thought that Chu Lu Feng was thinking that the price was not quite right and patiently explained. However, Chu Lu Feng still shook his head and said in a deep voice, I'll explain it to you later. You can't sign this contract anyway. Trust me. Li Mengxi looked at Chu Lu Feng with a fixed gaze, seeing him with a serious and earnest face that he had never seen before. A hint of surprise flashed in her eyes, and she smiled sweetly after gently nodding. Good. If little Feng says he won't sign, then he won't sign. Although she didn't know what her great-nephew was up to, she chose to trust him without reservation. Li Dong, we've been preparing for months. Now we say we won't sign? The female secretary was in a hurry. Maru spicy. My own boss is a love brain. Love-brained women are horrible. And this on top of it is completely reckless. This project, just the preliminary negotiations, they have invested a lot of human and material resources and financial resources into it, and it is not easy to almost succeed in signing the contract. As a result, it was yellowed by Chu Lu Feng in 2 words. The female secretary's eyes glazed over, but she couldn't help it if she was in a hurry. After all, the dominant power of everything lies with Li Mengxi, so one could only wait with bated breath for Li Mengxi's decision. Li Mengxi just glanced faintly at the female secretary and gave a reason that made her break down. I trust my great-nephew, that's all. I'll make my excuses later. Well, the female secretary was in tears, but she was just a wage earner, and even if she was unwilling in her heart, she couldn't sway her own boss's thoughts. Soon, the crowd moved to the conference room. Li Mengxi and Mr. Bulmer sat opposite each other. Behind both men stood several secretaries each. Several stacks of contract documents were neatly laid out on the conference table, and the relevant contract terms were discussed. Li Dong, just sign the contract at the price of $550 million you gave us, and just pay the money into our account within half a month. Mr. Barmer rambled on, but there was an imperceptible flash of anxiety in his eyes. With a seemingly sincere smile on his face, he continued, $550 million to take a 1/7 commercial apartment buildings is a solid profit. When that economic zone is developed, the house price and land price will double more than that. If it wasn't for our decision to vigorously develop international projects and the tight cash flow, we wouldn't even be able to sell this piece of land. That's true. After all, An asset with a market value of $900 million is being sold at almost a 50% discount. If not for some special reason, cutie pie, neither will make that deal. In Bammer's mind, he had come up with a full measure of good faith. Just as he was about to sign, Li Mengxi, however, suddenly frowned and said, Mr. Barmer, there are some clauses in this contract that I need to find professional lawyers and financial consultants to analyze in depth again, so I can't sign it today for the time being. The words fell. Everyone was shocked. Even some of his own executives stared in shock, completely unaware of the situation that had occurred. Bamo's face also instantly became extremely ugly. He looked at Li Mengxi with a gloomy face before he could speak. Behind him a fierce young man in white socks and shaved inches then took a violent step forward and shouted, Dong Li, you're being unkind. We've been talking about this contract for months. We're so busy abroad. We've taken the time to come back specially, and now it's just short of the proverbial kick in the pants. And you're saying you won't sign it? Are you treating us like monkeys? The young man spoke with an air of aggression as he braced his hands on the conference table. The shadowy eyes even revealed a threatening intent. Li Mengxi's face also changed slightly, but before she could say anything, Chu Lu Feng quickly stepped forward, his broad figure steadily blocking in front of her. This action instantly calmed Li Mengxi's flustered heart. Chu Lu Feng's voice was icy cold and questioned with strong disdain. What? Are you guys trying to force your way in? Chapter 95 Qin Yan, are you good or not? Looking at Chu Lu Feng, Bammer narrowed his eyes slightly and was the first to come back to his senses, chortling with a leathery smile. Xing, what are you doing? Business is about you and me. Since Dong Li has concerns, it's okay to hold off for a few days. That said, but the flash of gloom in the depths of his eyes did not escape Chu Lu Feng's eyes. The young man with an inch head called a Chang, who was scolded by Bamo in such a way, showed a face of unwillingness, but could only clench his teeth, fiercely glared at Chu Lu Feng, and retreated behind Bamo. In his eyes, these guys are a goner. If they weren't in Daxia at the moment, but abroad, he was afraid that he had already pulled out his AK and put it against Chu Lu Feng's head by now. How dare a little white boy act like that? What an ignorance! After Bamo finished speaking, he stood up, and with Chang and the others, he was ready to leave the conference room. Li Dong, then I look forward to your good news, but these 2 days, you have to hurry. This project can be more than just your interest. Just as they reached the door, Bamo suddenly turned back, an oozing smile on his face, and his tone was even more threatening. Of course, we're not the kind of people who have no bottom line when they see money, who listen to it and get called around. We're still looking forward to working with you. You, take care of yourself. Watching their departing backs, Chu Lu Feng's eyes instantly became icy cold. He turned to look at Li Mengxi. She was found to be frowning and looking worried. At the same time, some of the executives around them had gathered around, where they were asking what was the reason, and why they were suddenly not cooperating. But Li Mengxi didn't say a word and just looked at Chu Lu Feng in disbelief. Seeing the situation, the secretary, who had just taken everything in, sighed helplessly, hurriedly stepped forward, greeted the crowd and left the conference room. Soon, only Li Mengxi and Chu Lu Feng were left in the conference room. Little Maple. Li Mengxi tightly held onto Chu Lu Feng's big hand and asked in doubt, what's wrong with this contract? I've seen this program. There's really nothing wrong with it. No, these are big contracts with hundreds of millions of dollars at stake. The company has long been risk assessed internally countless times with no problems. If someone else had come along and advised her like that, she probably wouldn't have even listened. It was just that this person was Chu Lu Feng. Even if he didn't have a bit of business experience, Li Mengxi also instinctively chose to believe him. Only, in fact, she still had a lot of doubts in her mind. Chu Lu Feng slightly bent down close to Li Mengxi, tenderly touched her face and softly said, there's nothing wrong with the program, but there's something wrong with the people. Those bodyguards behind this Bammer are in league with the men who attacked us yesterday. The words fell. Li Mengxi's eyes instantly widened. Filled with shock and disbelief, she subconsciously hugged Chu Lu Feng's big hand tightly. Feng, are you sure? The ferocity of that mob yesterday had scared her, and she was still in shock. But now to tell her that the people she was sitting at the negotiating table with were in league with the outlaw gang? She's been on the edge of a knife every day for a while now. How could this not scare her? Li Mengxi's face paled with the naked eye, and she only felt a chill going straight to the sky. Chu Lu Feng squatted down, leveled his eyes with Li Mengxi, held her hand tightly with both hands, and said seriously, I'm sure, Aunt Li, don't worry, I'm here. Li Mengxi was filled with nervousness and asked eagerly, then little Feng, what do we do now? Should we call the police? Chu Lu Feng gently kissed her on the lips, trying to give her a sense of security, then said calmly, it's okay, leave it to me. With that, he took out his cell phone from his arms and dialed Qin Yan's number. The other side. Qin Yan sat in his office for another busy day. Her face was a little tired. She couldn't help but rub her brow as she listened to the reports from the people under her hand. That means there's still no sign of them so far, right? Several officers nodded in silence. What about the person who attacked Chu Feng? Did he explain anything? Still in treatment. He won't say anything, won't answer any questions, and is not cooperating with our interrogation at all. Qin Yan's brows were tightly locked, and a strong doubt surfaced between his brows. This Qin city was just so big, but in the past 2 days of special operations, she had already conducted carpet searches of several suspicious locations, but she had found nothing, and hadn't even dug up half a useful clue, whether it's the drugs, the drug manufacturing sites, or those vital suspects. It's like it's evaporated. It's tightly hidden. Not a clue. Caught a lot of them though. But these people are professionally trained to account for nothing. This puts the entire special action plan in a huge bind. Qin Yan waved his hand, signaling a few police officers to go out afterward. Ong San, Bamo, Young. She leaned back in her chair and murmured a few names softly. Then he slowly closed his eyes and carefully combed through the entire special plan of action in his mind. You've made such a big deal out of it, and the other side is so honest? Just let yourself be arrested? Her frown grew tighter and tighter as she thought hard about what to do to find a breakthrough. If he could capture the 2 people Chu Feng had said, Ong San and Bamo, even if it was just one of them at random, the entire case would be able to make great progress. But on the contrary, these 2 were so secretive in their movements that she didn't find anything at all. Where the hell have they been hiding? There must be something I'm missing. Qin Yan muttered. This drug smuggling case is extremely involved, spanning several countries and involving countless important people, with tight organization and planning behind it. If you can't find a breakthrough and just keep arresting minions, it won't help. This drug smuggling case just won't work. Just when Qin Yan was clueless and distracted, her personal phone suddenly rang. Chu Feng. When Qin Yan saw the caller ID, her eyes moved slightly and she quickly picked up the phone, asking eagerly, Chu Feng, what's wrong? Are you in danger? Hearing her cool and pleasant voice, the corner of Chu Feng's eyes twitched. Team Qin, do you want something to happen to me that badly? Definitely not. Since there's no danger. Say, did you bring me any good news this time? A faint smile appeared on Qin Yan's face. Of course this is just a jokey flirtation. After all, so many police officers in Qin City were getting nowhere under their own command. She didn't believe that Chu Feng could bring any useful good news. However, those words in Chu Feng's ears caused him to blink. Team Qin, you're really a worm in my belly, aren't you? How do you know there's good news? Humph, who am I? I am Qin. Qin Yan was originally still comfortably leaning back in his office chair, but the next moment, her eyes widened violently, and her entire body subconsciously stood up, her voice filled with eagerness. Chu Feng, you really do have good news. Quickly say it, quickly say it. What exactly is the good news? I found the man with the silver dragon cane. He calls himself Bamo. I also saw several assault rifles hidden in his convoy, and a dozen mercenaries protecting him. This information should be useful to you, right? Chu Feng briefly talked about the situation. Of course, his intention was mainly to have Qin Yan step in and take this Bamo down first, lest he hatch another plot behind his back. Further, the other party was armed, and Qin Yan, as the future police chief of Qin City, should be cracking down on this kind of extra-legal maniac, right? Otherwise this Chinatown would really be renamed Gotham. Bamo, you mean Bammer. Chapter 96, your loyalty is up against me. Qin Yan's eyes steeply lit up, and subconsciously asked back eagerly, are you sure it was Bammer who showed up? Well, they're probably headed for the outskirts of Qin City, a convoy of 3 alphas, 2 big Land Rovers, with Bammer sitting in the second alpha, and a total of 13 bodyguards with guns. Chu Feng stood in front of the conference room's floor-to-ceiling window, and through his perspective, he stared intently at Bamo's departing convoy below. How was it? Team Qin, did it work? Chu Feng's eyes were ghostly. He had already made up his mind. If Qin Yan was temporarily inconvenient for some reason, then he would sneak in to go to their lair these few nights, with the help of his danger sense and hanging father. He was confident that he would have no problem taking out their lair alone. After all, an enlightened and pugnacious life needs no explanation. Anyway, there can't be another scene from the Cross Lake Bridge attack. Damn, they always make the first move. They really think they're dead rats, don't they? If I don't make a move, do you really think that hanging dad is a poseur? But Chu Feng had obviously underestimated the huge shock that this news brought to Qin Yan. Shasta. Qin Yan, the whole person, is so excited that almost directly jumped on the desk. No longer have the usual calm and collected. Even through the cell phone, Chu Feng can hear the excitement in Qin Yan's voice. It works. Simply useful. Qin Yan's voice trembled with excitement as he responded in a loud voice. Excitement flickered in her eyes, and the eyes that were originally dulled by the lack of progress in the case instantly lit up at this moment. Even her petite body was trembling slightly. Bamo, This is a superb fish. If we catch him, then won't this breakthrough open up? Xinyan's face was filled with joy, and it was difficult to suppress his inner excitement. Chu Lu Feng, you've helped me a lot this time. Ha ha ha. I won't say any more words of gratitude. In the future in Qin City, as long as you have the need, I'll cover you. For now, keep in touch. I'm going to organize my staff. After Qin Yan finished speaking, she thunderously picked up the walkie-talkie and said in a clear and cold manner, "Attention all, emergency assembly." Soon, the Qin City Police Department was instantly busy. At the same time, the surveillance network of each street was silently activated, immovably monitoring Bamo's convoy. The sky had dimmed. The fleet of bulletproof alphas had driven into the outskirts of Qin City, toward an extremely secretive place. Along the way, there were few people and silence all around. Bammer kept his eyes closed, like it wasn't affected by the contract in the slightest. However, from the veins constantly pulsing on his forehead, one could tell that he was actually holding a bellyful of fire in his heart. Across from him, Ah Chung keenly sensed his anger and immediately said fiercely with a fierce look on his face, "M.O., do you want me to go and tie up that tonight? Damn, we risked so much to sign the contract. How dare she treat us like monkeys?" Ah Cheng's face was twisted and hideous with anger, but at that moment, Bamo suddenly opened his eyes, as if he had thought of something, and said eagerly, "Chu Lu Feng? Quickly show me Chu Lu Feng's picture." Xing froze. "Chu Lu Feng? Brother M.O., this matter is under the responsibility of Big Brother's action team. We don't have any pictures." "Then contact Ops now." Bamo was filled with annoyance, veins rippling on his forehead as he roared. Within the organization, he and Aung San each run two very different departments. Aung San is mainly responsible for all unseen operations in the shadows, including drug production, smuggling, escorting, killing, kidnapping and so on. He, on the other hand, is responsible for organizing the business on the surface, including negotiating bargains with drug lords from all over the world, talking to rich and powerful people, doing explicitly legal business, laundering large amounts of black money, and so on. The two men are in completely different fields. As for the relevant operational arrangements for Chu Lu Feng and Qin Yan, they were all handled by the action group. Seeing this, Ah Chung didn't dare to have the slightest delay and hurriedly took out his cell phone, his fingers trembling as he dialed the number of the action team. The phone rang on the other end for a long time before a low voice finally came through. "What is it?" Xing said quickly. "Brother M.O. asked me to find you. Do you have any pictures of Chu Lu Feng? Send them over. We're in a hurry over here." "Good." After hanging up the phone, Xing carefully said, "Brother M.O., are you suspecting that person to be Chu Lu Feng?" Bammer's face was extremely ugly. He had only hurriedly glanced at the photo previously, and at that time, he felt that Chu Lu Feng's face was somewhat familiar, but he couldn't recall where he had seen it. It didn't go towards Chu Lu Feng. After all, this was too much of a coincidence. The man Aung San tried to kill yesterday was actually the man he had been negotiating business with for months. That's a bit too harsh. Moreover, although Chu Lu Feng was very capable of fighting, he actually didn't care, didn't even give him a second thought. After all, are you a good fighter? What's the use of being a good fighter? You have to have power and background to be a gangster. If it wasn't for Chu Lu Feng making Aung San suffer, he wouldn't even look at such a person in the eye. Soon, the photos were sent over from the action team's side, and Xing hurriedly handed over his cell phone. The Chu Lu Feng in the photo was taken from the ultra-high-definition surveillance of the Orchid Arts Club's box, so the picture was very clear. Sure enough, it's him. Bamo's face chilled, and he said in a cold voice, "Ah Chang, this man is very good at fighting. You bring a few more people from the action team tonight, and say that it's my order to tie him up along with that stinky, so that they can toast to it and eat it." Xing nodded heavily, reassuringly. "Okay, M.O., don't be angry. Anger will hurt your body. I'll contact, right away." Just as they were talking, bang dash, a violent crash suddenly rang out, accompanied by a harsh sound of brakes. Barely, it was followed by a series of thumps and bangs. Bamo and Xing only felt a heavenly spin as their entire bodies were thrown around in the tumbling carriage. With great difficulty, they struggled to get up from the wrecked carriage, and looking out of the car window in horror, the two men's faces instantly became as white as paper, only to see that around their several vehicles, several police cars with flashing lights had quietly appeared at some point and surrounded them. The violent commotion just now was generated by several police cars hitting their convoy and the barricades on the ground puncturing the tires out of control. Several Alphas and big Land Rovers had crashed into each other. The bodyguard inside is alive or dead. "Police, do not resist. Put your hands on your head. Come out now." An authoritative voice came from all directions, and the police officers in bulletproof uniforms clutched their firearms in their hands and carefully hid behind the police cars, their guns aimed at Bamo and his group. Beads of sweat instantly covered Bammer's forehead. He could never have imagined that the police would find him so quickly. and an elaborate dragnet has been laid. I'll rush out and fight them first. Xing's face was covered in blood from the impact, and his appearance was horrible, but he already had a small pistol out in his hand, while rubbing at his waist, ready to pull out any other weapon, and gritted his teeth. At the first opportunity, you immediately escape. Bamo gritted his teeth and similarly pulled out a gun, his eyes revealing a sense of madness and brutality. If we're going to fight, we're going to fight together. With what he had done, surrendering would only lead to death, and putting up a fight might still have a chance of survival. Right now it's suburbia and there's a river next to it. If I could have dashed into the river, I might have gotten my life back. But Xing hastily reached out and pulled him back with a deadly grip, his face full of anxiety. No, I can die, but nothing must happen to you. Bamo's face was full of disdain as he shouted angrily, if you're going to die, you're going to die. You've been expecting this day for a long time. Ah Chung gritted his teeth and suddenly pounced on Bamo, who was about to rush out, and anxiously said, some people, in fact, are destined to die for others, and if it wasn't for you in the first place, I'd be dead already. Bamo, unable to move as he was pressed, jerked his head and shouted angrily, Xing, what are you mad about? Get the hell up. There's something I've been holding in my heart for a long time. I've been trying to find a chance to tell you. In fact I've been, always loved you. Bamo's eyes snapped wide open, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief, and he was silent for a while before cursing angrily. Damn you, you're still saying such things at this time. I know it's hard for you to accept it for a while, but if I don't say it, I'm afraid I won't have a chance. Xing was full of bitter smiles, as if he knew he was in trouble today, so he spoke quickly, with genuine affection from his heart. I wasn't originally I've always liked women, until you saved me and made me follow you. Follow you because I admire you. I respect you so much. I started to care for you. Slowly, I felt I could really die for you. I'm scared of myself, but I don't think there's a single person in this world more important than you, including myself. I can't tell anymore if this is loyalty or if I really love you. Can you understand? I know you're broccoli. Is this understandable to normal people? Bamo suddenly sensed something and his eyes instantly became violent. Nima, your loyalty tops me. At this very moment, Bamo really hated the fact that it was a knife against his back, but before he could speak, Xing suddenly bellowed, go, you have to go. In this life we are brothers. In the next life I will be your woman, said. Xing pushes Bamo aside with a powerful push, and then he rolled himself towards the police car and rushed towards it. He had an explosive belt strapped to his body at some point. The whole thing rushed forward frantically while ripping the fuse from his body.